a creature of the undead legion, one that cannot truly die even if slain. For immortals like them, who have transcended life and death, dominating a dimension is merely child's play. Clearly, seizing the dimension known as Earth was only a matter of time. At least, that is what they believed, until an anomalous flame erupted. A terrified undead screamed, "What the hell? What exactly happened?" It stared aghast at the epicenter of the explosion. You're only human." Its voice cracked with despair. "How in the world are you still surviving?" From within the sea of fire, a blazing figure replied mysteriously, "Who knows?" The figure gradually became clear, eyes blazing through the flames, its voice full of challenge. "Perhaps." Raging energy swirled, preparing for a devastating attack. "It's because I'm stronger than all of you." The molten entity roared. "Let's see who's tougher." A flash of azure lightning erupted, tearing the undead creature to shreds. The story flashes back to 2 years prior. An angry shout rang out from behind the door. "I seriously can't stand this anymore." A young woman intercepted the young man who had just returned home, scolding him fiercely. "You're crashing at your sister's place to look for a job, yet you come home wasted after playing games all day?" She continued, pointing and yelling. "If you're going to live like this, go back to our parents' house." The young man's face flushed red, stammering, "No, that's not." His sister grew even angrier. "At this age, we can't rely on our parents. So relying on your sister is acceptable?" She issued an ultimatum while her brother avoided her. "Tomorrow is the New Year holiday. Go out and find a part-time job." But he only mumbled, "Fine, fine. My head hurts too much. Let's talk tomorrow." After the argument, the young man staggered into his dark room. His face still flushed from the alcohol. He let out a heavy, tired sigh. Without a word, he collapsed onto his bed. He tormented himself. "You're pathetic, Kang-hyun. Why are you living this way?" His greatest achievement since moving to Seoul was a brief internship. And tomorrow, he would have to look for manual labor again. Slumping his face onto the computer desk, he suddenly realized he hadn't closed the game yet. Kang-hyun desperately wished that real life was just like a game, so he could land a decent job. He mumbled the names of the character classes in the game: warrior, mage, swordsman. And just like that, Kang-hyun drifted off to sleep, overwhelmed by exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, strange purple notification windows began appearing in the space around him. A message appeared amidst the city backdrop. Connection detected in the Haken dimension. Immediately following was the notification: Earth Defense System has been activated. As he slept, a tear rolled down Kang-hyun's cheek while the system reported, "Connection temporarily refused." Amidst the vast expanse of space, Earth became the target of an invisible force. A final notification rang out. The tutorial phase begins on Earth. A massive surge of energy descended from above. Kang-hyun suddenly woke up, his eyes wide with terror. He shot up, finding himself sitting on the floor in a space shimmering with strange, magical light. He exclaimed in panic, "What the hell is this?" Before Kang-hyun was a virtual notification window that he couldn't make sense of. A mysterious countdown clock appeared, time remaining until complete connection with the Haken dimension. 4 years, 364 days. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Kang-hyun. "Welcome to the tutorial phase, Sir Kang-hyun." The notification continued, stating that this tutorial phase consisted of 8 total levels. Kang-hyun mumbled in confusion. A tutorial with 8 levels. He continued reading the rules. Death here does not affect reality. Quitting midway is impossible. And failure means no chance to retry. An attractive reward was offered. Upon completing the tutorial, you will receive a reward along with an awakening. Kang-hyun froze. The 2 words, awakening, left him completely unable to grasp what was happening. He stammered in extreme shock. "This is..." A wave of guilt washed over him. He buried his face in his hands, thinking this was just a hallucination brought on by his gaming addiction, and silently apologized to his parents. But then, a spark of hope flashed in his mind. Kang Hyun shot up with a frantic look in his eyes. So what if this is a dream? Maybe this is a sign from God giving me one last chance. The system immediately responded, proceeding to the first level. May your courage save the earth. He was dumbfounded by the cryptic statement. Save what? Kang Hyun wondered, as he found himself standing in an unfamiliar space. The mission for the first level was announced. Overcome your greatest fear and prove your courage. The condition for clearing the stage was also very clear. Reach the end of the bridge. Failure condition. Death. Kang Hyun looked around confusedly. Where is the bridge? In that very moment, the sight before him struck him dumb. Reflected in Kang Hyun's wide eyes was a fiery abyss. He looked down in horror at the bottomless chasm and the fragile bridges, where other people were desperately clinging. What the hell is this? Kang Hyun staggered back from the terrifying heat rising from the abyss, horrified as he wondered if it was lava. He nervously looked around, sweat pouring out at the bizarre sight. Kang Hyun realized he wasn't alone. Countless others were also utterly bewildered on the precarious rock ledges. A stunned man muttered that only moments earlier he had been at home. He tried to reassure himself that this was just a dream, even though the searing sensation on his skin felt real. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, calling his name in astonishment. Kang Hyun turned and was stunned to see his sister, Kang Ah-hyun, was also present. Kang Ah-hyun looked at her brother with an expression of unbelievable terror. Why the hell are you showing up in my dream on New Year's Day? What terrible luck, she snapped, while Kang Hyun yelled back, That's exactly what I want to ask. She continued to mutter, unable to grasp why someone was asking her to save the world in a dream. Kang Hyun approached the edge of the abyss, calling his sister's name in a serious tone. Stop acting like this is your dream, he declared, because this is my dream. Kang Ah-hyun yelled back angrily, saying that didn't matter, and wondering why their conversation felt so natural. He smirked, explaining that the brain is easily fooled and that people cannot feel pain in dreams. Kang Ah-hyun was left speechless upon hearing her brother casually recount an embarrassing story. All right, I'm heading out, Kang Hyun suddenly announced, making his sister ask blankly, What? Going where? He pointed ahead, repeating the assigned mission. Reach the end of the bridge, or the price of failure is death. Since this is my dream, as an NPC, it's natural you wouldn't know, he teased, infuriating Kang Ah-hyun. Who the hell is an NPC? I can see it too. She worriedly asked what would happen if he fell. But Kang Hyun brushed it off, insisting it was just a dream anyway. If I die, he said with a smug smile, I'll simply wake up. The moment Kang Hyun finished speaking, another man slipped and plummeted straight into the abyss before Kang Ah-hyun's horrified eyes. Despite the scene, Kang Hyun tried to maintain a forced smile, desperately clinging to his confidence. The image of the helpless victim falling into the sea of fire was clearly reflected in his pupils. A desperate, agonizing scream echoed throughout the space. The man's hand flailed in despair before the lava completely swallowed him. When it was over, only a column of black smoke rose from the spot where the victim vanished. Both Kang Hyun and Kang Ah-hyun were frozen, their faces pale with terror. Breaking the silence, Kang Hyun stammered, What do you think? He trembled, trying to deceive himself. The scream sounded a little too real, but I didn't feel anything, right? Kang Ah-hyun could only sigh wearily at her brother's stubborn denial. She decided to act, starting to crawl along the narrow rock ledge, prompting Kang Hyun to mock, Stop being dramatic. If you're going, just crawl. Seriously? Well, I'm not scared at all. But if you insist, Kang Hyun maintained his bravado. But Kang Ah-hyun knew he was just bluffing. Below them, the sea of lava continued to boil menacingly. Looking into the distance, they weren't the only ones. Countless others were struggling on the deadly paths. Finally, Kang Hyun had to humble himself, crawling cautiously alongside his sister. While moving, Kang Ah-hyun suddenly called out, Hey! Kang Hyun turned back and asked, What do you think about this situation? Have you figured anything out? A damn vivid nightmare, he insisted, sticking to his original answer. Kang Ah-hyun couldn't stand it anymore. Seriously, don't you think that's wrong? Do you think any dream is this vivid? She looked straight into her brother's eyes, asserting, "There's definitely something going on. We're missing something crucial." Kang Ah-hyun proposed a terrifying hypothesis. What if dying here means we die in real life too? The only response was Kang Hyun's weak, pathetic whimpering. He cried out in despair, admitting he was too scared to continue, making his sister silently curse having such an unreliable older brother. Completely broken, Kang Hyun gasped and lay flat on the stone bridge. Kang Ah-hyun also suggested taking a break, confessing that her hands and feet were shaking violently. Yet, Kang Hyun still managed to smirk, clinging to his vain hope. Who knows? There's still a chance this is just a dream, right? If we just lie still like this, maybe we'll wake up. His words were cut short by a mysterious purple light. Both siblings were astonished as system screens suddenly materialized before their eyes. A cold announcement rang out. The tutorial period has ended. Difficulty will now be increased. Immediately after, a violent tremor struck, and Kang Hyun cried out in panic. What the hell is it this time? On another bridge, a young man also realized in horror that the stone paths were beginning to crack. Kang Hyun watched numbly as the path beneath his feet began to shatter. The entire abyss shook, and the bridges collapsed simultaneously. The scene was utterly chaotic, as countless people screamed in despair, plummeting straight into the sea of fire below. A young man in a red jacket panicked and ran headlong, abandoning another person who was falling into the abyss. "This is no time to sit still," Kang Ah-hyun yelled at her brother, who was still paralyzed by fear. Unable to wait any longer, she jumped up, started running desperately, and called out for her brother. But it was too late. A large section of the bridge between them had completely collapsed. Kang Ah-hyun continued to rush forward, while Kang Hyun was trapped on the far side of the separating abyss. He gasped, the shock of the brutal reality finally slamming into his mind. Kang Hyun panted, trying to tell himself that everything was fine. He was confident that as long as he didn't fall, he could cross this bridge. He focused only on the path ahead, not daring to look elsewhere. The two siblings ran with all their might across the precarious stone bridge. Kang Hyun was practically crawling, pushing through the final meters. "I made it!" he silently cheered when he saw the safe cliff face ahead. He smiled, believing the nightmare was finally over. But then, a horrifying truth made his eyes widen. "Kang Ah-hyun!" he screamed as he saw his sister trapped on the crumbling section of the bridge. Kang Ah-hyun was only stunned for a moment as the ground beneath her feet vanished. Kang Hyun's face contorted with extreme fear. Without a second of hesitation, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Amidst the collapsing bridge, Kang Hyun risked his life and leaped into the void. He embraced his sister midair, using his body as a shield. The entire stone bridge shattered into pieces, sinking into a sea of fire. They both landed roughly on the other side. But the danger didn't stop. The ledge where they stood also began to crumble. A large section of the cliff face crashed down into the fiery abyss. Suddenly, two purple system notification panels appeared out of thin air. "Level up." Kang Hyun and Kang Ah-hyun stared in shock at the text before them. The system announced, "Temporary awakening complete," and "Official awakening will occur upon completion of the tutorial." Lying sprawled on the ground, Kang Hyun gasped for breath, too exhausted to lift a finger. Kang Ah-hyun was no better. She wondered about the temporary awakening and tutorial, then turned to tease her brother for forgetting to thank his savior. Suddenly, a status window appeared before Kang Ah-hyun, revealing her unique ability, Resurrection. Kang Hyun was bewildered upon hearing concepts like level, strength, and agility. His eyes suddenly flashed with realization. That was the legendary status window. "I want to see mine too." A burning desire surged, and Kang Hyun trembled as he tried to get up. He stared intently at his sister's status window, muttering unconsciously. With all his remaining strength, Kang Hyun ground out each word. I want to see mine too. Ah. Kang Hyun jolted awake, his desperate scream echoing in the familiar room. He shot up in bed, panting, drenched in sweat. Still stunned, he looked around his messy room. This, he stammered, trying to regain his composure after the intensely realistic nightmare. Looking out at the peaceful city view, Kang Hyun reassured himself. It was just a dream, right? But on social media, countless users were sharing stories about a strange dream. A dream about death. Posts exploded everywhere. From those boasting about successful lucid dreaming to families panicking because everyone dreamed of dying together. Television also got involved, reporting on a mysterious figure, Madame Wonsu, the survivor from hell. The entire country of Korea was engulfed in an information storm, with everyone rushing online to learn about this strange collective dream. This phenomenon quickly became a trend, ranging from speculating on tutorial stocks to ridiculous social media challenges. Amidst the chaos, the first calls emerged, inviting those with special abilities to gather. A cold notification appeared in the universe, counting down the time until Earth fully connected with the Haken dimension. Contrary to the warning, a peaceful morning unfolded as usual. Suddenly, a door burst open accompanied by a frantic shout, "Kang Ah-hyun!" From another room, the answering call was equally panicked. Kang Hyun! The two siblings faced each other, simultaneously spilling chaotic words, trying to convince themselves that the terrifying experience was just a dream. Kang Ah-hyun snapped, demanding her brother let her finish her sentence. Kang Hyun immediately retorted that she was the one interrupting him. After the argument, both leaned exhausted against their respective doors, panting. The tense silence was broken by the loud rumbling of stomachs. Kang Hyun froze, sweating as awareness slowly returned. Kang Ah-hyun also had a similar expression. Hunger had extinguished the momentary panic. They tacitly agreed that they needed to eat something first. On phone screens, the keywords apocalypse, dream, Haken dimension, and status window dominated the search rankings. Kang Hyun scrolled through his phone, stunned by what he was seeing. The two siblings ate in silence, each pursuing their own train of thought. Kang Ah-hyun exclaimed in shock, saying that this wasn't just a dream, but that the whole world seemed to have experienced the same thing. Is this real? Kang Hyun looked at his phone screen in astonishment. He continued, suggesting that at least dying in the dream didn't affect reality, as the news reported no significant casualties. Kang Ah-hyun shivered, saying that the feeling of falling was still very real and must have been excruciatingly painful. Kang Hyun mused, thinking that those who actually fell must be suffering from severe psychological trauma. In the kitchen, Kang Ah-hyun worriedly asked if it was truly all right for them to be eating so calmly. Kang Hyun replied, while eating, that the outside world seemed to be in complete chaos. He silently chewed his food, attempting to maintain his composure. Then Kang Hyun decisively put down his chopsticks, stating that they had no choice but to eat a decent meal. He stood up and walked away, leaving his thought hanging. Seeing this, Kang Ah-hyun panicked and asked if her brother was planning to rush headlong into the chaos outside. Kang Hyun simply pulled the curtain aside, silently looking down at the tumultuous street below. The chaotic scene revealed crowds fighting over goods in the supermarket, fanatics screaming about the Day of Judgment on the streets, and thugs gleefully smashing storefronts to loot. The two siblings stood on the balcony, silently witnessing the collapse of social order. Kang Ah-hyun sadly concluded that they certainly couldn't go to work, and Kang Hyun agreed. Kang Hyun reminded his sister about the dimensional connection and asked if she had checked the remaining time. Hearing this, Kang Ah-hyun immediately activated the status window, while Kang Hyun secretly lamented that he couldn't do the same. The notification window appeared, counting down nearly 5 years until the connection was complete, and Kang Hyun assessed that they had that much time remaining. Kang Hyun calmly analyzed that the current chaos would soon subside, and it was best to stay put inside the house. Kang Ah-hyun couldn't help but be astonished. secretly wondering why her brother was suddenly speaking so reasonably. Sure enough, the morning chaos didn't last, and by evening, things gradually returned to normal. Thanks to this, social order in South Korea was reestablished after just one day. And just like that, the first day of the disaster came to an end. Kang Hyun slowly regained consciousness in a dark space. He opened his eyes wide as a system interface abruptly materialized. "Ah, that's right," Kang Hyun muttered, realizing he had been pulled into the tutorial. He decisively commanded, "Skip the intro. Show me the status window first." A detailed information panel appeared, revealing his name, Kang Hyun, along with his basic stats. Kang Hyun meticulously examined every line of information on the status window. He wondered if these stats were decent, but then realized he had nothing to compare them against. He was particularly puzzled by the magic power stat, unsure of its function. But then, one line of text particularly caught Kang Hyun's attention. Unique skill, Resurrection. A sinister smile spread across his lips as he realized its potential. Resurrection. That smells like a goddamn cheat skill. The system explained that this skill allows him to resurrect 24 hours after death. Furthermore, during this tutorial phase, he would not suffer any penalties upon resurrection. Kang Hyun jumped up in elation, shouting, "Awesome! My life was never meant to be just a supporting role." When the system asked if he wanted to enter Stage 2, he clenched his fist and replied loudly, "Hell yes!" He confidently thought that regardless of his initial stats, he could grind levels to become stronger. As the man of miraculous resurrection, there's nothing I can't do. Up until that moment, Kang Hyun was still ecstatic about being the master of the resurrection skill. He had no idea what was about to happen when an ancient fortress wall materialized in the mist. A bloody spiked mace signaled a brutal reality, and then the terrifying shriek of a goblin echoed. Kang Hyun roared, swinging his weapon with all his might. The monster's painful scream reverberated. A blue streak flashed as Kang Hyun delivered the fatal blow to the goblin. The system notification appeared. Stage 2. Destroy the enemy and prove your strength. I thought this would be a battle since the system is exactly like a game. And I was right. Kang Hyun thought to himself mid-strike. Fresh blood splattered, ending the monster's life. In the silent space, Kang Hyun stood panting next to the corpse. He looked at the bloody mace, thinking, "I took it down with a surprise attack." But the feeling of crushing a living creature makes my whole body tremble. Staring at the motionless corpse, he realized in shock, I killed it." A feeling of revulsion rose in his throat, and Kang Hyun muttered, "Shit, I feel like throwing up." He staggered away, telling himself that he only won because it was a weak goblin. Suddenly, a malicious, glowing yellow eye peeked out from behind the stone wall. Kang Hyun jumped, his entire body stiffening at the new threat. The new enemy's eyes narrowed, clearly showing surprise. He fearfully glanced at the corpse on the ground, imagining his own fate if he wasn't careful. A massive goblin militia stepped out, its giant sword radiating dark energy. What? There were two of them from the start? Kang Hyun panicked when he saw yet another goblin appear. He couldn't believe it. Aren't goblins supposed to be low-level monsters for beginners? Facing the new enemy, he broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is much bigger than the last one, and its sword is over a meter long. If I get hit by that, I'll be more than just tetanus-ridden. The goblin militia let out a savage roar, signaling that an uneven fight was about to begin. The goblin militia's giant sword slashed down, ripping through Kang Hyun's flesh. He desperately realized his frail body and the short 70-centimeter mace were insufficient. He was flung away, fresh blood staining his entire field of vision red. The monster flashed a savage grin, reveling in its overwhelming dominance. The meter-long blade easily pierced his back, meeting no resistance. A brutal slash nearly tore his body in half. Blood sprayed everywhere, extinguishing all hope. Kang Hyun gasped, his face drenched in blood and desperate tears. He collapsed, questioning why he had to suffer this tragedy. His blood-soaked legs had no strength left to flee. Facing the approaching goblin, He simply wished for a swift death. His mind screamed, "When will this nightmare finally end?" A desperate plea echoed in his mind. "Please, someone save me." He recalled the sensation of the blood slowly draining from his body. The horrific memory flooded back. He had died after hours of savage torture by 4 goblins. Kang Hyun woke up with a start, screaming hysterically in his bed. Kang Ah-hyun irritably opened the door. "What the hell is all this noise first thing in the morning?" She suddenly froze, listening to the strange sounds coming from her brother's room. Inside, Kang Hyun was trembling under the blanket, mumbling in fear. "Goblins, please." Huddled on the bed, he began recounting the gruesome details of how the monsters had tortured him. Kang Ah-hyun covered her ears, saying irritably, "Cut it out. I died too, but it wasn't that extreme." She cut to the chase. "Anyway, is that why you're crying?" Kang Hyun jumped up defensively. "No, you have to go through it to understand." Even Guan Yu would probably scream for his mother. Seeing that her brother could joke, Kang Ah-hyun asked, "So you don't need to go to the hospital, right?" Scrolling through her phone, she announced, "They say the number of people visiting the psychiatric ward has doubled in the past 2 days." Kang Hyun stared intently at his sister's phone screen. He dismissed it. "No, I don't think so." Then turned to tease his sister about getting back to work. Kang Ah-hyun took a sip of water and offered a deduction. "This is good news. I guess once you die, the tutorial phase ends." Kang Hyun sighed in relief, believing he could finally sleep peacefully tonight. But suddenly, 2 cold system notification panels appeared, reporting an error in Stage 2 and demanding immediate relocation. A sarcastic message appeared, "May your courage save the Earth." Immediately, Kang Hyun found himself enveloped in a purple light, his eyes wide with horror as he was forcibly teleported. He could only clench his teeth in utter helplessness and fury. Amidst the chaotic space, everything seemed to shatter. He was thrown into a dark space, his hopeless curses echoing. His curses vanished into the void. The system announced that he would not incur a resurrection penalty because he was still in the tutorial phase. Kang Hyun let out a heavy sigh, slumping onto the floor of a cold cave. Desperate thoughts flooded his mind. "I want to die, but dying will just repeat it. This nightmare has no end." Finally, he gritted his teeth through his gnawing hunger, accepting that he had to follow the system's rules. Kang Hyun muttered, "I chose it because it seemed easy to use and had good destructive power, but..." He considered his weapon choices, thinking that close combat was terrifying, so he had taken a crossbow. Finally, with a spear and a crossbow in hand, he declared, "All right." Facing the 2 goblins, he confidently declared, "Let me show you the shooting skills of a Korean reserve soldier." Kang Hyun held his breath, focusing intensely on the crossbow's sight. An arrow shot out at terrifying speed. The arrow grazed the goblin militia's face, eliciting nothing more than an annoyed growl. Hiding behind the wall, Kang Hyun anxiously hoped, did that work? But the monster stood firm, completely unharmed, its eyes flashing ferociously. Kang Hyun froze, sweat pouring out as he realized the ranged attack had utterly failed. "Damn it! How could I be any better with a weapon I'm using for the first time?" he roared. Discarding the crossbow and charging into close combat with the spear, he let out a battle cry, swinging the spear forcefully. The spear struck the smaller goblin, sending it flying. Kang Hyun's face lit up with joy and relief. "Success! I took one down." He immediately turned to the remaining target. "Now for the other one." But then he suddenly froze, his face etched with horror. The spear was stuck fast in the goblin's corpse and couldn't be retrieved. Kang Hyun's panicked eyes reflected the image of approaching death. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin militia leaped up, raising its giant sword high. Kang Hyun only managed to let out a desperate scream as the blade slashed down, the nightmare repeating itself. Kang Hyun sprang up in bed, panting, but wearing a twisted smile. The cold system window appeared, welcoming Kang Hyun back to the deadly tutorial. "Saving the world, my ass." He gritted his teeth. "Everything is completely messed up." Immediately, he was pulled into the military zone, where the system designated his weapons for the day, a sword and shield. He recalled the sword-fighting videos he had binged online all day, determined to try his luck with the new choice. With insane confidence, Kang Hyun stood before the gate, roaring a challenge at the two waiting goblins. But reality was harsh. He was quickly overwhelmed, screaming in despair as the monsters swarmed him. Returning to reality, Kang Hyun sat on his bed, laughing maniacally, stunning his younger sister, Kang Ah-hyun, who was standing outside the door. "I'll kill all of you bastards," he muttered in a frenzy, clutching his face. Kang Ah-hyun was speechless, watching anxiously as her brother sank into his own world. He yelled at the system's emotionless notifications. "Shut up! What the hell is courage?" Despite his resistance, the tutorial continued. Round 4, Phase 2. This time, Kang Hyun changed tactics, simply standing in one spot and swinging his sword listlessly. He explained to himself that this was the standard way to raise stats according to the status window, and his effort was rewarded with a notification. Stamina increased through rigorous training. Damn it! Do I really have to swing my sword for 8 hours just to level up? Kang Hyun collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. He called up the status window, checking his stats and his unique ability. Resurrection. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the line. Bonus stat points 1. Kang Hyun suddenly remembered receiving this point after completing Phase 1. But how was he supposed to use it? He was completely confused, his mind reeling with complex calculations. I was too delirious and temporarily forgot. It's not that I have a bad memory. With the bonus stat point, I had planned to take revenge on the goblins, but because I was too exhausted, I died instantly without taking down a single one. Returning to the tutorial, Kang Hyun decided to completely change his strategy. He trained frantically without rest, grinding his strength stats for 10 hours. Although facing the two goblins was easier, his physical condition was still too weak. Therefore, in the 7th round, he focused on only one thing: swinging his sword. He swung the sword continuously, without stopping, putting all his strength into every strike. The system announced his stamina had increased thanks to his efforts beyond his limits. Kang Hyun let out a roar, drenched in sweat. Finally, he collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion, his sword flying out of his grasp. He lay flat on his back, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a purple light from the system shone directly onto him. A notification appeared. The skill, Basic Swordsmanship, F, has been created. Kang Hyun stared in astonishment at the newly acquired skill, his hands trembling. It was a low-level skill, only helping to adjust his posture, but it was better than nothing. He clenched his fist, his eyes shining with hope. "I did it!" he shouted in delight, thanking the heavens. Gripping his sword tightly, he growled, "You goblin bastards, just you wait." With bloodshot eyes and a maniacal grin, Kang Hyun roared, "You guys are definitely dead today." He mapped out the plan in his head, locating the two goblins at the fortress and the remaining 3 in the forest. After dealing with the 2 guards, he knew the real problem lay with the 3 remaining goblins in the dense forest. Kang Hyun told himself that the first 2 could be handled as before, but the last one was the real obstacle. The clang of metal echoed sharply as he faced the goblin militia head-on. The 2 plunged into a fierce battle among the trees, swords flashing relentlessly. The goblin let out a savage roar, swinging its weapon with immense force. The powerful attack knocked Kang Hyun's shield away, forcing him to retreat at a disadvantage. But in that moment, Kang Hyun suddenly realized, "I see it! I can see his attacks!" The trajectory of the slashes appeared vividly in his mind. "My body can react even before I think," Kang Hyun thought, in silent amazement as he dodged the continuous attacks. He swung his sword instinctively, a completely new sensation flowing through his body. A notification appeared, confirming that he had just mastered the basic swordsmanship skill. So this is the effect of basic swordsmanship, he thought, swinging a much more precise and powerful strike. The goblin snarled in surprise as Kang Hyun's sword pressed against its throat. However, Kang Hyun also realized a fatal problem. "I'm exhausted after taking down 4 of them. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin militia poured all its strength into its weapon. No way! From this distance? Kang Hyun was terrified as he sensed the tremendous surge of power. His sword was knocked away, plunging into the ground in helplessness. Giving Kang Hyun no time to react, the goblin swung its weapon down, delivering a fatal blow. The goblin militia's attack knocked Kang Hyun down. The massive creature let out an incomprehensible roar. Lying sprawled out, Kang Hyun flashed a crazy smile, thinking to himself, "This bastard loves torturing his prey. He won't kill me right away. He wants to drain his opponent's strength first." He dodged like lightning and growled, "Your trick." "Oh, it's too obvious," Kang Hyun yelled, narrowly avoiding the sword strike. Provoked, the goblin clutched its head and roared furiously. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Hyun grabbed a nearby stone. He charged straight toward the monster's leg. "Take this!" He used all his strength to smash the stone hard against its shin. The goblin militia shrieked miserably in pain. Its rage caused it to swing its sword wildly, losing all reason. Kang Hyun easily dodged the desperate attack and began to scream, "I am!" The goblin's eyes flashed with extreme astonishment. "Deep!" "The strongest," Kang Hyun shouted, throwing the stone with all his might. In the monster's pupils, the stone flew toward it like a bullet. A devastating impact exploded right in the middle of its forehead. The goblin militia's head was smashed, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Standing on the corpse, Kang Hyun panted, "Ha! Now I get it. Your little act." With his face smeared with blood, he sneered, "It was so boring that you just wanted to die." The system announced, "Congratulations, you have completed Stage 2, along with stat points and weapon rewards." With his face smeared with blood, Kang Hyun clenched his fist and flashed a crazy smile. The system announced that he had unlocked the basic shield and crossbow skills. He screamed in ecstasy, "Cleared! I won!" At the same time, a level up notification appeared. Kang Hyun shouted, "This is the power of a supreme entity!" His maniacal laughter echoed as the scene shifted to an image of a sword plunged into the ground. The scene suddenly changed, returning to a peaceful morning in the real world. Kang Hyun said to himself strangely, "What an energetic morning. I am Kang Hyun." Back to his normal appearance, he went into the kitchen and decided to cook breakfast to celebrate clearing Stage 2. He contentedly tasted his creation, praising how delicious it was. But immediately afterward, he flinched due to a strange flavor. Kang Hyun choked and coughed, just as his sister Kang Ah Hyun walked out and asked, "What did you just say?" Suddenly, virtual notification windows appeared. "Earth's tutorial is complete. You may now freely use the system." Both siblings froze, and Kang Ah Hyun stammered, "What?" Another ominous notification appeared. "Dungeons are now activated." Both panicked and ran out of the kitchen, rushing toward the window. They stood there, horrified by the sight outside. Kang Hyun's eyes widened, reflecting a terrifying purple energy source. A giant gate, bearing ancient patterns, was violently shaking. In the middle of the city, a massive dungeon emitting an eerie light had truly appeared. From their window, the two siblings stared dumbfounded at the gate. Kang Hyun thinking, "That is..." Kang Hyun and Kang Ah Hyun were stunned, realizing that what had just appeared was a dungeon. All across the streets, people also looked up at the sky with astonishment and confusion. A system notification appeared, declaring that the dungeons were only for the awakened. This phenomenon occurred globally, with a gate appearing right in front of the Taj Mahal in India. Another gate rose up at the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy. The system continued to announce that players must clear the dungeons within a time limit. From the Egyptian pyramids to the White House and the Roman Colosseum, no famous landmark escaped this invasion. And then, a cold countdown timer appeared, signaling that Earth had only nearly 5 years left before it would fully connect with the Haken dimension. Following the event, the world descended into chaos, and the two siblings decided to stay home to research and organize information. Kang Hyun determined that the tutorial section was still not over, and the minimum requirement to participate was 18 years old. Kang Ah-hyun read online comments where people were fiercely debating the hasty decision to send the Awakened to clear the dungeons. Kang Hyun merely clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that it was no big deal. He clicked his mouse, scrolling through forums, and seeing people discussing how to toggle the status window. He believed the important thing was knowing how to utilize this feature. With an excited expression, Kang Hyun held out his hand and shouted, trying to summon his status window. He was met only by silence, along with the scornful gaze of his sister, Kang Ah-hyun. A notification panel appeared, explaining that he could not use this feature because the tutorial was still ongoing. Kang Hyun looked crestfallen, muttering that it was still too early after all. He pondered, realizing that while he struggled through 7 attempts on stage 2, others had probably already completed all 8 tutorial stages. Kang Hyun anxiously asked his sister about the information for stage 3, but she replied that there was nothing and told him he should learn patience. He muttered that even the information for stage 2 was scarce, then wondered if he should go back there to fight again. Kang Hyun flexed his muscles, confidently declaring that he was stronger now and would clear stage 3 cleanly and stylishly. That night, tutorial stage 3 officially began. A bizarre masked monster appeared, growling as Kang Hyun realized his ironic predicament. Having been urinated on by the monster, Kang Hyun ground his teeth in fury, swearing he would kill the bastard. A system notification appeared, declaring that stage 3 was a test of perseverance and patience. The condition for clearing the stage was to eliminate the Gurkha chieftain. Failure meant death, accompanied by a hint that the opportunity would come if he waited. He was stunned to find himself equipped with a ghillie suit, guessing that this was an assassination mission. Standing before the dense forest, Kang Hyun calculated that the first task was to find the Gurkha chieftain, a monster whose name he had never heard. He decided to check the rewards from stage 2 first, grumbling because the system hadn't given him enough time. Kang Hyun opened his status window, seeing that he had reached level 4 with new stats and skills added. He cheered happily, exclaiming that this was truly a rich status window. However, the descriptions for the new shield and crossbow skills annoyed him due to their sarcastic tone. He began allocating the bonus stat points, prioritizing strength and stamina for immediate effect. While pondering, he suddenly paused, trying to recall if he was missing something. Just then, a notification popped up, asking if he wanted to check his inventory, making him exclaim, "That's it!" The inventory interface appeared with a sword located in the first slot. He curiously touched the sword icon on the virtual screen. Immediately, the sword materialized from the inventory into his hand, astonishing Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun roared with delight, thinking that this shabby longsword was the greatest thing he had ever seen. After completing the status check, he confidently set off to search for the thing called Gorku. He recalled Carlos Hathcock, a legendary sniper who crawled 1.4 kilometers over 3 days to assassinate his target. Taking him as an example, Kang Hyun had also crawled for 10 hours and was about to reach his destination. From within the bushes, he observed a camp with 2 guards keeping watch. The savage guards wore 3-eyed wooden masks, looking utterly terrifying. He groaned internally from the discomfort. His pants were soaked with urine, and insects were crawling all over him. Suddenly, Kang Hyun froze, his eyes wide with horror. A tear of suppressed rage rolled down his cheek. The tribe's chieftain stood towering right above his hiding spot, looking down with curiosity. A stream of warm liquid suddenly poured down profusely. The chieftain was relieving himself right onto Kang Hyun's head as an act of humiliation. He ground his teeth, telling himself he had to endure. He had to be patient. The chieftain casually adjusted his loincloth, completely unaware of the simmering rage below. Kang Hyun clenched his fists, his mind repeating the word patience. But the final thread of endurance snapped. I'll cut it off, he screamed, rocketing out of the bushes, startling the chieftain. His rage exploded, and he roared his target, "Your goddamn head!" In a blur of motion, Kang Hyun swung his sword to attack. The cold blade plunged straight into the chieftain in a brutal counterattack. Kang Hyun's sword delivered a fatal blow, splitting the Gurkha chieftain's mask in half. He landed as the chieftain collapsed, letting out a small snort of contempt. One guard was stunned, while Kang Hyun thought to himself, "I cut something useless again." The Gurkha guard let out a terrified, piercing roar. Immediately, the entire village erupted in alarm screams. Under the moonlight, countless torches were lit, illuminating the night. The entire Gurkha tribe, weapons in hand, simultaneously rushed out of their tents. In the blink of an eye, Kang Hyun was surrounded by a sea of enemies. He smirked with a maniacal grin. "Ha! I'm screwed anyway. Might as well say the line I've always wanted to say." Then he roared a challenge. "Come at me, you bastards!" And a new skill was created. Kang Hyun's savage laughter echoed amidst the bloody melee. The system announced, Tutorial Stage 3, Round 2. Kang Hyun, in a different form, screamed in frenzy. An information panel appeared, detailing the new skill, Frenzied Lion's Roar. The new loop began, and Kang Hyun charged forward under the sunlight thinking, "There is one thing I learned after 10 hours of crawling in Round 1. The Gurkha warriors in the village were startled by his appearance. Kang Hyun slaughtered the remaining weak guards, knowing that their main force was out hunting. He quickly identified his target and charged straight toward the largest tent. Kang Hyun burst inside, his sword ready for a raid. With a dirt-smeared face, he growled, "I'm here, you bastard Gurkha chieftain." Kang Hyun's purple eyes glowed brightly with overwhelming killing intent. The Gurkha shamans chanted, and their purple magic enveloped the throne, much to the guards' astonishment. Another Gurkha warrior snarled as he was enveloped by the strange energy flow. Kang Hyun panicked, realizing he was bound by a magic circle, his body completely paralyzed. The system announced, "You have been afflicted by the low-level magic bind skill." "My body won't move," Kang Hyun screamed internally. "What the hell kind of tutorial involves magic? There has to be a way." In this critical moment, he suddenly remembered his trump card, the Raging Lion's Roar skill, which could nullify all detrimental effects. He took a deep breath, channeling all his will and strength. The system confirmed. Raging Lion's Roar activated. "Charge!" Kang Hyun roared, and a burst of blue energy erupted, shattering the magical restraints. The Gurkha guard was blasted away by the sonic wave, managing only a terrified gasp. Even the Gurkha chieftain was stunned by this sudden display of power. Quick as lightning, Kang Hyun seized the moment, charging straight toward the chieftain, who was still frozen on the throne. They say everyone has a perfect plan until they get stabbed. The sharp blade swung up, ending the chieftain's life instantly. A flurry of notifications appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed Stage 3, along with rewards and the temporary title Indomitable for breaking the time record. Level up." Another notification appeared, confirming his achievement. The Indomitable title grants +1 to all stats, a worthy reward for one who has shattered their limits. "I cleared Stage 3 in just 2 days, Kang Hyun thought. Compared to 1 week for Stage 2, this is a massive leap forward. Given this astonishing growth, he came to a conclusion. Could it be, I really am a genius? Kang Hyun thought smugly. He even imagined that at this speed, Stage 4 would be crushed in mere minutes. In his fantasy, he stood proudly atop the corpse of a giant dragon. But that was a month ago, back in the present, at a normal apartment complex under the morning sun. The TV news reported that after 25 days, Awakener Special Forces units had cleared 40% of the dungeons nationwide. Meanwhile, the government is considering additional rewards for civilian Awakeners who remain actively involved. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Kang Ah-hyun, who was cooking. She muttered irritably, "He's pulling that ridiculous stunt again." "The neighbors are going to sue us if this keeps up," she said, turning off the stove. Kang Hyun stepped out, black aura emanating from his feet, replying to his sister. "Your brother cleared the stage, you idiot." "I took care of all of them," he declared. Facing his sister, who was brandishing the egg spatula, Kang Ah-hyun was about to congratulate him, but suddenly froze. her face etched with astonishment. Your face. Did something happen in your dream? She asked worriedly, noticing her brother's unusual appearance. Sitting down at the table, she still wondered, why have you been acting like a zombie since this morning? Kang Hyun growled, his eyes bloodshot with anger. That damn tutorial stage infuriated me. Just hang in there, his sister comforted, then teased. Lately, your face looks like a criminal's. Hey, you punk. When asked about stage 4, Kang Hyun summarized. It was like a group project requiring leadership skills. A system notification board appeared, confirming the stage 4 mission was prove leadership ability. The condition to clear the stage was to destroy the dungeon core, and failure meant death. He recounted that it was a role-playing stage where team members acted like NPCs according to their designated roles. But problems arose when the team fiercely debated whether to advance or retreat due to a severe lack of supplies. Kang Hyun continued. Despite the opposition from 2 pairs of teammates, the group decided to advance anyway. He proudly boasted that he led exceptionally well at first, using Roar of Fury to boost morale and pioneering with extraordinary recovery power. This intermediate body regeneration skill was the reward for completing stage 3, capable of healing all wounds, even restoring broken bones in a single day. Kang Ah-hyun innocently asked, "So everything was fine, right? Why did it take you a whole month?" That question touched a dark memory, causing Kang Hyun to fall silent, enveloped by a murderous aura. He whispered that the trouble started that very night. A terrifying memory rushed back. A female teammate with glowing red eyes holding a dagger to the throat of the sleeping Kang Hyun, while her male accomplice stood watching. Back in reality, Kang Hyun roared in anger. Those bastards were supposed to take turns on guard duty, but they plotted to run away. When I caught them, they ambushed and killed me. He calmed down slightly, muttering under his breath. Then he explained to his sister. Anyway, similar characters and situations kept repeating. Under those harsh conditions, I finally found a breakthrough. Kang Ah-hyun confusedly asked what that was. Kang Hyun decisively put his chopsticks down. With a maniacal look, he declared his solution. Just eliminate all the annoying bugs and advance. The story returned to stage 4, the final loop, when the team was fiercely arguing about whether to continue or turn back. A large man growled, "If we die up ahead, you will be held responsible." Suddenly, Kang Hyun unleashed a blow that shook the ground, and a teammate frantically screamed his name. The blonde teammate was utterly horrified. "Kang Hyun, what the hell are you doing?" He fell backward in fear as the sharp blade was pointed straight at him. Kang Hyun, with bloodshot eyes, coldly ordered, "From now on, all of you will follow my instructions. Resist and die. Complain and die." The orange-haired teammate stammered in fear, "Are you crazy? What is this ridiculous game?" To silence all dissent, Kang Hyun swung a devastating punch into his teammate's face. "I told you, you bastards, stop complaining!" he roared amidst the brutal blows. Grabbing the collar of the wailing man, Kang Hyun clicked his tongue in contempt at his weakness. "Just follow me," he stated coldly, "because I know the way." He silently warned that if the man relapsed, he would surely die. His level 14 status screen was proof of the threat. Recalling the battle, a dry, cloaked skeleton swung a gigantic scythe toward him. Kang Hyun didn't flinch, using his bare hand to block the sharp scythe. With astonishing force, he twisted the weapon, wrenching it from the skeleton's grasp. Immediately, he used the scythe's handle itself to smash the enemy's skull. As the last skeleton crumbled into dust, Kang Hyun stood in the middle of the battlefield, wondering if this was the final enemy. From behind, the surviving teammate stammered in astonishment. He actually took care of all of them. Now, amidst a hall littered with white bones, only a small group remained alive. Kang Hyun approached the final objective, a fireball hovering atop a stone pillar, wondering if merely destroying the pillar would suffice. "Simple enough," he muttered, raising his sword, ready to end the stage. A powerful slash shattered the stone pillar, and the system immediately announced that he had completed Stage 4. The rewards appeared: a new skill, a B-rank ring, and 1 level increase. Kang Hyun summarized internally. Considering the results, the gains from Stage 4 were not bad at all. His ability stats had skyrocketed, especially his agility after reaching level 15, not to mention the countless items dropped by the monsters. Even though he still didn't know the use of the magic stones, he decided to hoard everything, knowing they might be useful later. The reward for completing the stage was the E-rank skill, 1 sword, 2 halves. Additionally, there was the B-rank ring, Indomitable Spirit, a rather good item. But the most remarkable achievement was the number 288, and then 300. Kang Hyun realized he had become much stronger, even in reality. He exhaled sharply, thinking that regular physical exercises no longer seemed effective. Maybe I should start going to the gym. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Kang Hyun picked up his phone, wondering if it was an advertisement, but it was an urgent warning. A dungeon was opening near his area. At the same time, outside, desperate screams echoed amidst the chaotic scene. The hideous goblins shattered the glass doors, flooding into the buildings. Blood was splattered everywhere, evidence of a bloody massacre. The ferocious goblins spread terror on the streets, slaughtering everyone indiscriminately. A goblin let out a savage laugh next to its unfortunate victim. The system explained, if the dungeon is not cleared within a certain time, the gate will open. Kang Hyun realized in horror, it can't be today? I even sent a request to have it cleared already. He suddenly froze, remembering his sister going to work this morning. Ah Hyun is in danger. He frantically rushed around the house, yelling, weapons! I need something I can use as a weapon. Damn it! This house, why isn't there even a single cheap longsword? He searched desperately. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's gaze stopped, as if he had found something. In the sink, a kitchen knife gleamed, becoming his makeshift weapon. The clear blue sky signaled an ordinary day, but disaster was about to strike. Rapid footsteps echoed on the deserted street. Kang Hyun panted, his body tense after a sprint. He charged straight into the goblin horde, roaring, "Long time no see, you bastards!" A goblin looked bewildered, unable to understand why its prey dared to attack proactively. "Tsh! I still can't use skills," Kang Hyun muttered, realizing his limitations. Even so, he confidently thought, but thanks to that, I've drawn their attention. Provoked, the entire goblin horde roared and rushed toward him like a flood. Kang Hyun ran while straining his ears. The noise from these level 2 small fry is really hard to hear. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation, but there's no guarantee they'll be as weak as they were in the tutorial. His hand tightened around the knife handle, preparing for the coming slaughter. Using his combat experience, he asserted, just by looking at their movements, I can tell their level. Then unleashed a fiery slash. The struck goblin's body was torn apart by a stream of azure energy. With blazing red eyes and a savage smile, Kang Hyun whispered, "First of all, thanks for coming." He swung the knife again, finishing off another one and praising silently, "I'll make good use of this knife. It's a good piece of work." Meanwhile, at a nearby modern office building, chaos began to erupt as a strange energy source appeared. The office workers, young and old, were struck dumb with horror. Amidst the panicked crowd, Kang Ah-hyun and her colleagues could only watch in extreme terror. Kang Ah-hyun froze, a sense of unease swelling within her. She looked at her phone, silently wondering what the hell her younger brother was thinking. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the quiet office space. The scene descended into chaos. Everyone panicked and scattered before the invisible threat. Crash! The makeshift barricade was shattered into pieces by a terrifying force. A foot, wearing a slipper, casually stepped over the rubble. Kang Hyun appeared, covered in blood, and nonchalantly remarked, "Oops, I didn't mean to break that." With a crazy smile and glowing red eyes, he growled, "It's your older brother, Kang Ah-hyun." He stood there, knife in hand, announcing his presence among the stunned crowd. Kang Ah-hyun was dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. What the hell? Who are you? While her colleagues whispered, Ah-hyun's brother, the department head trembled, pointing at him. You! What did you just do? Hey! Kang Hyun turned to look, his expression blank, as if he didn't understand what was happening. I don't know who you are, but you broke the barricade. The monsters will flood in, the panicked department head screamed. Kang Hyun scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Oh, sorry about that. I couldn't control my strength. Anyway, he said, you guys don't need to worry anymore. Behind him, the hallway was littered with the corpses of goblins. Ah-hyun's colleagues were aghast. The monsters, he handled them all by himself? He pointed at the scattered pile of weapons. See the goblins' weapons? Just grab them and use them for now. As long as we don't panic, we can win. Saying this, he turned and walked away, ignoring his astonished sister calling out, Where are you going? On the way here, I saw more goblins flooding in. They're probably on the upper floors too, Kang Hyun replied, without turning his head. Kang Hyun smirked, declaring, At the very least, we should try to get a peaceful night's sleep. Kang Ah-hyun carefully used saline solution to disinfect her brother's wounds. She worriedly reminded him to conserve supplies, since they didn't know how long the situation would last. But Kang Hyun dismissed her. Shut up. The wound needs to be cleaned. Hey, you always act so strong, so why do you keep getting hurt so much? Kang Ah-hyun grumbled. Kang Hyun casually replied that he hadn't practiced dodging and usually relied on his recovery ability. But since he couldn't use his skills now, things were different. Kang Ah-hyun couldn't believe it. How can you brag about that? She continued to warn him. Be careful. If you can't use your skills, you can't resurrect either, right? Kang Hyun just grinned and asked back, But it's cool, right? Making Kang Ah-hyun sigh. Yeah, until you get beaten to a pulp. He mused, thinking that perhaps others would view his actions differently. Suddenly, Kang Ah-hyun excitedly leaned in, whispering that some seniors wanted to be introduced to him and asking about his ideal type. Kang Hyun hesitated for a moment, then replied that he just needed someone who could accept a man who curses the moment he opens his eyes. Just then, a strange sensation washed over him. His eyes widened in astonishment as the entire world around him seemed to transform. A system notification appeared. Stage 5. Prove that your intellect can overcome all difficulties. Kang Hyun snapped back to reality, realizing he had forgotten about this because he was too focused on the recent events. He looked down blankly, finding himself standing in the middle of a group of strangers. A man with sky-blue hair spoke provocatively. Are you a succubus? The talkative ones are usually the most suspicious. The red-haired woman angrily shouted back, What the hell are you talking about? While a female archer tried to mediate, Kang Hyun stood opposite the group, completely bewildered by what was happening. A system notification appeared, setting a new mission. Eliminate the succubus disguised as a human, with death as the penalty for failure. Kang Hyun pondered the nature of the succubus, the seductive dream demon famous for its beauty and ability to drain life force. He observed the women in the new group, noting that every one of them was incredibly beautiful, making everyone a suspect. Suddenly, a young girl with short hair approached and asked for his opinion, forcing Kang Hyun to feign surprise. She directly asked who he suspected was the succubus, while Kang Hyun was momentarily enchanted by her appearance and scent. He pretended to be flustered, stammering that he had no opinion, putting on an act of innocence. However, his gaze immediately sharpened, the innocent look vanishing as he silently assessed his opponent. The girl's eyes flashed pink, but a system notification confirmed that her enchantment spell had been blocked by the Ring of Strong Will. The item information revealed that this B-rank ring granted immunity to all magic and mental attacks of the same rank or lower. Night fell, and the group had set up camp, gathering around a crackling bonfire in the forest. Kang Hyun sat quietly by the fire, secretly observing the other team members. He recalled the hellish trials he had endured, from the Hellfire Circus and the fight with the goblins, to crawling through filthy mud and a disastrous team stage. A wicked smile spread across his lips as he realized that, after all the suffering, he finally had a truly interesting challenge. He quickly calmed himself, reminding himself that whoever discovered the succubus would become the first target to be hunted. He reasoned that a succubus capable of such camouflage must be very powerful, and decided it would be wiser to use an NPC as a sacrificial pawn. Continuing his thoughts, he concluded that a female NPC would be a better choice and decided to get some sleep before acting. Lying on the bed, Kang Hyun kept his eyes wide open, preparing for a long night. When he looked up, he realized the ceiling above looked strangely familiar. Kang Hyun shot up in horror, realizing he wasn't at the campsite, but had returned to his sister Ah Hyun's office. When Kang Hyun woke up, a colleague happily reported, "You're awake? The military is here." But he was still stuck in the horrifying memory, muttering, She definitely killed me while I was asleep." Still bewildered, Kang Hyun asked again, "Huh? What's here?" Just then, a military convoy roared into view outside the window. Fully equipped soldiers quickly disembarked, ready for combat. A soldier immediately opened fire on the charging monsters. The gray-skinned monsters collapsed under the precise barrage of bullets. From above, Kang Hyun pressed against the window, watching everything unfold in shock. His colleagues cheered joyfully, believing the nightmare had ended. But Kang Hyun, observing the chaotic battlefield, knew that things had only just begun. Suddenly, a chilling sensation ran down his spine. Kang Hyun's eyes widened. His intuition screamed that something extremely dangerous was present. He thought to himself, "What is this feeling? A murderous intent. Dangerous." Amidst the sight of the soldiers being overwhelmed, he tried to locate the source of the threat. And then, Kang Hyun froze solid as he realized what it was. On the ground, a soldier hastily swapped in a new magazine. His comrade yelled in despair, "Keep firing. There are too many of them. We can't stop them all." Another soldier cursed, "Shit. Why does this have to happen right before my leave?" Then suddenly froze. He was speechless, uttering a horrified gasp as he saw a gigantic red monster towering over the horde. The soldier unleashed a torrent of bullets at the red monster, but it simply absorbed the impact. Even the heavy fire from the military vehicle only made the giant pause in confusion. Inside the vehicle, a soldier frantically reported, "Sir, everyone over there has been wiped out." The commander was speechless, stammering in horror. "There's a goblin, and it's—" An accurate shot to the head merely sparked and deflected uselessly. The monster growled, completely unscathed. It let out an earth-shattering roar, even as the soldier desperately screamed, "It's still advancing!" In just a single moment, it shot forward. The soldiers in the truck only had time to scream, "Shit, drive faster!" The monster slammed directly into the military vehicle with unstoppable force. A horrific impact shook the very ground. It leaped high into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the prey beneath it. Two soldiers could only look up, frozen in the final moments of their lives. Fresh blood splattered, agonized screams echoed as the vehicle was crushed. Looking down from above, the entire military convoy was being utterly destroyed by a single entity. Witnessing everything through the window, Kang Hyun was left completely dumbfounded. Around him, the panicked screams of the others echoed. "What the hell is going on? What are we supposed to do now?" On the mangled truck bed, the monster stood towering amidst the scattered corpses of soldiers. Kang Hyun was filled with extreme horror as he witnessed the tragedy unfolding outside. Amidst the wreckage, fresh blood dripped from the monster's battle axe. The red monster let out an earth-shattering roar, its murderous intent engulfing the entire district. The military force that had just arrived was confronted with a scene of absolute hell. A commanding soldier exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? It looks like Squad 3 has been attacked." An order rang out amidst the chaos, demanding that Corporal Jong Jae-hoon call for immediate backup. Jong Jae-hoon clutched his head, trying to make contact while wondering what the hell had caused this. The monster stood on the vehicle roof, looking down at the soldiers with a bloodthirsty grin. In the heat of the moment, Jang Jae-hoon reported unbelievable news. They said they're sending an empowered civilian. The commander was stunned, unable to believe that the reinforcement was just one person, and a civilian at that. Giving them no more time, the monster roared and charged straight toward the nearest truck. A soldier, in a frantic panic, unleashed a burst of fire, yelling, "Die!" But ironically, his gun jammed right at that critical moment. The gigantic axe swung upward, aimed straight at the helpless soldier. From above, Kang Hyun exerted all his strength, hurling a massive concrete block downward. The concrete block whistled through the air like a cannonball. The monster, mid-attack, was suddenly struck directly on the head by the foreign object. The crushing impact deformed its head, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. The concrete block crashed onto the road, creating a violent tremor. The giant monster lay motionless in a large crater created by the impact. A surviving soldier, Jang Jae-hoon, looked up in shock, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Kang Hyun landed right in front of him, casually asking the soldier if he was all right. Suddenly, Kang Hyun flashed a sinister smile, mocking that being a soldier in this situation must be exhausting. His smile turned maniacal, sowing terror in the mind of the man facing him. Jang Jae-hoon's eyes were wide with fear. He didn't see a savior, but a demon. "Monster!" the soldier screamed, firing wildly in panic, forcing Kang Hyun to roar at him to lower his weapon. Jang Jae-hoon tremblingly asked, "A human?" prompting Kang Hyun to mock his confusion. Fear was gradually replaced by astonishment. The soldier wondered if this powerful figure was a volunteer. Jang Jae-hoon quickly bowed and apologized. Kang Hyun accepted, figuring it was a normal reaction for someone who had just escaped death. The soldier thanked him profusely, but Kang Hyun coldly replied that he wasn't here for the sake of justice. His gaze shifted toward the battlefield, where the giant red monster began to stir. Kang Hyun recalled the moment it had stared straight at him, and he knew that if the military was wiped out, his sister, Ah Hyun, would be the next target. Better to handle it here than leave a burden, he decided, climbing onto the truck and warning the troops not to shoot indiscriminately. Kang Hyun asked Jang Jae-hoon if he had any tear gas grenades, and the soldier quickly confirmed that he did. "Good, hand me one," Kang Hyun ordered, leaving Jang Jae-hoon stunned. "No time to explain. Hurry up," he urged, ignoring the advice to put on a gas mask. As he charged into battle, black horns sprouted and his hair grew long. He roared a final warning to the soldiers. Through the tear gas smoke, the faint image of Kang Ah-hyun appeared amidst the echoing command, demanding full team support. Kang Hyun faced the monster as it struggled to rise, casually declaring, "Good, the table is set." He told the growling monster, "My apologies, but I have a lot of bad blood with your kind." From the truck, Jang Jae-hoon obeyed the order, pulling the pin on a smoke grenade. 2 grenades were hurled straight into the middle of the battlefield. The giant monster stared blankly at the strange objects flying toward it. The grenades exploded, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the monster. Suffocating in the smoke, it let out agonizing screams. Kang Hyun also coughed violently, but he charged steadily through the smoke regardless. He recalled the weakness of goblins when they were disoriented. "You bastards can deflect bullets. So is this the first time you've felt this kind of pain?" With a maniacal grin, he roared, "It seems your pain tolerance is quite high, but I'm far more accustomed to it." Kang Hyun rushed forward, using his machete to knock aside the monster's spear. "First, confiscate the weapon," he yelled, as the battle axe and spear were sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a thunderous kick straight to the monster's chest. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth, realizing this monster's hide was unbelievably tough. Witnessing the scene, Jang Jae-hoon stammered, "Is he an awakener?" The soldier was utterly confused. What the hell is going on exactly? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "I thought I was the only one sent for backup." A mysterious figure with ash-blonde hair and a strange dagger silently observed the battle. The machete shattered, scattering across the ground. "You!" Kang Hyun gasped amidst the smoke, his only weapon now useless. This bastard. He gritted his teeth, tears of helplessness streaming down his face. Kang Hyun thought to himself that although he had anticipated resistance, he didn't expect his attack to do absolutely nothing to the monster. He desperately calculated, knowing his only effective skill was slashing, but now it was meaningless. Suddenly, a strange figure rushed forward, saying, "Excuse me for a moment." Before launching a brilliant attack, the person moved like lightning, closing in on the giant monster. With just one blow, the giant was sent flying backward. Kang Hyun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. So fast! Who the hell is that? The stranger stood there, the lower half of his face obscured by a gas mask. The blond man commented that the monster's hide was hard as rock. Slashing it was like trying to cut an iceberg with a knife. Kang Hyun snapped out of his daze, quickly yelling, "Hey, Awakener, no matter what, it's just an F-rank dungeon boss." He asserted that with such unusually strong defense, it must have another weakness. Catching the stranger's attention, "F-rank dungeon, you seem to know a lot. I don't know who you are, but I understand. Do you have any ideas?" Kang Hyun asked while charging forward. He shouted, analyzing the stranger's weakness. "I can tell your stamina is about to run out. What will you do when you run out of strength?" Kang Hyun seized the moment, leaping up to attack the monster. However, the slash from the broken blade was completely useless, inflicting 0 damage. A weapon. I need something that can serve as a weapon. He searched desperately. Kang Hyun's eyes suddenly flashed when he spotted the monster's spear lying abandoned on the ground. The mysterious man yelled, demanding Kang Hyun attack the weak point while he held the monster back. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Hyun grabbed the monster's own battle axe, thinking that despite the critical situation, those attacks were probably just for show, and the monster knew it, which is why it was focusing so hard on defense. He wondered where to attack, questioning if the skin behind its joints was the weak point. There was no more time to think. Kang Hyun let out a shout and decided to charge straight ahead. The giant monster's glowing red eyes seemed to sense his intention. The mysterious blonde man also held his breath, watching Kang Hyun's actions through his mask. He continued to use his daggers to attack and draw the monster's attention. In the ruined street, Kang Hyun held the giant axe, charging straight toward the restrained monster. Suddenly, a familiar feeling stunned him, and his eyes welled up with tears. As the unpleasant sensation from the axe handle reached him, a philosophical question suddenly flashed through Kang Hyun's mind. He stared intently at the monster's rear end and wondered, is the anus a vital point? Although he doubted it was a fatal weakness, the decision was made in an instant. His body moved on its own, pouring all his strength into the next attack. Kang Hyun thrust the axe handle straight into the monster's anus, causing it to stagger and fall forward. The monster let out a roar of extreme pain before collapsing onto the ground. Seizing the golden opportunity, Kang Hyun immediately rushed toward the monster's head. He leaped up, shouting loudly as he prepared to thrust the axe handle through its mouth for the finishing blow. The giant monster convulsed in extreme agony as the axe handle pierced straight into its throat. Kang Hyun roared, putting all his strength into pushing the weapon down, splattering blood everywhere. The last few drops of blood sprayed out, marking the monster's end. After defeating the enemy, Kang Hyun panted, exhausted. From a distance, the mysterious man wearing a gas mask silently observed him. He thought to himself, so strong. Where did such a talented person come from? Is he a free agent? Kang Hyun leaned against a pillar, his eyes still fixed on his reluctant teammate. Suddenly, he spotted a strange item glowing from the monster's corpse. A system notification appeared, stating that item information could not be checked during the tutorial stage. I'll just take it for now, Kang Hyun muttered, picking up the item while annoyed that he didn't have an inventory. The strange man approached, intending to strike up a conversation. Hey, buddy, perhaps, Kang Hyun thought warily. I practically took it down by myself. Not wanting to share the spoils, a bold decision flashed through his mind. Time to bolt. I have urgent business. I'm leaving now. This wonderful axe is yours, Kang Hyun shouted before running off, leaving the other man bewildered. What? No, wait! He even glanced back and gave a mischievous wink. See ya, bye. The masked man stood frozen in place, muttering, He's gone. He looked down at his pair of daggers, still seemingly stunned. Slowly removing the mask, sweat beaded on his handsome face. He looked up at the sky, still unable to comprehend. Just who the hell was that guy? A few hours after defeating the hobgoblin, as the sun set, the situation seemed to have temporarily calmed down. After walking through streets that looked like ruins from a disaster movie, Kang Hyun and Kang Ah-hyun were finally able to return home. It wasn't until it was pitch black that they arrived back at their apartment complex. Both were silent, exhausted after a long, terrifying day. Upon reaching the door, Kang Ah-hyun realized the house wasn't locked and asked, Did you leave without locking the door again? Kang Hyun admitted it, causing his sister to sigh exasperatedly. I was truly foolish to think you had matured. Ignoring the mess, Kang Ah-hyun decided, clean up first, then eat. Let's see what we have. A steaming pot of ramen was quickly prepared for dinner. The two siblings quietly ate in the kitchen, trying to find a moment of peace. While eating, Kang Ah-hyun scrolled through her phone and suddenly froze. She exclaimed, Oh my god, this is insane! Making Kang Hyun look up curiously. Without a word, she handed the phone to her brother. Kang Hyun was speechless as he looked at the screen. On it was a viral video titled True Story, The Goblin Killer of Gyeongwudong. He stammered, That's me, while his sister explained that it seemed someone had filmed yesterday's events. Kang Hyun was still reeling from this unexpected development. As he scrolled through the comments section, a strange feeling began to stir within him. Contrary to expectations, Kang Hyun wasn't afraid. Instead, he flashed a chillingly delighted smile, thinking to himself that this feeling wasn't bad at all. Kang Ah-hyun looked at her brother's expression with disgust and worry. Teased by his sister, Kang Hyun irritably looked at the phone and wondered why everyone was scrutinizing his handsome face. The screen showed a stream of comments calling him a villain, saying he looked like a violent criminal and terrified people. Kang Hyun confusedly asked if his face really looked that bad, and Kang Ah-hyun bluntly confirmed it. That night, Kang Ah-hyun rushed into her brother's room to report a major issue, but Kang Hyun wearily demanded she turn off the light so he could sleep. After some pleading, Kang Hyun finally reluctantly agreed to turn off the light. Acknowledging his sister had a tough day, Kang Ah-hyun held her toothbrush, grumbling a warning to her brother not to scream loudly tomorrow morning because she was exhausted. Kang Hyun, brimming with confidence, reassured her that the next stage would be a piece of cake and promised to treat her to beer. Kang Ah-hyun could only sigh, thinking that her brother's confidence was nothing short of a death flag. He lay down on his bed, preparing to drift off to sleep after a long day, but the thoughts kept churning in his head, making it impossible for Kang Hyun to sleep. He recalled the mysterious blonde man, silently acknowledging his strength and pondering how lucky he had been. However, Kang Hyun quickly dismissed the thought, telling himself that he would clear stage 8 regardless, because he was determined to become the strongest. Finally, Kang Hyun drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he thought about the beautiful succubus and felt strangely excited remembering the person who had killed him. He blushed, telling himself that having a beauty to look at wasn't bad, even if it was just in the tutorial. Kang Hyun continued to sink into his sweet dream with a satisfied smile on his face. Suddenly, a hideous monster appeared right in front of him, shattering his dream. Startled, Kang Hyun instinctively threw a devastating punch at the monster's face, yelling, God damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Kang Hyun's devastating punch sent the monster flying. It lay sprawled on the ground, stunned after the sudden attack. Kang Hyun looked around in confusion, wondering, what the hell is this? A goblin? Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right before his eyes. The new quest required him to evade the cave goblins, with death as the failure condition. As he read the tip about their hearing, Kang Hyun realized he was surrounded. He froze as an entire horde of gray monsters silently crept toward him. Kang Hyun ground his teeth, his rage flaring up. He screamed internally, "Why did the tutorial content change?" At the same time, a terrifying scream echoed from a building in the city. Inside an internet cafe, the sound of shattering objects resonated. A young man was brutally punched straight in the face. Amidst the chaos, a blond guy stood tall over the scattered bodies. The victim lay curled up on the floor, blood gushing from his face. He gasped in pain. Why? He couldn't believe that someone who hadn't even finished the tutorial could be stronger than an ability user. The blond guy sneered, "What good is being slightly stronger if you don't know how to fight?" He glanced at a computer screen showing a battle, a smirk playing on his lips. With a maniacal expression, he muttered, "It seems there are a lot of interesting ability users out there." The system announced the start of Tutorial Stage 5, Round 3. Eliminate a man-eating doppelganger, with death as the penalty for failure. In the middle of a forest, Kang Hyun and a completely new group of players began discussing the life-or-death mission they had just been assigned. One person in the group compared this mission to searching for the succubus in the previous round, while Kang Hyun quietly calculated. He quickly realized the nature of the challenge. This was nothing more than a disguised game of Mafia, Werewolf. Kang Hyun confidently thought to himself that this time he would use his intellect to clear the stage. He took a deep breath, preparing to draw everyone's attention. "Everyone gather here!" Kang Hyun shouted, silencing the entire forest. His new teammates turned to look at him with expressions that were both confused and slightly annoyed. They looked at each other, bewildered, not understanding what this guy was up to. In the tense silence, the group reluctantly gathered around Kang Hyun, awaiting an explanation. He cleared his throat, adopting an air of authority and mystery. With his eyes flashing red, Kang Hyun declared, "From now on, anyone who moves is the culprit." The memory suddenly stopped, and the scene shifted back to an apartment building in broad daylight. Kang Hyun bolted upright in bed, a belated thought echoing, "I forgot. In Mafia, the one who talks too much usually dies first." He was stunned as a harsh truth dawned on him. Come to think of it, I've never won a single game of Mafia. Tearing at his hair in despair, Kang Hyun decided to put everything aside and go find something to eat. Meanwhile, under the night sky, a strange voice spoke, calling his sister's name. "How are you, Kang Hyun?" A mysterious man put on his glasses, his expression calculating. He adjusted his glasses, smirked, and said, "This brother of yours has been intelligently reborn." Kang Hyun screamed in disgust. Having just returned from work, she was confronted by her brother in his new appearance, who proudly declared he wanted to change himself, starting with his looks. Kang Hyun wailed in despair, recounting that he had died 53 times in Stage 5 over the past 53 days. He continued to complain about the stage's difficulty, making Kang Ah-hyun sarcastically think to herself, he must be a Mensa genius. She delivered a fatal blow, stating that it would be faster to transplant someone else's brain than to wait for her brother to become smart. "If you have money for a suit, go soundproof your room." Kang Ah-hyun grumbled and walked away, ignoring her stunned brother. Immediately afterward, the system pulled Kang Hyun back into Stage 5 with a demand to prove his intellect. He was surprised to find himself standing at the entrance of a dark cave, wondering if this was a dungeon. A notification panel appeared, making Kang Hyun curious about this damn mission. He squinted, carefully reading every line of text on the system panel. Upon seeing the completion condition, he muttered, "This is..." Suddenly, Kang Hyun broke into a triumphant smile, as if he had found the truth, shouting, "Eureka!" This mission was very simple. Clear the F-rank dungeon and eliminate the level 20 spitting Terrank. Torches on the rock walls flared up, illuminating the path deeper inside. From the darkness, A gigantic spider monster emerged with a hideous shriek. Kang Hyun thought to himself, a condition this simple and clear must surely have a hidden meaning. The gigantic monster charged straight toward him at a terrifying speed. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of purple venom. While Kang Hyun was confident he had found the solution, he swung his sword to block the attack, wondering in surprise, what the hell is this thing? Spiders can spit venom too? Kang Hyun flinched when he sensed something unusual. He stared in horror at his hand, which was turning black, asking himself, is it poison? Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and strained his muscles. Just this is nothing at all, he roared, swinging his sword in a counterattack. The spider monster shrieked piercingly as it was struck. It raised its leg and slammed it down, putting Kang Hyun in a difficult position. Using all his strength, Kang Hyun blocked the attack and smirked. That actually hurt a little. A system notification window appeared, suggesting that the spitting Terank's weakness was hidden in the egg hatchery. But Kang Hyun didn't bother paying attention to the hint. He unleashed a powerful slash, tearing through space itself. The monster collapsed, and Kang Hyun coldly concluded, in the end, I still choose to use brute force to break through. Weakness? Clues? If I kill it, that's enough, right? Instead of finding the key, I'll just smash it and walk through, he declared. The system announced, congratulations, you have completed Stage 5. You will receive Giant Strength B as a reward. With a maniacal grin, Kang Hyun felt the regenerative power healing his body, and he asserted, brains are only for those with weak bodies. The new skill, Giant Strength, reinforces muscles with magic power, increasing strength by 12 for 10 minutes. Kang Hyun's status window appeared, showing level 25, with the title, The Indomitable, and the newly acquired skill. The scene shifted to a high school under the morning sun. Outside classroom 3-2, a student's voice rang out. Hey, Kwon Minsu, give me a punch for my birthday. Sitting in class, Kang Hyun sighed tiredly while looking at his phone, thinking, I am exhausted from that damn tutorial stage. That's right. You're 18 now. How was stage 1? A friend asked, and Kang Hyun replied wearily, it was just as bad as the rumors say. His friend continued, the problem is there are no decent tips for stage 5 onwards. I heard that just clearing stage 4 puts you in the top 1%. Kang Hyun thought to himself that perhaps the valuable information was being kept private by them. Meanwhile, another group of students buzzed excitedly. Hey, new rumor! Someone supposedly cleared stage 7 yesterday and is about to enter stage 8. The group huddled together, reading the supposed secrets from that person. Stage 5. Wisdom. Muscles are the ultimate wisdom. They continued reading with incredulous expressions. Stage 6. Ruthlessness. Kill both friend and foe. Stage 7. Devotion. Kill only the foe. One student burst out laughing. What the hell is this? It's clearly clickbait fake news. Online, a flood of comments mocked and disbelieved Kang Hyun's post. At the same time, at home, Kang Hyun, the poster, roared in anger. These bastards, I went to the trouble of sharing the best secret strategy. Kang Ah-hyun had just arrived home, frowning as she asked, what are you yelling about so loudly again? Kang Hyun quickly explained, I revealed the strategy, but they don't believe me. His sister shook her head in exasperation, leaving Kang Hyun stunned when she called him a nosy old man. He poked his head out the door and declared confidently, just you wait. Once I clear stage 8, I'll be the third person in Korea to graduate from the tutorial. Kang Hyun continued to fantasize about standing alongside legendary figures like Han Se-yeon or Choi Dong-woo. Kang Ah-hyun simply pursed her lips in silence, completely unconvinced by her brother's words. Standing alongside who? She thought. But Kang Hyun dismissed her. Shut up. I cleared stages 6 and 7 in one go too. Time passed, and the sun gradually set. Night fell, signaling an imminent change. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared. Welcome Kang Hyun. You have completed tutorial stage 7. The system continued with an invitation. Would you like to proceed to the final stage 8? Stage 6, Reward. Bill Gaines' longsword, a B-rank weapon imbued with evil energy. Stage 7, Reward. Ronald's armor, a B-rank armor set with self-healing capabilities. Kang Hyun calculated silently that he only needed to clear Stage 8 to bring the items out into the real world. The system announced that he had completed Stage 7. He was confident that it wouldn't take him more than a week to conquer the next challenge. Stage 8 officially began. Suddenly, a strange question appeared before Kang Hyun. What is your conviction? Standing in the void, he looked bewildered at the question. Conviction? Kang Hyun fell silent, trying to understand the meaning of this challenge. Suddenly, a feeling of unease washed over him, startling him. What the hell is happening? He panicked as the surrounding space began to crack. The ground beneath his feet shattered, causing Kang Hyun to stumble. He let out a shout and fell backward. No! He screamed desperately as he fell straight into the shattering void. Kang Hyun's figure grew smaller, swallowed by the endless darkness. Everything plunged into a chaotic, hazy mess. Amidst the silence, his eyes remained tightly shut. Kang Hyun woke up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was stunned to realize he was standing barefoot in the middle of a bustling street. Kang Hyun wondered blankly where he was as a woman walked past. He froze when she walked straight through him. She walked through me? Am I invisible? Kang Hyun wondered internally. He looked up at the skyscrapers, pondering. This is the first time I've seen a city in the tutorial. Could this be Earth? His gaze stopped on a couple approaching, sensing that something was wrong. No, he muttered. Those people. As they got closer, Kang Hyun realized in horror that they were not human. Everywhere, the office workers also bore monstrous forms. Even a mother holding her daughter's hand were disguised creatures. Kang Hyun stood isolated in the crowd, completely invisible to the world around him. He squinted, observing, trying to make sense of this strange scene. Suddenly, a creature wearing a yellow jacket stopped dead, staring straight at him in astonishment. He's staring at me. Can he see me? Kang Hyun was confused. The creature's glowing yellow eyes reflected sheer panic. But then, Kang Hyun realized something. No, that's not it. The horrifying truth emerged. They weren't looking at him, but at the hell gate opening behind him. The creatures on the street began to panic and scatter wildly. Terrified screams echoed everywhere as their disguises gradually vanished. From the sky, a gigantic army of monsters was pouring down onto the city. Kang Hyun recognized a few familiar monster types in the chaotic horde. Kang Hyun thought to himself, surrounded by monsters he had never seen before. He realized the scale of this invasion was on a completely different level than anything he had experienced. The chaotic scene, filled with all sorts of hideous creatures, was nothing short of a legendary apocalypse. A system notification appeared, counting down to the day of complete connection with another dimension, making Kang Hyun wonder in horror if this was Earth 5 years in the future. He stood alone on the wide road, surrounded by the shadows of countless monsters. Suddenly, Kang Hyun sensed another presence and turned around. He looked up at the sky, with eyes full of vigilance and anxiety. Towering among the skyscrapers was a colossal energy entity, radiating a destructive aura. The monster swooped down, carrying the power to flatten the entire city. Kang Hyun screamed in despair as the ground monsters rushed in from all sides. Nevertheless, he took a defensive stance, preparing for a hopeless battle. Just then, his body began to glitch and dissolve like a corrupted film reel. The scene vanished, leaving only Kang Hyun standing in an endless white void. He asked himself in shock, what was that thing? Was it a monster too? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed, asking him how he felt. Kang Hyun found himself floating in a dark space, facing a gigantic entity of light. He slowly landed, stammering a question about the identity of the majestic creature. Are you a god? Or something similar? He asked, his voice filled with awe. The entity of light gave a brief answer, no. It explained that it was a form of spatial administrator, which confused Kang Hyun even further. This stage is a personal interview with me, the light entity declared. Feel free to ask anything. Kang Hyun didn't hesitate, immediately bringing up the horrific scene he had just witnessed. He questioned, "Will Earth turn into a monster-filled battlefield like that in 5 years?" The entity replied vaguely, "That depends on what you all do from now on." "I don't understand," Kang Hyun retorted. "If you're so great, why don't you stop it yourself?" "I am merely an administrator, not a guardian," it explained. "I only maintain balance." It asserted that providing the status window and the tutorial stages was the limit of its capabilities. "Now, it's my turn to ask you." The entity suddenly changed the subject, leaving Kang Hyun slightly confused. It posed a philosophical question. "Kang Hyun, what conviction has guided you, and what have you lived for?" "What kind of bullshit is this now?" Kang Hyun muttered, but still asked skeptically, "Why are you asking that?" The entity revealed that observing humans had piqued its curiosity, especially mankind. Kang Hyun sneered. "Observing? Curiosity? That sounds annoying. You clearly haven't observed enough." The light entity only responded with silence. He explained bluntly that ordinary people are just struggling to survive the day and find a little happiness. When asked if he wanted to protect anyone, Kang Hyun stated firmly, "My sister and my parents. I have to protect my family." "Have you ever thought about becoming a hero?" The entity's next question stunned Kang Hyun. He gave a wry laugh. "After dying a few times, I know my place. That cool but exhausting job isn't for me. Heroes require innate talent," the entity judged, "and you, Kang Hyun, are closer to the untalented type." But then it added, "Personally, I'm a fan of yours. Watching you conquer the tutorial stages has been truly fun and exciting." Kang Hyun realized in horror, "Fun? Is the future of Earth in the hands of a sadistic administrator?" Kang Hyun pressed the administrator. "Hey, for the 5th stage, the one focused on intelligence, does the mission change every time?" The light entity hovered, silent in response to his question. Suddenly, it declared, "Time's up. I had fun, Kang Hyun." Kang Hyun was stunned by the announcement of Stage 8 completion. "The tutorial was just a facade," the entity continued as an invisible force began pulling Kang Hyun away. "Many more challenges await you." Kang Hyun desperately reached out. "Wait, so the 5th stage was your doing?" While the entity expressed its belief that he would save the world. "Congratulations on graduating the tutorial," the voice echoed as Kang Hyun yelled in frustration. "Hey, you bastard!" He vanished in a flash of light, leaving the light entity alone. It hovered in the endless void. Its final message resonated. "I will look forward to it, Kang Hyun." 2 notification windows appeared. Kang Hyun was the 62nd person to graduate and receive the title Tutorial Graduate. His angry shouts still echoed. "Just as I suspected. Stage 5 was your doing, wasn't it? Hey!" Suddenly, Kang Hyun found himself thrashing violently on a bed, his mouth covered, unable to speak. He bolted upright, spitting a white object out of his mouth in confusion. Kang Hyun looked at the sock in his hand with disgust, then looked up to see his sister, Kang Ah-hyun, watching him with her arms crossed, saying, "You're awake." She explained, "I figured you'd scream, so I gagged you beforehand." He grumbled, "But did you really have to use a sock?" Kang Ah-hyun smirked. "You failed again, didn't you? Look at your face. How long will it take this time?" In response to the teasing, Kang Hyun merely gave a confident smirk. "Status window," he shouted, and a brilliant purple screen appeared, surprising Kang Ah-hyun. He boasted triumphantly, "See, the power of your big brother. Now I'm an awakened person too." But she replied flatly, "No, I don't see anything." Kang Ah-hyun waved her hand. "Good for you. Now go earn some money. I made you breakfast as a special reward." Kang Hyun sulked, teasing his sister. "At least congratulate me, you cold-blooded woman. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend." Immediately, a spatula flew straight toward his face. In the kitchen, everything was neatly tidied up. Kang Ah-hyun announced, "I'm leaving now," while Kang Hyun remained glued to the system window. Once alone, he began thoughtfully examining the rewards. He muttered about the tutorial graduate title, thinking the effect of adding 2 points to all stats was a bit meager. Suddenly, Kang Hyun noticed a strange detail on his status window. He wondered if the effects of titles could stack. A system notification appeared, explaining that only the equipped title exerted 100% of its effect, while the others were reduced to 50%. Understanding the situation, Kang Hyun decided to apply the tutorial graduate title to optimize his power. With a wicked smile, he turned his attention to a box, whispering that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Inside the box was an ancient book, radiating a mystical purple, magical aura. He excitedly showed that this was the mysterious item received after defeating the hobgoblin. Kang Hyun held the book tightly, commanding it to reveal its true nature. The information appeared. It was the skill book, Magic Burst, Rank E. Kang Hyun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes when he realized the item's value. He hugged the book tightly to his chest, his entire body trembling with extreme joy. After 4 months of training, Kang Hyun had finally mastered the art of silent celebration. Faced with the system's prompt to learn the skill, he didn't hesitate, screaming in his mind, "Learn it, damn it!" A notification appeared, confirming that he had learned the skill, Magic Burst. The skill book dissolved into brilliant golden light, completely merging into Kang Hyun's body. Perfect, he smiled contentedly. Loot collection complete. Clenching his hand, which still pulsed with energy, Kang Hyun decided his next move. He decided he would apply to the Awakened Ability Training School. Meanwhile, in a city district, a new character appeared. The woman was An Myung, a newly appointed civil servant. Her first assignment was at that very school, which certified those who had completed the tutorial. An Myung was proud of the nation's advanced training system, which was built upon an existing foundation. She dreamed of witnessing these rookies become the heroes of the future. Or at least that's what I thought a few hours ago, she muttered, her voice heavy with exhaustion. The harsh reality was that overwhelming desk work had left An Myung completely drained. Slumped over her desk, she looked up with teary eyes as someone approached. Standing before her was Kang Hyun, radiating terrifying killing intent, and she timidly requested to see his ID. However, the ID photo showed a completely different Kang Hyun, gentle and innocent. What? Kang Hyun frowned, perplexed by her reaction. The stark contrast startled An Myung, filling her with dread. She burst into sobs, leaving Kang Hyun utterly confused. Why are you doing this to me? Wait, is something wrong? He awkwardly waved his hands, trying to clear things up. The murmurs from the surrounding crowd made Kang Hyun glance over nervously. Everyone began gossiping, assuming he had intimidated the girl and made her cry. The curious crowd began to whisper, one person even raising a phone to record the scene. Misunderstood, Kang Hyun frantically protested. Hold on, I didn't do anything. He turned around in frustration as a calm voice rang out, asking if there was a problem. A man in a sharp suit stepped forward, who was recognized as the instructor Kim Il-hyun. Kim Il-hyun narrowed his eyes, observing the chaotic situation before him. Kang Hyun was startled, finding the man's voice somewhat familiar. Both simultaneously realized the other looked familiar, and their voices were not unfamiliar. Kim Il-hyun requested to see the file, and An Myung timidly handed it over. After reading the name Kang Hyun, Kim Il-hyun looked up to compare, commenting, "You look quite different from your photo, don't you? My appearance changed because of a skill. I swear it's really me," Kang Hyun quickly explained. He even offered a fingerprint or DNA test, which surprised Kim Il-hyun. When questioned, Kang Hyun admitted he had completed the 5th tutorial stage, but intentionally understated it to avoid drawing attention. Kim Il-hyun continued to question the suspicious level 12, making Kang Hyun secretly lament that even after having it, the level was still too high. He vaguely claimed he had entered dungeons a few times before the law was enacted, and was then asked about his unique ability, Man's Strength. Kang Hyun cheerfully explained that it was a skill that temporarily doubled his strength. "Thank you, for your cooperation. There's just one last thing," Kim Il-hyun said, leading him away, much to Kang Hyun's annoyance. The instructor explained the rewards received after completing tutorial stages 3 through 5. Now, I need to see all those rewards, Kim Il-hyun stated as his final requirement. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth, secretly cursing his opponent's meticulousness, then agreed, "Fine, here is the skill I received in stage 3. He ground his teeth, concentrating his energy to activate his skill. Kim Il-hyun was startled by Kang Hyun's sudden action. Drops of fresh blood began to splatter onto the floor. Before the stunned eyes of the instructor, Kang Hyun used a sharp piece of paper to slice a deep gash into his arm. The wound on his bulging bicep immediately spurted blood, but immediately after, a stream of purple energy enveloped the cut, pulling the two edges of the skin back together at a terrifying speed. Kim Il-hyun adjusted his glasses, muttering that he recognized it as a self-regeneration skill. Kang Hyun continued, "And in stage 4, it's this ring. As for stage 5, oh right, I converted giant strength into human strength. It instills fear with a scream. Can I use it here?" Kim Il-hyun agreed, and Kang Hyun prepared to unleash the ability. In the crowd, a young man with ash blonde hair and numerous facial piercings squinted, observing. He stared intently at Kang Hyun, seemingly recognizing something familiar. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, that guy? A memory of a glitchy video resurfaced, showing the person fighting goblins, titled The Goblin Killer of Gyeonwudong. The blonde young man looked up sharply, his face filled with astonishment as he realized Kang Hyun's true identity. His large companion standing nearby, noticing his strange reaction, grabbed his head. At that moment, Kang Hyun roared, releasing an invisible wave of pressure that swept through the hall. "What the hell is that?" a man in the crowd yelled, clutching his aching ears. Kim Il-hyun was no exception. He quickly covered his ears, struggling to maintain a calm expression. Sweat poured down his face. The instructor's panicked eyes could not hide his shock at this terrifying power. Kang Hyun smiled smugly, raised the ring, and asked, "Is that enough?" From behind, a pierced young man muttered, "That's enough," while Kim Il-hyun directed Kang Hyun toward the next building. The pierced young man let out a breath of amusement. A meaningful smirk appeared on his face. Kang Hyun recalled, "I was almost rejected because I looked different from my ID photo. But after I let out a roar, I ended up drawing attention." Now, in the auditorium, murmurs spread as people recognized him. Hearing the chatter, Kang Hyun thought gloomily, "Looks like I really made a bad impression. Whatever, I don't care." In another row, the pierced young man was still silently observing Kang Hyun. Just then, Kim Il-hyun stepped onto the podium. "Thank you for waiting." He introduced himself clearly. "I am Kim Il-hyun, and I will be in charge of training at the Seongnam branch of the Awakens Training School. It's a pleasure to meet you all." The entire class, including Kang Hyun, applauded half-heartedly. Kim Il-hyun began the briefing. The training course will last 10 days, consisting of theory in the morning and practical exercises in the afternoon. He continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the world has only changed for less than half a year. Every day, new information about dungeons and monsters floods in, causing tactics and strategies to constantly evolve." Kim Il-hyun emphasized, "In other words, what you are about to learn is not the absolute answer," causing Kang Hyun to think to himself, "He's already saying discouraging things right at the start. Therefore, I will only teach the essentials necessary for your survival. I look forward to working with you all over the next 10 days. Kim Il-hyun concluded his speech. "We will end the first session here. Everyone take a 10-minute break." The auditorium began to buzz, and the trainees stood up and moved around. Kang Hyun leaned back in his chair, thinking miserably, "This is as boring as reserve military training. I have to do this for 10 days? He looked up at the ceiling with an expression of extreme boredom. Amidst the atmosphere of boredom, a muscular hand reached out. "My name is Kwak Soo-il," the muscular man introduced himself. "Shake hands." He approached Kang Hyun, who was still sitting silently. "What's wrong with this muscle maniac?" Kang Hyun thought to himself. He reluctantly shook hands, replying, "I am Kang Hyun." Kwak Soo-il gave a meaningful smirk. Kang Hyun's eyes turned sharp and cold. I look forward to learning from you, Kwak Su-il said, starting to squeeze Kong Hyun's hand tightly. He thought smugly, he fell for it. With this kind of guy, it's best to put him in his place right from the start. Kwak Su-il recalled the earlier commotion, secretly annoyed. I hated him the moment he caused trouble. Suddenly, his smug expression froze. He realized in shock that his hand couldn't move. What the hell? How can this guy withstand this? Kang Hyun quietly muttered, giant strength. A system notification appeared. Giant strength has been activated. This B-rank skill reinforces muscles with magic power, adding 12 strength points for 10 minutes. Immediately, the tables turned as Kang Hyun squeezed Kwak Su-il's hand back. I'm losing a test of strength? Kwak Su-il sweated. Me, who poured all my points into strength. He panicked even more when he saw everyone around him whispering. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Kwak Su-il strained, pouring all his strength into his arm, his veins bulging intensely. A powerful surge of energy erupted from their handshake. A dry pop sound echoed as blood and flesh exploded. Kwak Su-il froze, staring in horror at his mangled arm. Kang Hyun was equally stunned, only managing to utter, "Huh?" Amidst the class's silence, Kwak Su-il collapsed onto the desk, while the ash-blonde young man watched with shining eyes. The ash-blonde young man's face stretched into a sick smile. He was clearly enjoying the spectacle. Fresh blood splattered across the floor, evidence of a brutal outcome. Piercing screams began to echo throughout the building. Immediately afterward, the blaring sirens of an ambulance echoed from afar. In the instruction room, Kang Hyun tried to explain. It's true. That beefy guy shook my hand first, and then he just spontaneously exploded. You expect me to believe that? He scratched his head in frustration. Ugh, I'm going crazy. He insisted. It's a good thing my unique ability, giant strength, increased my power by 1.5 times. Otherwise, I would have been injured. The instructor, Kim E-hyun, silently listened to Kang Hyun's suggestion to check the security camera footage. Kim E-hyun suddenly asked, "Didn't you say your unique ability was called man strength?" He continued, "And that it increased your strength by 2 times, not 1.5 times. Which made Kang Hyun give an awkward, forced laugh. Maybe I just got confused because I'm bad at math. Kang Hyun hedged, but Kim E-hyun looked at him with eyes full of suspicion. Kim E-hyun let out a weary sigh. I understand. For now. You may return to class, he said, allowing Kang Hyun to leave. Returning to his seat, Kang Hyun sighed in relief. Phew, I'm already exhausted on the first day. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from beside him. Hello? The ash-blonde young man with the mysterious smile was already sitting there. May I sit next to you? Kang Hyun reluctantly agreed, thinking to himself, after that muscle pig, now I have to deal with a thug? The ash-blonde young man extended his hand. He was An Yuseong, and Kang Hyun introduced himself as well. And Yuseong grinned, suggesting he call Kang Hyun Hyung, and boasting that he was only 18 but had already completed the tutorial. Kang Hyun was surprised when An Yuseong also told him to speak informally, even though he clearly looked older. And Yuseong suddenly asked directly, How did you do that just now? Forcing Kang Hyun to pretend he didn't understand. That guy's arm exploded. I can't believe it. Was that a skill? And Yuseong exclaimed excitedly, making Kang Hyun realize this guy was no pushover either. As Kang Hyun was trying to explain, the instructor Kim E-hyun walked in, asking the class to settle down to begin the second lesson. Kim E-hyun held the remote control, announcing that he would only focus on the main points due to the recent delay. He began his lecture, stating that dungeons are currently divided into 2 types, regular dungeons and incomplete dungeons. Regular dungeons are the most common type, usually opening after 4 weeks and spilling monsters out. Incomplete dungeons, however, have unpredictable opening times, requiring constant vigilance. Kim E-hyun continued, listing 2 methods to prevent a dungeon from opening. One is to destroy the main core, to clear the dungeon, and the second is to periodically eliminate regular cores to delay it. He emphasized that the order of attacking the cores was crucial, then suddenly paused. Another muscular student abruptly stood up and yelled, "Do we need anything else to deal with monsters? Did you think I came here to listen to this useless lecture?" Kang Hyun sighed wearily, thinking that these muscle fanatics were truly a problem. An attendant tried to intervene and warn the student, but Kim Il-hyun raised his hand, signaling that he would handle it. "Student, please come down here," Kim Il-hyun said calmly, making the muscular guy freeze. He repeated sharply, "I told you to come down here. If you don't want to come down." Kim Il-hyun narrowed his eyes, his voice turning cold. "Then I'll have to come up." The muscular student sneered, "Ha, so you have some pride after all?" He stepped down from the podium, facing the instructor and challenging him. "I'm down. What are you going to do?" Kim Il-hyun simply raised his phone, stating the condition coldly. "1 minute," he explained. "Starting now, I will only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute. If you manage to graze me, I will let you graduate immediately." With sharp eyes, Kim Il-hyun presented the other side of the bet. "But if you fail, you will be expelled. Do you want to do it?" From the audience seats, and Yusong whispered to Kang Hyun, "This second muscle guy is really arrogant. It's kind of annoying." But then both of them smirked with amusement, and An Yuseong continued, "But it looks fun, so I guess it's fine." In the middle of the lecture hall, Kim Il-hyun repeated the challenge, an agreement where the reward was immediate graduation. The muscular student was stunned by the humiliating offer. "Do you want to do it?" He gritted his teeth and growled, "What do you take me for?" A brilliant purple system screen lit up. The student summoned an energy sword and sneered, "Are you sure you won't regret this?" A worried attendant rushed over. "Instructor, even so, that's a real sword?" But Kim Il-hyun simply replied calmly, "It's fine." Kim Il-hyun lightly adjusted his glasses, his eyes icy, provoking. "Come on." The student roared, his killing intent exploding. "To the ends of the earth." "How so, Spursabdra?" "I'm coming." He charged straight forward. The student's imposing physique shot toward Kim Il-hyun, but his devastating kick was blocked by Kim Il-hyun with just one arm. Kim Il-hyun calmly lectured, "Pre-announced attacks are meaningless. The element of surprise is the core of a strike." The student fell flat, panting in utter astonishment. Kim Il-hyun easily used his forearm to block the muscular student's blazing slash. He calmly explained, "The problem lies in unnecessary movements. The enemy won't wait for you." The student gasped, grinding his teeth in resentment. "Just swinging the sword isn't enough," Kim Il-hyun said, as his after-images slipped past the desperate attacks. "You must observe. You must understand every movement of your opponent." Unable to bear the humiliation, the student roared, "That's enough." He charged wildly, shouting, "Damn it!" Kim Il-hyun simply leaned back, effortlessly dodging the critical blow. "Attacking with all your strength creates a bigger opening." He continued his lecture, and more importantly, Kim Il-hyun lifted his foot, preparing to counterattack. A lightning-fast spinning kick landed squarely on the student's face. The sword flew out, embedding itself deep into the wall behind him. Standing on the desk, Kim Il-hyun looked down at the defeated student. "You will quickly run out of energy." He raised his phone, announcing coldly, "1 minute, time's up." The entire class held its breath, completely stunned by the display of power. Kang Hyun thought to himself, this scene was like a professional fighter toying with an amateur. But the opponent is an awakened person. Is the difference among superhumans really this vast? His eyes shone sharply, analyzing every detail of the fight. That reaction speed, even I would have trouble keeping up. Kang Hyun closed his eyes, engraving this valuable lesson into his mind. Kang Hyun laughed maniacally, shouting that he wanted to fight Kim Il-hyun. His eyes flashed with aggression, eager to confront a strong opponent. People around them whispered about An Yuseong's extreme expression, wondering if he was a psychopath. Kang Hyun secretly regretted letting An Yuseong sit next to him, worried that others would associate him with this eccentric person. In the afternoon, the trainees gathered on the field to begin the practical training session. Instructor Kim Il-hyun announced that the topic for today's session was weapon usage techniques and asked everyone to collect their gear in turn. He explained that they would practice on their own first, and then the teaching assistants would go around correcting mistakes, as there weren't enough staff to coach everyone individually. Kang Hyun picked up the sword, thinking to himself that this training session was incredibly boring. Another trainee approached and suggested, "Hey man, practice is dull. Want to spar?" Which immediately piqued Kang Hyun's interest. But their intentions were immediately squashed when Kim Il-hyun reminded them that sparring was prohibited until the 6th day of the training course. The sounds of practice shouts began to echo across the field. The trainees dispersed, each finding a spot, and began swinging basic sword strikes. While everyone else was enthusiastically shouting, Kang Hyun just stood still and observed. He silently assessed, "I didn't expect the average skill level to be this low. I don't really need to practice. I guess I'll swing a few times just to stretch," he thought, then stretched his shoulders. Kang Hyun gripped the hilt of the sword, ready to begin. He moved as fast as a whirlwind, unleashing a complex sequence of strikes and Italian techniques so rapid they created after-images. Suddenly, the tip of Kang Hyun's sword stopped, just a few centimeters from Kim Il-hyun's face. The instructor was speechless, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. Kang Hyun continued his practice, leaving Kim Il-hyun standing motionless, observing every perfect movement. A teaching assistant spoke up to admonish Kang Hyun. "Trainee, you shouldn't do that." Kim Sung-han crossed his arms, criticizing Kang Hyun's posture as flashy and useless in real combat. Kang Hyun's expression immediately darkened with annoyance. He thought to himself, "What the hell is this teaching assistant rambling about?" As the man continued his lecture on practical application in dungeons, without warning, Kang Hyun grabbed Kim Sung-han by the collar. With blood-red eyes full of killing intent, he growled, "You think you're good at fighting? Let's have a go then." But then Kang Hyun suddenly let go, scoffing and dismissing the matter because he found it bothersome. He called the teaching assistant by name. "Teaching assistant Kim Sung-han, hold on a moment." Kim Sung-han turned back in surprise, realizing instructor Kim Il-hyun had been standing there the whole time. Kim Il-hyun clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He announced that there would be an exhibition match between Kang Hyun and the teaching assistant. Kang Hyun merely smirked, while Kim Sung-han was completely stunned. Kim Il-hyun laid down the rules. Kim Sung-han would follow instructions. Kang Hyun would swing his sword as usual, and both would only use a single move. The teaching assistant asked again in confusion, while behind his back, Kang Hyun wore a look of arrogant confidence. Kim Il-hyun decisively gave the command. "All right, let's begin." The countdown began, with Kang Hyun's confident smile on one side and Kim Sung-han's tense expression on the other. 3! Kang Hyun shot into the air, launching a tempestuous attack. He poured all his strength into the slash, his eyes glowing with a stream of blue energy. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying, and Kim Sung-han horrifyingly realized his opponent's unbelievable power. The teaching assistant's hands trembled violently as he struggled to defend against the tremendous pressure from Kang Hyun's sword. With a single strike, Kang Hyun completely overwhelmed him, leaving teaching assistant Kim Sung-han stunned and unable to react. The terrifying impact force sent Kim Sung-han's sword flying into the air. The teaching assistant fell back onto the ground, utterly defeated by Kang Hyun's power. His sword plunged into the ground, marking the end of the exhibition match. The entire training ground fell silent. The other trainees were all stunned by the swift result. Instructor Kim Il-hyun broke the silence, explaining that weapon skills are meant to prepare for real combat. He emphasized that the most important thing is the ability to react in the moment, just as Kang Hyun had demonstrated. Kim Il-hyun suggested that everyone give a round of applause for the excellent performance by both participants. Kang Hyun wore a self-satisfied smile, while Kim Sung-han awkwardly stood up after his defeat. Kim Il-hyun stepped forward, offered his hand, and sincerely apologized to the teaching assistant for forcing him into an unpleasant role. Kim Sung-han hesitantly shook his hand, admitting that he had learned a lot thanks to the experience. The instructor continued, saying that although it was a bit sudden, He was truly sorry about what happened. Meanwhile, An Yu-seong sidled up to strike up a conversation, which clearly annoyed Kang Hyun. Kim Il-hyun quietly observed, adjusted his glasses, and thought to himself that he just wanted to check a few things. Standing behind him, Kim Seong-han was still bewildered, unable to understand his superior's true intentions. Everything was recorded in Kang Hyun's precious training log. Day 1. He recorded that he taught a muscular guy a lesson and found An Yu-seong annoying and slightly crazy. Day 2. Kang Hyun glumly noted that everything was the same with boring lessons and decided he should keep his distance from An Yu-seong. During practice, An Yu-seong dangerously swung his greatsword, forcing Kim Seong-han to shout a warning. Day 3. An Yu-seong tried to strike up a conversation again, but Kang Hyun only responded with silence and continued training under the teaching assistant's supervision. On the 4th day, Kang Hyun listlessly took notes in class. His notebook was filled with doodles expressing his boredom. By the 5th day, the boredom peaked when he fell asleep on his desk, then stretched out flat on the floor, lying to the teaching assistant that he was meditating. Entering the 6th day, Kang Hyun slumped his face onto the desk, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. I'm so damn bored. And Yu-seong, sitting next to him, smirked and initiated. Why don't you try stirring up some trouble? Kang Hyun glanced over, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Didn't you tell me to just keep quiet and let things go? You say such trashy things so casually. And Yu-seong replied nonchalantly, while Kang Hyun remained silent with an annoyed expression. Today is the 6th day, and Yu-seong said excitedly, there will be sparring practice this afternoon. I have a feeling something fun is going to happen. He smiled meaningfully, asserting, my intuition tells me so. In the afternoon, all the trainees gathered at the arena for the anticipated sparring session. During one match, a ponytail-haired trainee had his weapon knocked away before he could even cry out in pain. He fell backward onto the floor, completely helpless against his opponent. Kang Hyun stood there coldly, looking down at the defeated opponent, groaning on the floor under Kim Il-hyun's supervision. Kim Il-hyun loudly declared, Trainee Kang Hyun wins. Next group, please. Amidst the crowd's applause, returning to his seat, An Yu-seong started a conversation again. You fight pretty fiercely. I even saw you take down a teaching assistant. They were just weak opponents, Kang Hyun replied. But An Yu-seong immediately mocked his sudden modesty. While observing another match, Kang Hyun thought to himself, how should I put this? It's like child's play. He crossed his arms, drawing a harsh conclusion about the general standard here and figuring that ordinary people would find it difficult to go far. Watching the other trainees enthusiastically practice, he wondered why they had to continue these pointless activities until the 8th day. On the arena floor, a trainee wearing a brown jacket frantically rushed to attack his opponent. He screamed in desperation, swinging his sword wildly. A practice match ended abruptly, with Kang Hyun and An Yu-seong watching intently from the spectator seats. The losing trainee trembled as the cold sword tip stopped right before his eyes. He opened his eyes, completely bewildered by the sudden situation. Instructor Kim Il-hyun had intervened, stopping both swords barehanded. Stop right there, Kim Il-hyun announced. The winner is trainee Kim Chang-woo. Kang Hyun clapped indifferently, thinking, that's decent. But if I have to fight, I'd rather fight that instructor, Kim Il-hyun. When Kim Il-hyun called the next group onto the floor, An Yu-seong stood up from his seat. I'm heading out, and Yu-seong told Kang Hyun, who only replied briefly, yeah, all right. A self-satisfied and meaningful smile spread across An Yu-seong's lips. Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes, silently observing his classmate, and Yu-seong confidently stepped onto the stage, ready for the match. He glanced back, thinking, I have a feeling something interesting is about to happen. Kang Hyun frowned, a bad premonition rising. He's not going to cause trouble, is he? On the stage, Kim Il-hyun announced, Trainee Lee Yuri, a mage, will be allowed to use her personal weapon instead of a training weapon. This is to compensate for the spatial disadvantage, he explained, then asked, does anyone object? And Yu-seong replied concisely, no, none. However, Kim Il-hyun wondered, I recall trainee An Yuseong's main weapon is a sword. Why is it a spiked mace now? And Yuseong winked playfully. The rules don't forbid using only one type of weapon, do they? Kim Il-hyun sighed, reluctantly accepting. Very well. He signaled for both of them to step back. I will count to 3. Then you may begin. 1, the count rang out, and Kang Hyun focused his full attention on the arena floor. 2, the referee's count echoed, and An Yuseong simply wore a confident smile. 3, as soon as the final command was shouted, Lee Yuri immediately unleashed her magic, summoning sharp crystal spears. A massive surge of purple energy shot straight toward An Yuseong. In response, he merely tightened his grip on the spiked mace, channeling a stream of dark energy into it. The magical crystal shards shattered upon impact, with an invisible force field surrounding An Yuseong. He smirked arrogantly, his eyes glowing with a mesmerizing purple hue. From the spectator seats, Kang Hyun turned, completely taken aback by this display of power. Another trainee whispered in astonishment, "This is the first time I've seen real-life magic." So, it is possible to learn magic depending on how you clear the tutorial stage? Kang Hyun thought, why didn't I see this during the weapon training? Was she trained separately? Having her attack blocked, Lee Yuri gritted her teeth. Damn it! Her wooden staff began to transform, the outer layer cracking to reveal a magical core shaped like a coiling snake. She poured all her energy into it, creating a purple crystal mass many times larger than before. The gigantic crystal mass hurtled toward An Yuseong, who remained motionless, waiting. An Yuseong's gaze sharpened, focusing intensely on the attack. Instructor Kim Il-hyun watched silently, realizing this match was far from simple. An Yuseong swung the spiked mace, which was reinforced with dark energy, high above his head. He stomped his foot hard on the floor, gathering momentum for a devastating strike. An expression of utter madness and extreme excitement appeared on An Yuseong's face. The mace was swung down at terrifying speed, leaving a streak of purple energy in the air. Kang Hyun could only utter an "oh" as he sensed something ominous was about to happen. Kang Hyun suddenly realized something unusual about An Yuseong. Not only did he block the attack, but An Yuseong also used his mace to bend the trajectory of the magic sphere. He was redirecting the attack straight toward the instructor. Kim Il-hyun froze as the massive crystal energy sphere rushed toward him. An Yuseong completed his mace swing, his crazed eyes locked onto the new target. A clang rang out. Kim Il-hyun managed to draw his weapon just in time to stop the crystal sphere. He was stunned, sweat pouring down as he realized the undisguised intent to kill. Right then, Kim Il-hyun screamed, "Student!" as he saw An Yuseong charge toward Lee Yuri. A horrific sound echoed, accompanied by splattering fresh blood. The instructor was petrified, horrified by the scene that had just unfolded. The crowd of spectators, including Kang Hyun, couldn't believe their eyes either. On the arena floor, Lee Yuri's hand lay abandoned in a pool of blood, and Yuseong stood there, covered in blood, raising his fist in triumph. His face was flushed, sporting a sickeningly satisfied smile. Amidst the chaos, Kim Il-hyun's shout echoed throughout the arena, demanding emergency medical assistance. Assistant Instructor Kim Seong-han immediately made a call, reporting the victim's open fracture. He rushed to Lee Yuri's side, trying to stop the bleeding and calm her down. Kim Il-hyun turned back, his icy gaze fixed on the perpetrator, student An Yuseong. He pointed his dagger directly at the student's face, growling, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" In his extreme rage, the blade in the instructor's hand began to emit a deadly light, and Yuseong, covered in blood, casually said, "It was just an accident during sparring, wasn't it?" Kim Il-hyun coldly retorted, "Do you think I'll believe that?" The ash-blonde young man winked defiantly, showing no remorse whatsoever. Kim Il-hyun gritted his teeth, his dagger-sharp gaze fixed on the perpetrator. "You?" Suppressing his fury, the instructor turned away and sighed. He announced a 20-minute break for the class while the medical team urgently transported Lee Yuri for emergency treatment. Kim Il-hyun ordered, "Student, follow me for a moment." and An Yuseong obediently complied. From the crowd, Kang Hyun silently observed all the developments with a thoughtful expression. His gaze lingered on the unique, glowing dagger in the instructor's hand. An image flashed in his mind. Kim Il-hyun, in full combat gear, holding twin daggers amidst a hazy battlefield. Despite the horrific incident, the sparring sessions continued for the next 2 days, and Yuseong was not expelled, but he was put under strict surveillance by the supervisors. This made the atmosphere tense. Many students preferred to give up rather than face that lunatic. Kang Hyun noticed they had even hired an on-site healer, a costly precaution, just to ensure the 8th day passed peacefully. He deliberately blocked Kim Il-hyun's path, pretending, "I was just passing by." His destination was Instructor Kim Il-hyun's office. Kang Hyun confidently burst in, flashing a bright smile. "Mr. Kim Il-hyun, the training course is almost over. Let's have a real sword fight." The instructor was speechless at the student's outrageous request. "Huh?" Kim Il-hyun slumped onto his desk, saying tiredly, "Can't you just leave me alone? This course has truly been too much to handle." Kang Hyun remained silent, looking pensive at his instructor's complaint. Then he spoke, breaking the silence. "Aren't these childish games getting boring?" In the office, Kim Il-hyun slumped onto his desk, his face clearly showing exhaustion and depletion. Kang Hyun suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Kim Il-hyun, honestly, aren't you bored too? This isn't the place for you to be sitting around looking at paperwork." He leaned down, his eyes flashing a terrifying red light, and whispered, "And we've met before, haven't we?" Kim Il-hyun peeked through his fingers, stunned by the student's cryptic assertion. His thoughts flashed back to that moment, confirming, indeed, that person was student Kang Hyun. On the training ground, Kim Il-hyun offered his thanks to Kang Hyun, while the latter secretly thought he had tricked an item out of the instructor. However, Kim Il-hyun looked up, his eyes sharp, and began his interrogation. He pointed at Kang Hyun's sword, suspicious. "You said you cleared stage 5, but isn't this the stage 6 reward?" Kang Hyun casually fabricated an excuse. "I picked it up while cleaning," causing Kim Il-hyun to mutter, "That's a good reason." Deciding not to press further, Kim Il-hyun said, "All right then," and summoned a glowing purple item. If that's the case, he raised his weapon, and purple energy began to converge. Kim Il-hyun drew his twin daggers, retorting sarcastically, "I'll also use something I picked up while cleaning." Without warning, Kim Il-hyun shot forward like an arrow, leaving a blue streak on the ground. He moved at blinding speed, transforming into a green whirlwind that enveloped Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun remained calm, his highly focused eyes tracking every movement of his opponent. A faint image of a fierce tiger briefly appeared on his sleeve, signaling the power about to be unleashed. The two collided head-on. A deafening metallic clang rang out along with a blinding flash of light. Kim Il-hyun smiled admiringly. "I thought you were purely strength-based, but your speed is truly remarkable." Kang Hyun smirked. "Only being good at one thing is a fatal weakness. Go all out. I have a recovery skill." "Then I won't hold back," Kim Il-hyun replied, as Kang Hyun stood firm, the sword in his hand beginning to gather energy. Kim Il-hyun moved like lightning, unleashing a storm of sword energy from all directions. Surrounded, Kang Hyun calmly swung his sword, blocking every fierce attack. Unbelievable physical strength. Is he blocking all these attacks? Kim Il-hyun wondered silently, astonished. "Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Now this is a proper sparring match," Kang Hyun roared, while Kim Il-hyun realized that the rumors about his recovery skill were true. "In that case, I'll attack a little harder." Kim Il-hyun decided to go all out. He lunged forward like an arrow, thinking, "I'll create an opening with unavoidable attacks." Facing the dangerous slash, Kang Hyun merely smirked, full of challenge. He used his own forearm to block the blade, fresh blood splattering everywhere, much to Kim Il-hyun's astonishment. "Ugh, I can't pull it out!" Kim Il-hyun was horrified to realize his weapon was jammed tight. "Got you!" Kang Hyun chuckled gleefully, making Kim Il-hyun realize he had intentionally wedged the blade between his two forearm bones. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Hyun delivered a devastating punch to the instructor's face. Immediately following that was a brutal headbutt that left his opponent defenseless. Kim Il-hyun was sent flying backward, his glasses knocked off his face. The talented instructor lay sprawled on the floor, while Kang Hyun stood there, holding the hilt of his broken dagger. Lying on the ground, Kim Il-hyun was stunned, a bright red bruise clearly visible on his forehead. He looked up at the ceiling, his mind blank as he admitted, "I lost." After the fierce match, an ice pack was placed on the wooden bench. The sound of a soda can opening echoed, breaking the silence. Both sat slumped on the floor, covered in injuries. Kim Il-hyun admitted, "Trainee Kang Hyun, you are truly strong." Kang Hyun replied, "Well, you're not bad yourself." Actually, this match was essentially a draw. We agreed not to use skills, but I acted as if I had used one, Kang Hyun explained, surprising Kim Il-hyun. "Is that so?" Kim Il-hyun scoffed. "Let's just say I won," then reasoned, "What can you do about a passive skill?" Kang Hyun protested bitterly. "That's unfair." The instructor smiled contentedly. "Anyway, thank you," Kim Il-hyun said. "I feel somewhat relieved of stress. Go rest for today." He called out as they separated, "Tomorrow we have dungeon exploration practice." That night, a figure wearing a black cloak silently approached the training facility gate. The stranger lifted his head, his pale white eyes gleaming in the darkness. He carefully scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was present. After confirming the area was safe, he moved toward the fence. Astonishingly, his body blurred and easily phased through the barbed wire fence. The mysterious intruder stood right in front of the dungeon gate. The doorknob clicked softly. The heavy gate began to creak open. He quickly slipped inside, into the darkness. The door slowly closed right behind him. A loud thud echoed, sealing the entrance once more. Night enveloped the dungeon area again, restoring the inherent silence. The next morning, the trainees gathered in front of the gate. Kim Il-hyun announced, "This is an F-rank dungeon, Gika's Forest." He began to explain, "The monsters here are stronger than usual, but there are two reasons this place was chosen for training." First, Kim Il-hyun raised a finger. "Aside from the monsters, there are no other threats." Second, he raised two fingers. "Geika do not live in packs, so you can handle them one by one." Kim Il-hyun announced, "More details will be explained once you enter the dungeon." Kang Hyun thought to himself, this was the first time he had truly stepped into a dungeon. Since his tutorial had already started inside one, the feeling of passing through a gate like this was strange. He felt a slight floating sensation as the group stepped through the spatial gate. And then, as the darkness dissipated, Kang Hyun opened his eyes. A completely unfamiliar scene appeared before the group, leaving everyone stunned. A vast tropical jungle stretched endlessly. This was the dungeon. Kang Hyun curiously asked in Yuseong how to return, but the latter curtly replied that it had been taught in class. Annoyed, Kang Hyun decided not to bother with the eccentric man, even as in Yuseong teased that Kang Hyun was the one who started the conversation. Kim Il-hyun gathered everyone and laid out the plan. The teaching assistant would demonstrate, and then they would hunt in groups of 5. He called out his teaching assistant's name loudly. Kim Sung-han led the way, explaining as he walked that they would lure the monsters to a clearing for easier combat. He began describing their prey, Geika, a bird-type monster over 2 meters tall and resembling an ostrich. Its characteristics included swift legs and an extremely strong beak, powerful enough to dent iron armor. Kim Sung-han explained, the basic strategy was to surround it and restrain its legs. Suddenly, a figure wearing a black cloak with pale white eyes appeared out of thin air, astonishing Kim Il-hyun. Immediately, a series of system notifications popped up. The dungeon's core had been removed, and the exit gate was open. The group of trainees, including Kang Hyun, stared in shock at the system windows appearing in front of the instructor. The system issued an urgent warning. The dungeon is about to collapse, requiring everyone to evacuate. Immediately, the dungeon space began to crack like a shattered mirror. Kim Il-hyun hastily instructed the trainees to evacuate in an orderly fashion through the teleportation gate. He reassured everyone that there was still enough time, asking them to move in single file. The group quickly moved toward the pitch-black exit gate. Upon reaching the training ground outside, the trainees were still confused, not understanding why the dungeon had collapsed. Kim Il-hyun breathed a sigh of relief after counting and confirming that all trainees had safely evacuated. While he was still wondering who had cleared the dungeon, an overseer rushed over in a panic to report the news. The entire group looked in horror toward the gate, where a chaotic stream of dark energy was pouring out. Kim Il-hyun froze, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He immediately yelled, demanding the assistant instructors call for backup and evacuate all trainees from the danger zone. The energy exploded violently, and Kim Il-hyun realized this was a dungeon break. Amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun appeared and asked about the situation, making Kim Il-hyun overjoyed. Kim Il-hyun explained that this was a dungeon break and suggested that the trainees, led by Kang Hyun, assist on the front lines. He explained that when the core is destroyed before the boss is defeated, all remaining monsters will spill out. Kim Il-hyun wondered if he hadn't learned this in theory class, and Kang Hyun awkwardly admitted that he had. Kang Hyun feigned a cough, covering up by saying he was just testing Kim Il-hyun's knowledge, leaving the instructor speechless. Putting the joke aside, Kim Il-hyun seriously stated that the Geika horde was about to pour out and that he would lead the trainees. Just then, the first Geika rushed out of the gate, letting out a piercing shriek. "Damn it, they're already here." Kim Il-hyun cursed under his breath as his plan was interrupted. Kim Il-hyun yelled, "Kang Hyun, I'm leaving it all to you," then turned tail and ran, leaving the young man stunned. Kang Hyun could only stand there, recalling the instructor's absurd advice from moments ago. He forced a smile, realizing he had been pushed into a life-or-death situation. "He expects me to handle all of them alone?" Kang Hyun muttered as he faced the ferocious Geika horde rushing toward him. "Whatever, bring it on!" he roared, deciding to charge straight into the deadly battle. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Let me play too, brother." It was An Yuseong, clutching a spiked mace radiating bloodlust. He swung the mace, smashing the head of a Geika while Kang Hyun watched. And Yuseong's face revealed a look of manic, perverse delight. The unfortunate monster only managed a single cry of pain before collapsing completely. "And Yuseong?" Kang Hyun exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. He sighed in exasperation at the appearance of this eccentric guy. "Smashing them with a mace really is the best." And Yuseong muttered in his blood frenzy. Kang Hyun grimaced in disgust at the sight. "I can't let this guy have all the fun," he thought. "I hate this situation." With that, Kang Hyun summoned his sword, ready to join the fray. Seeing this, and Yuseong gleefully thought, having a crazy bastard as a teammate is actually pretty reliable. Kang Hyun charged into the middle of the horde, swinging his sword with a confident smile. A horizontal slash tore through countless monsters, leaving An Yuseong stunned. Stopping amidst the bloody carnage, Kang Hyun coldly ordered, "An Yuseong, cover your ears." System notification. The skill Lion's Roar of Fury has been activated. Kang Hyun let out an earth-shattering roar. "You chicken-headed bastards!" And Yuseong yelled as the Geika horde became stunned, their stats and morale plummeting. Kim Il-hyun flinched, realizing something was wrong. While the other trainees were struggling, he realized that Kang Hyun's skill had created a widespread debuff effect. Kim Il-hyun thought to himself, "It looks like things will be resolved more smoothly than I expected." But the problem is, suddenly, Kang Hyun yelled, "Magic Burst!" A wave of azure magic swept across, blowing the monsters away. Kang Hyun looked at his bloodied hand, wondering what kind of skill this was, and Yuseong ran over in astonishment. "Holy crap, buddy! What was that? Magic?" "Ah, this is a skill I learned before," Kang Hyun replied, keeping the tutorial secret to himself. "More importantly, look over there, buddy!" and Yuseong shouted, making Kang Hyun widen his eyes. The ground shook violently from heavy footsteps. A pair of gigantic clawed feet stomped down heavily. A monster with dark reddish-brown feathers appeared, much larger and fiercer than its kin. It let out a piercing, threatening screech. The system confirmed its identity. Mutant Geika, a boss monster. Kim Il-hyun broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. Reinforcements haven't arrived. Even if Kang Hyun is experienced, that size is a different problem. He anxiously looked at the two trainees, thinking this was the first time they were facing a real monster. In the chaos, An Yu-seong stammered his teammate's name. That's mine. Give it to your little brother, he yelled maniacally. But Kang Hyun just growled back. Bullshit. I'm taking it. At the same time, in the luxurious office, a voice rang out. Graduation is tomorrow. Yet there was a dungeon accident today, wasn't there? Kim Il-hyun stood reporting, confirming that someone had intentionally caused the dungeon break incident, an act linked to the recent string of terrorist attacks. The woman sitting opposite him listened silently with a thoughtful expression. Were there any standout trainees? She asked, and Kim Il-hyun firmly replied, yes, there were two. He explained that those two trainees were the ones who dealt with the mutant Geika boss. The woman's lips curved into an intrigued smile. Oh? Kim Il-hyun began his analysis of Kang Hyun, a trainee who possessed strength, speed, and agility at a monstrous level. But his greatest strength was his extraordinary regeneration ability, allowing him to fight recklessly and unpredictably. The other person is completely different, Kim Il-hyun continued. He is a born genius with outstanding combat intuition. He assessed that although An Yu-seong had superior reflexes and skills, his overly cruel nature was a fatal flaw. The woman remarked that it was rare to hear Kim Il-hyun praise anyone so highly, then asked directly if he had extended a recruitment offer. Recruiting trainees while acting as an instructor is illegal, Kim Il-hyun replied, making her laugh at his rigidity. He simply smiled back. It's only natural for employees to resemble their boss's personality. Han Seon, the guild leader of the Dagon Guild, sat on the edge of the desk, her eyes sharp. She requested that he return to the guild soon, as the accident had many suspicious elements. And Kim Il-hyun silently agreed. The scene shifted to the graduation ceremony, where the principal was giving a speech, hoping the trainees would become great individuals. The graduation ceremony concludes here, he announced to resounding applause from the entire hall. A trainee clapped, while thinking to himself, is that the principal? I thought Kim Il-hyun was the boss around here. A man in a sharp suit bowed. Young master, please get in the car. Kang Hyun could only gape in astonishment. In front of him was a gleaming white limousine, making him wonder, An Yu-seong, are you some kind of rich kid? Suddenly, An Yu-seong opened the car door and invited, get in, I'll take you home. Kang Hyun happily replied, oh, thanks then. He excitedly stepped forward, while An Yu-seong calmly stated, I've tried all kinds of cars like this. Just then, a familiar voice called Kang Hyun's name, making him turn around. The person who arrived was Kim Il-hyun. Kang Hyun grinned teasingly. Did you come to see us off, instructor? You're quite sentimental. The instructor announced that the dungeon cleanup reward would be given to both of them, and they would be contacted soon. Having said that, Kim Il-hyun turned to leave, but Kang Hyun quickly called him back. Wait, did you come all this way just to say that? He shouted humorously from behind. You should at least say thank you. You're too cold. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, stopping Kang Hyun. It was An Yu-seong. He looked directly at Kang Hyun and admitted, Kang Hyun, you are very strong. And you will probably get even stronger, he continued. But never forget the responsibilities of an awakened person. At the same time, at the Dagon Guild, Han Seon held the new identification card, confirming that Kang Hyun had officially become an awakened person. Returning home, Kang Hyun immediately stuck the card onto his forehead, his eyes burning with determination. He ran around the room, boasting, see that, Kang Ah-hyun? See your big brother's potential. His sister casually replied, yeah, amazing, so admirable. Kang Hyun confidently declared, starting tomorrow, I'm going to sweep all the dungeons. But then he suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing, as if he had noticed something unusual. His train of thought was interrupted, and sudden silence enveloped him. Back home, Kang Hyun confusedly wondered, how do I get to a dungeon? I guess I have to use the radar app. Kang Ah-hyun lay on the couch, scrolling on her phone and secretly scoffing. He could just search online. Why is he getting dumber and dumber? Finding the app. Kang Hyun muttered when he saw both monster information and the team recruitment section. Back then, the Geika Forest was only an F-rank dungeon. He confidently thought to himself, I can handle this myself. I need to earn lots of money and show mom. Time flew by, and the calendar turned to May. On TV, a news report announced the massive rewards for clearing dungeons and the increasing value of magic stones. Meanwhile, in another house, Kang Hyun's mother called her husband and asked for news about their son. She happily boasted, he just sent me 10 million won for spending money. I heard he even bought a used car last week. The father was slightly taken aback, but laughed proudly. He's earning more money than his dad now. But then, the mother's smile faded, replaced by a look of worry. I'm still so worried. What if something happens to him? The father dismissed it. Let him be. That's better than being unemployed. He continued to reassure his wife. Hyun isn't the reckless type. He'll take care of himself. The mother smiled in relief. That's true. Our Hyun has been smart since he was little. At the same time, deep within a blazing dungeon, hideous monsters were being torn apart by countless slashes. Amidst the slaughter, Kang Hyun charged in like a storm, swinging his weapon at terrifying speed. His face covered in blood, he flashed a maniacal grin and roared, "This is nothing! Come at me, all of you!" He burst into hearty laughter amidst the monster encirclement, reveling in the bloody battle. Outside the dungeon, Kang Hyun's Bentley car was quietly parked under the cover of night. Inside the car, his phone vibrated incessantly with calls from mom. At home, his mother sighed and hung up. He's not answering. He must be asleep. At home, Kang Hyun's father told his wife, "Don't wake him up unnecessarily. Call him tomorrow." His mother replied, "By the way, when you call him tomorrow, tell him about it." She added, referring to that thing that appeared in front of the supermarket. His father objected, arguing that the state would handle it, but his mother seemed to want Kang Hyun to resolve the issue himself. Meanwhile, the wooden dungeon gate in front of the supermarket began to shake violently. The gate slowly opened in the silent night. From within, the first muscular figures of the monsters began to emerge. A large, aggressive army of orc warriors flooded the streets. An orc with sharp, clawed feet stepped forward. Their savage growls echoed everywhere. A massive orc commander, wearing armor and a fur cloak, appeared, leading his minions. Elsewhere, the sky brightened after a long night. The system notification appeared. The dungeon core has been removed, and the exit gate has opened. Kang Hyun, covered in injuries, tiredly stepped out of the gate, thinking he had finished clearing it in a single day. He stretched, wondering whether he should try an E-rank dungeon, but decided caution was the better choice. Walking toward his car, he muttered that he still wasn't sure if the resurrection skill worked in the real world. He opened his car door. Sitting inside, he sighed in relief, planning to go home, get some sleep, and eat beef with Ah Hyun tomorrow. But when he picked up his phone, he froze. 36 missed calls from his sister. With a worried expression, Kang Hyun quickly called back, wondering what the hell was going on. Kang Hyun answered the phone, hearing Kang Ah Hyun's panicked voice on the other end. "Oppa, something terrible has happened." He was stunned when he heard the bad news concerning his parents. With blood still staining the back of his shirt from the previous battle, he continued to listen to the situation. On the other end of the line, Kang Ah Hyun was silent in fear. Kang Hyun's face changed color, his eyes wide with horror. Simultaneously, news reports announced a large-scale dungeon break incident in Hangray City. The military had been deployed to seal off the entire area, but the fate of the trapped civilians remained a major question mark. While guilds announced they would participate in the rescue, Kang Hyun geared up himself. Seeing her brother prepare, Kang Ah Hyun anxiously asked, "Are you really going alone?" But he simply replied, "Don't worry. Who do you think I am?" He grinned to reassure his sister. "I may look like this, but I've graduated from the tutorial. Just wait for me at home, okay?" Kang Ah-hyun could only remain silent, sweating profusely from anxiety. "Be careful, don't take unnecessary risks," she called after him as Kang Hyun resolutely left. He slammed the door shut, leaving only the instruction, "Go inside and rest." The car sped away, carrying Kang Hyun's promise. "I'll bring Mom and Dad home soon." Sitting behind the wheel, his eyes became sharp and resolute. But his path was blocked by a military checkpoint. "You cannot proceed. Please turn back." Kang Hyun immediately showed his awakened ID card. "I am an awakened person. Can't I pass?" Suddenly, an order was relayed to the guard. "Let him through." The order from above is to allow all awakened individuals to enter. The soldier warned that they would not be held responsible, and Kang Hyun just gave a mocking salute. "Understood. Thanks for your hard work." His car sped past the checkpoint, heading straight into the danger zone. On the deserted tree-lined road, a glimmer of hope was flickering. A black car sped by, carrying extreme urgency. Inside, Kang Hyun drove while updating the situation. "At least 5 dungeons have opened, including an E-rank dungeon." His eyes narrowed with worry, thinking, "I hope Mom and Dad are okay. Will I make it in time?" Just as he calculated that he would arrive in 2 hours, a giant black shadow suddenly rushed out from the edge of the forest. Kang Hyun only had time to be horrified as the windshield shattered into pieces. The giant wild boar monster rammed straight into the car with unstoppable force. The car was thrown into the air, flipping several times before crashing onto the road. With glowing red eyes, the monster stood tall, surveying its handiwork. It slowly approached the pile of scrap metal, its hooves hitting the road menacingly. Amidst the deadly silence, a hand pressed firmly against the ground. Kang Hyun scrambled out of the wrecked car, muttering, "What terrible luck." He stood up, but his rage wasn't for himself. It was for the car. "You damned pig! How dare you do that to my beloved car I just bought?" Purple energy converged in his hand, transforming into a sharp dagger. "Come at me, you bastard," Kang Hyun growled. "I'm going to avenge the Bentley." The beast let out a savage roar, accepting the challenge. With blood running down his face, Kang Hyun smirked arrogantly. "You're quite big." A horrifying memory flashed in his mind. The screams of the monsters that had once cornered him to death. Returning to reality, the giant wild boar began to charge, shaking the ground. But the screams from the past still echoed, and the image of a monster army as numerous as ants reappeared. Kang Hyun tiredly wondered if he had some past life grudge against goblins. Because he didn't have time to deal with all of them, he made a firm decision, stomping his foot to gain momentum. While running for his life, Kang Hyun turned back to provoke the wild boar. "They say the best revenge is forgiveness. I'm heading out first," he shouted back loudly. "Have fun," then plunged straight into the woods. The giant wild boar let out a furious roar and chased relentlessly. Suddenly, a rain of arrows shot violently forward from the dense forest. The monster was hit and roared in pain, exactly as Kang Hyun had calculated regarding a goblin ambush. Hiding behind a tree, he smirked to himself. That's right, if you want to fight, deal with each other. Once the two enemies were engaged, Kang Hyun immediately fled, telling himself he couldn't waste time on unnecessary things. Night fell, the star-filled sky signaling a long journey ahead. Kang Hyun panted, dragging himself alone through the dark forest. He looked at his cracked phone, realizing he couldn't reach his destination that day and didn't dare turn on the flashlight to save battery. Kang Hyun sighed wearily, regretting choosing the shortcut instead of the main, lit road. A cold wind suddenly blew past, carrying an ominous rustling sound. He continued walking, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling. But then, Kang Hyun suddenly froze, sensing a surge of killing intent right behind him. A gray wolf monster darted out from the darkness, swinging its razor-sharp claws. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun spun around, swinging his sword to create a blinding blue streak of light. The wolf was struck directly in the face by the slash, letting out a miserable howl. In just a moment, Kang Hyun finished off the ambusher and stood firm in the silent night. Kang Hyun thought to himself, so there are stealth monsters too. Looks like I won't be getting much sleep tonight. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves echoed in the silence. Kang Hyun immediately turned around, his guard raised high. From the darkness, an entire pack of gray wolves loomed into view, surrounding him. Without hesitation, he charged straight forward, the sword in his hand flashing with blue light. A horizontal slash instantly tore through the bodies of the monsters. He continued swinging his sword, creating a bloody dance of slaughter in the night. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. After taking down the last one, Kang Hyun let out a sharp breath, his face smeared with enemy blood. He grinned maniacally, his bloodshot eyes challenging. "All right, let's see what you've got, you bastards." The night passed, and the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. The battlefield was now littered only with the corpses of the wolf pack. Kang Hyun lay sprawled on the ground, letting out a groan of exhaustion. He sat perched on a high branch, tiredly lamenting. "I couldn't sleep all night, and this bed isn't comfortable at all." His face was pensive, clearly showing the fatigue after a long night of non-stop fighting. Finally, a modern building appeared in the distance, signaling that he had reached Hangray City. Meanwhile, his mother anxiously looked at the message her son had sent, saying he would arrive the next day. Elsewhere, Kang Hyun's parents were hiding. The father quickly signaled his wife to keep quiet. "Is it okay for Hyun to come here?" the mother worriedly asked. But the father replied that they couldn't call anyone because the cell tower was down. Although he tried to reassure his wife, a sense of dread welled up in the father's heart. "I said it would be fine, but will it really be fine?" In their hiding spot, Kang Hyun's father thought about the orcs, initially believing they were just weak monsters from an F-rank dungeon. But he worried, sweat beading on his forehead. His fear peaked as a terrifying vision flashed through his mind. He wondered if his son could defeat the monsters and wipe out all the orcs. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun flashed a crazy smile, calling the orcs just a warm-up, and announced his return to his parents. Standing amidst a battlefield full of orc corpses, he confidently declared that dealing with dozens of these monsters was trivial. When another squad of orcs appeared, he remained calm, thinking that no matter how many showed up, they wouldn't tire him out. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, noticing something unusual about the new enemies. 3 orc warriors, identified by the system as boss-level monsters, were blocking his path. "Damn it," Kang Hyun muttered. "Could this be an E-rank dungeon?" He looked up and shouted toward the building. "Dad, Mom, I'm here to get you. Just stay put and don't make any noise." Hearing the familiar voice, both parents were startled and terrified, the father stammering his son's name. The mother peeked outside, stunned, wondering, "Is that really Hyun? What the hell happened in the last few months?" Ignoring everything, the 3 orc warriors roared and charged furiously toward Kang Hyun. One of them let out a savage bellow, swinging its massive battle axe. Kang Hyun maintained a cold expression, focusing intensely on the incoming attack. With a clean sword stroke, he easily blocked the orc's devastating overhead chop. The monster froze as a mysterious glowing cube pierced through its chest. Giving the opponent no time to rest, Kang Hyun immediately lunged forward to counterattack. Kang Hyun used his sword to block the orc's devastating axe chop. A blue energy sphere began to form in his palm. He unleashed a destructive torrent of magic power, blowing away everything in its path. Surrounded by enemies, Kang Hyun stood tall next to the corpse of a recently defeated orc. He skillfully dodged, avoiding the furious charge of another orc. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun swung his sword in retaliation, confronting 2 enemies simultaneously. Suddenly, a bony hand emerged from nowhere, gripping his arm tightly. Kang Hyun let out a low growl of annoyance as he felt the crushing grip. An entire skeleton rose from the ground, using its full weight to pin him down. Restrained, Kang Hyun strained desperately against the hold. The orcs roared savagely, seizing the golden opportunity to rush in. Even while held fast, a sharp swing of his sword still dispatched one orc. Another orc collapsed, dying in utter astonishment at the prey's resistance. Kang Hyun furiously threw a punch straight into the face of the stunned monster. Crushing the enemy to the ground, he placed his hand on its head, muttering, "Magic." He yelled as the energy violently erupted. The orc's head exploded into pieces in a bloody magical blast. Fresh blood from the monsters splattered across the ground. Kang Hyun's blood-soaked hand slowly clenched, signaling that the slaughter was far from over. Kang Hyun gasped for breath, sitting atop the corpse of a recently defeated orc warrior. His blood-streaked face was expressionless. Only deadly silence remained. He looked up and cursed when he realized he was surrounded by a sea of orcs. The orc warriors snarled, drooling profusely, and charged simultaneously. The system continuously popped up, confirming the monster's identity as Orc Warrior. Suddenly, a colossal, dark figure strode forward, causing the ground to tremble. Kang Hyun flinched, sensing a completely different kind of pressure. An abnormally large orc, fully clad in armor, appeared among the horde. The system confirmed this leader was an orc general. Kang Hyun stood up, giving a provocative smirk. "Ha ha! You're the leader? You look fucking hideous." He decided not to hold back anymore. "I tried to save my magic power for recovery, but..." Giant strength. Kang Hyun's muscles coiled and swelled as the power was unleashed. He took a deep breath, concentrating energy for the upcoming attack. The system notification appeared. Lion's Roar of Fury has been activated. With a maniacal expression, Kang Hyun roared, "Let's see what you can do, you damn bastard!" The terrifying sound wave struck the orc general directly, distorting his face and causing fresh blood to spray out. The orc leader staggered back, completely stunned by the sudden attack. But the price was high. Kang Hyun was also exhausted, collapsing to his knees. Seizing the opportunity, the orc warriors immediately swarmed in, overwhelming and capturing him. Facing the orc general, Kang Hyun thought to himself, "This bastard." A devastating punch to the face made him realize the general was completely playing with me. The orc general delivered a brutal blow, smashing straight into Kang Hyun. He fell heavily to the ground in agony. Kang Hyun desperately thought that his body was no longer regenerating, and he wasn't even sure if he could resurrect again. But then, he clenched his bloody hand, refusing to give up. Despite his injuries, Kang Hyun stumbled back to his feet, facing the enemy. He roared a challenge. "I can't back down when my family is right behind me. Come at me, you bastard." The orc general was slightly startled by his tenacious will. He let out a roar, signaling the entire orc horde. Suddenly, Kang Hyun turned back in horror, exclaiming, "Mom!" 2 orcs were climbing the drainpipe, heading straight for the window where his parents were hiding. Kang Hyun froze, whispering in utter terror. "No." He screamed in desperation. "You can't go there, you goddamn bastards." Draining his last bit of strength, Kang Hyun lunged toward the building. But the orc warriors were faster. They rushed in and pinned him down, even while overwhelmed. Kang Hyun swung his sword, slashing wildly. Finally, an orc hand clamped down on him, extinguishing all hope. Pinned to the ground, Kang Hyun could only stare in despair. The orc general delivered a crushing stomp, annihilating all resistance. "No, you can't go there!" He screamed in his mind as his body became completely powerless. Kang Hyun's blood-soaked hand trembled in his final efforts. The image of the building where his parents were in danger faded from his sight, and then Kang Hyun's consciousness sank into eternal darkness. Suddenly, brilliant golden slashes tore through the night, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. A black-haired female warrior rushed in, easily striking down an orc warrior. She unleashed a powerful attack, sweeping away the enemies in her path. After clearing out the last of the monsters, she landed on the ground. A team member ran up to report. "Guild leader." The group gathered, and the black armored knight reported that they were prioritizing the evacuation of the wounded. The female guild leader mused, "The damage is immense, but thanks to the person who gathered the orcs in one place, the surrounding areas were less affected." She asked about the person who had held out alone, and received the reply that he had not survived. Kang Hyun's body lay there, amidst the pool of blood and chaos. "Handle the body with the utmost care, huh?" The female guild leader suddenly froze. To everyone's astonishment, Kang Hyun's body had vanished without a trace. Returning to the present, in a different space, a man had his eyes tightly shut. That man was Kang Hyun, and his eyes suddenly snapped open, reviving from the memory of his own death. In a quiet forest, Kang Hyun slowly opened his eyes. He woke up, his expression still dazed after a deep sleep. Realizing he was on a high branch, he wondered, did I sleep in a tree? A notification window appeared, explaining the resurrection ability. He would revive after 24 hours in the last place he had slept. Kang Hyun carefully read the terms, especially the penalty of level reduction and 50% stat decrease for 24 hours. The two words, last place, triggered a terrifying memory. His parents desperately watching an orc climb up a water pipe. He gritted his teeth, realizing that 24 hours had passed since he collapsed. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun grabbed the sword beside him. He leapt straight down from the tree, his heart burning. I have to get back there immediately. He landed firmly, ready for a race against time. As soon as he landed, he immediately gathered momentum to rush forward. But then his body froze, and a heavy sensation overwhelmed him. My body is so heavy. Is this the resurrection penalty? He muttered in pain. Despite the penalty, Kang Hyun poured all his strength into his legs and started running. He dashed through the forest, with only one prayer in his mind. Please, I hope everything is okay. The sky changed color, signaling that a long, drawn-out day had passed. After 5 hours of non-stop running, what greeted Kang Hyun was the sight of his devastated hometown. He stepped into a ruined room, once someone's home, now filled only with deadly silence. Kang Hyun's face was shrouded in shadow, despair clearly visible. After wandering all night, he finally found a military unit and borrowed a phone to call his sister, Ah Hyun. Kang Hyun recounted, "It was only then that I received news about Dad, that his arm had been amputated and Mom had fallen into a coma." He clenched the phone in his hand. The resentment and helplessness caused the screen to crack. In his memory, a news report appeared, announcing the Dagon Guild's dungeon conquest and the emergence of new threats. Kang Ah Hyun worriedly asked when she saw her brother wearing combat gear again, "Are you going into a dungeon again?" Kang Hyun simply replied, "Yeah." She desperately said, "You've died 3 times this week." But he coldly dismissed it. "I'm fine. It's not your fault. Don't carry this burden alone." Ignoring his sister's plea, Kang Hyun slammed the door shut. He silently walked down the stairs, determined to rush into danger once more. Kang Ah Hyun could only sadly watch her brothers retreating back from behind the closed door. Kang Hyun's story shifted to a dungeon where the Antria monster was screaming its last before being annihilated. Another party was fighting, led by a warrior wielding a greatsword. A blond young man in the party joyfully shouted, "Awesome! I leveled up." The whole party cheered him. "Oh, leveling up again? Congrats! You truly are our team's ace." The blond young man thought arrogantly to himself, looking down on the very teammates who were cheering him. Then he put on a kind expression and spoke courteously. "It's all thanks to you guys. I'm sure you'll catch up soon." Suddenly, the blond young man stopped, his gaze fixed deep inside the cave. "Huh? What is that?" The whole party was stunned to see a figure flash past them at terrifying speed. It was a lone warrior carrying a massive greatsword on his shoulder, charging straight ahead without hesitation. The other players panicked. "Hurry! Who goes into a dungeon alone?" The blond young man only managed to let out a startled cry. "Hey!" In front of the lone warrior, a gigantic spider-like boss monster emerged from the darkness. While the lone warrior had charged straight into the enemy lair, a worried teammate warned, "The core room is right ahead. It's extremely dangerous." The ash-blonde young man wondered, "What should we do? Should we follow him?" Then asserted, "We can't just leave him." The whole party decided to advance, only to find a pathway littered with the corpses of Antria monsters. The system confirmed their identity as Antria soldiers, a massive army. Before that, the lone warrior had faced an entire sea of monsters crawling toward him, all by himself. Hundreds of the Antria swarm's glowing red eyes focused on the sole intruder. Roaring, he activated a skill. Blue energy erupted around his body, and his eyes glowed with furious red. It was Wayne's secret, a forbidden skill that drastically boosts power but erodes the user's body. The monster swarm immediately rushed in, surrounding him from all sides in an instant. But a powerful surge of energy repelled them all, creating a deadly void. "One strike, two halves," he yelled, swinging the greatsword to create a destructive slash. With a maniacal smile, he unleashed his full power. Magic burst. Dagi Gikshep. Jao. The continuous slashes tore through space, reducing the monster swarm to fragments. When the party arrived, they were speechless at the sight of the corridor littered with enemy corpses. The ash-blonde young man and the hooded teammate could only gape in astonishment. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the back of the person who had single-handedly wiped out an entire army. The warrior thought about the Wayne's secret skill he had just acquired, looking down at his disintegrating arm. Fortunately, the intermediate physical regeneration skill had been upgraded just in time, miraculously beginning to heal the wound. The ash-blonde young man cautiously asked from behind, "You?" The warrior turned around, faced the party, and hesitantly replied, "Are you okay?" "Well, Overwhelmed, the ash-blonde young man stammered, He was still stunned, only able to utter a sound of astonishment. The brown-haired warrior turned back, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. In his hand was the dungeon's normal core, the loot he had just acquired. "If that's all, I'm leaving," he stated coldly. "Please move aside." The blonde young man quickly asked, "Hey, aren't you going to collect the magic stones from these corpses?" But only received a decisive reply. "No need, I'm leaving." As the stranger's back disappeared, the team leader cheered, "Fantastic!" while a female teammate eagerly asked, "How much money are we going to make from this haul?" But the warrior paid no mind to such things. He had only one goal. "I need to become stronger." The ash-blonde young man watched him go, still unable to comprehend the other man's actions. He wondered aloud to the team, who was that guy just now? "What's the big deal? We're making a ton of money. That's what matters." He tried to reassure them, but a female teammate still worried. "But," he waved his hand, "just let it go. There are all kinds of people in the world. The important thing is we hit the jackpot, and it's all thanks to him." Suddenly, the bald man in the team spoke up. Maybe it's him. "Someone who wants to clear the dungeon solo?" he hypothesized. But the leader dismissed it. "Come on, no way. This is an E-rank dungeon, not an F-rank." He thought to himself that clearing an E-rank dungeon alone was something even top players like Han Se-yeon or Choi Dong-woo would. The team's train of thought was cut short when the loot items in their hands simultaneously shone brightly. Two system notifications appeared. The main dungeon core has been removed, and the warp gate has opened. At the same time, deeper inside the dungeon, the corpses of the Antria monsters lay scattered in pools of blood. The lone warrior sat atop the giant boss's corpse, sighing in relief as the warp gate appeared before his eyes. He held up the most valuable loot, the skill book, Antria's Skin, which had the ability to harden the skin upon activation. Kang Hyun thought to himself that Wayne's secret and physical regeneration alone consumed almost all his mana, let alone adding this new skill. He recalled abilities tied to equipment, such as the frenzy skill of the Bilgain Greatsword. Hard-earned experience taught him that no matter how powerful an ability was, it became useless if not used at the right time. He painfully recalled that no matter how urgent the situation was, if only he hadn't lost his composure back then. Shaking his head to dismiss the regret, Kang Hyun told himself there was only one thing left to do now. That was to become stronger at any cost. With burning determination, he declared, "I will master this skill." Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, a management employee was talking to the blonde young man's group. The manager asked, "I heard recently there's a person who specializes in clearing dungeons solo, and he entered this one today." The blonde young man awkwardly replied, That wasn't us. It's just that..." Suddenly, the manager exclaimed upon seeing a figure emerge from the gate. There he is." Kang Hyun slowly stepped out from the dungeon's darkness, looking exhausted. He let out a breath. massaging his stiff neck after the battle. A sharp gaze darted sideways, revealing 3 earrings on his left earlobe. As soon as he stepped into the light, Kang Hyun was surrounded by a blinding array of camera flashes, wondering what was happening. The crowd rushed forward, shouting rapid-fire questions and guild recruitment offers. "I'm not interested in rumors or anything else." Kang Hyun brushed them off. "Move aside, you're blocking the way." The reporter, who was pushed aside, angrily yelled, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you just hit me?" Kang Hyun spun around, his face radiating killing intent. "Huh? Yeah, I hit you, so what?" Faced with the terrifying killing intent, the reporter was speechless, sweating profusely, stammering, that." The trembling reporter stuttered, I'm sorry, that." Kang Hyun coldly turned his back and walked away, ignoring the stunned crowd behind him. The crowd began to whisper, "See, he looks like he's about to beat someone up. Is he a gangster? I think he has a criminal record." He headed straight into a public parking lot. A click sound rang out as he pressed his car key. Kang Hyun muttered irritably, "Tsk, what a pain, just wasting time." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Mr. Kang Hyun?" Kang Hyun turned around, cautiously asking, "Who are you?" A man in a suit smiled and approached. "No need to be so wary. I'm here to help you, Mr. Kang Hyun." The man held out a business card. "Here." Kang Hyun took it, surprised. He read silently, "Member of the Ability Users Alliance." "Seong Yonho?" Seong Yonho explained, "We've been keeping an eye on you for a while. If you join us, we will provide you with all the necessary support." Seong Yonho continued, "I don't require an answer right away. Feel free to contact me whenever you wish." Having said that, the man politely bowed. Seong Yonho turned and left, leaving Kang Hyun standing in contemplation. Kang Hyun thought, so, the Ability Users Alliance. It was an organization established to protect the rights of empowered individuals, unlike the self-serving groups known as guilds. Later, at a convenience store, Kang Hyun ate noodles while pondering. "I've never heard of this kind of recruitment before." Well, he did say to feel free to contact him whenever I want. In the convenience store, an innocent little girl pointed at Kang Hyun, who was eating, and exclaimed, "Mommy, a monster!" After finishing the stack of instant noodle bowls, Kang Hyun let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that the biggest problem right now was his magic, as almost all his energy was being used for body regeneration. Kang Hyun was frustrated because he couldn't fully utilize the Antria outer shell or properly use his offensive skills. He decided he needed to find more items to equip. Kang Hyun's finger decisively tapped the auction section on his phone. After scrolling for a while, he muttered, "There's nothing useful here." He wanted to find an item better than what he currently had, something cheap that could boost his stats. Suddenly, Kang Hyun stopped with a look of surprise. A forum post caught his eye. What is this? The next day, in Hanam City, there was an E-rank dungeon called Goblin Village. The post revealed that if players defeated the shamans there, they could receive rings that boost magic stats. Even the final boss, the Goblin Arch Shaman, might drop a ring with better performance. But the problem was that a group of people had recently occupied the area, and the government didn't seem to care. The author of the post only hoped that a large guild would step in to clean up this mess. Kang Hyun skimmed the comments, where people warned that the occupiers even dared to harm others for money. He fell into deep thought after reading all the information. Upon arrival, Kang Hyun was surprised to see no one guarding the entrance, which had been crudely boarded up. Well, it doesn't matter, he muttered to himself before pushing open the makeshift door. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun stepped into the darkness of the dungeon. Kang Hyun stepped through the gate, entering the dense forest inside the dungeon. "What? Someone else came in?" A voice rang out, putting Kang Hyun on alert. Before him were 3 strangers, a party waiting with unfriendly expressions. The muscular man sneered, scrutinizing Kang Hyun's armor. "Oh, looks tasty, doesn't it? Must be worth a fortune, right?" The teammate leaning against the tree also laughed gleefully. "Hey, we hit the jackpot today, didn't we?" The only woman in the group smirked maliciously. "Did I tell you I dreamed of pigs today? I don't know why. but it felt like a good omen. The one leaning against the tree stood up and advanced to block Kang Hyun's path. "Hey, haven't you heard the rumors? This place belongs to our bait guild." Kang Hyun only replied coldly with a short phrase. "So what?" The woman growled menacingly. "Entering someone else's territory without permission comes with a price. Hand over all your gear, and I'll spare you." But before she could finish, a dark blur flashed past, startling the two remaining thugs. The teammate who had just issued the warning was sent flying into the bushes by a devastating blow. He lay sprawled out, foaming at the mouth and unconscious, while Kang Hyun stood directly in front of the other two. He casually cracked his knuckles, his eyes icy cold. "What the hell, you bastard?" the woman roared angrily. "Do you want to die?" The muscular man immediately drew his sword and charged straight at Kang Hyun. He swung a powerful slash aimed at his opponent's head, but Kang Hyun simply raised his bare hand, easily stopping the blade, leaving the man stunned. With a crack, the sword blade shattered in his hand. Immediately after, a thunderous kick slammed directly into the muscular man's stomach. Both remaining thugs were sent flying. Kang Hyun watched them and muttered, "I like guys like you. Do you know why?" Kang Hyun stepped on his enemy's head, growling, "I can beat the shit out of you bastards without feeling guilty." He unleashed a destructive skill, Magic Burst, but the overwhelming power caused Kang Hyun's own body to be violently thrown back by a surge of energy. He turned back in shock, unable to believe what was happening to his body. Kang Hyun's expression hardened in extreme dismay at the unforeseen side effect. His hand began to disintegrate, turning into ash in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the terrifying sight, the surviving female member trembled and screamed, "You! Stop it, you crazy bastard!" She was frozen, wondering if this was some kind of long-range skill. After recovering, Kang Hyun approached, and the woman stammered her thanks in fear. He replied, "Thanks to you, I learned something new too." Immediately, Kang Hyun grabbed her hand. "In return, I'll let you in on something interesting," he said with a cruel smile. His eyes shone with madness. "This thing should have more power, shouldn't it?" A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the dense forest. The woman collapsed, clutching her blood-soaked hand. "My hand!" Kang Hyun casually dusted off his hands as if he had just done something trivial. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. In that case, he turned around, facing a new group of people who had appeared. "Who the hell are you?" The entire group stared intensely at Kang Hyun, with eyes full of hostility and resentment. The leader roared, "You! How dare you do this in our Bait Guild's territory?" The Bait Guild leader aggressively declared, "You'd better abandon any thought of making it back alive." Kang Hyun calmly replied, "Oh, is that right?" He flashed a maniacal smile, thinking, "I needed a guide. This works out perfectly." The leader recalled the dungeon world in his mind, a place where power was everything, a world defined by violence, foam, and money. He thought smugly, "Last year I was just a cog in society, but here I'm living life to the fullest. Best of all, I even climbed to an executive position in a major guild. This is truly power incarnate." The leader boldly concluded, "As long as we're in the dungeon, there's absolutely nothing to fear." Instantly, Kang Hyun lunged forward like a phantom. A thunderous punch struck the leader before he could react. "What the hell?" The leader lay sprawled on the ground, utterly dazed. His entire group had been taken down, yet Kang Hyun merely stood there, calmly gazing toward the dungeon entrance. "Shh, couldn't dodge that one," Kang Hyun muttered, pulling a dagger from his hip, causing the enemy to gasp in shock. "We were all taken down by an unarmed man." Blood sprayed as the dagger was pulled from his body. Kang Hyun stood over them, looking down at the criminals and commanding, "Hey, you bastards, I'm giving you 5 seconds. Get in front of me." He licked the blood from the blade with a look of twisted pleasure. The guide selection process begins. And now, Kang Hyun's first exclusive guide selection. After a rigorous evaluation, the lowest-ranking bait member, Kim Seong-woo, has been chosen. The harsh reality: the entire Bait Guild squad could only kneel in silence, bruised and utterly terrified. Kang Hyun clapped sarcastically in response to the Bait Guild leader's pleas. The leader tremblingly asked, "So, what happens to us now?" Kang Hyun pondered for a moment, still clutching the bloody dagger. They quickly clasped their hands and pleaded, "We'll live honest lives. We'll never do anything bad again." "And you expect me to believe that?" Kang Hyun roared, delivering a crushing punch. He continued to smash the leader's face, growling, "You seriously think I'd believe that, you fool?" Amidst the scattered bodies, Kang Hyun coldly declared, "You murderers are clearly lying." Kim Seong-woo, the sole surviving member, could only shriek in terror. The leader's hand twitched one last time in the pool of blood. "Let's go, Seong-woo!" Kang Hyun grabbed the terrified young man and dragged him along. The two proceeded into a massive dungeon, a world that might be larger than an entire city. After moving for a while, Kang Hyun irritably asked, "Hey, are you deliberately walking in circles?" He pointed his sword forward in frustration. "Just head toward the monsters. It's too boring here." Kim Seong-woo panicked. "Are you insane? It's almost night. What are we supposed to do?" Kang Hyun decided, "Screw it. Let's find something to eat first. Do you have any food?" Night fell, and a campfire was lit deep within the strange forest. While Kang Hyun lay resting, Kim Seong-woo diligently cooked, wondering, why the hell does this guy have so many swords? "Oh, ramen in a military ration box." Kang Hyun looked pleased as the noodles boiled vigorously. He skillfully used his sword to lift 2 scorching hot noodle boxes from the fire, stating casually, "It'll do." Kang Hyun handed one box to Kim Seong-woo, who glumly accepted the meal he had cooked himself. Kang Hyun loudly slurped the hot noodles. The two quietly ate dinner in the gloomy forest, illuminated only by the flickering firelight. Suddenly, Kang Hyun spoke up. "Seong-woo, how old are you anyway?" After learning Kim Seong-woo was 25 and a former student, Kang Hyun continued to interrogate him about his past. "Why aren't you in school? Why are you here?" The question stunned Kim Seong-woo. He began to ramble about the burden of student debt and grueling part-time jobs. When the tragic story reached the point of his family's bankruptcy, Kang Hyun coldly cut him off. "Hey, where exactly are you planning to tell your pathetic story? Do you want to die?" Kang Hyun growled, causing Kim Seong-woo to frantically defend himself. "Eat and stop talking nonsense," Kang Hyun ordered, and Kim Seong-woo fearfully obeyed. Dinner ended in silence, and the 2 military ration boxes were cleaned. As night deepened, both fell asleep, one in a strangely shaped sleeping bag, the other huddled under a thin blanket. Kim Seong-woo lay restlessly, his eyes wide open in the dark, his heart filled with unease. He quietly sat up, looking toward Kang Hyun, who appeared to be sound asleep. "This is it, a golden opportunity." A dark thought flashed through Kim Seong-woo's mind. He stood up, contemplating killing the man who had massacred his comrades. But just then, Kang Hyun's eyes snapped open. His gaze, sharp as a dagger, pierced the darkness, revealing that he had never truly been asleep. The horrific memory of Kang Hyun's brutal actions flooded back into Kim Seong-woo's mind. Trembling, he immediately dismissed the thought of assassination. "I can't possibly kill him. I have to run." Kim Seong-woo quietly tiptoed away, attempting to vanish into the forest's shadows. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's icy voice rang out, calling Seong-woo, startling the man who was about to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Kim Seong-woo turned back, sweat pouring down, stammering a clumsy lie. I'm just running a few errands," the sharp voice commanded. "Get over here." And he could only meekly reply, "Yes." Under the starry sky, a warning rang out. "You'll die if you run away." Kang Hyun emphasized, "I'm not joking. You will actually die." The next morning, Kim Seong-woo pointed toward the dense forest and said, "That place is the Goblin Settlement, where the main core is located." Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes. "Oh, just as expected. I can feel a massive flow of magic power there." Kim Seong-woo asked in astonishment, "You can feel it?" To which Kang Hyun casually replied, "Huh? You can't?" He sneered, thinking to himself, "What a bunch of nonsense." Kim Seong-woo's eyes turned cold. He muttered to himself, "This being ignored ends right here." With a sinister smile, he led the way, thinking, Because that guy will die soon. His plan was simple. In the Goblin Village dungeon, all the monsters were gathered near the main core. His guild usually only dared to attack scattered patrol teams on the outskirts, but currently, there were no patrols, meaning the entire goblin force was inside the village. Kim Song-woo gloated. Let's see if you can survive an entire E-rank dungeon, facing a fierce goblin army. However, Kang Hyun flashed a maniacal grin, drawing his blazing purple sword. Good, good. Goblin slaughter is my specialty. He roared, let's see how this goes, and charged alone straight into the sea of monsters. With fiery eyes, Kang Hyun yelled, let's go! He violently tossed the heavy backpack aside, ready for a massacre. Kang Hyun flung the backpack away and rushed straight ahead. He paused momentarily, thinking, huh? Meanwhile, Kim Seong-woo ran headlong while flipping a provocative middle finger. I'm out of here, you lunatic. Meeting you was bad luck. Don't ever think we'll meet again. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun immediately crossed the dense forest to chase after him. However, instead of being angry, he looked back with a crazy, excited smile. Exhausted from running, Kim Seong-woo collapsed next to a tree, panting heavily. He laughed smugly, certain that, all right, no matter how monstrous he is, there's no way he can handle them. Suddenly, 2 system notifications appeared. The dungeon's main core has been removed. An external warp gate has been opened. Kim Seong-woo froze, sweat pouring as he read the unbelievable lines. His entire body stiffened, unable to process the situation that had just occurred. His eyes widened in horror, realizing his plan had completely collapsed. This E-rank dungeon, Goblin Village, had one characteristic. All monsters gathered around the main core. The notification that the dungeon had been cleared repeated over and over in his mind. Kim Seong-woo stared in terror at Kang Hyun standing before the warp gate, muttering, how could he clear a place like this alone? He still couldn't believe what the notification window was displaying. Kim Seong-woo's thoughts began to race. How could he defeat such an overwhelming force? He pictured Kang Hyun charging alone straight into the sea of goblins. Did he use fire to sweep them away? Wait, I know he's strong, but what exactly is his power? Kim Seong-woo questioned himself. In his imagination, Kang Hyun merely smiled savagely amidst the encirclement, confusing him further. Is it physical strength or monstrous stamina? Of course, both are important, but Kim Seong-woo was completely unable to explain the massacre that had just taken place. In Kim Seong-woo's mind, the image of Kang Hyun standing alone amidst a battlefield littered with goblin corpses appeared. He analyzed, what's truly necessary is overwhelming defense and unwavering resolve against the enemy. If you can withstand the attacks and reach the enemy commander via the shortest route, victory is guaranteed. The ultimate target of that strategy was the goblin shaman. That's a dangerous strategy. Even a moment of hesitation could lead to defeat. Kim Seong-woo realized, trembling. Cold sweat broke out. I thought he was just a stupid warrior. But what exactly are we dealing with? He must definitely be an extremely cunning bastard, Kim Seong-woo thought, recalling one of Kang Hyun's past failures, where he was tightly bound by sharp thorns. But even in the memory of that death, Kang Hyun still smiled confidently. I knew it. A growl echoed, proving his philosophy. Physical strength is the best. After defeating the shaman, the system announced the loot, a magic crystal and a ring. All right, I achieved my goal, Kang Hyun said contentedly as he put the new ring on his hand. Maybe I should pay Seong-woo a visit and just kill him, he thought, then stepped through the warp gate, leaving the devastated village behind. Kang Hyun appeared at the edge of the forest with sharp eyes, ready for the hunt. He paused when he saw an entire army waiting, then asked aloud, what kind of game is this now? Did they drag this whole crowd here, he thought, just because they couldn't handle me alone? Let's see. Kang Hyun glanced around, assessing the entire Bait Guild force. That's right, he muttered, as his gaze landed on a familiar face. Ah, our Seong-woo showed up too. Kim Seong-woo stood awkwardly among his comrades, his face filled with anxiety and fear. Kang Hyun curled his lip into a sneer. I'll deal with 30 people first. As for the rest, suddenly, a voice rang out. Ahem. It seems there's been a slight misunderstanding here. Kang Hyun's eyes showed a flicker of surprise at the unexpected remark. Kang Hyun's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected voice. A man with a calm smile appeared from the shadows. We didn't come here looking for trouble, the strange man said. It's just that my subordinate was a little rude to you. He politely extended his hand. I am Jung Wi-hyun, guildmaster of the Bait Guild. May I know your name? Kang Hyun coldly retorted, What if I don't want to? Causing Jung Wi-hyun to momentarily freeze. Jung Wi-hyun forced a smile, his patience wearing thin. Stop beating around the bush. You're starting to annoy me. He clenched his fist, deciding to get straight to the point. Join the Bait Guild, Jung Wi-hyun offered, promising both fame and a position on the executive board. He calculated silently, believing this powerful individual was the key to elevating his guild to the next level. Jung Wi-hyun's ambition was to recruit Kang Hyun at any cost to dominate the ability user world. Kang Hyun merely glanced at him, completely unmoved by the offer. I don't want to, he flatly refused. But Jung Wi-hyun seemed to have anticipated this. In that case, Jung Wi-hyun said, Here is my business card. Think carefully about it. Kang Hyun took the gleaming gold business card, his expression thoughtful. The title was clearly engraved on the card, Guildmaster Jung Wi-hyun. Under the gaze of the entire Bait Guild, Kang Hyun held up the business card. Then he began to crush it, his voice icy. I might be trash, but I'm not the same kind of thug as you people. The business card shattered completely as Kang Hyun growled, A bunch of third-rate hoodlums trying to recruit others? Jung Wi-hyun's smile vanished, replaced by a murderous sneer. Kang Hyun leaned in, flashing a maniacal grin. What's wrong? Are you mad? Or do you want to fight it out? Jung Wi-hyun smirked. No need. Today, I just wanted to talk. We can talk again next time we meet. Kang Hyun turned and walked away, spitting contemptuously. Get the hell out of here. What opportunity? How unlucky. Running into persistent pests. Kim Seong-woo watched from a distance, thinking to himself that the lunatic was truly impressive. Suddenly, he spun around as if something had happened behind him. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun had gotten into his car and left the area. He cursed irritably while driving. Kang Hyun calculated, It looks like there were over 100 guys. With the magic power I have left, fighting them would be suicide. He clicked his tongue. I even forgot to deal with Kim Seong-woo. It's all that bastard Jung Wi-hyun's fault. Looking up at the sky, Kang Hyun vowed that one day he would return and take them all down. Back at Goblin Village, a Bait Guild member rushed to tattle. Guildmaster, Kim Seong-woo just admitted to guiding that guy. Jung Wi-hyun coldly turned and asked, Is that true? Causing Kim Seong-woo to collapse onto his knees, stammering denials. Sword. Jung Wi-hyun held out his hand, and the Vice Guild Master immediately handed him the weapon. Kim Seong-woo froze, his face pale with extreme terror. He was completely consumed by fear. In desperation, Kim Seong-woo knelt and pleaded, Please spare me. If you save my life, I'll do anything. Jung Wi-hyun countered with a mocking tone. You still want to live? And Kim Seong-woo frantically nodded his head. A sharp sound rang out, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Tears streamed down Kim Seong-woo's lifeless face in the final moments of his life. Jung Wi-hyun stood coldly watching the traitor collapse with the sword plunged through him. He spat contemptuously. How dare a traitor like you think you deserve to live? What a pathetic bastard. Jung Wi-hyun coldly pulled the blood-soaked sword out of Kim Seong-woo's chest. In his dying breath, Kim Seong-woo could only utter 2 words. Guild. Before succumbing to death, he called out the name of the guildmaster who had finished him off. The dungeon gate slammed shut, ending the bloody purge. Outside, the entire Bait Guild stood silently watching the smoke dissipate from where the gate had vanished. The Vice Guildmaster approached to report to Jung Wi-hyun. The Guildmaster ordered his subordinates to investigate all of Kang Hyun's personal information. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun had driven away, but he quickly realized someone was tailing him. A strange man was driving closely behind him. Elsewhere, Jung Wi-hyun seethed with rage. How dare you refuse my invitation? His thoughts continued as the scene shifted to Kang Hyun arriving home. You talk a big game. Let's see if you're as strong as you are arrogant. He imagined Kang Hyun sitting by a loved one's hospital bed. But will you still be so cocky when the people around you run into trouble? Jung Wi-hyun flashed a sinister smile, resolving, if I can't tame you, I'll exploit your weakness. He was confident that Kang Hyun wouldn't be able to hold out for long. While at home, Kang Hyun was discussing transferring their mother's hospital fees with his sister. The siblings decided to go to a Korean BBQ restaurant for dinner. Slices of premium beef sizzled on the hot grill. Kang Ah-hyun teased her unemployed brother about how he could afford such a lavish meal. Kang Hyun replied, while grilling the meat, that besides eating, he didn't know what else to spend money on. His sister grabbed the tongs, saying she would do the grilling. While flipping a piece of meat, Kang Ah-hyun asked about their mother's condition. And Kang Hyun reported that the doctor said she would wake up soon. Hearing the good news about his mother, Kang Hyun smiled in relief. I'm glad to hear that. Ah, you're smiling, Kang Ah-hyun exclaimed when she saw her brother drinking water. She continued, noting that it had been a long time since she saw him smile because he had been frowning lately, completely unlike his usual self. Kang Hyun denied it. What are you talking about? I smile all the time. Except for that criminal smile, his sister teased, recalling her brother's terrifying moments. Suddenly, Kang Hyun clutched his stomach as a sharp, cramping pain hit him. He stood up, saying he needed to go to the bathroom, ignoring Kang Ah-hyun's bewildered look since the meat had just finished cooking. I know, but this is urgent, he explained. Do you know how miserable it is to take a dump in a dungeon? He hurried toward the men's restroom. After finishing his business, Kang Hyun carefully washed his hands. He stepped out, sighing in relief. Worth 2 days of dungeon crawling. But then, a gut feeling told him something was wrong, and he stopped short, his eyes sharp. Turning back to the table, a strange man in a suit was standing in front of Kang Ah-hyun. What is going on? She asked, confused. The strange man suddenly bowed deeply, making Kang Ah-hyun even more perplexed. Kang Hyun quickly walked toward the table, observing the situation from a distance. As soon as he sat down, his sister teased him. Did someone hunt you or something? Then asked if he knew the man. Why me? Kang Hyun was surprised when his sister handed him a letter. He muttered, if he knew me, why did he turn away the moment he saw me? He should have at least greeted me directly. Kang Hyun curiously opened the letter to read it. Kang Hyun was stunned when he read the contents of the letter. It was a brazen warning from Jung Wi-hyun, the guild master of the Bait Guild. After leaving the restaurant, he decided to stop by the convenience store for a moment. Upon reaching the door, Kang Ah-hyun asked if he wanted more beer, but he refused. The apartment door had just cracked open when Kang Hyun suddenly changed his mind. Never mind, I'll go buy some to drink alone. Before Kang Ah-hyun could understand what was happening, he quickly left. The solitary streetlights illuminated the empty alley. Kang Hyun walked out of the convenience store, his heart heavy with thought. He strode down the night road, his mind in turmoil. Is this that bastard's trap? How dare he touch my family? He gnashed his teeth. He considered temporarily stopping dungeon runs to stay home and protect his family. However, he was worried about Ah-hyun's job and believed they wouldn't dare attack openly. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. It was a call from his father. I'm out, Kang Hyun replied when his father asked if he was home yet. On the other end of the line, his father's voice delivered shocking news. Your mother woke up. Really? How is she? He asked frantically, reassured by his father that everything seemed fine. A rare smile of relief appeared on Kang Hyun's lips, but the joy didn't last. His father then said, Oh, a friend of yours came to visit earlier, causing his expression to harden. A friend of mine? Who? Kang Hyun asked, confused, thinking he didn't have any friends who would visit him. On the other end, his father replied, His name was Jung Wi-hyun, I think. He added that the person only asked him to pass on his regards, but Kang Hyun couldn't recall anyone with that name in the neighborhood. Seeing his son silent, his father worriedly called, "Hyun?" The moment that name was confirmed, a furious rage erupted in Kang Hyun's mind. The next day, at the Awakened Ability Training School, a girl cheerfully greeted her companion. "Looks like you're late today, Myung." An Myung awkwardly scratched her head, admitting she had overslept a little. The two of them greeted someone who had just arrived at the same time. An Myung cheerfully called the name of the woman in combat gear, Shin Sunga, as the latter pulled out a bottle of coffee. Although thanked, Shin Sunga merely replied that she did it because she wanted to. Having said that, she bowed and quickly left. The two office workers stood watching the armored woman's retreating back. The colleague wondered why Sunga always wore armor, while Ahn Myung thought she was a little strange, but a good person. "That's true," the colleague said, while opening her drink bottle. "Sunga really is an angel." She turned to tease, "Speaking of unique people, you must have a lot of stories to tell, Myung." The teasing reminded An Myung of the worst trainees, the one who broke an opponent's arm, the one who threatened staff right at registration. She shuddered, confessing that she still saw them in her dreams, and some even looked like orc warriors. The moment she finished speaking, An Myung's eyes snapped open in horror. The man she had just mentioned, Kwak Soo-il, was standing towering nearby, radiating a terrifying killing intent. An Myung turned her head, sensing something ominous. Facing her was Kang Hyun, his eyes completely frozen in shock. An Myung's expression immediately changed to one of terror. Kang Hyun's eyes turned stark white, and a cold wave of killing intent enveloped the space. She froze on the spot, cold sweat breaking out under the terrifying pressure. Kang Hyun's crazed gaze seemed ready to devour everything. Elsewhere, the frantic screams of two female students rang out. They frantically backed away upon seeing a stranger approach, quickly yelling for the police. Kang Hyun held out his phone, while the two girls continued to scream for help. He tried to show them something, but fear had overwhelmed everything. Suddenly, one of the two students sobbed out a name. "Mr. Kim Il-hyun." Kang Hyun stopped short, asking in confusion, "Where is Mr. Kim Il-hyun?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, "To protect my family, I need that guy." The two female students stared blankly at each other, unable to understand what was happening. Their initial panic was gradually replaced by extreme confusion. The girl who had just called the teacher's name had tears welling up in her eyes. A voice rang out explaining, "If you are looking for Instructor Kim Il-hyun, he's not here, as he is only a visiting lecturer." At the same time, a crucial meeting was taking place at the Dagon Guild headquarters. Kim Il-hyun stood before everyone, emphasizing, "Dungeon difficulty levels will continue to rise, so acquiring talented individuals is paramount." In the middle of the tense meeting, a knock on the door interrupted Kim Il-hyun's train of thought. A subordinate hastily opened the door, whispering, "Vice Guildmaster, the meeting is still ongoing." The employee urgently reported a monster causing chaos in the lobby, yet seemed to know Kim Il-hyun. Kim Il-hyun was dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening. An uninvited guest had arrived at the Dagon Guild headquarters. The important meeting was temporarily suspended. Inside the room, Kim Il-hyun faced the unexpected guest, Kang Hyun. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected their reunion to happen this way. Kim Il-hyun calmly asked, "What brings you here, Mr. Kang Hyun?" Kang Hyun got straight to the point. "Mr. Kim Il-hyun, I want to hire you." Kim Il-hyun took a sip of his drink and replied, "Straight to business then? Fine." Kim Il-hyun showed interest, asking Kang Hyun for more details. With a serious expression, Kang Hyun revealed, "The Bait Guild, they are targeting my family, so I need someone to protect my family while I go eliminate them." Kang Hyun explained, prompting Kim Il-hyun to ask what had happened. Kim Il-hyun put his cup down, muttering the name Bait Guild thoughtfully. He explained that the Dagon Guild was aware of their notoriety, but lacked a legitimate reason to intervene. Kang Hyun smirked, "So you protect my family, and I'll eliminate them. Isn't that a win-win solution?" Kim Il-hyun asked why him specifically, and Kang Hyun asserted, "Because you are the strongest awakened person I know." Kim Il-hyun immediately offered another name to test him. Then what about An Yusong? The crazed image of An Yusong flashed through his mind, and Kang Hyun dismissed it. You want me to entrust my family to him? He made his final offer. 1 week. Just protect my family for 1 week, and I will pay handsomely. Kang Hyun looked away, adding decisively, I'm not bragging, but Kim Il-hyun took a sip of his drink, casually stating that he had already earned enough money and was also the vice guild master of the Dagon Guild. He put the cup down and stated plainly that if Kang Hyun wanted to hire him, he would have to offer something other than money. Kang Hyun was stunned, an unbelievable thought flashing through his mind. He blushed, awkwardly hugging himself and asking, You want my body? Leaving Kim Il-hyun speechless. Kim Il-hyun sighed exasperatedly, deciding to make an offer to end this awkward conversation. He set the condition. If things go smoothly, meet our guildmaster, Han Seyeon, even just once. With that condition, Kim Il-hyun affirmed that the Dagon Guild would be able to assist Kang Hyun as an entire organization. Afterward, Kim Il-hyun showed that protective measures had been deployed, with 5 bodyguards stationed inside and outside his family's hospital room. 5 more people had also been embedded in his sister's company under plausible covers. Sitting in the car, Kang Hyun, now wearing combat gear, exclaimed in admiration. While Kim Il-hyun stressed that caution was paramount, Kim Il-hyun expressed concern, asking if Kang Hyun would be all right going alone since Bait was a rather large guild. Their car was heading straight for the Bait Guild headquarters. Kang Hyun looked outside and commented that the Bait building didn't look very large compared to Kim Il-hyun's company. Kim Il-hyun explained that a guild's scale wasn't determined by its building, but by the number of anomalous dungeons they possessed. He was certain that some force was backing the Bait Guild, causing Kang Hyun to fall into contemplation. Kim Il-hyun recalled the warning letter from Guildmaster Jung Wi-hyun, speculating that they had gathered their entire force and might be setting an ambush. A brief flashback showed Kang Hyun agreeing to the meeting immediately after receiving the letter. Returning to the present, Kang Hyun asserted that he had no other choice since his family's safety was the top priority, and he thanked Kim Il-hyun. He unexpectedly handed Kim Il-hyun a black card and said, Here, keep this. Kim Il-hyun was completely confused, not understanding why Kang Hyun was giving him this item. Just park the car at home, Kang Hyun ordered coldly, leaving Kim Il-hyun stunned. He turned back to reassure him. Don't jump to pessimistic conclusions. I can't explain the details, but I will return safe and sound tomorrow. I'm leaving now, Kang Hyun said, opening the car door and leaving Kim Il-hyun frozen in anxiety. He had arrived at his destination, the Bait Guild headquarters. A gray-haired man stepped out, smiling politely. Welcome, Mr. Kang Hyun. It was Jung Wi-hyun, the Bait Guild master, who welcomed him with open arms and a formidable army behind him. I've been waiting for you. In response to the show of force, Kang Hyun merely curled his lip into a sneer. Did you prepare this whole crowd just to greet me? He challenged. Are you planning a duel? Jung Wi-hyun awkwardly denied it. He tried to salvage the situation. Mr. Kang Hyun, you are also part of the Bait Guild family, so we are here to welcome you. From now on, a soft, scoffing sound interrupted Jung Wi-hyun's hollow words. Family, Kang Hyun repeated, his killing intent beginning to spread. You say family. He narrowed his eyes, his smile becoming sinister and chilling. If F stands for family, then for you, F stands for... Fucker! Kang Hyun roared, lightning magic violently erupting in his hands. The system announced, Skill Lion's Roar of Fury has been activated. Magic burst! He screamed, unleashing all the accumulated energy in a single strike. 2 massive streams of energy from his hands slammed straight into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. The floor shattered under the overwhelming power, the shockwave spreading throughout the hall. A Bait Guild strongman gritted his teeth, trying to resist, and yelled, This is insane! The others were no better, utterly horrified. What the hell is he doing? At the epicenter, Kang Hyun stood firm as a rock. heedless of the desperate screams of the Bait Guild members echoing everywhere. Amidst the desperate screams, Kang Hyun stood firm as a rock, even as the floor beneath his feet cracked wide open. The fierce magic burst shattered the solid concrete structure. A frantic scream rang out in warning. "The floor!" Young Wi-hyun furiously roared. "This crazy bastard! What if the floor collapses?" But Kang Hyun had seen through the structure. The steel reinforcement inside the concrete floor was already exposed. "I know you, bastard!" Kang Hyun strained, preparing for the finishing blow. He simultaneously activated two skills, Iwani's Secret and Giant Strength. A new technique was created. One strike, two halves. The terrifying, swirling slash cut clean through the entire section of reinforced concrete floor. A Bait Guild member exclaimed in horror, "He's crazy!" The strong man in the guild shouted loudly to warn his comrades, "Fall back!" But it was too late. Everyone was thrown back, falling freely to the floor below through the massive hole. Chaos ensued as the entire battleground collapsed, burying the group in rubble. The final cracking sound echoed, signaling the complete collapse. Kang Hyun let out a breath, calmly standing up amidst the ruins. He silently assessed, not bad effectiveness, thanks to the protection of the Antria's skin skill. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the dust cloud. Mr. Kang Hyun, Young Wi-hyun, completely unharmed, slowly stepped out to face him. He flashed a smug smile. "Please be rational. We can be good partners." Kang Hyun growled back, "Partners? Stop talking nonsense. You guys crossed the line first." Kang Hyun snarled, "What the hell are you talking about? You guys crossed the line first." Young Wi-hyun replied, "I apologize for targeting your family, but think about this." He revealed his true ambition. "If we join forces, we can overthrow Daegun. Hanseon, always acting so high and mighty. We can take her down." Jung Wi-hyun declared passionately. Kang Hyun sneered at the alliance offer, dropping a line. "Are you serious or just spouting nonsense?" Jung Wi-hyun was undeterred, boasting, "Currently, there are over 200 members in this building alone, and that number is double nationwide. We are only missing one thing. That is the face of our guild," he emphasized. "An absolute power to lead everyone. With just that, the Bait Guild can reach the entire world." In response to the passionate speech, Kang Hyun simply spat. The spit flew straight onto Young Wi-hyun's face, making him gasp in shock. "Hey!" The air in the ruined room suddenly thickened into silence. "I thought I was listening to an elementary school kid giving a presentation," Kang Hyun said scornfully. "Why don't you just dream of becoming a YouTuber?" Young Wi-hyun silently raised his hand to wipe the stain from his cheek. He stared intently at the spit stuck on his finger. I knew it," Young Wi-hyun muttered, seemingly having anticipated the rejection. His expression suddenly changed, becoming arrogant and full of contempt. "A low-class commoner like you will never understand my grand ambition." Standing amidst the ruins, Young Wi-hyun repeated his insult. Contrary to expectations, Kang Hyun flashed a bizarre smile. He turned to the surviving Bait Guild members and yelled, "Hey, did you hear that? We're just low-class commoners." Then he looked straight at Young Wi-hyun, mocking him. "What about you, the leader of a great cult? Or were you just a middle school class president?" Driven mad by Kang Hyun's words, Young Wi-hyun growled, You insolent bastard." He roared, ordering his subordinates, brandishing weapons, on the ledge. "Let's see how long you can run your mouth. Attack him!" Immediately, the Bait Guild mages acted in unison, unleashing spells that bound mana and caused physical debilitation. Others followed up with magic designed to disrupt the senses and obscure vision, determined not to give the target a chance to fight back. Countless streams of magical energy converged, delivering a fatal blow to Kang Hyun's location. But a cold system notification appeared, signaling that the skill Lion's Roar of Fury had been activated. Kang Hyun let out an earth-shattering roar, easily shattering all negative effects thanks to his magic resistance ring. His roar not only neutralized the spells, but also severely diminished the morale and abilities of all enemies. Young Wi-hyun muttered contemptuously, disgusted by the uselessness of his subordinates. Losing all patience, he yelled, "Stop restraining him! Kill him! I said kill him!" Obeying the command, another group of mages immediately channeled their power, preparing for a second all-out attack. However, Kang Hyun merely sat calmly amidst the encirclement, uttering a casual phrase, all right. With a maniacal smile, he activated the skill Antria's Skin, a pitch-black shell covering his body, ready to test its magic resistance. In a flash, Kang Hyun launched a preemptive strike, delivering a devastating kick that sent Jung Wi-hyun flying before he could even register what happened. He charged into the center of the enemy formation like a phantom, commencing the massacre. A massive explosion erupted right in the center of the Bait Guild formation. The members could only look up in horror at the deadly black shadow descending from above. Kang Hyun swept out with a single strike, blowing away every enemy within reach. Countless flashing slashes, like a steel storm, tore through the air. Amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun coldly swung his sword, staining the battlefield red with his enemy's blood. Jung Wi-hyun roared in absolute fury. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun gasped for breath, blood and sweat pouring out after the life-and-death battle. His challenge still echoed as explosions rocked the Bait Guild headquarters. The building was now nothing more than desolate ruins, engulfed in smoke and fire. In the middle of the battlefield, the exhausted Kang Hyun looked down at his handiwork. Around him, the defeated lay scattered amidst the hazy smoke and dust. Fresh blood stained the floor, splattered next to shattered weapons. The brutal scene was proof of an uncompromising slaughter. Witnessing the sight, Jung Wi-hyun trembled violently, while Kang Hyun stood panting amidst a sea of corpses. The guildmaster burst into a savage laugh. "Still doing okay, Kang Hyun?" He pointed at him, growling. "With this, you are a true murderer. You're one of us now." Kang Hyun sneered. "Shut up. If you're trying to make me feel guilty, forget it." He continued, "If you plan to take someone down, you should be prepared to face the same fate." Jung Wi-hyun clicked his tongue, annoyed, a dying man acting so calm. He began his counterattack. "Even if you try to pretend you're fine, I can see how exhausted you are." Dark tentacles erupted from the ground, seizing Kang Hyun. He was tightly bound by the magic, completely immobilized in midair. "Damn it," Kang Hyun gritted his teeth. "This is nothing." His eyes still burned with willpower, reflecting the image of a warrior who would never fall. On the blood-soaked blade, the image of a battered yet indomitable Kang Hyun was clearly reflected. Restrained by the Bait Guild Vice Guildmaster, Kang Hyun was covered in injuries, tightly bound by dark chains. He calmly accepted his fate. So this is how it ends. I guess I held out long enough." Guildmaster Jung Wi-hyun appeared and commanded, "Well done, Vice Guildmaster. Step back, I will finish this." The Vice Guildmaster bowed in obedience. "Yes, Guildmaster." Jung Wi-hyun secretly assessed Kang Hyun's astonishing power, something he desperately coveted, but he quickly dismissed the thought, viewing Kang Hyun as an uncontrollable wild beast, and asked, "Do you have any last words?" With a defiant smile, Kang Hyun offered a curse. "I hope every bowl of soup you eat has hair in it." Jung Wi-hyun sneered. "Fine, I'll give you a painful death." He reached out and grabbed Kang Hyun's head. Destructive energy began to gather in Jung Wi-hyun's hand. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Kang Hyun was consumed by the magical flames. Amidst the horrifying spectacle, Jung Wi-hyun calmly lit a cigarette. He leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, savoring his victory. When asked about casualties, the Vice Guildmaster reported, "Over 30 people are dead, and the number of seriously injured is also." Jung Wi-hyun ground his teeth in anger. Damn it, a meaningless loss. All this trouble just because of one brat. He brushed it off, ordering, "That's enough. Collect that guy's equipment. At least we need to recoup some of our investment." Suddenly, the Vice Guildmaster stammered loudly, "Guildmaster!" He pointed toward the empty space, screaming in horror, His body is gone!" At the same time, in a quiet apartment complex, the sunset glow shone. The system announced, "Kang Hyun has been resurrected, but his level has been reduced by 1. and all stats are halved for 24 hours. The door to his bedroom burst open. Kang Ah-hyun was sitting on the sofa, looking up indifferently as if she were completely used to the sight. She sighed. "I thought you were getting better lately." Kang Hyun stepped out, scratching his head and complaining. "It seems like it's been a while since I died again, huh? I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat at home?" Kang Hyun yelled out in frustration. She pointed down at the floor and snapped, "Your shoes! Take them off!" Which made Kang Hyun realize his mistake and mumble an apology. Looking in from the balcony, Kang Ah-hyun continued her familiar refrain. "You have to take off your armor right after you resurrect. You wash it yourself. Wash the blanket too." 2 days later, in a restricted area, 2 Bait Guild members were listlessly guarding the entrance to the Keika Canyon dungeon. The brown-haired guy grumbled, "This is killing me. Why hasn't anyone shown up lately?" The blonde guy replied, "I heard rumors about our guild have spread far and wide." The brown-haired guy picked his ear and sneered, "Cowardly bastards. What's the big deal about taking equipment? We take lives too, you know." Suddenly, he flinched upon hearing a strange noise. Both turned back vigilantly, and the brown-haired guy called out, "Hey, who's coming?" A figure in full armor was taking heavy strides directly toward them. It was Kang Hyun, concealing his identity behind a balaclava and bone armor. He stood tall before the dungeon gate, facing the 2 astonished guards. Both Bait Guild members stared intently at the uninvited guest with wary eyes. Kang Hyun thought to himself, recalling his bitter failures. "After rushing in recklessly, I learned one thing. That's trying to fight a rock with an egg." Kang Hyun thought that having countless lives wasn't necessarily a good thing, as he couldn't endure the penalty of resurrecting repeatedly. Therefore, he decided to raid the Bait Guild's dungeons and eliminate them one by one. Currently, in a desolate dungeon, Kang Hyun, in disguise, was gripping the collar of the last survivor amidst a pile of corpses. The Bait Guild member wept miserably, stammering apologies. "Apologize?" Kang Hyun asked coldly. "What did you do wrong?" The man trembled and replied that he didn't know either. The answer only fueled Kang Hyun's anger. His hand tightened around the man's collar. "If you don't know, don't apologize, you bastard," Kang Hyun roared, throwing the man violently to the ground. The man lay sprawled out, groaning in pain. His eyes were filled with utter terror. Kang Hyun threw him a pen and a piece of paper, ordering, "Write. Write down all the other bait dungeons. I will spare your life," he promised. The man quickly agreed and diligently began writing. While the man was writing, Kang Hyun asked another question. He wondered why they could kill so many people without being caught, asking if they had bribed the police. The man admitted he knew about it, but wasn't sure of the details. He only knew that they always occupied dungeons without surveillance cameras. And Kang Hyun muttered, "Ah, I see." After finishing, the man tremblingly handed the paper to Kang Hyun, saying he had recorded everything he knew. Kang Hyun sat down, took the list, and began reviewing it. Kang Hyun coldly complimented the survivor after receiving the paper containing the information. But immediately after, his hand emitted a stream of blue energy, pressing directly onto the man's face, a merciless finishing blow, completely erasing the enemy's existence. Standing up with the list in hand, Kang Hyun told himself he shouldn't get caught either. He strode away from the ruined scene, a declaration of war echoing in his mind. "Just wait, you bastards." A vicious oath was uttered. "I'll come and destroy you soon, you sons of bitches." Meanwhile, the news reported on the tragedy of a famous guild, fabricating the attack as a monster breakout incident. At the Bait Guild headquarters, an angry fist slammed down on the desk while watching the news. It was Guildmaster Jung Wi-hyun, grinding his teeth in his office. He bitterly thought that he never expected to have to use the excuse he had prepared just to cover up for a lunatic. Suddenly, the office door was flung open. The Vice Guildmaster rushed in breathlessly to report, "Guildmaster, there's a big problem." Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit squarely in the face by a flying object. The ashtray clattered onto the floor. Jung Wi-hyun growled in fury. Did you just barge in like this place is empty, you bastard? My mood is already terrible. The Vice Guildmaster quickly bowed his head in apology. Then he stammered out the terrifying news. He has appeared again. Jung Wee-hyun froze, asking if it was the lunatic who specialized in raiding their dungeons, and received the reply that he had attacked 7 dungeons, killing over 100 people. Jung Wee-hyun was stunned, cursing inwardly. Damn it, who the hell is that guy? Why show up during this chaos? The more people I send, the greater the casualties. Jung Wee-hyun ordered his subordinate, demanding that all members enter the dungeons and sleep in shifts. With a bleeding wound still on his face, the Vice Guildmaster bowed in obedience before being chased out. The office door slammed shut. Jung Wee-hyun wearily slumped into his chair. He sank into silence, trying to piece together the chaotic events unfolding. He muttered about the sequence of events. 5 days ago, Kang Hyun attacked, his body vanished, and 2 days later, a maniac began sweeping Bates' dungeons. Jung Wee-hyun narrowed his eyes. His initial hunch was now reinforced by too much evidence. He reached a firm conclusion. That maniac is definitely Kang Hyun's accomplice. He tapped his hand on the table, speculating that Kang Hyun must possess a skill to make bodies vanish. But the information was too scarce to counter it. Unable to let this situation continue, Jung Wee-hyun decided to resort to a measure he desperately wished to avoid. He dialed a number, making a crucial call. A mocking voice came from the other end, making a vein throb on Jung Wee-hyun's forehead. Yo, what is it, Mr. Jung? The man who brings justice to the universe? He gritted his teeth, humbling himself to beg for help, but only received sarcasm. Ha ha ha! What compelled my brother, the great Bait Guildmaster, to call me? The other person continued to rub salt in the wound. Ah, I hear your guild is falling apart lately. Is that why you called me? When asked about the price, Jung Wee-hyun asserted that he had plenty of money. But the real bait was something else. A fight. And Yu Seong sounded interested on the other end. Jung Wee-hyun smirked, provoking him. Don't you want an interesting fight? There's only one target, and he's definitely not small fry. And Yu Seong sneered, considering. Should I try pretending to be fooled just this once? The hunting maniac's smile already gave the answer. The starry night sky enveloped a fortified building, one of the Bait Guild's bases. In front of the massive dungeon gate, An Yu Seong and another member in full plate armor were waiting. Hey, what's your name? An Yu Seong asked. The armored man replied, I am Kim Il-woo. All right, but honestly, I don't care about your name, An Yu Seong sneered. I'll just call you Wee-hyun's lackey. He stretched with a sigh. So, when will that strong guy arrive? Is he really going to show up here? He stretched with a sigh. So when will that strong guy arrive? Is he really going to show up here? If I just wait like this, and it turns out to be for nothing, and Yu Seong smirked. If I just wait like this, and it turns out to be for nothing, and Yu Seong smirked, I'll be bored to death, he concluded, disregarding Kim Il-woo's sour expression. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the silent night, and Yu Seong froze. His sharp eyes had sensed something. From the darkness, a figure clad in bone armor was striding straight toward them, and Yu Seong's heart pounded. A maniacal smile spreading across his lips as a purple aura began to emanate. This is going to be great. This is my first time, he muttered, sweating profusely from sheer excitement. His unique ability, Sixth Sense, was reacting violently as the figure approached. The Sixth Sense, which was usually just a vague intuition, is now screaming in my head. A deadly premonition appeared. If you don't want to die right now, run away from that monster. Kang Hyun stopped, facing An Yu Seong, who was immersed in his ability. Huh? Why are you here? Kang Hyun asked blankly, completely failing to recognize the person standing before him. And Yu Seong was startled when he heard a familiar voice, just as Kang Hyun recognized him too. Kang Hyun? And Yu Seong asked in surprise, why are you here? He gave a slight smirk, seemingly understanding the situation. Stepping closer, and Yu Seong mocked, are you cleaning them up? You always do interesting things. Kang Hyun secretly deduced, suspecting that the Bait Guild was backing this rich kid. In the blink of an eye, Kang Hyun's blade was pressed against An Yu-seong's neck. "Are you also a member of the Bait Guild?" Kang Hyun growled, and Yu-seong laughed contemptuously. "Hey, why compare me to that trash?" Kang Hyun sneered. "Ha! Then why are you here? Do you know Jung Wi-hyun?" And Yu-seong asked casually. "He's the guildmaster." He continued with amusement. "That thug who only cares about his pride is crawling and begging. It's fun to mess with him." "Ah, right," Kang Hyun replied coolly, completely uninterested. He patted on Yu-seong's shoulder and turned to leave. "I have no business with you. Don't block my way. Let's grab a meal sometime," and Yu-seong called after him. "Although I don't have your number," he said, before lunging to attack from behind. Kang Hyun immediately spun around to defend himself, and Yu-seong's magic-enhanced punch violently collided with Kang Hyun's sword. "What?" Kang Hyun was stunned, his mask cracking from the force of the blow, and Yu-seong laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, if you just left like that, where's the fun?" And Yu-seong provoked, "Is that so?" The spiked mace and steel sword clashed, sending sparks flying. Kang Hyun roared, "Don't think I'll go easy just because we know each other. Die!" And Yu-seong just laughed gleefully. "This is exactly what I wanted." The two skills, Giant Strength and Wayne's Secret, were activated simultaneously. Kang Hyun swung a powerful sword strike, and Yu-seong was hurled backward by the terrifying power. Even with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he managed a sneer. "Just how much of a monster have you become in that time?" And Yu-seong asked as Kang Hyun lunged. Two opposing streams of energy clashed fiercely as An Yu-seong roared, "You're still the absolute best." He burst into maniacal laughter. Kang Hyun thought to himself that this battle was merely an obstacle to his plan. He wanted to finish it as quickly as possible, but instead of using his sword, Kang Hyun suddenly delivered a devastating punch to his opponent's face. A battle-hungry smile unexpectedly spread across his lips. "How long has it been since I had a real death match?" And Yu-seong noticed it and screamed, "That look! I know you're enjoying this too, aren't you?" Suddenly, Kim Il-woo rushed in from the side, yelling "Die!" and targeting An Yu-seong. Kang Hyun instantly appeared, intercepting Kim Il-woo's attack. Kim Il-woo was stunned, secretly thinking that if he made a name for himself here, he could become a high-ranking member in the future. An Yu-seong swung his spiked mace, delivering a savage blow to Kim Il-woo. Blood splattered as the attack ended the life of the guild member. The spiked mace was covered in blood, evidence of a merciless killing. And Yu-seong stood coldly, staring at the corpse of the comrade he had just slain. He let out a breath, purple magical energy still lingering after the strike. With an irritated look, An Yu-seong turned to Kang Hyun. "I was having a good time, and you barged in and ruined it." Kang Hyun thought to himself, astonished by the man's cruelty toward his own subordinate. And Yu-seong let out a sigh, clearly having lost all interest. "I genuinely wanted a real match with you," he said, dismissing a magical screen. The initial excitement had completely vanished from his face. "Even now, I want to join your side." And Yu-seong said, while cracking his neck, "But I really don't want Jung Wi-hyun to hate me." "I'm pretty sure he already hates you, you bastard," Kang Hyun thought sarcastically. And Yu-seong asked about Jung Wi-hyun, and Kang Hyun replied curtly, "A fool." He then revealed that Jung Wi-hyun was the illegitimate son of a major conglomerate chairman, which is why he could act so recklessly. "Sounds like a drama series," Kang Hyun thought, barely paying attention. He growled, "So what? Just because he has connections, I can't touch him?" "If I were going to be scared of things like that," Kang Hyun asserted, "I wouldn't have started this in the first place." Suddenly, An Yu-seong slung an arm around his shoulder, holding him back. "Ah, hold on. You should hear me out completely." "Buddy," and Yu-seong smiled suggestively, "let me join you." Observing the Bait Guild headquarters from a distance, Kang Hyun thought, "I really want to see him lose his mind." In his office, Jung Wi-hyun tore at his hair and roared, "God damn it!" He slammed the desk and yelled, "What? 3 dungeons completely cleared out? And we can't even get a hold of An Yu-seong?" His rage peaked, and he hurled the computer monitor across the room, Useless trash! That bastard couldn't even help me! The vice guild master could only stand still and endure as Jung Wee-hyun cursed. You lot are nothing but useless, freeloading trash. How am I supposed to deal with those bastards? Jung Wee-hyun panted, trying to regain his composure after the fit of rage. He pointed and commanded Dar, gather all guild members. 8 a.m. tomorrow, everyone must be here. The vice guild master hesitated. I'm not sure we'll have a high turnout. Jung Wee-hyun exploded again. Even if they're sick or have a funeral, drag them all here. God damn it. Do you not understand what I'm telling you? The subordinate explained. Lately, more and more people have been leaving the guild. Some have even completely cut off contact. Jung Wee-hyun snarled, offering a brutal solution. Take their parents hostage and threaten them. I'll make sure those who disobey learn their lesson. The vice guild master thought worriedly. The atmosphere in the guild is already chaotic. So many people are leaving. And if we resort to these kinds of threats now, Jung Wee-hyun clutched his head, groaning in frustration and anger. The headache caused by the deadlock intensified. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. What the hell is this? He snapped. Don't they know I'm raging right now? The phone screen displayed the words, hidden number. A familiar voice echoed from the other end. It seems you've been having a lot of trouble lately, Mr. Jung Wee-hyun? Jung Wee-hyun froze. He recognized that voice. Jung Wee-hyun smiled sinisterly while on the phone. He thought, perhaps things will be easier than I expected. Meanwhile, on social media, rumors about the Bait Guild being terrorized by a mysterious individual were spreading like wildfire, and Yu Seong slung an arm around Kang Hyun, saying gleefully, looks like the plan is working, right? We've only been clearing dungeons for a week. The two left the dungeon gate, and Kang Hyun declared, all right, I think it's time to finish this. It was fun, but also a bit dull, and Yu Seong asked, so how exactly are you planning to end things? Kang Hyun smiled confidently beneath his mask. Well, I suppose I can tell you. He gestured. Come closer and listen carefully. Kang Hyun whispered the final plan into his new companion's ear, and Yu Seong was stunned, bewildered by the sheer audacity of the plan. At the Bait Guild headquarters, a challenge was delivered. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., come if you want to save your guild. Signed, The Thief. The paper was crumpled in a fit of rage. A Bait Guild captain gritted his teeth. This arrogant bastard, does he want a public duel now? He yelled at all the members. Fine. Today I'll see that bastard's face and separate his bones from his flesh. Amidst the crowd, a member muttered in fear. Damn it, I didn't plan on coming here. But if I don't go, who knows what will happen? The captain looked annoyed at his troops. Shh! Damn it. Having to work alongside these useless guys again. He hissed bitterly. If only I could have persuaded that guy properly. At the same time, Jung Wee-hyun froze when a voice rang out on the other end of the line. It seems you've been having a lot of trouble lately, Mr. Jung Wee-hyun. The mysterious caller appeared in the shadows, smirking. Yes, it's me. I called to ask if you were having trouble. Jung Wee-hyun smirked, thinking that finally someone had to beg him for help. He was certain that if it was that person, everything would definitely be fine. Haha, you contacted me at just the right time. Jung Wee-hyun confidently named his price. Help me, and I will repay you handsomely, and even have my father help you too. However, the reply from the other end stunned him. What? An unfamiliar, cold voice rang out. Who is helping whom? It seems you haven't grasped the situation. Jung Wee-hyun was dumbfounded when the mysterious person declared, I've changed my mind. I won't get involved in this anymore. The call ended with a taunt. Perhaps you should go rely on your great father instead. That brat? No, that son of a bitch. Jung Wee-hyun gritted his teeth, his rage flaring as the phone in his hand began to crack. He roared as the device shattered into dust. You arrogant bastards! Let's see how long you can strut around. Simultaneously, in an office elsewhere, a mysterious man sat with his back turned, calmly remarking, I see. So the Bait Guild has summoned all its members. Jung Wee-hyun seems to have gone too far. His subordinate wondered, We are allies on the surface, after all. Are you really not going to send aid? That man was Choi Minju. Of course not. There's no reason to support trash like him, Choi Minju replied. But the subordinate remained concerned. But if he dies, Chairman Jung Sang-soo won't stand idly by. Hearing that name, Choi Minju's eyes flashed with a deadly light. A streak of blazing red energy suddenly flashed in the air. The subordinate only managed a painful scream as an invisible force tightened around his neck. Choi Minju coldly watched his subordinate being lifted into the air, muttering, "So,
Ash.
that means I have to grovel while being wary of that old man?" Choi Minju wondered defiantly, the deadly energy still lingering. Choi Minju's subordinate whispered a final apology as the invisible force choked him. Choi Minju watched the scene coldly, without a hint of emotion. The deadly red energy vanished, leaving the subordinate's corpse behind. After the deed was done, the man slumped dead onto the desk. "Find a new source of funding," Choi Minju ordered another person coldly before leaving. Meanwhile, a bait guild troop was advancing into the D-rank dungeon, Disruffin's Forest. Jung Wi-hyun impatiently asked for the time, and his subordinate reported that it was past 6 p.m. "That bastard," Jung Wi-hyun muttered, annoyed that the person who set the meeting hadn't appeared yet. He ordered the entire team to prepare for combat against a possible ambush. Suddenly, a team member frantically pointed ahead, calling out to the guildmaster. The entire group was stunned as they witnessed a terrifying explosion that shook the entire forest. Jung Wi-hyun and his comrades broke out in a cold sweat, aghast at the sudden event. Amidst the smoke and dust, Kang Hyun sat atop a pile of wolf corpses and let out a maniacal laugh. He looked up, his blazing red eyes and savage smile striking fear into others. The entire Bait Guild force was speechless, unable to believe that person was Kang Hyun. He's still alive?" Jung Wi-hyun exclaimed in horror. Kang Hyun stood up and casually greeted them. "Jung Wi-hyun, long time no see. This is my gift for you," he shouted, raising his hand toward them. In his palm was a tiny white-furred creature with red eyes. Letting out an innocent "Q," the Bait Guild members stared blankly at the small creature, one of them whispering, "Isn't that a Disruffin Young? It's so cute." With a savage grin, Kang Hyun held the creature up and declared, "Now." He hurled the small creature straight toward his enemies and yelled, "Take this gift." The bald Bait Guild mage was stunned. That lunatic. How could he throw such an adorable animal? He cried out in outrage and disbelief at Kang Hyun's cruel act. The mage's staff fell to the ground as he focused entirely on the small creature. He looked up at the creature flying through the air, thinking to himself, "I." Without hesitation, he spread his arms and decided, "I'll catch it." The tiny, pure white creature soared through the air. The bald mage gently embraced the creature in a romantic, rosy scene. He smiled contentedly, whispering, "Got it." The entire Bait Guild crowd was immediately captivated by the creature's cuteness, petting it and promising to raise it well. Only the gray-haired captain realized something was wrong, roaring, "That bastard, look what he's doing. Shut up, you idiots." Grinding his teeth, he muttered in fury upon realizing the entire scheme. That insane bastard. Kang Hyun's plan was revealed. He had kidnapped the Disruffin Young to drive the adult Disruffin into a frenzy, and then lure the entire pack of bloodthirsty monsters straight toward the Bait Guild. Amidst the encirclement of the frenzied wolves, Kang Hyun tossed his entire bag into the air and roared, "Take all my presents!" A shower of tiny, adorable creatures rained down upon the utterly terrified Bait Guild members. The lovely little creatures rained down from the sky, causing the Bait Guild members to stare blankly and exclaim in confusion. Immediately afterward, a figure plummeted to the ground at terrifying speed. Kang Hyun landed, a maniacal smile on his face and lightning crackling from his body, signaling a massacre. He charged forward like a whirlwind, effortlessly blasting aside the enemies in his way. Just then, an entire pack of frenzied adult Disruffin charged down from the hillside. The monsters roared, their purple eyes burning with fury over their stolen young. The Bait Guild captain struggled to ward off a Disrufen's pounce using fire magic. He broke out in a cold sweat, terrified by the dire situation. Another member tried to calm his comrades, while Kang Hyun pointed to his own head, provoking them with arrogant defiance. The captain continued launching fireballs to repel the monsters surrounding them from all directions. He ground his teeth, realizing he was completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun continued to sow terror, shattering the Bait Guild's already chaotic formation. Standing atop a Disrufen corpse, the captain trembled with rage and helplessness. Realizing all hope was lost, he screamed, "Everyone retreat! Get out of the dungeon immediately!" Upon hearing the command, the members in the rear immediately turned and fled toward the teleportation gate. One member ran, while swearing he would defect from this damn guild tomorrow. But their hope vanished when An Yusong suddenly appeared, blocking their escape route with a sly, wicked smile. The entire fleeing group froze, utterly horrified by the new enemy. With glowing eyes, An Yusong raised his hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to those who had been cornered. A whistling sound cut through the calm sky, signaling the massacre about to unfold. A spiked mace swung up, splattering fresh blood into the air. And Yusung, his eyes glowing with killing intent, mercilessly severed the head of a Bait Guild member. A malicious smile appeared on the young man's face as he reveled in the slaughter. From afar, Jung Wi-hyun watched his forces being massacred, frozen in horror, shouting, "And Yu Seong? Did he betray me? Since when?" Jung Wi-hyun's mind spun in confusion. Amidst the chaos, he gritted his teeth. The situation is terrible, but there's still a way. Meanwhile, the pack of Disrufin frantically tore apart the other members, turning the forest into a living hell. Jung Wi-hyun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this trap was far more insidious than he had imagined. On another front, Kang Hyun, with a savage smile, was also sweeping through the remaining Bait forces. Jung Wi-hyun stood stunned amidst the sea of blood, helplessly watching his subordinates being annihilated from all sides. Cornered, he growled, "If it's come to this, I have no choice but to use my final trump card." A raging fire erupted from his fist. At the same time, another Bait Guild member spat blood after being hit by Kang Hyun's energy attack. Kang Hyun, drenched in blood, continued to swing his sword, decapitating another enemy. He clicked his tongue, thinking, "It's truly endless. You bastards are as tenacious as cockroaches." Flames engulfed Jung Wi-hyun as he roared a hateful cry. "Kang Hyun!" The scream startled Kang Hyun, who turned back, showing a slight surprise. Transforming into a living fireball, Jung Wi-hyun charged straight at Kang Hyun, yelling, "If I'm going to die anyway, then I'll at least drag you down to hell with me." He activated the self-immolation skill in a final effort. Facing the suicidal attack, Kang Hyun took the full force of the fireball without flinching. The terrifying explosion swallowed the entire area, causing the Bait Guild members to scream in despair. "Why are you dragging us into this too?" Jung Wi-hyun realized this terrifying firepower could kill even himself. But he believed it was enough to bury his enemy. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the epicenter of the flames. Kang Hyun, completely unharmed, grabbed Jung Wi-hyun's head. The cold grip extinguished all hope for the guildmaster. Jung Wi-hyun couldn't believe his eyes, stammering in utter shock. "Is that all?" Kang Hyun mocked. "It was just a little warm, you bastard." A powerful sword strike knocked Jung Wi-hyun's weapon away. The guildmaster coughed up blood, completely overwhelmed. Jung Wi-hyun was knocked backward, sprawling on the ground, exhausted and severely wounded. He could only sit there helplessly. Kang Hyun coldly commanded, "Just sit there and watch." "Because you'll be the last one," he continued. "I have to watch all your lackeys die first." With that, Kang Hyun rushed in to slaughter the remaining Bait Guild members right before Jung Wi-hyun's eyes. Jung Wi-hyun exhaled sharply, whispering in despair, "It's over." Everything had ended, simply because they dared to provoke one single person. Facing the harsh reality, Jung Wi-hyun began to laugh hollowly. The savage laughter of a completely broken man echoed across the battlefield. Amidst the messy battlefield, Jung Wi-hyun sat on the corpse of a monster, bursting into maniacal laughter. The savage laughter of the defeated echoed throughout the area where a battle to the death had just taken place. Around him, the corpses of Bait Guild members lay scattered next to sparkling magic stones. An entire elite force and a pack of ferocious monsters were now nothing more than lifeless bodies. Kang Hyun and An Yu-seong coldly approached the defeated general, who was still laughing hollowly. Jung Wi-hyun's face was covered in wounds and severe burns. His smile looked truly gruesome and empty, and Yu-seong leaned down, sneering mockingly. "Hey, buddy, is this bastard laughing? Whatever, he's probably just having a nice dream." Hearing the voice, Jung Wi-hyun snapped back to reality, muttering in despair, "It's all over." But then a thought flashed in his mind. Over? Who says so? He turned back in horror, sensing a deadly presence standing right behind him. Kang Hyun stood there, silently looking down at the enemy who had completely lost the will to fight. Realizing his fate was sealed, Young Wee-hyun roared in desperation. "I can't die like this!" A memory suddenly flooded back. He recalled being just an illegitimate child. He remembered his childhood, where his own siblings treated him like a stranger, constantly suppressing him and getting in his way. Even though his father supported him, that only became more of a reason for others to torment and tear the boy apart. Then one day, the world changed. The tutorial began, ushering in an era of chaos. Awakened individuals and dungeons appeared, returning the world to the primitive law of the jungle. The world ran on power. The strong would have everything. Returning to reality, young Wee-hyun realized, this was my chance, just as a deadly blue light shot toward him. Young Wee-hyun was stunned in his final moments. His severed head rolled across the ground amidst the bloody sunset. Kang-hyun let out a breath, standing in the middle of the battlefield with An Yu-sung. "Why do all villains love to ramble?" Kang-hyun grumbled, while An Yu-sung sneered. "It's their last words. We should at least listen a little, shouldn't we?" Kang-hyun brushed him off. "It's done now anyway, even though I didn't ask for your help." And Yu-seong shrugged. "It was fun. That's all that matters." And Yu-sung smiled and asked, "So how do you feel?" Amidst the piles of Bait Guild corpses, he continued, "What does it feel like now that your revenge is complete?" I'm still not sure," Kang-hyun replied, making An Yu-seong curious. "They say the end of the road of revenge is emptiness. Is that true?" "Emptiness my ass," Kang-hyun asserted. "It feels like pulling a giant piece of earwax out of my ear." He scratched his head and added, "It's nothing special, but I feel relieved." And Yu-seong burst out laughing. "Please don't use metaphors like that, my friend." Kang-hyun lightly blew on his fingertip, lost in thought. "What about the loot they dropped?" And Yu-seong suggested, "Should we sell it and split it?" Kang-hyun coldly refused. "I don't need it. I'm not short on cash. Is that so?" And Yu-seong accepted, watching Kang-hyun bend down to pick up a sword. "Money, huh?" Kang-hyun muttered, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. He thought to himself that he had never worried too much about money before, as the rewards from clearing dungeons were always sufficient. But young Wee-hyun's threatening letter made him realize a harsh truth. Strength and money alone were not enough to protect everyone. With burning determination, Kang-hyun looked at the system interface. "I'm going to actively earn money and I'm going to build a force of my own." The two stood silently, watching the gigantic dungeon gate slowly close. "Now, it's truly over," and Yu-seong said. Kang-hyun replied curtly, "Yeah." Kang-hyun stood still, his face smeared after the battle, but his eyes shone with a new resolve. He suddenly asked An Yu-seong, "If I said I was going to start a guild?" But before he could finish, his comrade replied simply, "I'm in." And Yu-seong smirked mischievously. "If it's your guild, it's bound to be fun. My gut tells me so." Kang-hyun smiled back. "Intuition my ass. I haven't even said I'd let you join." The two walked away together into the night, leaving the bloody battlefield behind them. At that time, no one knew that the small guild founded by the two of them, as a joke, would become the most renowned power in Korea. The scene shifted to a skyscraper, the headquarters of a powerful corporation. The door to the chairman's office was kicked open with an angry roar. The chairman of Hansuk Group, Young Sang-soo, slammed the table and yelled, "You clearly said you would take responsibility for and raise young Wee-hyun. This is a breach of contract." He pointed toward the man, sitting with his back turned, his rage reaching its peak. Choi Minju. Choi Minju merely turned his head slightly, a condescending half-smile playing on his lips. "Breach of contract? Your joke is ridiculous," Choi Minju replied casually. "What the hell are you talking about?" Young Sang-soo trembled with anger. "It's been a week since my son and his guild lost contact. They are clearly dead." Choi Minju sneered, completely ignoring the chairman's words. "So what do you want me to do?" The cold reply stunned Young Sang-soo. He couldn't believe his ears. Choi Minju put his feet up on the desk and said nonchalantly, "I picked up a piece of trash and made him a guild master. I did exactly what I was paid for, didn't I?" "You bastard!" Young Sang-soo gritted his teeth. clenching his hands into fists. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he ordered the bodyguards, "Everyone charge, kill him for me." Immediately, a host of bodyguards, equipped with weapons and abilities, rushed toward Choi Minju from all directions. Facing the full-scale attack, Choi Minju calmly closed one eye, seemingly treating his opponents as nothing. A surge of fiery red energy lashed violently through the air like a whip. Instantly, the energy whip seized the bodyguards, wrapping tightly around their necks. Screams of terror erupted as the invisible force tightened its grip on the unfortunate men. In the blink of an eye, Choi Minju easily neutralized the entire bodyguard squad. He spoke up casually. "Hey, Chairman Young." Choi Minju stepped closer, reminding him, "We signed a contract, and I have always executed it perfectly." "So what is the meaning of this despicable behavior?" he growled, closing in on the chairman. Young Sang-soo trembled, sweating profusely, stammering, You. Choi Minju's eyes flashed with a deadly red light as he warned, "If there is a next time, I won't let it slide. Understand?" Terrified, Young Sang-soo could only whisper in fear, I understand." Immediately, Choi Minju flashed a chillingly gentle smile. He withdrew his power, and the bodyguards collapsed onto the floor, coughing violently. "I'm glad you understand," Choi Minju said, settling comfortably into the chairman's seat. "Transfer the promised funds today." He leaned forward with a look of curiosity. "By the way, I really want to know." Elsewhere, the Bait Guild headquarters was now just a ruined building, their sudden disappearance sparking countless rumors. The media and public opinion buzzed for a while about the collapse of the Bait Guild, about the purges and crimes committed in the dungeons. But then, amidst the countless new guilds springing up, the name Bait Guild gradually faded into oblivion. At a peaceful, traditional-style mansion, a voice echoed from inside. "Good. There will be no risk of being tracked." Kang Hyun and An Yu-seong sat across from each other before a lavish feast, summarizing their victory. "There will be no repercussions. I've dealt with all the troublesome people. Thanks to this battle and your connections, I've leveled up." And Yu-seong, enjoying the lavish meal, said, "I also took care of the stolen goods and got treated to expensive meals like this." Seeing Kang Hyun's expression, he asked, "Is everything all right? Why do you look so annoyed?" Kang Hyun sighed, picked up a piece of meat, and complained, "The problem is the title I received this time." A notification window appeared, revealing his new title, the Ruthless Clan Destroyer. Its effects included increased strength, enmity with the disrupted species, and most importantly, causing others to feel instinctive fear. He angrily slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Kang Hyun recalled the system rule that even unequipped titles retained 50% of their effect. He yelled in despair, "I'm already stressed enough about my current reputation, and now this will just make people misunderstand me even more." And Yu Seong chuckled, teasing, It doesn't matter for you. You were already a bad guy anyway, so don't worry." Suddenly, Kang Hyun's phone on the table began to vibrate. The screen displayed the caller as Mr. Lee-hyun of Daegun. Kang Hyun answered the phone, teasing, Mr. Jung Lee-hyun." Kim Lee-hyun, on the other end, immediately replied irritably, "I'm Kim Lee-hyun. Please stop calling me that. It sounds just like Jung Lee-hyun." Then, Kim Lee-hyun asked directly, "Do you remember our previous promise?" Kang Hyun had completely forgotten, wondering in confusion. A promise? What was it? On the other end of the line, Kim Lee-hyun rubbed his forehead tiredly. Sigh, "I knew it." He reminded him, "About meeting our guildmaster." Kang Hyun finally remembered. Kim Lee-hyun got straight to the point. "When are you free?" Soon after, Kang Hyun was at the Daegun Guild headquarters, an impressive skyscraper. He took the elevator up to the 12th floor. Standing before a strange space, Kang Hyun couldn't help but wonder, is this really okay? Arriving at the Daegun Guild headquarters, Kang Hyun turned to Kim Lee-hyun, pointing at An Yu-seong. "Is it really okay to bring this nuisance along?" Kim Lee-hyun calmly replied that the guildmaster had approved it. An Yu-seong smirked, "Harsh. Just so you know, I'm acquainted with Han Se-yeon." Making Kang Hyun question, hearing that word "acquainted" come out of your mouth sounds completely wrong. "How do you know her?" and Yu Seong explained that he had met her at a social gathering, while Kang Hyun merely wondered who the dapper man in his recollection was. Kang Hyun muttered, "A social gathering, huh? So the guild master here is also the silver spoon type, and she even graduated from the tutorial stages. That's truly unfair." They stopped in front of a door marked Reception Room. Kim Hyun knocked and announced, "Guildmaster." A female voice echoed from inside, inviting them in. Kim Hyun opened the door, leading Kang Hyun and An Yu Seong inside, where a woman was sitting with her back turned to them. Kang Hyun was slightly surprised when he saw her. The woman turned around and smiled in welcome. "Welcome. I am Han Seon, the Guildmaster of Dagon." Kang Hyun also introduced himself and shook her hand, while Han Seon mentioned that she had heard a lot about him from Kim Hyun. And Yu Seong greeted Han Seon intimately and then excused himself. And Kim Hyun also quietly withdrew. Han Seon invited Kang Hyun to sit down on the sofa. Kang Hyun sat down across from her. He spoke first. "Thank you for your help this time. I will certainly repay your kindness." Han Seon simply replied gently, "It was nothing major. Please don't worry about it." But Kang Hyun insisted, "No, I hate being indebted to others. So, why did you want to meet me?" Han Seon looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Do you want me to get straight to the point?" Kang Hyun replied concisely, "Aren't we both busy?" She smiled calmly. "I was going to offer you tea first, but if you insist, I won't refuse." Han Seon's sharp gaze fixed on Kang Hyun, signaling that an important negotiation was about to begin. She formally began by addressing him by his full name. Without beating around the bush, she got straight to the point. "Would you like to join our Dagon Guild?" "No," Kang Hyun replied bluntly and decisively. The harsh rejection plunged the room into silence. Although slightly surprised, Han Seon maintained her professional demeanor. Kang Hyun's expression showed that he was completely serious about his decision. Finally, she broke the silence. All right." And Yu Seong whispered teasingly, "Dude, that was too blunt. You might hurt her feelings," which left Kang Hyun bewildered. But Han Seon merely offered a reassuring smile, suggesting that his directness actually made things easier, causing Kang Hyun to sigh in relief. She offered to repay him in another way and promised to help whenever he needed it. Han Seon explained that gaining the favor of someone as strong as him was also a beneficial relationship for the guild. Kang Hyun skeptically asked what help he could possibly offer the nation's #1 guild, but still promised to step in if necessary. Suddenly, Han Seon switched to a more serious topic. "Kang Hyun, how long do you think this current peace will last?" Kang Hyun smirked, muttering the word peace with heavy sarcasm. He retorted, "How could one call it peace in a world where dungeons and criminals were still running rampant?" He thought to himself, perhaps this woman had also seen that thing. Compared to the apocalyptic scene in Stage 8 of the tutorial, the current world could indeed be considered peaceful. Kang Hyun leaned back, concluding, "Honestly, I don't know. The only way to prepare is to become stronger myself." He added, "Besides, isn't it still 5 years until the Haken dimension, or whatever it's called?" Which left Han Seon deep in thought. Kang Hyun warned seriously, 3 years. At most, within 3 years, a nation will face the risk of annihilation. We don't have much time left. Han Seon calmly questioned, "What is the basis for your certainty?" And Kang Hyun replied that he couldn't elaborate. He explained, "There is a divine entity that knows everything, and our side has someone who can communicate with them." Han Seon immediately thought of the administrator and was skeptical. Is there really someone who possesses the ability to communicate with the administrator? She changed the subject. "Actually, Kang Hyun, don't you feel it? The difficulty of the dungeons is increasing at a terrifying speed, while the growth of the ability users has stagnated." Kang Hyun thought to himself, "But I haven't noticed that?" And Yu Seong interjected, "Well, there's a saying, the more risks an ability user takes, the stronger they become." Kang Hyun suddenly understood. "So that's why hunting with guns isn't effective. I heard that no ability user uses firearms." And Yu Seong further explained that the proficiency level of a bow or crossbow increases completely differently compared to a gun. Han Seon commented that there seemed to be many theories surrounding this issue. She concluded, "That's right. Ultimately, only those with strength and audacity like you, Kang Hyun, can resolve the current situation." Han Seon made an offer. "Kang Hyun, you can become a hero." Kang Hyun awkwardly scratched his cheek. "It's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I'm not exactly a good person. Considering what I did to those bait bastards." Han Seon coldly dismissed it. That kind of trash doesn't matter. Kang Hyun was stunned, sweat dripping down his temple. "What?" She explained her perspective. "Ultimately, they are completely useless to the survival of humanity. They are those who hold no value worth protecting." Han Seon's eyes turned sharp. "To humanity, one person like you is more important than hundreds of them. It is not the virtuous saints, but only the strong who can protect the world." The room door closed, as Kim Il-hyun had just seen the two guests out. He stood at the door, turning back to look at Han Seon, who was still sitting in contemplation. "Did you see him off?" she asked. Kim Il-hyun replied, "Yes, I even made sure he got into the car." Kim Il-hyun asked, "How was it? What was your impression after meeting him in person?" Han Seon mused, "Actually, it was more than I expected." She smiled meaningfully. "So, yes." Han Seon recalled, "Even if only for a moment. When I mentioned the administrator, his eyes wavered." She stated firmly, "He is a graduate of the tutorial round." At the same time, at a strictly guarded dungeon gate in the middle of the city, the truth was revealed. Despite only a one-letter difference, the gap between an E rank and D rank dungeon was immense. The biggest difference lay in the variety of monsters, especially in the D rank dungeon, Daeance's laboratory. That was exactly where Kang Hyun was standing, in a corridor littered with enemy corpses. He strode forward steadily, stepping over the fallen. Kang Hyun thought to himself that having to face so many different types of monsters with varying weaknesses was truly annoying. Suddenly, he sensed a new presence and startled, asking, "And what the hell is this now?" Before him, a giant monster named Ogre Chimera Wolk loomed into view. It growled, its bright yellow eyes filled with ferocity. Kang Hyun, however, seemed nonchalant. What a shitty body ratio. Sticking a goblin head on an ogre body? Doesn't that just reduce its strength? But then, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Hisamult raised a finger and invited, "Do you want to join our guild? I have a bet with Yusheng about who can find a potential member first." Provoked, the monster roared furiously and violently swung its stone hammer. It raised its weapon high, preparing to unleash a devastating blow toward Kang Hyun. The colossal hammer slammed down, crushing the ground in a terrifying impact. Kang Hyun skillfully dodged the Ogre Chimera Wolk's crushing blow, letting out a taunt. "If you don't want to, just say so, you bastard," he continued to provoke, "but you're not qualified anyway." The monster let out a frantic roar, enraged by the teasing. It immediately spat out a stream of yellow liquid, but Kang Hyun quickly dodged it. "That's disgusting," Kang Hyun exclaimed, as a blue energy sphere gathered in his palm. The sphere exploded right on the monster, creating a powerful shockwave. Kang Hyun landed lightly after the attack, while the Ogre Chimera Wolk staggered. He calmly observed his opponent, the bruise on his cheek still visible. The monster's puddle of liquid was corroding the stone floor, making Kang Hyun think, "Is that acid?" Facing the monster again, he remarked, "Your skin looks really thick. I'm far outmatched in size. But since I'm a strategist," he said confidently, pointing to his head, "I always find the answer." Kang Hyun's eyes flashed with an eerie purple light as he smirked. "Ah, your hammer. I just need to take it." A deafening noise echoed amidst the fierce battle. Meanwhile, in another area, a man anxiously said, "Bro, I keep hearing monsters screaming. Don't you hear it?" The leader replied indifferently, "Someone must just be hunting." The gray-haired leader sneered, "Instead of worrying about that, we just need to focus on the feast right in front of us." The female team member looked vigilant, her hand gripping the hilt of her dagger. "Heh heh, this is why I like dungeons." The leader drew his sword, looking amused. The teammate asked again, "Are you really not hearing any strange noises?" The leader feigned ignorance. "What? Noises? Hey, you bastard," he snapped. "I told you not to worry about those stupid hunting sounds." Kang Hyun, his face smeared with blood, muttered under his breath, That smell." Facing him was an exploration party, all of them wary and confused by the tense atmosphere. He stood tall in the narrow corridor, carrying a giant boulder on his shoulder, repeating, "That smell." His eyes were vacant, seemingly focused on something invisible. "That smell." Suddenly, a maniacal smile spread across his lips. Of pathetic, miserable scum criminals, third-rate thugs who can easily be beaten to a pulp. The entire corridor seemed to freeze at his brutal declaration. He took a deep breath, savoring the familiar scent of death. A blazing red killing intent erupted around Kang Hyun, his eyes glowing with pure bloodlust. The brown-haired man nervously asked, "What's wrong with that guy? What is he carrying on his back? A hammer?" Without a word, Kang Hyun trudged forward, slowly raising the giant stone hammer. He tensed up, pouring all his strength into the weapon, causing the leader to exclaim, "Huh?" Instead of attacking the enemy, Kang Hyun swung the hammer straight up at the tunnel ceiling. A cracking sound echoed, and the stone ceiling began to fracture under the horrific impact. "Damn it!" the leader shouted, trying to shield himself from the falling debris. Crushed rock rained down, signaling an imminent tunnel collapse. Amidst the shower of stone, Kang Hyun stood firm as a rock, his gaze unwavering. The stunned leader muttered, "Is he crazy? In a cramped place like this, even if he swings?" His words were cut short as he realized Kang Hyun's true intention. The cracks spread further, and fresh blood began to seep down from somewhere on the ceiling. A cold drop of sweat ran down the leader's temple, his eyes filled with extreme panic. "Huh?" Kang Hyun furiously swung the giant hammer, delivering an earth-shattering blow to the dungeon floor. The leader's two teammates could only gasp in horror. "Shit!" Despite their shock, Kang Hyun continued smashing, causing the ground itself to crack open. After venting his rage, he stopped, covered in blood and injuries, and muttered a word. As expected, "It's really heavy," Kang Hyun murmured to himself. "I guess I can't use it as my main weapon." He decided, "I should put it away for now," then turned his back and opened his inventory. The other group was speechless, unable to comprehend Kang Hyun's actions. The ash-gray-haired leader sneered, "Ha ha, showing off his strength made me think he was someone important, but it seems this guy doesn't understand the situation, does he?" He immediately seized the opportunity. "You dare put away your weapon in front of me?" the leader roared, charging forward with his sword drawn. With a savage yell, he swung his sword directly at Kang Hyun. "Die!" However, Kang Hyun stopped the sharp blade with his bare hand. The leader was stunned, stammering, "Huh?" Without warning, Kang Hyun delivered a devastating punch to his face. The two remaining members of the criminal group were utterly horrified by the sudden reversal. "Now then," Kang Hyun grabbed the stunned leader by the hair. He picked up the man's sword, his voice icy. "You criminals!" Holding the blade to the hostage's neck, Kang Hyun flashed a maniacal grin, his red eyes blazing. "Hand over everything you have!" The spearman trembled and exclaimed, He's insane." His entire body stiffened, sweat pouring out as he witnessed the horrifying scene. The leader's sword clattered to the ground. Despite their leader being captured, the group recklessly charged forward, screaming, "Charge! He's only one man." Kang Hyun, gripping the hostage's hair, mocked, "Huh? They're still attacking even though I have you? Looks like they don't care if you live or die, huh? What's your name?" Kang Hyun asked coldly. And the trembling leader replied, Kim Kyusik." "All right, Kyusik," Kang Hyun said, his eyes flashing with a cruel intent. He suddenly grabbed Kim Kyusik by the collar. The leader could only let out a painful groan. Kang Hyun whispered a promise full of irony, "I will avenge you." Kim Kyusik's spear-wielding teammate was stunned by the unbelievable sight. With a maniacal smile, Kang Hyun forced Kim Kyusik to swing the sword and kill his own teammate. Kim Cusick screamed in despair, his body manipulated like a puppet. The cursed blade pierced the teammate, leaving the remaining men speechless. After forcing the man to kill his friend, Kang Hyun let Kim Cusick's limp body slump down. He let out a breath, calmly remarking, "Not bad at all." Then, Kang Hyun lifted Kim Cusick up, roaring, "Come here, you bastards! I'll face you with my new weapon, the Cusick Siege Hammer." He dragged Kim Cusick's corpse forward. The two remaining members backed away in terror, stammering, Don't come here." In Kim Cusick's horrified eyes, the image of the demon controlling him appeared clearly. A desperate scream rang out as another member was crushed. The last man could only beg for his life in vain before the massacre concluded. Shin Sunga, the only one left alive, was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. She stared in shock at Kang Hyun, standing amidst the corpses of those who had attacked her. Kang Hyun dusted himself off, muttering that these D-rank players had taken up quite a bit of his time. He squinted, seemingly still evaluating the battle. Shin Sunga bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving my life." But Kang Hyun replied, "Thanks to you, I didn't run into trouble." He waved his hand casually, telling her to look up and admitting he quite enjoyed giving them a thorough beating. After standing up straight, she formally introduced herself. "My name is Shin Sunga. May I ask your name, sir?" Kang Hyun was a little embarrassed, scratching his head. "Just talk normally. I'm Kang Hyun." He flinched slightly when he heard her respectfully call his name, Sir Kang Hyun. Shin Sunga looked straight at him, earnestly asking, "How can I become as strong as you, Sir Kang Hyun?" Her eyes shone with burning determination. Kang Hyun was completely surprised by the question. He was silent for a moment. That was the fateful moment when two of South Korea's three worst troublemakers met. Shin Sunga's question still hung in the air, awaiting an answer. Her resolute gaze did not waver. Kang Hyun awkwardly searched for an answer. The way to become strong? He gave a seemingly naive answer. "Just put in the effort, right?" Shin Sunga was slightly disappointed. "If it's just effort, then Kang Hyun interrupted, his expression turning serious. "Not all efforts are the same. You have to put in effort until you die." Shin Sunga was stunned, repeating his words unconsciously. "Until death." Kang Hyun scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, It sounds a bit strange coming from me, since I always resurrect after dying. Anyway, take care," he said, turning his back and walking away. "Feel free to deal with them as you wish. Whether you kill them or spare them is up to you." Shin Sunga silently watched his retreating figure disappear down the dark corridor. But then, Kang Hyun suddenly stopped behind a corner. He stealthily peeked his head out, and Shin Sunga asked, "Can you get out on your own?" Kang Hyun mumbled, "I can't." Shin Sunga wondered, "In that case, shouldn't you ask for help?" "I really want to help, but..." Kang Hyun replied, "I can't leave right now. I came here to clear the dungeon." Shin Sunga immediately seized the opportunity. "If that's the case, may I accompany you, Kang Hyun?" Kang Hyun was completely stunned by the sudden offer. Is it because I told you to strive until death earlier?" He quickly waved his hand. "Forget it. That was just a figure of speech. I didn't mean for you to actually die." Shin Sunga interrupted. "That's not it." She firmly asserted, "I know my abilities well. I will only follow as if I were dead to collect magic stones. I guarantee I won't get in the way." "But it will be very dangerous." Kang Hyun hesitated. "Of course. The magic stones will belong to you, Kang Hyun." "I can protect myself," Shin Sunga confidently declared, making Kang Hyun reconsider. After a moment of consideration, he nodded. "All right, follow me." And the result of that cooperation was a battlefield littered with monster corpses. Kang Hyun stood amidst the pile of bodies, the sword in his hand still dripping blood, while Shin Sunga observed from behind. "You worked hard," she said with admiration. "In that case..." She pulled out a sharp dagger. "I will collect the magic stones." The cold blade plunged into the monster's corpse, beginning the harvesting work. Shin Sunga carefully used the dagger, beginning the work of collecting magic stones from the monster corpses. Kang Hyun watched her, thinking to himself, I guess she can protect herself just like she said. He continued to ponder, imagining her using her stealth skill and then suddenly providing support with accurate arrows. And she even collects those troublesome magic stones. With her around, cleanup is definitely easier. Then, Kang Hyun turned back and asked, What are you planning now? The front looks like the boss room. It will be very dangerous. Shin Sunga gripped the dagger tightly, her eyes resolute. I have decided. I will follow you to the end. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of them. The dungeon had been conquered, and an exit gate had opened. Both were stunned. Kang Hyun muttered, He couldn't believe it. It's over. Did someone else defeat it already? But then, Kang Hyun's eyes widened in horror as he realized something absurd. Wait a minute. I can still feel the boss's energy. His face turned pale as he reached the only conclusion. It's a dungeon break. For the first time in Korean history, a D-rank dungeon break had occurred. At the same time, news reports simultaneously reported a monster wave with more than 10 dungeons opening at once, raising suspicions of a terrorist attack. Experts analyzed that this was an intentional act of terrorism caused by humans, while a man in a suit rushed down the corridor. The man burst into an office, frantically shouting, Alliance President! From the window, another man calmly replied, You're here. That person turned around. It was Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Ability Users Alliance, who asked confidently, Is it about the dungeon break? Then all preparations are complete. The subordinate stammered, That matter. According to the report we just received, Choi Dong-woo's subordinate reported that among the dungeon breaks, there was a D-rank dungeon. Choi Dong-woo asked for the location as he walked, and was informed that it was the Dance Laboratory in Suwon. He looked annoyed, muttering that it was a tough dungeon they had been postponing clearing. Choi Dong-woo asked about the large guilds nearby, but the subordinate reported that their main forces were all out on missions. He decisively ordered 50 elite troops to be assembled to head to Suwon, while the rest would be divided to handle the other dungeons. Meanwhile, at the Daegun Guild headquarters, a female warrior reported to Kim Il-hyun that Alliance President Choi Dong-woo was personally leading troops to the Dance Laboratory. She worriedly asked if there were any nearby guilds that could defend, fearing they wouldn't arrive in time. Kim Il-hyun adjusted his glasses, confirming that besides the Hangul Guild, only small and medium-sized guilds remained. But then he hesitated. He continued, saying there were reports of a solo ability user quickly taking down monsters, which surprised the female warrior. Kim Il-hyun smiled meaningfully, describing the person as having a great sword, a muscular physique, and a face so terrifying it was hard to distinguish from a monster's, startling the female warrior. But then she also smiled, seemingly understanding, and said that in that case, they didn't need to worry anymore. On the battlefield, Kang Hyun gasped for breath amidst a sea of monster corpses strewn across the street. A group of survivors stood far away, exclaiming in horror, That's insane! Did he take down all of them by himself? They still couldn't believe their eyes, wondering if Kang Hyun was truly just a regular ability user. A young man with ash-blonde hair timidly approached, stammering his thanks to Kang Hyun for saving their lives. Exhausted, Kang Hyun could only whisper a single word while blood still streamed down his face. The young man didn't hear clearly and confusedly asked, What was that? Kang Hyun suddenly looked up sharply, his bloodshot eyes rolling wildly, and growled, I said get out. If you don't run fast, all of you will die. Amidst the battlefield, littered with monster corpses, Kang Hyun stood tall, radiating a fierce red killing intent that confused the survivors. His eyes were bloodshot, exhausted yet still vigilant, as he muttered, There's still more. He realized a terrifying truth. The rift hasn't closed yet. Kang Hyun's thoughts echoed ominously. The boss monster is still here. In his mind, the image of a Lich King with blood-red eyes gradually appeared. Kang Hyun turned back and yelled loudly at the stunned crowd. The final boss hasn't appeared yet. If you stay here, you will all die. The survivors were stunned by his stern warning. A young man in the group swallowed hard, trying to remain calm amidst the tense atmosphere. Despite the threat, the young man still stepped forward. Wait, we are all ability users. We can lend a hand. Kang Hyun cut him off, his cold gaze fixed on the person opposite him. You. The young man asked in surprise. What? Kang Hyun questioned him bluntly. How many chimeras did you guys catch just now? Then he grabbed the young man's collar and growled. Did you catch any decent ones? You're all just getting in the way. If you understand, go evacuate the civilians immediately. Completely overwhelmed, the young man could only stammer, Wait, about that, in the back. The others began whispering, What the hell? Why is he talking like that? No matter how strong he is, that's a bit much. Another member of the group looked at Kang Hyun with a mixture of apprehension and annoyance. His patience exhausted, Kang Hyun ground his teeth, his killing intent exploding more fiercely than ever. Terrified, one person in the group quickly urged his comrades, Should we retreat? Let's retreat, okay? Without hesitation, the entire group of survivors immediately turned and fled for their lives. Kang Hyun clicked his tongue, his eyes reflecting annoyance as he was left alone on the battlefield. Amidst the monster-strewn battlefield, Kang Hyun turned to Shin Sunga, grunting. He hesitated. That is, Shin Sunga remained silent, her face showing clear tension and confusion. Sniping, Kang Hyun stated firmly. You can do it, right? Shin Sunga was stunned, stammering in reply. What? Cover me, Kang Hyun ordered decisively. Find cover. Standing amidst the rubble, he repeated his instruction firmly to reassure her. Shin Sunga flinched, seemingly understanding and accepting the life or death mission. Suddenly, the giant magic crystal at the end of the road began to crack violently. A massive ironclad foot stomped heavily onto the ground, stepping out from the spatial rift. Immediately after, a muscular Tiger Man creature also appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura. Standing before Kang Hyun now were three powerful entities: a Tiger Man, a Snake Man, and a fully armored knight. What the hell is this? Kang Hyun exclaimed, unable to hide his astonishment. He muttered, The 4 heavenly kings? No. Is it the 3 heavenly kings? His gaze immediately sharpened, ready for a life or death battle. Kang Hyun secretly assessed that each of these guys was on par with the Walk he had struggled to defeat. And now, the real boss appeared. From deep within the gate, a cloaked black shadow with skeletal legs slowly floated out. Beneath the hood was a desiccated skeleton bearing gruesome jaws. The Lich exhaled, hovering in midair, its invisible pressure enveloping everything. A rift tore through space, spitting out violent purple lightning bolts. The spatial gate widened, transforming into a chaotic vortex of energy right in the middle of the street. From within, a skeletal Lich stepped out, observing calmly. The architecture here is truly unique. Kang Hyun, standing amidst the pile of monster corpses, was stunned. Monsters can talk? The Lich muttered, while 3 dark figures slowly materialized from the purple smoke surrounding it. Hovering in the air, the Lich and its 3 subordinates, a Tiger Man, a Knight, and a Lizard Man, looked down. Human. Do you truly intend to block my path alone? Yeah, that's right. Kang Hyun smirked, purple energy beginning to gather on his gauntlets. He held up a strange device, and savage purple lightning bolts danced across its surface. A blinding red explosion erupted, sweeping away everything within its radius. With glowing red eyes and a maniacal grin, Kang Hyun growled, I'm going to smash your head in and play puzzles with the pieces. The Lich remained calm. An insolent human. However, your body seems useful, so I shall personally. Suddenly it paused, the eyes in its bone sockets flaring with magical light. Ah, wait a moment. Kang Hyun now hoisted a massive warhammer onto his shoulder, challenging. Why don't you and I have a proper duel, leader to leader? Get rid of the small fry and settle this like real men. The Lich hovered above, silent for a moment, then coldly replied, I refuse. Kang Hyun spat on the ground. Shh, I didn't expect much anyway. He tightened his grip on the hammer handle, blood-red killing intent enveloping his hands. In that case, I'll make the first move, Kang Hyun declared with an arrogant smile. Without hesitation, he charged straight toward the trio of monsters, his massive warhammer raised. The Tiger Man and the Armored Knight immediately took defensive stances, ready to meet the impact. With terrifying speed, Kang Hyun closed the distance, the glowing warhammer ready to crush everything in its path. Kang Hyun took a deep breath, concentrating his power. System notification. The skill Lion's Roar of Fury has been activated. The Armored Knight instantly froze, his entire body paralyzed by the sonic wave. The remaining two subordinates, the Tiger Man and the Lizard Man, were also stunned in place. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Hyun stomped the ground and shot into the air. He aimed straight for the knight, growling, "First one." With a crazy smile, he muttered, "One man."
Binisa.
Swung a hammer blow that swept across the entire battlefield. "Oh, down," he finished the sentence as the weapon made contact. The Armored Knight's head exploded like a watermelon. From a distance, the purple-robed Lich calmly witnessed the scene. It exhaled, its red eyes in the sockets gleaming with curiosity. The Lich thought to itself, "I detect no magical flow. Could this be pure human strength? It would be a pity to kill him," it continued to ponder. The Lich raised its skeletal hand, and dark purple magic began to gather. The magical energy enveloped the three fallen subordinates, pulling them together. The knight's helmet began to crack under the pressure. He screamed in agony as the helmet shattered, revealing the monstrous face inside. Kang Hyun watched cautiously, realizing the enemy had not been completely destroyed. He landed, taking a firm stance, ready for an even more brutal fight. Kang Hyun gasped for breath, struggling to stand up with the heavy hammer. Suddenly, a skeletal hand radiating dark magic emerged from the shadows. The final boss Lich revealed itself, its blazing red eyes filled with overwhelming pressure. It reached out, casting the mind control spell directly at Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun's eyes changed color, his mind beginning to be invaded. He let out a small cry as his consciousness slowly sank into darkness. Enveloped in the controlling energy, Kang Hyun helplessly watched the Lich mock him. "You're caught now." The Lich smiled triumphantly, certain that with this move, Kang Hyun, was completely under its control. "Welcome, my slave," the Lich declared. "Now, bow down and show your loyalty." Kang Hyun stood motionless, his eyes vacant white. He remained eerily silent, showing no sign of obedience. Kang Hyun's magic-bound hand began to move according to his own will. The Lich remained complacent, completely unaware of the silent resistance taking place. Suddenly, Kang Hyun snapped his head up with a crazy grin, flipping a defiant middle finger. "Bastard," he growled, and a system notification appeared. Strong Spirit Ring resisted mind control. The Lich stared down in shock, unable to believe its prey had escaped its enchantment. "So, it defended itself with an item," it muttered. "I intended to acquire it in good condition. What a shame." Giving the enemy no time to recover, Kang Hyun charged straight toward the Tiger Man monster to continue the slaughter. Kang Hyun braced himself, activating the skill Antria's Skin to defend. The Tiger Man monster charged with terrifying speed, sending him flying. A fierce explosion shook the ground, scattering dust and debris everywhere. Amidst the smoke, the Tiger Man stood up, next to the corpse of the Armored Knight. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the air and lodged straight into the monster's head. The Lich standing far away was also stunned by the surprise attack. "Does he have allies?" However, the Lich muttered, trying to analyze the situation. "Is he?" "It's nothing major," he reassured himself, when he saw the Tiger Man still standing firm. However, Kang Hyun smirked. "Perfect timing, Ms. Sunga." Hearing that name, the Lich flinched in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Hyun coiled up, ready for a massacre. He shot forward like an arrow, his face alight with madness and aggression. His hands gripped the axe handle tightly, gathering destructive energy. The Tiger Man monster roared. "That is..." A perfect position to attack, Kang Hyun yelled, finishing its sentence. Distracted by the arrow, the monster had exposed a fatal flaw. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun swung his gigantic axe. A devastating blow made the Tiger Man shriek in extreme agony. It collapsed to the ground, completely motionless, at the victor's feet. Immediately after, a sharp blade of energy shot out from the remaining enemy. Taken by surprise, Kang Hyun was startled by a vicious attack. The lizard man monster's blade had pierced through his back. Kang Hyun let out a growl, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The war axe slipped from his grasp, crashing down and cracking the ground. Despite being injured, he frantically used his bare hands to block the enemy's weapon. The lizard man monster opened its fanged mouth wide, intending to deliver the finishing blow. But seizing the moment, Kang Hyun used the opponent's own strength to flip it over his shoulder. The monster's entire massive body was slammed hard onto the ground in astonishment. A streak of purple light flashed, and a pitch-black greatsword appeared in Kang Hyun's hand. He gripped the new weapon tightly, dark energy surging. Standing over his fallen enemy, Kang Hyun raised the sword high with cold eyes. The lizard man monster could only look up in utter horror. A savage smile spread across Kang Hyun's lips right before he swung the sword. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the area red. The black sword plunged into the ground, dripping the blood of the defeated foe. From afar, the skeletal Lich Lord silently witnessed everything, his eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. Kang Hyun stood proudly over the enemy's corpse, his entire body enveloped in raging, killing intent. He casually licked the blood from his lip and spoke. "Now then, there's only one left, right?" He looked up, throwing a challenging gaze. "Baldy!" The taunt aimed directly at the stunned Lich. Kang Hyun stood on the enemy's corpse, looking up at the final boss. "There's only one left, right?" With a maniacal grin, he mocked. "Baldy." The Lich hovered in the air, his red eyes flashing with contempt, thinking, what a clumsy performance for someone who has exhausted their magic power. "How do you intend to face me?" it questioned. Kang Hyun froze, realizing the opponent had seen right through him. He admitted to himself that his magic power was running out, and even his recovery ability had reached its limit. More importantly, he had no way to attack the enemy hovering in the sky. His legs trembling, Kang Hyun knew he didn't even have the strength left to jump or throw anything. Wishing he could use the giant's strength, suddenly, his heart skipped an abnormal beat, signaling that something was wrong. "Huh?" Kang Hyun was stunned as blood suddenly gushed from his nose. He staggered, coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Losing his balance, he slipped on his own pool of blood. His heavy body collapsed onto the ground. What is this?" Kang Hyun struggled to look up, completely bewildered by what was happening. The Lich coldly declared, "It's starting to take effect." It explained, "That previous attack, did you think it was merely a physical blow? Since this is my first time attacking a human body, I figured using poison wasn't a bad choice. You have no chance of winning now. I will give you the antidote, provided you surrender and become my slave." A challenging smirk appeared on Kang Hyun's blood-smeared face. "I told you already, didn't I, that I'd smash your bald head and play 3D puzzle with it?" He growled, his killing intent exploding. A fierce surge of dark red magical power erupted around Kang Hyun's body. He secretly decided, "I'll use all my remaining mana to detoxify, and—" "The final measure," he growled, tightening his grip on the greatsword's hilt. An information panel appeared, introducing the Bilgain's longsword, a weapon steeped in the bloodlust of the battlefield. Its special skill is Berserker, increasing strength and stamina for 5 minutes, but accompanied by extremely severe side effects. The Lich was astonished to see Kang Hyun, who seemed to have collapsed, charging forward at a terrifying speed. "Come at me, you bastard!" Kang Hyun roared maniacally. "Even if I die, I'm dragging you down with me." With eyes blazing with hatred, he poured all his strength into the final attack. After the battle, on a ruined street, Kang Hyun stumbled forward, as a strange figure suddenly appeared behind him. The strange man smiled, I don't know who you are, but you did very well. He declared, from now on, this area will be handled by the Ability Users Alliance. Kang Hyun realized with a start. He's someone who graduated the tutorial. That man was Choi Dongwoo, the president of the Ability Users Alliance. You're severely injured, Choi Dongwoo said. Go get some rest. What? Kang Hyun was confused, trying to protest. Wait, I still have... Suddenly, a dizzy spell hit him, and his body felt as if its life force had been drained. Kang Hyun collapsed to his knees, gritting his teeth against the extreme pain. Damn it, he cursed internally. I tried to endure it. In the end, his will could not overcome his body's limits, and he fell flat onto the ground. In the final seconds before losing consciousness, he managed to think. He showed up with unnecessary drama. At a large hospital, Kang Hyun suddenly woke up. Beside his hospital bed, his younger sister, Kang Ah-hyun, was casually sitting and drinking water. You're awake, she said. Kang Hyun grumbled. Why do I have to see that annoying face the moment I wake up? To which his sister retorted, waking up just to talk nonsense? Kang Ah-hyun scrolled through her phone and delivered a harsh remark. Hospital bills are expensive. Why didn't you just die already? Ignoring the curse, Kang Hyun quickly asked, what about the dungeon? How did the dungeon break go? His sister replied curtly, I don't know the details, but it's been resolved. She recounted, do you know how surprised I was? I got the news you were hospitalized, and when I arrived, I even saw the president of the Ability Users Alliance. Kang Hyun froze when he heard that name. He recalled the business card of Seong Yeonho, another member of the alliance. Well, I don't think I need to owe him anything, Kang Hyun muttered, looking displeased. Just rest up and get well, Kang Ah-hyun advised. But then she scoffed. Even with special abilities or whatever, what if you actually drop dead? Making Kang Hyun internally resolve to be careful of his sister's mouth. He snapped, I don't want to die. Dying means losing levels, and it feels terrible. It's not like I enjoy dying. Kang Hyun's words suddenly stopped short. Kang Ah-hyun turned her face away, seemingly a little flustered. Kang Hyun was completely silenced by his sister's reaction. He scratched his head awkwardly. All right then. I'll try to be more careful next time, Kang Hyun sighed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Ability Users Alliance, attention was focused on him. In the Alliance President's office, an assistant asked, So his name is Kang Hyun. Do you know him? The president replied concisely, no. I heard the report that you contacted him. The assistant wondered, then why did you personally oversee his transfer and even pay his hospital bills? The president merely smiled meaningfully. He explained, I witnessed the birth of a hero. If I didn't help him right then, when would I? A memory flashed back. Kang Hyun, covered in injuries, desperately yelling, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Returning to reality, the president clasped his hands together, deep in thought. Then he changed the subject. So, how is that matter progressing? Meanwhile, at a large hospital, the story continued elsewhere. An elderly doctor rubbed his forehead tiredly, astonished. The test results show nothing unusual. Your recovery ability is truly remarkable. In the hallway, Kang Hyun walked and grumbled, while Kang Ah-hyun teased her brother about the hospital bills being paid by the alliance president. Kang Hyun complained about his lost income, just as a man in a suit approached the information desk asking for a patient named Kang Hyun. Hearing his name, Kang Hyun turned back in surprise to look at the strange man. He told his sister, Kang Ah-hyun, to go ahead. The man was disappointed when the hospital staff informed him that they could not look up information for a discharged patient. I was one step too late. The man sighed, unaware that Kang Hyun was standing right behind him. Who are you? Kang Hyun spoke up, making the man jump and turn around. The two men faced each other for a moment. The man in the suit stammered a question, and Kang Hyun calmly confirmed, Yes, I am Kang Hyun. I heard you call my name. Flustered, the man quickly reached into his jacket. Wait a moment. The man in the suit handed over a business card. He was Shin Taegul. Kang Hyun read aloud in surprise, Ministry of Interior and Safety, Special Ability User Management Team? He secretly wondered why the government was seeking him out right after he left the hospital. Immediately afterward, a premium cut of beef was sizzling on the grill. At a luxurious restaurant, Kang Hyun nervously asked, "Are you sure this is okay? This place is quite expensive." But Shin Taegul casually replied, "No problem at all." Kang Hyun sneered, joking that he was finally seeing his tax money put to good use. But then he quickly became serious and got straight to the point. "Are you asking me to join the government?" Kang Hyun asked, and Shin Taegul confirmed it was merely a non-mandatory offer. Kang Hyun rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. "So I'd become a civil servant too? What's so great about that?" Shin Taegul explained that they were not ordinary civil servants, but a special organization established to prepare for the future. He revealed that the government had realized they couldn't control ability users by force, nor was there any benefit in confronting them. "I see," Kang Hyun replied, while clumsily flipping the meat, causing Shin Taegul to sigh inwardly. When asked about the benefits, Shin Taegul answered decisively, "The greatest benefit is money. We will provide sufficient funding for your activities." He added that if anything happened to Kang Hyun, the government would take care of his family for life, treating them like national benefactors. "That sounds good," Kang Hyun admitted, but his sharp eyes saw through the offer. "That means there's a lot of work involved, right?" Shin Taegul didn't deny it, but guaranteed they wouldn't make unreasonable demands. "We only ask that you maintain your current life and provide support when necessary," he said, making Kang Hyun nod. "That's certainly not bad." To add weight to the invitation, Shin Taegul revealed that both President Choi Dong-woo and Guildmaster Han Seon were cooperating with them. Kang Hyun asked a more practical question. "So, can I still work part-time?" Then fell into thought. Finally, he declared decisively, "All right, I'll do it." The scene was set in Suwon, Gyeonggi Province, near Dayance's old laboratory. Kang Hyun sighed, wondering why, of all places, they had to bring his car here, and questioned if it was even safe. Suddenly, a voice called his name. "Mr. Kang Hyun." He looked up and saw a familiar woman approaching, carrying a large bag. Kang Hyun recognized the person, but misremembered her name. "Ms. Shin So-yi." The woman corrected him. Her name was Shin Sunga. Shin Sunga handed the bag to Kang Hyun, which surprised him. Inside the bag were countless glittering magic stones, loot from the dungeon. She explained that she had intended to return them immediately, but since he had suddenly collapsed and been taken away, it was delayed until now. Kang Hyun asked back, stunned, unable to believe she had waited here just to return this, not knowing if he would ever come back. Shin Sunga firmly confirmed it, making Kang Hyun inwardly remark that she was truly a stubborn person. He offered to give her the magic stones, but Shin Sunga resolutely refused, stating she couldn't break her promise. Kang Hyun accepted them, thanked her for her thoughtfulness, and turned to leave. He looked around, wondering where his car was. Shin Sunga called his name once more from behind. The moment Kang Hyun turned around, she suddenly bowed deeply. Shin Sunga unexpectedly made an unbelievable proposal. "Please accept me as your disciple." The sudden request left Kang Hyun completely speechless. Night fell, moonlight illuminating a tranquil lake. A mysterious dungeon gate appeared in the middle of the silent night forest. The system panel confirmed it was F-rank dungeon, Kurka Village, just as a painful groan echoed. A cornered lich muttered in despair that it couldn't believe it had been pushed this far by humans. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. "So this is where you were hiding?" A silver-haired man appeared, calmly walking toward the astonished undead creature. "The name of the D-rank dungeon has been revealed," he smiled. "The Lich of Dayance." With eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, Lich Dayance cautiously asked, "Who are you?" "Don't be so wary," the strange man reassured. "I am not your enemy." He continued with a shocking declaration. "I am the one who freed you." A stream of crimson aura began to emanate from the man, who smiled meaningfully. "So, what do you say, Dayance?" He completely transformed into his true form, with brown hair and blood-red eyes, extending his hand in invitation. Do you want to take my hand? The scene abruptly shifted to a traditional restaurant under the morning sun. A woman with her hair tied up in a bun seriously introduced herself. My name is Shin Sunga. It's a pleasure to meet you. And Yu Seong sat opposite her, silently observing. Well, I thought you'd never be able to recruit a guild member. And Yu Seong began to needle Kang Hyun. Since you don't have any friends. Hey, who says I don't have friends? Kang Hyun immediately retorted. I still have 1 or 2 friends, you know. He paused for a second, a flicker of self-doubt in his eyes. I definitely do, right? Anyway, I won the recruitment bet, didn't I? Kang Hyun quickly changed the subject. You have to pay for this meal as promised. And Yu Seong sighed, reluctantly conceding. All right. I lost the bet this time. However, and Yu Seong smirked. She still has to pass a test to join the guild. Shall we head into the dungeon right now? Shin Sunga was slightly surprised, but quickly agreed. Ah, yes, of course. I have no problem with that. Kang Hyun thought to himself. This guy is simply looking for an excuse to go hunting. The group approached the entrance of the D-rank dungeon, Harpy's Cliff, where streams of eerie green energy emanated. Immediately upon entering, a ferocious harpy roared and charged straight toward them. All 3 stood firm amidst the flock of harpies, surrounded by the scattered corpses of defeated monsters. Shin Sunga coldly drew her bow, her sharp gaze locked onto the final target. She released the string, and the arrow tore through the air at terrifying speed. The harpy only managed a single shriek before collapsing with the arrow lodged directly in its head. The battle ended, and the group stood amidst the silent battlefield. And Yu Seong smiled contentedly. Well, having a long-range damage dealer really makes a difference. Our team composition is more balanced now. Kang Hyun turned and asked sarcastically, What do you think? And Yu Seong? Did she pass the test? And Yu Seong immediately snapped, Hey, you bastard. You said you were going to run a test earlier. To which Kang Hyun casually replied, Oh right, I forgot. Kang Hyun thought to himself again. See? He just wanted to hunt. Shin Sunga ignored the conversation and pulled out her dagger. All right, she said. I'll collect the magic stones. Seeing her meticulously handle each corpse, Kang Hyun spoke up. You don't have to be so thorough if it's inconvenient. Shin Sunga firmly replied without looking up. It's fine. I enjoy doing this. And Yu Seong patted Kang Hyun's shoulder, reminding him, Buddy, that's money too. You shouldn't waste it, since you're still pretty poor. Kang Hyun countered An Yu Seong's teasing, asserting that collecting monster cores was also a way to earn money. And Yu Seong boasted that he already had plenty of money, thinking to himself that Kang Hyun was truly an annoying brat. Suddenly, Kang Hyun froze, his eyes narrowing sharply as he sensed something unusual. He spun around, asking An Yu Seong if he felt a strange presence. His eyes fixed on a spot in the air, and Yu Seong was initially bewildered, not understanding what was happening. But then, he squinted, focusing all his senses to scan the surroundings. Witnessing the sudden change, Shin Sunga confusedly asked what was wrong with her 2 teammates. Kang Hyun closed his eyes, concentrating completely to pinpoint the enemy's location. He snapped his eyes open, his pupils glowing red, energy gathering in his fist, ready to explode. Without warning, Kang Hyun unleashed a terrifying spinning punch into the empty space in front of him. The force of the punch created a whirlwind that kicked up dirt and rocks, sweeping away everything in its path. A stranger with blonde hair was violently thrown out of their cloaked state, their face swollen, blood spurting from their nose. The stranger lay slumped on the ground, completely unconscious after the surprise attack. The intruder only managed a single painful groan before passing out. Kang Hyun exclaimed in surprise, having to admit that the newcomer's stealth ability was truly impressive. And Yu Seong analyzed that even though his senses were sharp, he hadn't noticed the person until they got close. But since there was no killing intent, perhaps they weren't targeting them. Kang Hyun remained suspicious, believing this person had no good intentions and smelled highly questionable. Shin Sunga suggested that this might just be a passerby and that Kang Hyun's action was an unprovoked attack. and Yu Seong dismissed this, arguing that sneaking around in a dungeon was bad behavior and the person totally deserved the beating. Kang Hyun thought to himself, and I have a hunch about something. The story flashed back to the moment Kang Hyun signed an important contract with the government. Shin Tae-gul handed him the completed contract, saying solemnly, "Please keep this." Kang Hyun calmly accepted. "All right, just contact me if anything happens." However, Shin Tae-gil had something he wanted to say first. "I apologize, but I want to tell you something beforehand." He asked about the recent string of dungeon terrorism incidents, and Kang Hyun confirmed he knew about the deliberate dungeon breaks being caused by someone. Shin Tae-gul revealed, "That's right. We've caught the tail end of that force and are currently hunting down the ringleader." He formally extended an invitation. Soon a large-scale offensive will be launched. "I need your help, Kang Hyun." Returning to the present, the stranger had a strange liquid splashed on his face, jolting him awake in pain. He panicked when he realized he was tightly bound, shouting, "What? What the hell is this?" Kang Hyun, An Yushong, and Shin Sunga appeared, and Kang Hyun smirked. "You're awake." The stranger was still stunned, muttering, "Where am I? Why am I tied up like this?" He yelled out his questions. "Who are you people? What the hell are you doing?" Before he could finish, the yellowish liquid poured into his mouth, preventing him from speaking further. A pungent stench assaulted him, and the utterly horrified stranger thought, "What the hell is this smell?" Kang Hyun casually explained, "Sorry about that. We originally planned to use water to wake you up, but we didn't have much drinking water left."
Sorry.
So we used the urine from the harpy's bladder. Upon hearing the truth, the stranger froze, his face contorted with disgust and humiliation. He could only utter a hopeless, "What?" while staring at the puddle of urine and feathers on the ground. Amidst the sunny canyon, wretched retching sounds echoed. The blonde stranger cursed furiously, utterly disgusted at being forced to drink monster urine. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun, Shin Sung-ga, and An Yuseong simply stood silently, watching the captive writhe in agony. Kang Hyun spoke up coldly, signaling that it was time to begin the interrogation. The stranger flinched in terror as Kang Hyun moved closer to him. With menacing, glowing red eyes, Kang Hyun grabbed his shirt and began the questioning. The stranger paled when Kang Hyun flatly called him a dungeon terrorist. However, he merely smirked defiantly. He casually admitted that terrorist was indeed the name others used for them. With a fanatical look, he mocked Kang Hyun for failing to grasp the noble purpose they were pursuing. Kang Hyun ignored him, offering the condition that if he confessed everything, his life would be spared. The terrorist sneered, challenging them to torture him all they wanted, as he would never submit. He frantically screamed that no one could halt their great cause. Time passed under the clear blue sky. Before long, the sunset glow had painted the entire sky red. After hours of torment, the terrorist's face was swollen and smeared with blood. He wept, begging to confess in exchange for his life. However, Kang Hyun cruelly declared that he would make him despair even further, starting by breaking a few more teeth. The terrorist's agonizing screams once again echoed throughout the canyon. The torture finally ended as night descended upon the valley. Shin Tae-gul suddenly appeared, happily exclaiming when he saw that Kang Hyun had captured the terrorist. Shin Tae-gul confirmed with his subordinate that this was indeed the person they were looking for. The terrorist, his face swollen and smeared with blood, wept and pleaded for mercy. Shin Tae-gul asked in surprise about his miserable condition, to which Kang Hyun casually replied that it was probably due to the harpy. Shin Tae-gul stepped forward, paying no mind to the answer. His team moved forward to escort the criminal, while Shin Tae-gul politely thanked Kang Hyun's group for their cooperation, and Yu Seong waved in a friendly manner, calling Shin Tae-gul Mr. Government. Shin Tae-gul recognized An Yuseong, surprising Kang Hyun about their connection. He explained that An Yuseong had also once been a candidate invited to cooperate, but had flatly refused. An Yuseong shrugged, stating that associating with the government sounded boring. Shin Tae-gul merely looked at him silently, and Yuseong suggested that since it was dark and there were outsiders present, they should save the detailed discussion for tomorrow. Night descended. The next morning, at an office building, during a meeting, Shin Tae-gul revealed the terrorist's name was Jung Young-sik. He stated that Jung Young-sik's unique ability was invisibility, and that he held a fairly important position within the organization. A fact Kang Hyun replied he had already heard. Thanks to his confession, they discovered the main headquarters and were planning a large-scale attack 2 weeks from now. Kang Hyun immediately questioned why they needed 2 weeks to prepare and couldn't attack immediately. Shin Tae-gul then steered the conversation toward China, having just become the first country in the world to conquer a C-rank gate. He said this would help Kang Hyun understand better, as there was information not disclosed in the media. Shin Tae-gul revealed the shocking truth. China deployed approximately 1,200 people for that attack, and half of them perished. Kang Hyun listened with a focused expression. Shin Tae-gul began to explain, suggesting that someone who conquered a D-rank dungeon alone, like Kang Hyun, must know well that the risk level of dungeons increases exponentially. Kang Hyun confirmed he knew very well that just by increasing 1 rank, the number of people required for the raid doubled. However, he secretly thought that didn't concern him, as he always went alone. Shin Tae-gul recounted China's failure, where they used a human wave strategy involving low-level ability users and paid a heavy price. Therefore, he revealed they would select a small elite team to raid the C-rank gate that appeared in Gangnam. A dungeon called Venandi's Forest. The image showed the gate being strictly guarded by the military and tanks in the middle of the city. Kang Hyun frowned slightly, looking skeptical. He asked frankly if it was truly necessary to attack it, since China had already claimed the title of the first to clear a C-rank dungeon. Kang Hyun continued to argue that they could prevent the dungeon from opening. So what was the benefit of raiding now? A question that slightly surprised Shin Tae-gul with its sharpness. Surprised? What the hell do you take me for? Kang Hyun thought irritably. Shin Tae-gul calmly took a sip of coffee. Then he decisively placed the cup down on the table. He revealed the core problem. They had never been able to target the dungeon's normal core before. A system screen appeared, showing that the dungeon gate would open in less than 2 weeks. Shin Tae-gul warned about the prospect of monsters capable of killing hundreds of awakened being released into the middle of Seoul, which startled Kang Hyun. He emphasized that experts believe the damage this time would even surpass that of the first dungeon break. Understanding the urgency, Kang Hyun immediately guessed his intention. You came here to talk to me, which means you want me to join the raid, right? Shin Tae-gul confirmed that, although somewhat unreasonable, the regulations for this raid did not permit individual participation. Therefore, he formally asked Kang Hyun for help by forming a guild. Knowing that Kang Hyun usually operates alone, Shin Tae-gul earnestly hoped he would accept this request for the sake of national interest. He promised that the government would handle all the paperwork and provide unlimited support. After a moment of contemplation, Kang Hyun sighed and decided to overlook the hassle this one time. He thought to himself that he was planning to establish a guild anyway, and he hadn't expected to receive so many benefits. Kang Hyun concluded with satisfaction that living a good life was finally paying off. Afterward, at a cafe, their first meeting began. Kang Hyun crossed his arms and announced to his 2 teammates that they would now decide on the guild's name. And Yu Seong and Shin Sung-ga sat opposite him, listening intently, and Yu Seong asked in surprise why they were rushing when they only had 3 members. Kang Hyun explained that they needed to settle it immediately, then recalled the meeting with the government official 2 days prior. Outside the cafe, life continued normally, contrasting sharply with the important plan being discussed inside. And Yu Seong was stunned when he heard they would be attacking a C-rank dungeon. But then he smirked excitedly, admiring Kang Hyun for manipulating the entire government. Kang Hyun was speechless and corrected him, stating that wasn't the case. Shin Sung-ga suddenly declared that she was now his disciple, which confused Kang Hyun, but he let it slide. He cleared his throat, trying to bring the conversation back to the main topic. Kang Hyun emphasized that this was a crucial moment that would determine the future of the entire guild. He announced that he had already drafted a few basic rules. Kang Hyun laid out the first rule: no picking fights without reason. He glanced at An Yu-seong, who replied that he was the one who understood that rule best. The second rule was presented: debts must be repaid, an eye for an eye. And Yu-seong wholeheartedly agreed, saying that whether it was a favor or a grudge, what he hated most was being looked down upon. Finally, Kang Hyun held up 3 fingers, preparing to state the third rule. It was, we must be stronger than anyone else. He smiled and asked for his 2 teammates' opinions, and Yu-seong smirked and agreed, but didn't forget to tease him about the first rule. Shin Sung-ga also seriously accepted and promised to remember it. After reaching an agreement, Kang Hyun moved on to naming the guild and asked if anyone had suggestions. And Yu Seong immediately suggested the name Extremely Insane Guild, but Kang Hyun dismissed it. He continued by suggesting the name Lunatic, making Kang Hyun curious about its meaning. And Yu Seong proudly explained that it also meant extremely insane, which irritated Kang Hyun. Having run out of options, Kang Hyun turned to ask Shin Sung-ga for her opinion. The young woman began to ponder deeply for a moment. Then she suggested the name Lord Kang Hyun and Friends, leaving him speechless. Kang Hyun crossed his arms and sighed, looking helpless. He declared that he would decide himself and picked up the pen. And Yu Seong laughed, saying that since Kang Hyun was the oldest, he should just decide for himself. Kang Hyun put the pen down on the table, seemingly having finalized the name for the new guild. After finalizing it, Kang Hyun smiled, presented the paper with the new guild name, and asked for his two teammates' opinions. Shin Sunga and An Yuseong looked at the paper with astonished expressions. Nevertheless, both simultaneously thought that the name wasn't bad. Meanwhile, at a luxurious bar late at night, another story was unfolding. A female voice rang out, asking in surprise, "Jung Young-sik was captured?" The assistant confirmed this information with his superior, Choi Minju. Choi Minju listened thoughtfully, gently swirling his glass of wine. He thought about Jung Young-sik, admitting that although his combat ability was negligible, his stealth ability was an irreplaceable asset. Since Jung Young-sik was captured, the plan to raid the Haiji Plains dungeon was now completely cancelled. Choi Minju suddenly asked, "Who was it?" confusing the assistant. He clarified his question, wanting to know who had captured Jung Young-sik. The assistant reported that according to the investigation, it was a talented individual named Kang Hyun. Choi Minju muttered the name Kang Hyun while taking a sip of wine. The assistant continued listing Kang Hyun's formidable achievements, starting with the fact that he had faced the mutant Geika at the training school, and during the recent large-scale dungeon break, he single-handedly prevented a catastrophe at Dayance's laboratory. Upon hearing this, Choi Minju gritted his teeth, grudgingly admitting that Kang Hyun was truly getting on his nerves. He changed the subject, asking about the progress of the drug. But the assistant reported that they still needed more time due to a lack of test subjects. Choi Minju coldly ordered them to find a way to speed up the process. His eyes turned bright red as he issued a threat. "Unless you want to become the test subject yourself." The assistant turned pale, cold sweat pouring out in extreme terror. The assistant stammered in terror, "Understood." Meanwhile, news about the upcoming C-rank dungeon raid, Venandi's Forest, was spreading everywhere. An official article announced the raid team roster, capturing public attention. Online commentators expressed skepticism regarding the excessively small size of this elite lineup. Topping the list was none other than the Dagon Guild. The appearance of Guildmaster Han Seon and Vice Guildmaster Kim E-hyun excited the public, reaffirming their status as the nation's strongest guild. Next was the Ability Users Alliance. President Choi Dong-woo and his members also received enthusiastic support from the community. The third guild named was the Flame Dragon Guild. However, unlike the others, the Flame Dragon Guildmaster and its members did not receive much public favor. Public opinion suggested that their guildmaster seemed untrustworthy. The Immortal Guild, another powerful force, was also included in the list. The Guardian Guild, known for its good reputation, also joined the raid. The Black Knights Guild, known for its terrifying offensive power and unique style, also confirmed its participation. The gathering of half of the top 10 guilds overwhelmed everyone, indicating the importance of this mission. Amidst the familiar names, one netizen wondered about the seventh group, whose name they had never heard before. People began discussing it, discovering that this was a newly formed rookie guild, and were curious about their name, Badass. A highly upvoted comment suggested that this rookie guild was unqualified to participate. At the same time, in a government conference room, Shin Tae-gil realized he was late. He hurried toward the conference room. A strange mascot spoke up to greet everyone. Kang Hyun, along with An Yuseong and Shin Sunga, confidently introduced himself as the guild master of the Badass Guild. He was late for the very first meeting, and this day was later dubbed the Badass Guild's first eccentricity. Of course, after the 50th time, no one bothered counting anymore. Half a year ago, the Dungeon Society began with a shared dream among 7 billion people. Amidst countless guilds rising and falling, a new guild accepted the challenge. Outside the conference room, someone muttered skeptically about the name Badass. Shin Tae-gil, head of the Special Awakened Management Team, couldn't believe his eyes when reading the guild name on the documents. Kang Hyun asked in surprise, "Seriously? You don't know what it means?" He explained that Badass meant cool and awesome people, then teased Shin Tae-gil about his English skills. Shin Tae-gil was speechless, thinking to himself that cool and awesome essentially meant the same thing. Despite the skepticism, Kang Hyun insisted that the name sounded great. Shin Tae-gul sighed in resignation and moved on to the main topic. He announced a strategy meeting for the C-rank dungeon next Monday at 11 a.m. and warned Kang Hyun not to be late. Kang Hyun replied casually, I'll try, making Shin Tae-gul inwardly groan. In the dungeon society, amidst the chaos, where hundreds of people died every day. 4 days later, on Monday, at the Ministry of Interior and Safety building, An Yu-seong stood in the lobby, scrolling through his phone and muttering to himself. He turned to Shin Sunga, mentioned that Kang Hyun was late, and asked if she had heard any news. While waiting, An Yu-seong turned to strike up a conversation with Shin Sunga, introducing himself as 20 years old and asking if he could call her Nuna, older sister. Just then, footsteps echoed as someone approached. Kang Hyun appeared and gave a very practical reason for his tardiness. He suddenly had a stomachache. He cheerfully asked his two teammates if they had been waiting long, and Yu-seong merely replied with the word dude, wearing a meaningful expression. He immediately criticized the print on Kang Hyun's shirt, calling it something stupid, which Kang Hyun angrily refuted. Kang Hyun confidently explained that it was a very popular character among children these days, and Yu-seong looked skeptical, asking sarcastically, "Oh really?" Kang Hyun finally revealed the real reason. His image online was too criminal-like, so he was trying to build a friendlier persona, and Yu-seong couldn't believe it, asking directly if Kang Hyun was serious and if he truly thought this method would work. He pointed at the distorted print and said it looked like it was angry and begging for death, enough to make children scream. Kang Hyun was stunned as he realized the truth, called why a child had cried in the parking lot, and An Yu-seong confirmed that the shirt had indeed scared a child. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Ministry of Interior and Safety, an important meeting was about to begin. A man grew impatient as time passed. Immortal Guild Master Han Myung-do complained that the meeting was already 5 minutes late, past the scheduled 11 a.m. start. The commander of the Black Knights, Lee Chong-gun, replied that they only needed to wait for 2 more guilds. Guardian Guild Master Park Se-hyun remarked that the Flame Dragon Guild was always late. But this time, there were other troublemakers too. Alliance President Choi Dong-woo merely listened silently with a contemplative expression. At the same time, the 3 members of the Badass Guild were leisurely walking toward the conference room, the very troublemakers everyone was waiting for. In the meeting room, Dagon Guildmaster Han Se-yeon and Vice Guildmaster Kim E-hyun waited silently. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Alliance President Choi Dong-woo sighed in exasperation at the delay. Losing patience, Shin Tae-gul stood up and said he would make a quick call. He stepped out of the meeting room, gently closing the door. Standing in the hallway, Shin Tae-gul began making the call. However, no one answered on the other end. Annoyed, he ran a hand through his hair, wondering why the person he needed wouldn't pick up. Shin Tae-gul scrolled through his contacts, finding An Yu-seong's number. The phone rang again. Fortunately, someone picked up this time. Shin Tae-gil quickly introduced himself as team leader Shin Tae-gil, calling for An Yu-seong. On the other end, An Yu-seong replied indifferently. Unexpectedly, An Yu-seong advised Shin Tae-gil not to live like that anymore, leaving him completely confused. He continued rambling about an unrelated person, then threatened to hang up because he was busy having fun. Panicked, Shin Tae-gul quickly yelled into the phone, explaining that he belonged to the Special Ability Users Management Team. Only then did An Yu-seong smirk, asking if he was with the government. He apologized, explaining that he thought it was a scam call. Regaining his composure, Shin Tae-gul asked directly about the meeting and wondered when Kang Hyun would arrive. An Yu-seong replied cryptically that Kang Hyun was on his way and things would soon get interesting. Shin Tae-gul froze, unable to grasp the meaning behind his use of the word interesting. An Yu-seong smiled into the phone, inviting the person on the other end to come and watch. He excitedly announced, "Kang Hyun just started a fight." Elsewhere, Shin Tae-gul was stunned by the sudden news. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun grabbed a man by the collar and called him a rude bastard. With blazing red eyes, he growled, "You think you're tough enough to fight?" The opponent could only utter a sound of shock before his murderous gaze. The person Kang Hyun was intimidating was none other than Park Hoyon, the guildmaster of Flame Dragon. Park Hoyon thought in horror, "What the hell is this? Who is this lunatic?" He couldn't believe someone dared to pick a fight with the guildmaster of South Korea's top 2 guild. While Park Hoyon was still trembling in fear, Kang Hyun continued to emit a terrifying pressure. The story flashed back a few minutes earlier. As the elevator doors were closing, Kang Hyun, along with An Yusung and Shin Sung-ga, was heading to the 11th floor. He cheerfully pressed the button for the floor. Then he pressed the door close button. The elevator doors slowly closed in front of the 3 of them. Suddenly, a hand stopped the door just before it fully shut. The door opened, revealing Park Hoyon and 2 of his guild members. With a smug smile, Park Hoyon announced that they would be joining them. They squeezed into the already cramped elevator, forcing Kang Hyun to reluctantly agree. Standing inside, Park Hoyon glanced at Kang Hyun with a scrutinizing look. Park Hoyon noticed the elevator button lit up for the 11th floor. He turned and asked Kang Hyun, "Are you also going to the strategy meeting?" and received confirmation. Park Hoyon extended his hand, introducing himself as the Guildmaster of Flame Dragon, and Kang Hyun replied that he was the Guildmaster of Badass. Kang Hyun thought irritably, wishing they would hurry up because he was already late due to having to relieve himself. A clank sounded as an armored member of Flame Dragon stepped into the elevator. The group stood crammed inside. Then suddenly, everyone looked up. The elevator's warning system sounded, announcing it was overloaded and requesting the last person in to step out. Amidst the awkward silence, a Flame Dragon member mumbled that it was probably due to their armor. Kang Hyun scoffed internally, wondering why they wore full armor to a meeting. Park Hoyon offered a fake smile and an apology, but Kang Hyun coldly replied that there was nothing to apologize for. "I'm glad you feel that way," Park Hoyon said. "In that case, would you mind stepping out of the elevator and letting us go first?" And Yu Seong and Shin Sung-ga froze at the brazen request. Kang Hyun was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears, and asked again, "What?" Park Hoyon began explaining that his guild was massive and would play a crucial role in the upcoming raid. He continued to argue that it would be more efficient if an important guild like his was prioritized. "Are you saying a second-rate guild should yield?" Kang Hyun mocked, but Park Hoyon pretended he didn't mean that. However, he immediately changed his tune. "But that's not wrong either." Shin Sung-ga nervously called Kang Hyun's name, while An Yu-seong was already mentally calculating how many legs and teeth he could break. A dark wave of killing intent began to emanate from behind Kang Hyun as he let out a sharp breath. He turned around, flashing a gruesome smile that made his veins bulge, his berserk power seemingly about to explode. Kang Hyun's murderous question rang out, "Do you want to die?" President Choi Dong-woo broke out in a cold sweat, only able to utter a distressed sigh. He tried to restore order, asking if that was the only reason to start a fight in such an important meeting. Kang Hyun casually replied, "Sorry, I have a condition where I only feel better if I hit someone." Park Hoyon, the guild leader of Flame Dragon, slammed the table and roared in anger, "This bastard!" Choi Dong-woo tiredly closed his eyes, asking everyone to stop so the meeting could begin. But Han Myung-do, the guild leader of Immortal, raised his hand to interrupt. "Wait a minute. Before we start." He smiled meaningfully, suggesting that the new face should introduce himself. Since they were all about to enter the dungeon together anyway, pushed into a difficult position, Choi Dong-woo reluctantly agreed. He turned and formally requested that Kang Hyun introduce himself, and Yu Seong whispered to Kang Hyun that it seemed the other guy had seen through his intentions, while Kang Hyun only thought about introducing his age. Kang Hyun cleared his throat, preparing for his debut. In the meeting room full of leaders, he announced, "I am Kang Hyun, guild leader of the Badass Guild. The guild was just founded a few days ago." He pointed towards his 2 teammates and continued, "Currently, counting myself, There are 3 members. Yes, that's all. Kang Hyun concluded his unbelievably brief introduction. Park Hoyan was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? What did you just say? He growled, stating that this strategic meeting was no joke, and a team of only 3 people could not participate in the raid. Kang Hyun irritably retorted, complaining about the red-haired guild leader and asking directly why he was summoned here. Reaching the peak of his anger, Park Hoyan jumped out of his chair, shouting, "What the hell is this?" Witnessing the chaotic scene, Han Myung-do crossed his arms and burst into delighted laughter. Han Myung-do laughed heartily, expressing his amusement at Kang Hyun's attitude and suggesting that a guild leader needed such courage. Provoked, Park Hoyan ground his teeth in a fit of rage. Alliance President Choi Dong-woo spoke up, calling Park Hoyan to intervene. He sternly reminded him that this was no place for fighting, and that the meeting had been delayed for too long. Park Hoyan glared silently, sweat dripping down his temples. Finally, he angrily slumped back into his seat. Meanwhile, An Yusong turned and called Kang Hyun. He whispered, pointing out a man sitting in the next row of seats to Kang Hyun. That was Park Se-hyun, the guild leader of the Guardian Guild, sitting with his members. And Yusong mistakenly asked if that was the guild leader of Wayward, but Kang Hyun corrected him to Guardian. When Kang Hyun asked what was wrong, An Yu-seong only flashed a sinister smile. He whispered, "Just wait and see," while a strange device began to glow. With his eyes flashing purple light, An Yu-seong declared, "Because I'm going to kill him now." He repeated his promise in a threatening manner. "Because I'm going to kill him now," An Yu-seong said, gripping an energy baton. Immediately, Kang Hyun grabbed An Yu-seong's wrist, and Yu-seong asked in surprise what was wrong. But Kang Hyun coldly ordered him to stop. "What the hell are you doing?" Kang Hyun growled, unable to believe his teammate's madness. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Kang Hyun's mind, stunning him. How could I forget? He recalled An Yu-seong's true face, a bloodthirsty and insane person from the start. In the middle of the meeting, Choi Dong-woo frantically shouted, demanding the troublemaker put down his weapon. Han Se-yeon and Kim Hyun were also surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Park Hoyan angrily slammed the table, believing this was bound to happen sooner or later. Meanwhile, An Yu-seong had summoned a dagger emitting deadly energy. His target, a member of the Guardian Guild, was utterly terrified. That person completely failed to understand what was happening. Just then, Kang Hyun managed to grab An Yu-seong's hand in time, preventing an assassination. The Guardian Guild members immediately sought permission from their guild leader, Park Se-hyun, to retaliate. The Guardian Guild member tensely awaited orders in the suffocating atmosphere. However, Park Se-hyun just sat silently, seemingly lost in thought. He had no intention of ordering a war between the guilds. Suddenly, Park Se-hyun clenched his teeth, and veins began to bulge on his neck. His face contorted in pain. Dark purple blood vessels surfaced, and his eyes glowed red. He clutched his head and let out a piercing scream as red energy violently erupted. The 2 officials present at the meeting were horrified by the sudden sight. Han Se-yeon also jumped up, summoning a weapon in her hand, completely shocked. From behind, Park Se-hyun was still struggling with the terrifying transformation. He slammed both hands onto the table in extreme agony. Ominous red energy still enveloped his body. He gasped for breath, the blood vessels still clearly visible on his face. To everyone's horror, Park Se-hyun gasped in pain, blood vessels bulging across his face amidst the crimson aura. Choi Dong-woo exclaimed in shock, unable to understand why Guildmaster Park Se-hyun had transformed like this. A Guardian Guild member nervously called out to his guildmaster, cautiously approaching. That person asked if Park Se-hyun was all right, even though his eyes were already emitting an ominous glow. Park Se-hyun looked up, with a face contorted by rage, his crimson eyes filled with malice. In a flash, his hand, enveloped in dark energy, lashed out. A fatal blow was delivered, aimed directly at his own subordinate's throat. The assistant was only stunned for a moment, unable to believe what had just happened. With a brutal slap, Park Se-hyun sent his subordinate flying amidst the horror of the onlookers. Park Se-hyun's face was now completely distorted by madness, stained with his victim's blood. Standing among the corpses of his own comrades, Park Se-hyun turned, targeting Kang Hyun's group. "Damn it! What the hell is that?" Kang Hyun muttered. But An Yu-seong held him back and told him to watch closely. And Yu-seong grinned sinisterly, growling at Kang Hyun. "You think I'm going to let this slide?" Kang Hyun struggled to retrieve his weapon and yelled, "Let go of me!" And Yu-seong ignored him, unleashing a jagged stream of dark energy, ready to confront Park Se-hyun head-on. "Die!" And Yu-seong roared, swinging his massive magical mace toward Park Se-hyun. Park Se-hyun faced the attack, his eyes now emitting a brilliant white light. The mace violently struck Park Se-hyun, creating a massive shockwave. However, it was An Yu-seong who was thrown back in utter astonishment. He was flung backward, completely helpless against Park Se-hyun's power. An Yu-seong smirked smugly, seemingly unharmed after the collision. He casually turned to Kang Hyun and commented that their opponent was indeed very tough. And Yu-seong added that Park Se-hyun had chosen the wrong place to go berserk. As the latter turned to face the other guildmasters, immediately, an elite special forces team appeared, ready to intervene. The blue-haired captain led the charge, attacking while his teammates chanted supporting spells from behind. Park Se-hyun merely raised his head, enduring the attack in his frenzy. Seeing this, An Yu-seong patted Kang Hyun's shoulder, signaling that it was time to act. Kang Hyun stepped forward, facing Park Se-hyun, who was surrounded by the special forces. With a belligerent smile and glowing red eyes, he suggested he would strike first. A swirling stream of dark energy enveloped Kang Hyun's fist as he poured all his strength into it. His terrifying punch shook the entire building of the Ministry of Interior and Safety. A concrete wall was dented, cracking open like a spider web. The entire conference room was devastated after the single attack, with debris and blood scattered everywhere. Amidst the stunned silence of everyone present, Park Se-hyun lay motionless on the floor. The Guardian Guildmaster's face was swollen and covered in blood, completely unconscious. Kim Il-hyun and Han Se-on stared at the scene in shock, unable to believe that Park Se-hyun might be dead. A Special Forces member admitted they had been completely powerless to restrain Park Se-hyun. Kang Hyun, An Yu-seong, and Shin Sung-ga stood looking at the body, while others were still stunned, wondering what had just happened. Kang Hyun glanced sideways, his face smeared with blood, and his eyes full of calculation. He was secretly astonished, wondering how An Yu-seong could have known in advance when he himself hadn't sensed any abnormal magic power. Kang Hyun wondered if An Yu-seong possessed a unique ability, like seeing the future or sensing danger. He suddenly froze as a thought flashed through his mind. If An Yu-seong could sense future threats, then even his crazy actions must have a reason. Kang Hyun recalled his teammates' unpredictable actions. He wondered if that time, when An Yu-seong attacked Lee Yuri, it was also a deliberate act. Realizing this, Kang Hyun could only sigh. An Yu-seong interrupted his thoughts, casually remarking that it had been an interesting fight after a long time. Kang Hyun openly showed his displeasure at his attitude. He dismissed the complex speculations and concluded that An Yu-seong was simply a psychotic bastard. Meanwhile, an announcement rang out, stating that the meeting had been postponed due to the incident and would resume in the afternoon. Feeling bored, Kang Hyun yawned loudly. He complained about making the effort to arrive early, but An Yu-seong immediately teased that 11 a.m. didn't count as morning. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of a man echoed. Shin Taegil called out Kang Hyun's name loudly from afar, making him turn around. He explained that he intended to speak after the meeting, but thought it would be better to say it now. Shin Taegil reiterated that the government would support the Badass Guild as promised. He announced that the guild's office had recently been cleaned and organized. Hearing that the office was ready for use today, Kang Hyun immediately became excited and eager to go see it right away. Shin Taegil led them to an incredibly modern and luxurious skyscraper. The building's directory showed that the Badass Guild had been allocated 3 entire floors. From the 10th to the 12th floor, Kang Hyun, An Yu-seong, and Shin Sung-ga were stunned by their new office. The workspace was a large, luxurious office with clear glass windows overlooking the city. Kang Hyun silently appraised the high-end computers already set up, but felt the space was still too empty. He was further impressed by an expensive espresso machine. The extravagance peaked with a modern double-door refrigerator, making him exclaim that everything was too luxurious. Kang Hyun wondered if the three of them could possibly use all this space, and concluded that the guild needed to recruit more members. And Yu Seong excitedly suggested it would be fun to decorate the place, and Kang Hyun immediately proposed buying more sofas and a TV. Kang Hyun even suggested building more bathrooms and bedrooms, surprising Shin Sung-ga, who asked if that was acceptable. "I'm sure it is," Kang Hyun confidently replied as he walked over to open the refrigerator. He dramatically declared that they would fill this refrigerator with beer, and Yu Seong teased that this was a workplace. But Kang Hyun pressed him and received the sarcastic reply that, of course, he didn't like it. Just then, Shin Sung-ga called Kang Hyun, interrupting their banter. She reminded him that it was almost time for the meeting, and Kang Hyun suddenly remembered. He frantically asked if the online meeting was scheduled for 2 o'clock. The group quickly sat down at the computers, and Kang Hyun cautiously asked again if the place had internet access, and Yu Seong joked that it would be hilarious if it didn't work. While Shin Sung-ga excused herself to step out for a moment, a notification appeared on the screen, apologizing for the delay of the meeting. The video call began, and Choi Dong-woo welcomed the returning guild representatives. Choi Dong-woo announced that the meeting would resume and began by posing a question to the attendees. The female warrior with black hair immediately asked what had happened to Guildmaster Park Se-hyun, but only received the reply that the investigation was still ongoing. Choi Dong-woo announced that details regarding Park Se-hyun's incident would be shared once the situation was clarified. Seeing Kang Hyun looking confused, Shin Sung-ga explained that Park Se-hyun's Guardian Guild was ranked 5th nationwide. She added that it was a guild dedicated to protecting humanity, and she personally respected Guildmaster Park greatly. However, Shin Sung-ga admitted she couldn't understand why he had suddenly gone insane like that, and Yu Seong immediately mocked Kang Hyun's ignorance, causing him to angrily tell him to shut up, just as Choi Dong-woo called his name. Kang Hyun flinched when he was reminded to mute his microphone if he wanted to talk privately. Choi Dong-woo sighed wearily at the interruption, and then officially started the meeting. He announced that the plan for the next 5 days would be to attack the C-rank dungeon, Venandi's Forest, a vast, mountainous terrain. According to reports, this dungeon featured various monsters, from goblins and orcs to ogres. Park Hoyon looked disdainful, asking if those were just basic monster types. He continued to question the meaning of the name Venandi, and Choi Dong-woo replied that it might be the name of the boss monster. The image of a terrifying monster in the shadows appeared, hinting at the upcoming enemy. The female guildmaster with black hair also seemed worried upon hearing about a named boss monster. Choi Dong-woo warned that even if they were basic monsters, everyone must not let down their guard. He emphasized that the monsters in this forest were on a completely different level compared to ordinary ones. If the commonly seen monsters were merely like militia, then the enemies in this forest could be considered a regular army. A fully armored participant asked what that meant, and Choi Dong-woo explained that they were a well-trained army. He concluded that the upcoming battle would not be easy, as every monster possessed superior skills and moved within an organized system. Therefore, Choi Dong-woo suggested that instead of acting individually, it would be better if multiple guilds cooperated in the attack. Choi Dong-woo's cooperation proposal met with opposition, as other guildmasters either refused or seemed amused by the chaos. Choi Dong-woo sighed wearily, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. He held his head in helplessness as the online meeting gradually spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun, participating remotely, nonchalantly drank a soft drink. Suddenly, Choi Dong-woo was stunned when he noticed something unusual on Kang Hyun's screen. He frantically asked, "Mr. Kang Hyun, what are you drinking?" Kang Hyun flinched and looked down at the can, liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth in surprise. He panicked threw the can away, and yelled, not understanding why it was in his hand. While An Yusong, sitting next to him, merely asked curiously when he had bought it. Shin Sunga appeared and explained that she had just gone shopping to fill the refrigerator. The meeting was interrupted again when Kang Hyun happily accepted dried squid from a female warrior. Lee Cheonggun seriously pulled everyone back to the main topic, asking about the true nature of Venandi. Completely exhausted, Choi Dong-woo leaned back in his chair, wondering if this raid could possibly succeed. The screen displayed empty windows, indicating the failure of the call for cooperation. A ceiling light flickered out, signaling the hopeless end of the meeting. Nevertheless, the narration sarcastically stated that after much ado, the meeting had concluded smoothly. The next day, a door in their new guild office slid open. An Yuseong, Kang Hyun, and Shin Sunga were sitting together when a cheerful voice rang out, greeting them good morning. A polite man in a suit confidently walked in and announced that he would start working today. He stepped forward in front of the group and loudly introduced himself. My name is Han Jae-moon. With a radiant smile, Han Jae-moon bowed and asked for everyone's kind consideration. Kang Hyun looked confusedly at the strange man bowing at the door, wondering who he was. And Yuseong explained that this was the person the government sent to handle the guild's administrative work. Shin Sunga immediately handed Kang Hyun the person's resume. Kang Hyun took the form and began reviewing it carefully. He moved closer and read the information aloud. Your name is Han Jae-moon, 27 years old. Then wondered why height and weight were also listed. Han Jae-moon blushed, secretly delighted, thinking that Kang Hyun was impressed with his academic background. But in reality, he was extremely excited because he finally got to meet Kang Hyun in the flesh. Han Jae-moon secretly thought that Kang Hyun looked even cooler in real life, like a genuine criminal. Kang Hyun squinted in assessment, while Han Jae-moon joyfully called him an awakened nerd. Han Jae-moon still couldn't believe his eyes when looking at Kang Hyun's muscular physique. Although slightly confused, Kang Hyun decided to trust Shin Tae-gul's choice. He held out his hand, offering a job with a starting salary of 1,000 per month. Han Jae-moon stammered, overwhelmed with joy at the offer, while Kang Hyun told him to ask Shin Tae-gul about tax matters. With surging determination, Han Jae-moon shouted his vow to work diligently. Now, all four people were sitting together in the office, and Han Jae-moon was still overwhelmed that everything was real. He looked around, screaming internally that this was an unbelievable reality. Han Jae-moon glanced at Dan Yusong, who was yawning widely, and Shin Sunga. He sensed the formidable aura emanating from both of them when looking directly. Shin Sunga narrowed her eyes, seemingly having something she needed to say. She turned to call Kang Hyun and seriously stated that she had something important to announce. Shin Sunga started the conversation by asking about the future development of the guild, which Kang Hyun confirmed. Then, she excitedly proposed that the group should have matching guild uniforms. While Shin Sunga argued that unity was important, Han Jae-moon was extremely thrilled by the idea of official uniforms and merchandise. Kang Hyun looked skeptical of the proposal, while Han Jae-moon secretly prayed he would agree. Shin Sunga immediately said that she had actually prepared beforehand. She suddenly pulled out a black hoodie featuring a badass skull logo and the word badass. Kang Hyun immediately smiled and flatly refused, leaving Shin Sunga stunned. He criticized the logo, saying it looked like something from an 80s biker gang. And Yuseong, busy playing a game, casually admitted it was his idea, making Kang Hyun just sigh. Kang Hyun firmly demanded that the shirt be put away, arguing that An Yuseong's appearance was scary enough already. Hearing this, Shin Sunga started tearing up. She sadly mumbled her agreement as tears began to stream down her face. Seeing her burst into tears, Kang Hyun panicked, unsure what to do. Shin Sunga immediately turned away, sobbing and lamenting that she had poured her heart into the preparation, while a footnote revealed she was using artificial tears. Her flashback showed that the design was an AI masterpiece, costing 1,000 won. In another flashback, she brought the design to a store, where the owner praised it profusely. The shop owner asked her to listen seriously. He grandly declared that his shop had a 100-year tradition of making guild uniforms, which confused Shin Sunga because that was impossible. Nevertheless, she decided to trust him and shook hands on the deal with the enthusiastic shop owner. Finally, he offered a special promotion, charging Fum 300 for 2 shirts that cost 500 each. In the flashback, Shin Sunga excitedly agreed to pay immediately for the leather jacket she had ordered. She smiled contentedly as she admired her finished product. She hugged the jacket tightly, certain that Kang Hyun would be delighted too. Back in the present, Shin Sunga was stunned to see the shirt carelessly tossed onto the chair. Kang Hyun casually stood up to go to the restroom, ignoring the sobbing Shin Sunga. When he left, the atmosphere in the room became extremely awkward. Han Jaemin, the new member, secretly panicked at the tension, and Yu Seong immediately mocked Kang Hyun, calling him a jerk for upsetting Shin Sunga. Kang Hyun confusedly wondered why this was his fault. Cornered, he helplessly accepted the blame in frustration. In the end, Kang Hyun had to concede. He announced that the group would have a dinner party to welcome the new member. The whole group stepped out of the elevator. Everyone, except Han Jaemin, was wearing the new leather jacket uniform. Shin Sunga cheerfully asked Kang Hyun if he liked it, and he reluctantly admitted that he did. Kang Hyun sighed exasperatedly, while An Yusong laughed gleefully behind him. He started looking for the vehicle that Shin Taegul had prepared for them. Suddenly, Kang Hyun froze when he saw something. All 4 stood on the sidewalk, staring at an extremely badass-looking van. The van was plastered with a giant skull logo, and Kang Hyun, dumbfounded, asked whose idea this was. And Yusong proudly raised his hand, claiming he was the one who decorated the car, explaining that he had called workers to labor all night. He excitedly asked everyone if they thought it was cool. Kang Hyun roared, demanding that they immediately scrap the car and find an identical replacement. Shin Sunga, however, calmly suggested that the design looked great. Sir Kang Hyun, while An Yuseong teased and Kang Hyun raged, Han Jaemun could only stare in confusion. He thought to himself that this place was far different from what he had imagined. Han Jaemun wondered what kind of monstrous guild he had just joined. The van, with the word badass spray-painted on it, began rolling down the street late at night. The entire body of the vehicle was decorated with extremely aggressive skull and rose graffiti. Inside the car, Kang Hyun threatened An Yuseong, but then helplessly gave up in the face of his mocking attitude. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. The group realized they were stuck in the middle of a serious traffic jam with blaring car horns. Han Jaemin, who was driving, wondered about the cause of the congestion. He noticed a group of people blocking the road ahead, looking like a fight was about to break out. Kang Hyun looked ahead with annoyance. He decided to open the car door and step out to assess the situation. Just as he stepped out of the car, Kang Hyun hadn't even had time to figure out what was happening. Suddenly, a man in a suit fell from the sky, crashing onto the roof of a car. A fragment from the impact flew off and left a bloody scratch on Kang Hyun's cheek. Amidst the smoke, he stood looking at the strange man lying motionless on the crumpled car. The strange man woke up in the wreckage, wondering what had happened. Inside the car, An Yuseong screamed in panic, asking if Kang Hyun was okay. Kang Hyun was surprised by An Yuseong's sudden concern, but An Yuseong was only wailing desperately about the car door, which contained his artistic soul. Kang Hyun realized with an expressionless face that An Yuseong only cared about the car, not him. Meanwhile, the man who had been thrown started pushing himself up. He muttered angrily, surprised that the person who threw him would strike so hard. Suddenly, he looked up with a confused expression. An Yuseong flew into a rage, brandishing a piece of debris and roaring that he would kill Kang Hyun. A piercing scream erupted from the surrounding crowd. In the middle of the street, 2 guilds faced off, one side challenging, "Go on, try charging in again if you dare." Zhou Dongwon, vice guild master of the Heesun Guild, shouted that he would take them all down. On the opposite side, Wu Jin Young of the Jungjin Guild mocked his opponent for only relying on brute strength like an idiot. A worried member asked Wu Jinyoung about the status of the infiltration team leader who had been blown far away. Wu Jinyoung confidently asserted that his man had the best endurance in the guild and was definitely unharmed. However, the other member looked toward the smoke with an astonished expression. He frantically called his vice guildmaster, pointing toward the figures emerging. From the dust and smoke, Kang Hyun and Yu Seong and Shin Sunga stepped out. Kang Hyun was dragging the Jungjin Guild's infiltration team leader by the hair, his face covered in blood. He decisively took a step forward. Kang Hyun hurled the Jungjin Guild's infiltration team leader straight up into the air. The man crashed back down onto the ground with a loud thud. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun stomped his foot down on the man's head. He questioned, "Is this thing so yours?" causing the battered man to only stammer apologies. Facing the stunned Jungjin Guild members, Vice Guildmaster Wu Jinyoung stammered, asking for the stranger's identity. Kang Hyun appeared alongside An Yu Seong and Shin Sunga, sneering. "So you guys, the Jungja Guild or whatever, are the ones causing trouble?" He ground his shoe into the victim's head, growling, "I heard what you said to that kid just now. Territory disputes?" With blazing eyes, Kang Hyun roared, "Because of you bastards, I haven't even gotten to eat beef yet." Wu Jinyoung froze, realizing it was Kang Hyun, the man who, once enraged, couldn't be stopped. He glanced at the people accompanying Kang Hyun. Rumors about the monsters of a newly emerging guild flashed through Wu Jinyoung's mind. He started sweating cold as he realized a terrifying truth. Staring intently at the logo on Kang Hyun's shirt, Wu Jinyoung cried out in horror, "No way! Just looking at it feels dangerous." Kang Hyun turned to the remaining crowd, coldly naming a price, 500 million. He pointed at the damaged car, declaring, "Because of you, our car was destroyed, and I was also injured by the blast." The vice guild master of the Heesun Guild, Jo Dongwon, yelled, "What a load of bullshit!" Kang Hyun raised his hand, a simple gesture that was enough to silence Jo Dongwon out of fear. He repeated his demand, including emotional distress, "Pay us 500 million. And Yu Seong immediately cut in, holding out his injured hand. "Buddy, me too. My compensation must also be at least 500 million. Kang Hyun laughed gleefully, held out his hand, and declared, "You heard him? 10 billion, pay up." Wu Jinhyung was stunned by the absurd demand. He and the members of the Jungjin Guild burst out laughing, thinking it was a ridiculous joke. In the blink of an eye, a figure shot up from the ground. Before Wu Jinyoung could even react, he was struck backward by an incredibly powerful force. Kang Hyun moved at terrifying speed, closing in on the target. His hand clamped down firmly on Wu Jinyoung's face. A dry smack echoed, accompanied by splattering fresh blood. The vice guildmaster of the Jungjin Guild lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered, screaming in agony. A chaotic scene unfolded, with a Jungjin member lying motionless on the road. The others in his guild suffered the same fate, lying scattered everywhere. Wu Jinhyung's desperate screams echoed through the street. Witnessing everything, Jo Dongwon of the Heesun Guild trembled and asked, "Is it over already?" He quickly stood up, thanking them profusely, while Yu Seong merely yawned in boredom. Jo Dongwon admitted they were having difficulties, but Kang Hyun brushed him off, saying he hadn't intended to help them. Suddenly, Kang Hyun turned and yelled at the Heesun Guild for causing a commotion on the street. The reason he gave was that because of them, he hadn't been able to eat beef. Jo Dongwon seized the opportunity, hastily promising to treat him to a premium Korean beef meal worth over 100,000 won per person. Kang Hyun smirked, showing interest in the offer. Jo Dongwon joyfully declared that from now on, their two guilds would be blood allies. Meanwhile, in a luxurious building, Choi Minju's image appeared on a large screen, and he was deep in thought in his office. In her office, a woman smiled as she thought about the Heesun Guild's success. It was Hong Chaeyeon, the guild master of Jungjin, and she was considering sending them a warning. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, slices of beef were sizzling on the grill. Jo Dongwon solemnly reintroduced himself as the vice guild master of the Heesun Guild. Kang Hyun deliberately mispronounced the guild's name, forcing on Yu Seong to quickly correct him. Overwhelmed, Jo Dongwon awkwardly offered to grill the meat for everyone. Kang Hyun immediately challenged him, asking if he was confident in his grilling skills. With a terrifying expression, Kang Hyun declared that the three things he hated most were goblins and Yu Seong, and people who didn't know how to grill meat. Under immense pressure, Jo Dongwon quickly declined and said he would be grateful just to enjoy the meal. A moment later, the table was littered with empty beer and soju bottles. Kang Hyun chugged a large glass of beer. He slammed the empty glass down on the table with satisfaction. Smiling contentedly, Kang Hyun said that thanks to Jo Dongwon, he had a good time. But then he suddenly turned, his eyes sharpening, and asked directly, "What do you want?" Jo Dongwon flinched at the unexpected question. Kang Hyun pointed to the 365,000 won bill, suggesting this wasn't merely a thank you meal. Cornered, Jo Dongwon broke out in a cold sweat. He clasped his hands together, gathering all his courage to state his true purpose. Jo Dongwon made his plea, asking if Kang Hyun would consider helping the Haesun Guild. At the same time, Hong Chaeyeon of the Jungjin Guild was standing alone in the shadows. Jo Dongwon began explaining the situation of the Haesun Guild. He recounted that previously, the Haesun Guild and the Jungjin Guild had equally divided the profits in the area. The two powers had maintained a fragile balance of power, but about a week ago, the Jungjin Guild unexpectedly invaded a dungeon managed by Haesun. Jo Dongwon admitted that the action was extremely strange. Because the two guilds were of comparable size and strength, they always had an unspoken agreement not to encroach on each other's territory. However, Jungjin had been openly provoking them repeatedly, culminating in today's brawl. Kang Hyun asked again, "So that's why you guys were fighting in the middle of the street?" And Jo Dongwon confirmed it, and Yu Seong excitedly suggested joining this all-out war, but Kang Hyun dismissed him. Meanwhile, Han Jaemin secretly mused about a war between guilds and the shifting balance of power. He was extremely excited, believing this was a huge deal since two guilds competing for rank were clashing. Kang Hyun flatly stated that even though he understood the situation, his guild had no reason to intervene. He added that they had gotten free meat anyway, but Jo Dongwon interrupted him. To Kang Hyun's surprise, Jo Dongwon began revealing the truth. He confessed that the balance of power had been broken. The Jungjin Guild was growing stronger abnormally fast. Jo Dongwon lowered his voice, saying this was just a rumor. He whispered into Kang Hyun's ear that some kind of substance was circulating within the Jungjin Guild. Hearing that it had the ability to enhance the strength of awakened individuals, Kang Hyun became extremely interested. He immediately turned to ask Shin Sunga about their schedule for the C-rank dungeon, and she replied that it was in 2 days. With calculating eyes, Kang Hyun began thinking about his next plan. Kang Hyun smiled and agreed to help, making Jo Dongwon so happy he stammered. He stipulated that he would only act after the upcoming joint dungeon raid was complete. While cheerfully ordering more beer, Jo Dongwon secretly raised his phone. He quickly snapped a photo with the flash going off. The click sound rang out as the moment was captured. Immediately after, the photo was posted on an online forum, and the view count skyrocketed. Titled, "Badass Guild Appeared in My Area," the post about their intimidating appearance quickly garnered attention. The online community immediately buzzed with a flurry of curious and humorous comments. Another photo, though blurrier, capturing the entire meal, was also posted online, further delighting everyone. Many quickly recognized Kang Hyun and started discussing their somewhat excessive uniforms. At the same time, the Badass Guild's distinctive van was driving down the road. Mocking comments about the guild's concept continued to appear. Despite the teasing, some people still admitted that they looked quite cool. The next morning, Yu Seong showed his phone to Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun was stunned when he saw the photos from last night's dinner, while Yu Seong merely shrugged in explanation. While Shin Sunga seemed amused, and Yu Seong thought it was great publicity, Kang Hyun couldn't hide his annoyance. Their argument was interrupted by Choi Dongwoo, who demanded that the group focus seriously. The Alliance president cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. Standing before the dungeon gate with the other guilds, he officially announced the start of the Forest of Anandi raid. Facing the assembled guilds, Choi Dongwoo declared that the whole world was watching them, and that he wouldn't speak platitudes. With a fierce grin, he roared his wish for their safe return. Amidst the crowd, Kang Hyun and his teammates listened to the rallying cry to return with wealth and glory. The flags of the guilds fluttered in the wind. All members from the various guilds simultaneously advanced with surging momentum. Together, they took their first steps into the dangerous area. The gigantic dungeon gate slowly began to open. In the heart of the city, the gate leading to the Forest of Anandi was fully opened. Standing alone before the dark entrance, Choi Dongwoo whispered a wish for victory. Inside, the guild members looked around and confirmed that this was indeed a C-rank dungeon. The Jungjin Guild team leader clapped his hands to get attention. He asked everyone to gather to hear the plan reiterated. Kang Hyun unexpectedly spoke up, asserting that even though he wasn't the leader, he would organize things this one time. The Jungjin team leader continued, reminding them that each guild would move separately and that the monsters here acted very strategically. He warned that danger could strike at any moment, like a cunning horde of goblins. To counter this, he raised a flare gun. A red flare signals danger, while a green one means the dungeon core has been found. A purple flare is used to announce the detection of the boss monster. After instructing the guilds to quickly assemble upon seeing a signal, he ordered everyone to depart. Woo Jin-young, the Jungjin Guild Vice Guild Master, remarked that even though everything had been discussed in the meeting, Kang Hyun still acted like an unrestrained leader. He then wished everyone good luck as they began the raid. Kang Hyun also turned and told his guild members to get going. Suddenly, Woo Jin-hyung called Kang Hyun back. He approached and suggested that Kang Hyun's group travel with them, which surprised him. Woo Jin-hyung explained that although he knew they were highly skilled, anything could happen inside a dungeon. Kang Hyun secretly assessed him and admitted that Woo Jin-young was actually a decent person. Although still annoyed about having his achievement stolen, Kang Hyun felt he owed him a favor and agreed to travel with them for one day. The two shook hands, officially establishing a temporary alliance. As the group started moving, En Yusong called Kang Hyun back. He questioned why they were traveling with others when they had formed a guild to operate independently. En Yusong pointed toward the Jungjin Guild forces, clearly showing his displeasure. Kang Hyun explained that since this was their first time entering a C-rank dungeon, they needed to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Shin Sunga immediately agreed, calling Kang Hyun's decision absolutely correct, which further irritated An Yuseong, and Yuseong was silenced by the agreement between the other two. He then switched to mockery, asking Kang Hyun if he was scared and expressing disappointment. Kang Hyun merely smiled mysteriously, and Yuseong angrily said that Kang Hyun was deliberately provoking him again, while Kang Hyun secretly thought, "I've been found out." From a distance, two members of the Jungjin Guild witnessed the scene and irritably commented, suggesting that Kang Hyun's group treated the dungeon like a playground. One Jungjin Guild member dismissively said that Kang Hyun was just an ignorant rookie and that it was best to ignore him. And Yuseong showed contempt, suggesting that comparing people like Woo Jin-hyung to the alliance president was an insult. Kang Hyun quickly covered En Yuseong's mouth, asking him not to cause trouble unnecessarily. En Yuseong brushed his hand away and smugly claimed he was restrained. But Kang Hyun was horrified to realize he had secretly summoned a spiked mace. "Did I do that without realizing it?" En Yuseong asked innocently, while Kang Hyun could only sigh wearily. En Yuseong wondered why Kang Hyun suddenly looked so defeated, but he simply replied that he had always been that way. From afar, Shin Sunga secretly thought that she could understand An Yuseong's feelings. She loudly stated that beating the guy up would be more satisfying, startling the two eavesdropping Jungjin members. Just then, a shout signaling an enemy attack rang out, interrupting the tension. A horde of monsters, identified by the system as Goblin Light Infantry, suddenly rushed out of the forest. The goblins stomped hard on the ground, beginning their lightning-fast assault. A goblin roared savagely, swinging its knife as it charged forward. a member of the Jungjin Guild, screamed in pain as his shield cracked under the goblin's attack. The entire squad was quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. Another member swung his sword, realizing these goblins were far from ordinary. He yelled in horror that their movements were on a completely different level compared to regular goblins. Wu Jinhyung immediately ordered Squad 1 to establish a defensive formation, and Squad 2 to prepare for rotation. He continued commanding the support teams, thinking to himself that the enemies were indeed very strong. Facing the ferocious goblin horde, Wu Jinhyung assessed that if they didn't respond carefully, the entire team would be wiped out. Amidst the battle, An Yuseong swung a spiked mace enveloped in dark energy. The mace struck down, smashing a goblin into pieces. His savage laughter echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield. With a maniacal grin stretching ear to ear, An Yuseong roared with delighted laughter. Ecstatic from the violence, he swung his weapon and declared that the time for the hunt had come. Witnessing the scene, Kang Hyun thought in horror that An Yuseong was truly insane. He suddenly recalled the past, when he too had once fled helplessly. The memory of a goblin about to finish him off rushed back, along with a feeling of intense hatred. Kang Hyun began listing the things he hated most, starting with An Yuseong. The reason he hated An Yuseong was simply because he didn't know how to grill meat, even as Kang Hyun himself charged forward at terrifying speed. And then, with a sinister smile, he gathered magical energy in his palm. A terrified goblin watched Kang Hyun's glowing hand rush toward it. He grabbed its face, and the blue energy violently exploded. Kang Hyun roared the skill name, Magic Burst. The explosion blew the goblin away, and he concluded his list of hatred with the word goblin. Now, Kang Hyun and An Yuseong slaughtered side by side, excitedly shouting that the feeling of blowing up goblins was amazing. While Kang Hyun yelled that he had taken down 10 and was aiming for 20, Shin Sunga and the Jungjin Guild members were utterly stunned. The two Jungjin Guild members broke out in a cold sweat, whispering to each other that those two were lunatics and they should never mess with them again. They looked at each other, swallowing hard in absolute fear and agreement. Under the blood moon, the two Jungjin Guild members desperately thought they were doomed. Meanwhile, by the campfire, their squad leader, Wu Jinhyung, burst into hearty laughter. He struck up a conversation with Kang Hyun, admitting that not only Kang Hyun, but his entire group possessed skills far beyond what he had imagined. Wu Jinhyung once again apologized for the rudeness of the two members who were currently kneeling in punishment. When invited to join them tomorrow, Kang Hyun declined the offer. Wu Jinhyung asked if it was because of the bet, and Kang Hyun hesitantly admitted it, sinking into a recollection. Everything started outside the dungeon entrance when a strange man called their group over. That person, the guild master of another guild, proposed a bet, surprising Kang Hyun. He smugly explained that they would bet on who would land the finishing blow on the boss, and Yuseong whispered, urging Kang Hyun to crush and humiliate them. But Kang Hyun only called him a lunatic in horror. Kang Hyun questioned the guildmaster, suggesting this was just a twisted way of showing off. The man sneered at Kang Hyun's reaction and then made another offer. He held out a strange item and declared it would be the reward if Kang Hyun won, although he didn't believe it would happen. The system displayed the item information as Resurrection Egg, created by a prankster and set to activate upon destruction. Kang Hyun was stunned when he read the description, because the phrase prankster brought back a terrifying memory. He was certain of it, as images of chaos and destruction flooded his mind. In the memory, he saw himself facing a colossal, powerful light entity, the face of the past. Kang Hyun was distorted by extreme terror as he recalled the entity's existence. He realized in shock. It was an item related to the administrator. In Kang Hyun's memory, information about a mysterious item called the Resurrection Egg surfaced, created by a joker. Kang Hyun was stunned upon reading the description, muttering, "A joker? This must be..." He was certain that this item was connected to the blurry image of a transcendent entity The administrator, the mysterious challenger, held out the egg with a smug smile, asking, "If it's you, you must know what this is, right?" Kang Hyun was secretly astonished, wondering how this punk also knew about the administrator's existence. He grew more confused, unsure if his opponent knew he had already completed the tutorial. The challenger scoffed at Kang Hyun's question, telling him not to play dumb. Kang Hyun suddenly realized his opponent knew he had joined the Special Ability Management Team. Information that must have been leaked internally. He couldn't believe this fool was also a member of the management team. The negotiation began. The challenger proposed a wager, and Kang Hyun responded with an equally sinister smile. The challenger laid out the first condition: 1 year. He demanded Kang Hyun join his guild, obey all orders for 1 year, and promised to treat him like a regular member. Kang Hyun was skeptical, asking pointedly if he was planning any dirty tricks. The challenger clenched his fist, asserting that he wouldn't stoop to such methods. He confidently declared his motto was always to keep the match fair and square. Kang Hyun internally cursed the shameless bastard upon realizing he had to face 3 people, but still decided to accept the challenge. The memory ended, and dawn broke over the lush green hills. Back in the present, a strange voice echoed from the forest, asking, "Are you truly all right?" At the campsite, Kang Hyun stretched awake after a night, confident that he had grasped the dungeon situation. A strange, tanned warrior suddenly appeared and called his name. Kang Hyun. Actually, an experienced warrior explained, "Flares probably won't mean much. Those top guilds are all individualists." He waved goodbye. "Well then, good luck." Suddenly, in another part of the forest, a desperate scream rang out. "How many times has this happened?" A panicked commander asked for the situation and received a tragic report. 3 injured, 2 dead. "Sir," he angrily punched the tree trunk as another arrow lodged right beside him, grinding his teeth and cursing the bastards who were ambushing them. Clenching the arrow, the commander suddenly realized the enemy's identity. "Don't tell me this is Venandi." Before them was an entire army of lizardmen, and he horrifyingly realized that Venandi was the name of an entire species, not just a single boss monster. Another arrow grazed his hair, and the commander trembled with rage. "These arrogant creatures, they completely see us as prey." A subordinate asked how to break through, but the commander snapped that he already knew they needed to find and wipe out their base. He lost his composure, roaring in despair, "Forget tracking them! We're just being ambushed and struggling in vain." Terrified, the warrior could only mumble an apology. The commander thought to himself that at this point, there was only one option left: all or nothing. He looked up, a ruthless decision forming in his mind. If those bastards are hiding in the forest,
He that sought your mercy, walk so cool.
then we just need to eliminate the forest itself. His insane plan was to burn down the entire forest to force the enemy to reveal themselves. The subordinate panicked and tried to dissuade him. "But Guildmaster, if we're not careful, we'll be in danger too." The commander merely smiled sinisterly, asserting that they had no other choice if they didn't want to be completely annihilated. When the subordinate suggested using a flare, he immediately dismissed it and called him an idiot for thinking other guilds would come to help. He questioned the guild's honor, arguing that calling for help would be an unacceptable humiliation. "That's why we have to resolve this here and now," the commander concluded coldly. The commander shouted loudly, ordering the mages to prepare to cast their spells immediately. His eyes shone with steely determination, without a hint of hesitation. He declared, "We must do it when the wind blows east." A strong gust of wind was generated, sweeping up leaves and blowing toward the enemy. Attacked by the sudden flames, a Venandi scout screamed in agony. The entire team of Venandi scouts was engulfed in flames, their screams echoing throughout the forest. Elsewhere, another captain confusedly asked, "What are they doing?" He was astonished to see another group of Venandi scouts just standing there, panting, without attacking. He guessed, maybe it's like, if you get any closer, we won't stand still. then confidently answered his teammates' skepticism with one word: intuition. The captain smirked, satisfied with his own judgment. A female archer in this team shouted loudly as the entire group rushed forward to attack. The entire formation charged, weapons ready to crush the enemy. However, the Venandi scouts suddenly froze. They swiftly climbed up the tree trunks, seeking escape. The captain stood frozen, bewildered by the monster's inexplicable actions. He could only utter a confused "huh?" in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Shin Sunga realized, it seems they've lost all will to fight because of Sir Kang Hyun's aura. After safely retreating, the Venandi turned to blame each other for their fear. Kang Hyun and his teammates were considering whether to pursue them, or if this was merely a trap. And Yu Seong immediately gave his assessment. The fact that those who were hiding are jumping out, doesn't that mean the core is getting closer? And Yu Seong smiled smugly. And according to my intuition, I think something interesting will happen if we go that way. Kang Hyun thought to himself that it was a great intuition, and just like that, he overlooked an important detail. The interesting thing, and Yu Seong mentioned, was another guild captain roaring in anger after being hit by an arrow. The captain furiously provoked the lizard men hiding in the trees, claiming they were annoying him. Meanwhile, a lizard man calmly drew its bow, preparing to shoot an energy arrow toward the noisy enemy. The captain was furious at the enemy's guerrilla tactics, muttering curses at them as if dealing with an annoying game character. From afar, the lizardmen observed, realizing the opponent was trying to wear down their stamina. The captain was hit by yet another arrow. Annoyed, he pulled the arrow out and turned to ask his blonde teammate if he had any bright ideas. The blonde teammate replied curtly, "Simple," and snapped the arrow in half. The captain flashed a maniacal grin upon hearing the plan, taking a hostage. He continued his monologue about brutal torture, terrifying a nearby lizard man. "Let's see if they can keep acting like that," he muttered to himself. Immediately after, the captain captured a lizard man, held a knife to its throat, and yelled, "Stop right now or this guy dies." However, the other lizardmen just looked at each other with expressions of complete confusion. The plan failed miserably. The captain screamed in panic, while the female archer said dejectedly, "I told you so." The entire team had to scatter under a rain of arrows, the captain running and cursing the teammate who suggested the stupid plan. They were so ruthless that they even shot and killed the captured hostage. The group slumped to the ground, stunned by the enemy's brutality, while the blonde teammate sneered, as if kidnappers would listen. The captain, still reeling from shock, tried to calm down to devise another plan. The Warriors team suddenly spotted a red flare, a sign of a critical situation. The blonde teammate asked, "What do we do? Go?" And the captain decisively agreed. He figured staying here wouldn't solve anything either. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a goblin loudly blew a war horn. Immediately after, a whole horde of ferocious goblins charged like a storm. On another battlefield, a Guardian Guild member frantically screamed, "Vice Guildmaster, there are too many of them!" Vice Guildmaster Han Siwan roared, trying to reassure his teammates. "Hold on a little longer, reinforcements are coming soon." He was Han Siwanen, Vice Guildmaster of the Guardian Guild, standing on the brink of collapse. But the harsh truth was that no reinforcements would ever arrive. Han Siwan froze, desperately wondering, where did everything go wrong? Memories rushed back to the day the Guildmaster started showing strange and terrifying signs. He regretted that their guild should have abandoned the raid right then. Han Siwan clenched his fist, denying that it was for the guild's reputation. He bitterly admitted that his own greed had pushed all his teammates to their deaths. Returning to reality, a loud noise made Han Siwan look up in surprise. A massive shadow crashed down right in front of him. He cried out in horror, "We're screwed." His desperate train of thought continued, "Now our guild had to face an entire mighty orc army lumbering toward them. In a memory, an orange-haired warrior was surrounded by goblins, completely overwhelmed. He watched in horror as a massive club was about to smash down on his head. Suddenly, a flying axe arrived, blocking the fatal blow. The axe lodged directly into a goblin's back, narrowly saving the warrior's life. Another arrow flew from a distance, taking down one more enemy. The orange-haired warrior was completely stunned by the sudden intervention. The one who acted was Kang Hyun. He took a deep breath, preparing to rush into battle. He let out a challenging roar. Bring it on! The skill, Lion's Roar of Fury, was activated, nullifying all enemy stealth abilities. Next, Wayne's Secret and Giant Strength were also activated, making his muscles bulge. Kang Hyun summoned his heavy weapon, Wolk's giant hammer. He leaped into the air, raising the war hammer high, ready to crush everything. A powerful, horizontal swing of the hammer swept through, splattering fresh blood. After the attack, he stood firm in the middle of the battlefield, his gaze unwavering. The giant hammer smashed straight down, mercilessly crushing a goblin. Kang Hyun's eyes flashed with deadly focus. He continued swinging the hammer, clearing away the monsters blocking his path. The rescued warrior could only gape in astonishment at the massacre. A sharp arrow whizzed through the air again. The rain of arrows finished off the remaining goblins, causing the orange-haired man to let out a sound of admiration. Shin Sunga drew her bow and declared, "The badass guild reinforcements have arrived," while An Yuseong grumbled about the mess before them. The orange-haired guy looked up, exclaiming in astonishment, "The badass guild!" In a memory, a lone warrior stood among the corpses of 3 ogres, wondering if the enemies were truly on the same level as him. The orange-haired guy knelt in despair, realizing the opponents were on a completely different level. He desperately thought that even with more people, they couldn't possibly stand against the massive monster army before them. A teammate ran over, shouting, "Vice Guildmaster, over there!" The mighty Dagon Guild, led by Kim Il-hyun, had also appeared on the battlefield. The orange-haired guy couldn't believe his eyes, shouting the name of the newly arrived guild. The Dagon commander raised her hand to give the order. The entire Dagon force immediately charged into the attack. They swept through the enemy ranks brutally and efficiently. The orange-haired guy was stunned, stammering in joy. "We're alive!" A rain of arrows whizzed past, finishing off the remaining enemies. After the battle, Kang Hyun, Shin Sunga, and An Yuseong stood in the middle of the battlefield, with Shin Sunga offering praise. The female commander and Kim Il-hyun of the Dagon Guild were discussing something. She proudly declared that since entering the dungeon, their numbers had not diminished at all. The orange-haired guy looked at them with a horrified expression. He thought to himself, the badass guild looked fine even with just 3 people. But what about us? He looked desperately toward his teammates. The scene revealed the bodies of his guild members, scattered across the ground, riddled with arrows. The horrifying sight before the orange-haired guy was his fallen teammates, strewn across the grass. He desperately called out the name of the person he respected. "Oh God, Hyung! Hyung!" The guy's painful scream echoed. The dark-haired leader angrily roared, "Why are you just standing there like a dummy? Are you trying to hold it in?" He pointed to himself, boldly declaring, "Aren't you in charge of the guild now? We're having the next strategy meeting." Overwhelmed by the intensity, the orange-haired guy could only stammer, "Ah, yes." Meanwhile, in another area of the forest, a lizard monster roared amidst a sea of fire. The commander who ordered the fire was now in extreme panic. "Guildmaster, we can't control the flames. The wind direction has changed too. Everyone, get down." Turning his back on the raging fire, he desperately muttered, I don't know anymore." The commander's eyes widened, reflecting the horror of a fatal mistake. His final scream echoed through the sea of fire. "Everyone, retreat!" Returning to the dark-haired leader, he looked forward decisively. "We're going straight to the core." His group gathered around the fire, and a glasses-wearing teammate wondered, "But we don't even know where the core is." "Should we split up and search?" The leader confidently pointed in one direction. "The core is over there, and from what I can sense, the distance doesn't seem too far." The dark-haired female teammate was astonished. "You can sense it? The core's energy?" Then she turned to someone else and asked, "Huh? Can't you feel it?" The leader continued, "Based on my experience, we'll get there after midnight." The glasses-wearing teammate quickly concluded, "If that's true, then it's definitely better to go straight." Yes, let's prepare immediately. But suddenly, the orange-haired guy held out his hand to stop them. Wait, he forced a smile, his voice full of anxiety. Isn't it too hasty to move right now? We just finished a huge battle. The dark-haired female teammate replied sternly, We don't know how the Venandi will move. You saw it, so you know. Around the campfire, the dark-haired female warrior spoke up. They are very intelligent, so we can't give them time. Then she hesitated. Even so, maybe we should rest for a bit? The guy wearing glasses confidently replied, Everyone is tired, but don't worry. Our guild has a healer who can restore fatigue. Han Siwon, the sole survivor of the other guild, desperately called out, Everyone! He recalled the devastating scene earlier, when his entire guild was exhausted and covered in injuries. The memory of bodies covered in white cloth strewn across the ground still haunted him. Han Siwon clenched his fists, growling, Maybe you guys are fine, but...
Meh?
We've reached our limit. A cold voice rang out, cutting him off. Ah, I couldn't hear you because it's so stuffy. The unfamiliar leader looked straight at him. Your name is Han Siwon, right? Why are you so tense? Han Siwon angrily retorted, What do you mean? Do you expect us to escort you or something? Causing a teammate to quickly intervene. The leader maintained his stern demeanor. Snap out of it. This is a dungeon, a place where if you're weak, you die. He continued bluntly, The truth is, you were so weak, you almost died. But you survived thanks to us. Do you really think we came here to save your people? We are here to find a solution together. If you're just going to stand there uselessly, why did you even come? Han Siwon tried to argue, but... Then he choked up, unable to say anything more. The leader sighed wearily at his stubbornness. Finally, he stood up and said, Well, at least let's eat before we set off. All this talking has made me hungry. Night fell, and memories of the horrific battle flooded back. Under the blood moon, the unfamiliar leader single-handedly charged through the monsters that had destroyed the Guardian Guild. A Venandi scout was eliminated, its desperate scream echoing amidst the chaotic battle. There's not much time left. Kang Hyun roared amidst the encirclement. Don't try to kill them all, just open a path. The archeress responded, an energy arrow tearing through the enemy formation. Han Siwon struggled to raise his shield in defense. The battle seemed endless. Beneath the blood moon, the entire forest was engulfed in screams. Elsewhere, the commander was stunned to see a fireball shoot up into the sky. That was the signal. A brilliant flare in the middle of the night. Finally, Kang Hyun and his team found their target, a massive army of goblins gathering. The archeress shouted in astonishment, Use the flare! Go all out! A flare gun was raised, ready to fire. As streaks of colored light tore through the sky, Kang Hyun also swung his sword, taking the life of the first enemy. His blade was like a shooting star, sweeping through the horde of monsters. Guild Immortal arrived, but Guildmaster Han Myungdo could only exclaim, Damn it, we're one step too late. Immediately after, Guild Black Knights also appeared, Commander Lee Chang'an declaring, We're here to help. The Alliance members were also present, cheering, Little brother Kang Hyun, I knew you would survive. The remaining soldiers joyfully shouted, Reinforcements have arrived. But the joy didn't last. Kang Hyun watched in horror as his teammate was thrown back by an invisible force. A gigantic foot stomped heavily onto the ground, signaling the arrival of a new enemy. The Venandi Great Warrior loomed into view, making Kang Hyun wonder, Is that the boss? The ground cracked under its tremendous pressure. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun shot into the air, hurling an energy sphere directly into the waiting horde of lizard monsters. Die! The warrior roared, swinging his massive hammer straight down. Greek? The Venandi Great Warrior looked up, stunned by the sudden attack. The hammer struck, crushing the monster's head in a shower of blood. In another memory, he had also used Wolk's hammer to finish off the ogre chimera. Huh? He was bewildered by the result. Standing on the boss's corpse, he wondered, Why is it so weak? Ah! He realized while slaughtering the scout soldiers The difficulty of this dungeon lay in their numbers and intelligence. The boss itself wasn't strong at all, and the loot was. A notification window appeared. Vanandi Great Warrior's Sword. Only a bow and a sword? He picked up the great sword to examine it. He mused, I don't know about the bow, but this sword is too big. It would be hard to use. The scene shifted abruptly. A spear pierced the throat of another Vanandi soldier. It's over. A voice echoed as the spear was withdrawn. A commander stood in the middle of the battlefield, bitterly admitting, even though we anticipated it, we lost too many people. He looked at the battlefield littered with corpses, thinking that at least he should be grateful the entire team wasn't wiped out. May all of you rest in a better place. He turned to the survivors. All right, start collecting the loot. We'll calculate and divide it after we get out. What do you say? No objection. Me neither, the group replied in unison. But a female warrior suddenly froze. Huh? She looked toward the distance in horror, stammering, What is that? On the horizon, an entire area of the forest and mountains was fiercely burning. An orange-haired warrior asked in shock, Why is there a fire here? The female commander beside him was also stunned. No way. Both were speechless before the unbelievable sight. Amidst the chaotic crowd and the whirlwind of fire, a soldier screamed in despair. Help! The orange-haired warrior yelled, Damn it, this is insane! The dark-skinned commander next to him could only force a laugh. That guy really is. The person they were referring to, the lone warrior, was equally astonished. The soldier from earlier cried out desperately. They really want to kill him. His cry for help was lost in the chaotic sea of fire. From another perspective, the commander and the orange-haired soldier were still watching the battle with extreme astonishment. Another survivor, trembling with fear, had only one thought. I have to run away. Suddenly, he spotted the dungeon core hovering, a brightly glowing sphere of energy. Another bespectacled warrior also saw it and shouted, The core! I'm going to destroy the core! No! The bespectacled man yelled, rushing forward to grab the leg of the one trying to flee. He warned, If you destroy the core now, a dungeon break will occur. But the other dismissed him. What are you talking about? We already defeated the boss. The heated argument echoed throughout the burning forest. Stop him! Get out of the way! Calm down. The bespectacled man tried to explain. This case is different. Research shows that monsters in extreme fear will escape through the warp gate. The image of a peaceful city appeared, where monsters would swarm if they escaped. But the selfish one brushed him off. Who cares? Do you want all of us to die here? I have to survive first. When others also agreed to destroy the core, the brown-haired female commander spoke up. Wait. Immediately, her troops moved into position. Her soldiers simultaneously raised their shields, forming a solid defensive wall. Amidst the defensive shield wall, a warrior yelled in panic. What is that? The female commander roared. Are you trying to scare your comrades? Listen up! She desperately explained. We are the only ones who can stop it. The gate is right in the middle of Seoul. Easy for you to say, the terrified soldier screamed, turning and running away. The female commander shouted, Move! But the soldier recklessly bolted. Damn it, she muttered with an annoyed expression. How troublesome. Suddenly, another warrior plunged down from the sky, blocking the deserter. The warrior landed firmly on the ground, stunning everyone. He looked toward the danger and asked, So, we just need to protect the core? The female commander confirmed, That's right. The monsters are also fleeing the fire, so they won't attack us. The warrior mused, If we only need to protect the core, the success rate is low, but it's still doable. All right, he decided, stepping decisively forward. He ordered the female commander, Just handle anything that gets past us. The warrior gripped the handle of his massive weapon, preparing for battle. He swung his hammer up, ready for an all-out attack. Another commander worriedly asked, Are you really going to stop that, alone, against something so massive? Just as the commander was about to offer help, the warrior cut him off. Don't come closer. He turned his back, his body radiating a fierce red energy. Because you'll only get in the way. Two skills were activated simultaneously. Strength of the giant and Secret of Wayne. The Antria's skin skill activated, and the warrior roared as power surged through him. Next was Berserker. His skin darkened, and his eyes glowed red. Shall I show you what serious fighting looks like? Alone, he faced an entire sea of fire and a massive army of goblins. The female commander muttered worriedly, but An Yuseong confidently reassured her. Don't worry, he won't die. Are you saying that because you have that feeling again? Probably, he replied cheekily. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the battlefield. The warrior charged straight into the enemy ranks, causing one goblin to panic utterly. He let out a savage roar, his eyes blazing in his berserker state. The shaft of his weapon slammed hard into the ground, signaling an imminent attack. A deadly vortex was unleashed, tearing countless goblins to shreds. Blood and body parts splattered everywhere as he continued the merciless slaughter. The two other commanders were utterly stunned. Seriously, is this real? Another warrior exclaimed in shock. Is he going to take them all out? While the warrior roared, provoking the monsters, the goblins tried to rush forward, but were immediately blocked by the wall of fierce red energy. The female commander yelled, "They are heading that way. We'll handle the rest." She immediately led the other warriors forward to provide support. A warrior used a shield to block a goblin's attack. The other commander quickly used a spear to take down one. Well done! The spear pierced the enemy, while the warrior leaped into the air. Fresh blood sprayed as the weapon tore through the monster's body. Shin Sunga focused, drawing her bow, a glowing arrow ready to be fired. An energy arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself directly in a goblin's head. Without a moment's pause, she took down another enemy. Even a larger goblin couldn't escape the fate of being shot through the skull. Sunga, that was beautiful! And Yusong shouted excitedly as the monster stumbled. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward, roaring, "Now, die!" A powerful slash tore the goblin's body into pieces, and Yuseong looked up, savoring the insane feeling as enemy blood splattered. I knew it! This feeling, he muttered, his eyes gleaming with morbid pleasure. Amidst the battlefield, a Venandi scout, struck by an arrow, trembled in its death throes but still managed to draw its bow. Sensing the danger, An Yusong yelled, "Nuna, dodge!" But it was too late. The monster's arrow of vengeance lodged straight into Shin Sunga's chest, and Yusong froze, screaming in despair, "Sunga!" Witnessing his comrade fall, the lone warrior's eyes erupted with rage, and his body began to transform. A terrifying vortex of fire erupted, causing the survivors to scream for help in panic. From afar, the other warriors could only exclaim in horror, "Damn it, that's insane! That guy is really—" A warrior trembled with fear, only one thought remaining in his mind. I have to run." Just as he was about to desert, he froze, noticing the dungeon core glowing. Another player wearing glasses saw it too, and in desperation, he screamed, "The core! I'm going to destroy the core!" No! A firm hand grabbed him in time, preventing the suicidal act. The man wearing glasses grabbed his teammate, shouting, "If we destroy the core now, a dungeon break will occur." Amidst the chaotic sea of fire, desperate screams rang out. "Calm down, block it, move." The man wearing glasses tried to explain. This case is different. Research shows that monsters in extreme fear will escape through the warp gate. He pointed towards the city outside. If this continues, an entire army of monsters will flood out there. But the warrior violently shoved his hand away, roaring, "Who cares? Do you want all of us to die here? I need to survive first." A female commander coldly interjected, "Wait," while the others agreed with the plan to destroy the core for survival. Immediately, a shield unit advanced, forming a solid steel wall. The warrior was stunned when his own allies blocked him. "What the hell?" The female commander growled, "Are you threatening your own teammates? Listen up!" She pointed towards the fire, shouting, "We are the only ones who can stop this. The warp gate is right in the middle of Seoul." The man wearing glasses frantically retorted, "Easy for you to say," then charged forward. Despite everything, he jumped over the shield barrier, determined to destroy the core himself. The female commander only had time to curse at his stupidity. She shot forward like an arrow, With a devastating kick, she stopped the reckless teammate right in midair. She landed gently before the astonished gaze of the warrior. He asked in shock, "So we just need to protect the core?" The female commander explained, "That's right. The monsters are also running away from the fire, so they won't attack us." The warrior pondered, realizing that if they only needed to defend, their chance of survival might not be zero. He replied decisively, "Fine." The warrior ordered the female commander, "Just handle anything that gets past us." He gripped the massive greatsword in his hand, preparing for the life-or-death battle. "You really," he muttered, swinging his weapon to create a deadly streak of light. The surviving commander was stunned. "You plan to stop that alone? I'll help too." "Stay away," a cold voice rang out. The warrior growled, "Because you'll only get in the way," as a surge of blazing red energy erupted from his body. A series of skills were activated. Strength of the Giant and Secret of Wayne caused his muscles to swell violently. Next was Antria's skin, and his eyes began to glow with a fierce red light. The Berserker skill activated. His skin darkened, and a crazed smile appeared on his lips. "Shall I fight seriously for once?" Standing alone amidst the blazing battlefield, the warrior faced the endless enemy. Back in the present, Shin Sunga worriedly whispered Kong Hyun's name, but An Yu Seong confidently reassured her, "Don't worry, he won't die." "Do you have that hunch again?" she asked. And An Yu Seong just shrugged. "Maybe." In the story, the heavy footsteps of the warrior echoed across the battlefield. He appeared before the goblins like a demon god, causing one monster to shriek in terror. With blazing eyes and a face hardened by rage, he charged into the slaughter. A goblin's weapon shattered into pieces on the ground. A single slash tore through the enemy formation, scattering blood and body parts. The other survivors watched the scene in stunned silence, one stammering, "Unbelievable." Another warrior exclaimed in amazement, "He's taking on all of them?" Despite the massacre, another horde of goblins roared and charged madly. The female commander yelled, "They are heading that way! Everyone battle positions! We will handle the rest!" She led her unit, bravely charging straight into the middle of the monster horde. A blonde warrior struggled to block a fierce goblin attack with his shield. Nearby, the warrior wearing glasses swung his staff, taking down another enemy. He flung the goblin into the air, simultaneously shouting praise to a teammate. "Well done!" The magic staff pierced through the monster's body, finishing it instantly. From the rear, Shin Sunga drew her bow, focusing intensely on the target. A blazing arrow was shot, piercing the heads of two goblins with a single strike. Another goblin collapsed with an arrow lodged directly in its forehead, and Yu Seong rushed forward, excitedly shouting, "Sunga, what a beautiful shot." He swung his battle axe, roaring with a brutal expression, "Now, die." The magical axe blade instantly decapitated a goblin, and Yu Seong looked up, laughing gleefully amidst the rain of blood. "I knew it." He closed his eyes, immersed in the exhilaration of the battle. Meanwhile, a goat-headed monster, hit in the eye by an arrow, trembled in pain. With its last breath, it fired a deadly surge of energy, while An Yu Seong yelled a warning, "Sis, dodge!" But it was too late. The energy blast shot straight through Shin Sunga's chest, and Yu Seong screamed her name in horror and despair. Witnessing his teammate fall, the lone warrior roared, his rage causing his body to transform, his eyes burning with furious fire. In a nightmare, a red-haired warrior roared, "Hey, you bastard!" He lunged forward and grabbed another man by the collar, who appeared to be their guildmaster. The crazed warrior screamed at the cowardly guildmaster, blaming him for the team nearly dying. "You're the guildmaster, and that's what you say?" he roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Suddenly, the horrified warrior turned back, shouting when he saw Kang Hyun collapsing with a spear piercing his chest. Despite the fatal wound, Kang Hyun smirked. "Sorry to interrupt while you guys were busy. But hand over the item, you bastard." Kang Hyun's consciousness faded and then vanished. He woke up with a start. It turned out he was in a car, and An Yu Seong and Shin Sunga sighed in relief upon seeing him awake. At the hospital, Kang Hyun woke up again, clutching his head and groaning from the terrible pain. Shin Sunga burst into tears of joy. Upon seeing that he was safe, she rushed forward, intending to hug him. But Kang Hyun quickly pushed her away. He pointed at the two dangling IV bags, yelping that he was still in a lot of pain. On that day, South Korea's first C-rank dungeon, the Venandi Forest, was conquered at the cost of countless lives. Guild Guardian not only lost its guild master, but was also almost completely wiped out after the raid. Their actions endangered the entire raid team, making Guild Flame Dragon and Guildmaster Park Hoyon the focus of all criticism. After just one raid, 2 guilds were kicked out of South Korea's top 10 amid public outrage. And then a question was raised. So now, who will be the top 10 guild? Kang Hyun's heroic actions saved everyone from the brink of destruction. With only 3 members, Guild Badass proudly entered the top 10 guilds. Of course, not all reactions were positive. Due to his somewhat extreme image, Kang Hyun attracted quite a few anti-fans, who took this opportunity to unleash malicious comments. Kang Hyun simply scrolled past those remarks with a thoughtful, Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, An Yusong asked, "Are you online again?" Shin Sunga replied, her eyes glued to her phone. "I'm educating someone who lacks proper netiquette." And Yu Seong just sighed. "Seriously, you really love sticking your nose into everything." He cheerfully offered, "Have a can." But Shin Sunga coldly refused. "I've had enough." And Yu Seong then changed the subject. "Hey, isn't Kang Hyun taking too long? It's boring without him." Shin Sunga looked up, unable to hide her worry. "I'm worried." And Yu Seong reassured her. "What's there to worry about? He's probably just getting a checkup. With his crazy recovery speed, he was probably fine on day 1. He even joked, his regeneration speed is insane. If you cut him in half, he'd just split into 2 people." Shin Sunga only responded to the joke with an expressionless face. "Is that so?" Yeah." And Yu Seong put his can down on the table, complaining, "Ugh, nothing to do. I'm bored." Shin Sunga suggested, "If you're bored, want to go throw some daggers?" And An Yu Seong immediately agreed. In another corner of the office, Han Jaemin sat alone amidst piles of paperwork. He watched his 2 teammates leave to play, muttering bitterly, "Those damn jerks. Would it kill you to lend a hand?" From member management, advertising requests, sponsorships, to dungeon raid schedules, he had been up for many nights straight, and the work just kept piling up. Just as he stepped into the headquarters, Kang Hyun called out a greeting. Shin Sunga and An Yu Seong happily welcomed their guildmaster back. "You guys went crazy without me, didn't you?" Kang Hyun said with a laugh. He turned to the employee buried in work, kindly suggesting he relax and call him casually. Kang Hyun cheerfully called his name, but then realized something was wrong. With dark circles under his eyes, Han Jaemin was drowning in a chaotic mess of thoughts due to work pressure. Kang Hyun thought to himself that his desk was indeed a bit messy. But Han Jaemin exploded mentally, pointing toward the drinking table of the other 2. "Damn it, maybe I should just kill them," he growled internally. The cold surge of killing intent made Kang Hyun turn around in surprise. Realizing he had gone too far, Kang Hyun awkwardly tried to smooth things over. "Clean up when you have time." To change the subject, he turned to Shin Sunga, saying he had a gift for her. That was the bow of the Venandi Great Warrior, an extremely rare C-rank item. Shin Sunga shyly asked again, unable to believe her eyes. Kang Hyun explained that the bow could even shoot without arrows. Overjoyed, Shin Sunga bowed deeply to thank the guildmaster. Seeing this, An Yu Seong immediately spoke up, demanding his share. Kang Hyun responded only with a middle finger and a tease. An Yu Seong pretended to sulk, but Kang Hyun immediately exposed him for just sitting around drinking beer. The sudden sound of the doorbell rang, drawing the attention of Kang Hyun and Shin Sunga. Through the intercom screen, a strange man stammered when Kang Hyun asked for his identity. The person asked if it was the Guild Badass office and was asked to state who he was. The man introduced himself as Han Siwon from Guild Guardian and asked if they still remembered him. "No, who is this?" Kang Hyun replied curtly before hanging up. Leaving Han Siwon stunned, the group started guessing, assuming the strange visitor might be a salesperson or a cult member. Having been hung up on so rudely, Han Siwan could only stand frozen outside the door. He really doesn't know who I am, he muttered, unable to believe it. Memories flooded back, and Han Siwan wondered if they had truly forgotten him. He recalled his lonely figure after the raid. He was also a part of that battle. They even ate together. After being led inside, Han Siwan cleared his throat and reintroduced himself as the interim guildmaster of the Guardian Guild. Kang Hyun feigned politeness. Ah, yes, nice to meet you for the first time. Then introduced himself as the guildmaster of the Badass Guild, leaving Han Siwan speechless. He casually offered a beer, making Han Siwan think, what the hell? These people? The table was littered with empty beer cans and snack wrappers. Han Siwan was dumbfounded, watching Kang Hyun chug a can of beer in the middle of the day. Meanwhile, An Yuseong and Shin Sung-ga were practicing shooting, which only added to Han Siwan's confusion. Han Siwan finally got down to business, but when he thought of his busy guild, the image of an exhausted Han Jaemin appeared. Han Siwan bowed and thanked Kang Hyun for saving him, but Kang Hyun looked bewildered. He completely failed to recognize the person in front of him. A distorted memory surfaced, in which Han Siwan was pleading to tag along. Kang Hyun snapped back to reality, shouting that he remembered. In the faulty memory, he recalled scolding Han Siwan as a nuisance right when the man was stabbed. Returning to the present, Kang Hyun smirked, acknowledging that it had been a long time. Han Siwan stammered when asked directly about the purpose of his visit. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the doorbell. In the next room, Kang Hyun ordered a frustrated Han Jaemun to check it out. Han Jaemun grumbled complaints as he reluctantly headed toward the door. The moment he looked at the intercom screen, he froze. Han Jaemun frantically ran back inside to report, urging his guildmaster to come look immediately. He trembled, pointing at the screen, unable to speak. On the screen was a man covered in blood, on the verge of death. After being brought inside, the severely injured man whispered his thanks. Kang Hyun listened thoughtfully. That person was Jo Dongwon, vice guildmaster of the Haesun Guild, whom Kang Hyun remembered because he had once bought him beef. Kang Hyun casually confirmed this, leaving Han Siwan dumbfounded by the trivial reason. He asked directly why Jo Dongwon had come here instead of going to the hospital. Jo Dongwon gasped in pain, struggling to say, I have a favor to ask. He struggled to sit up, calling out to Kang Hyun, Guildmaster. Then he desperately pleaded, please save my brother, which completely confused Kang Hyun. At the Badass Guild headquarters, Kang Hyun asked directly, so, your brother was kidnapped, right? Jo Dongwon confirmed. His name is Jo Sung-chan. He is the guildmaster of the Haesun Guild. Kang Hyun dismissed the introduction and went straight to the point. The kidnappers are the Jungja Guild, right? Jo Dongwon quickly corrected him. It's the Jungjin Guild, while Kang Hyun muttered his acceptance of the information. For a moment, Kang Hyun recalled why he disliked getting other people's names right. He returned to the main topic. How did you end up like this? And Jo Dongwon began to recount the events, clenching his fists. He began the tragic story. There was an all-out war with the Jungjin Guild. Kang Hyun recalled the crucial information. Those guys were using a power-enhancing drug. Horrifying memories rushed back to Jo Dongwon of a battlefield where his guild was mercilessly slaughtered. His voice cracked. Many of my members were injured and dozens died. Returning to the present, Jo Dongwon bitterly stated that his brother was still taken, prompting Kang Hyun to ask, so what did the police do? And Yusung leaned back, explaining that the authorities usually turn a blind eye to awakened issues. Kang Hyun wondered, but why are they such mortal enemies? Jo Dongwon confessed that he didn't understand it either. There was no major feud between them originally. He continued, asserting that everything only changed after those guys started using the drug. Kang Hyun pondered, the old promise and the information about the suspicious drug forcing him to consider his options. Jo Dongwon profusely thanked Kang Hyun when he decisively led the group straight to the new Badass Guild headquarters. Han Jaemin announced that the new headquarters was located on the second basement floor at the perfect time. As the group entered, An Yuseong suddenly declared that they must avenge Poppy. Kang Hyun asked blankly, "Who is Poppy?" And An Yuseong just smiled mysteriously. It turned out to be the guild's van, irritating Kang Hyun because he had told them to scrap it. Yet An Yuseong had named it. "But it's a cool name," An Yuseong retorted, earning a curse from Kang Hyun, calling him an idiot. Suddenly, Kang Hyun stopped short, realizing someone was following them. He questioned Han Siwon, who had been secretly following him, making the latter flustered for missing his chance to approach. Regaining his composure, Han Siwon solemnly declared that the Guardian Guild's goal was to protect humanity. He continued his passionate speech about fighting the Jungjin Guild, but Kang Hyun remained completely unmoved. Han Siwon had no choice but to get straight to the point, reiterating Jo Dongwon's words about the drug that made users more violent. A terrifying memory rushed back, and Han Siwon yelled that his guildmaster had never said such a thing during the final strategy meeting. Those words seemed relevant, causing a sudden idea to spark in Kang Hyun's mind. Han Siwon froze, realizing he had inadvertently stumbled upon a truth far more horrifying than he imagined. Kang Hyun pondered, realizing all the pieces seemed to be falling into place. Meanwhile, at the Jungjin Guild headquarters, the image of Guildmaster Hong Chaeyeon appeared, radiating power. A subordinate reported that Jo Dongwon had contacted the Badass Guild, causing Hong Chaeyeon to frown. Upon hearing the name Kang Hyun, she took a sip of wine, showing interest. "That's right, Kang Hyun," Hong Chaeyeon muttered, lightly swirling the wine glass in her hand. Hong Chaeyeon recalled the sight of her guild members being defeated, wondering about the perpetrator. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure smirked as the wine glass in his hand began to crack, whispering, "What perfect timing." With a maniacal grin, he crushed the glass, letting the shards and wine splatter everywhere. "I'll take care of that rotten bastard while I'm at it," he growled, his eyes glowing red with excitement. Meanwhile, on the highway, a strange van was speeding along. Inside, the reluctant driver inwardly lamented, "Why? Why am I the one driving?" Kang Hyun turned and asked, "And what's with this crazy car?" A muscular member nervously asked about the monster strength drug the Jungjin Guild was using. That person continued by asking if going with only 5 people was too reckless. But Kang Hyun calmly replied, "Of course not." He confidently stated that he had connections, then made a call to an important person. In his office, Shin Tae-gul flinched when his phone displayed an incoming call from Badass Guildmaster Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun cheerfully greeted him over the phone, leaving Shin Tae-gul bewildered. "Do you know anything called monster strength?" Kang Hyun got straight to the point, confusing Shin Tae-gul even further. He explained that it was an illegal drug used to enhance the power of ability users. Kang Hyun went on to reveal that the Jungjin Guild had turned into a drug den, and Shin Tae-gul admitted he had heard rumors. "That's great. We're already there, so hurry up and send reinforcements," Kang Hyun declared, leaving Shin Tae-gul stunned. Shin Tae-gul promised to help, but Kang Hyun immediately asked about the number of troops he could mobilize, causing him to panic. Shin Tae-gul scratched his head, trying to explain that everything required procedure. He announced that he couldn't send support because he was busy dealing with the dungeon terrorism incident, to which Kang Hyun calmly replied, "I understand." After being refused, Kang Hyun decisively hung up, muttering that this method wasn't working. Without hesitation, he made a second call, greeting Alliance Chairman Choi Dong-woo intimately. Against the backdrop of the peaceful city, Kang Hyun began to present the problem. He cut straight to the chase, saying he was well aware of the conflict between the Jungjin and Haesun guilds. From the other end of the line, Choi Dong-woo explained that the alliance maintained a neutral stance and could not intervene. The call ended fruitlessly, and An Yuseong, sitting in the front, scoffed at Kang Hyun's extensive connections. Jo Dongwon, sitting in the passenger seat, could only sigh helplessly. Kang Hyun suddenly spoke with confidence. "Actually, I've taken down a guild before," leaving Jo Dongwon speechless. In a fleeting memory, he asserted firmly. Therefore, I know exactly what to do. Returning to the present, Kang Hyun excitedly raised his phone, declaring, "Let's attack their dungeon first." The car quickly brought them before a sturdy wooden gate. The E-rank dungeon, Village of the Dead. This was an undead dungeon, which, though uncommon, was the Jungjin Guild's gold mine due to the rare metals dropped by the monsters. Inside was a gloomy forest, shrouded in thick fog, truly living up to the name, Village of the Dead. In the silent space, 2 Jungjin Guild members were standing guard outside a tent. In a nearby camp, a manager was sitting and yelling at his subordinates for their poor productivity. He roared, cursing that the number of items they brought back wasn't even enough to cover their meal costs. The manager threatened not to distribute the drug today, causing one member to angrily mutter that the guy was just making excuses to keep it for himself. Another person bitterly added that the manager only climbed to that position thanks to the drug, then suddenly stopped short. Upon noticing something, through the fog, 3 towering figures emerged, heading straight toward them. The manager lit a cigarette, muttering, "Well, anyway," annoyed by the broken lighter, he grumbled that none of these bastards were worth a damn. Frustrated, he threw the broken lighter onto the grass. He pulled back the tent flap and called out loudly, "Hey guys, does anyone have a light?" But only silence answered, and the manager stared blankly at the empty camp. What? Where did they all go? Where are the guards? He frantically wondered. He stepped out of the camp, cautiously looking into the gloomy forest around him. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately drew his dagger and took a defensive stance, growling, "What the hell is going on?" In his panic, he thought he saw a monstrous hand and inwardly wondered, is that a monster? In the silent forest, an owl quietly watched from a tree branch. Rustling sounds began to echo from all directions, surrounding the manager. Trying to suppress his fear, he burst into maniacal laughter. "Damn it! Why should I be afraid of this? It's just an F-rank dungeon. Come at me if you dare, you bastards," he challenged, brandishing his knife. From the darkness, a pair of cold, sharp eyes silently observed his every move. A thin, white thread suddenly shot down from above. Suddenly, a man with a scar on his cheek appeared, his face etched with extreme horror. That person screamed, pointing forward. "Over there!" A figure clad in red was silently approaching through the rain. The manager was stunned, unable to speak. What? In his nightmare, the Jungjin Guild manager was horrified, facing the gruesome illusion of Kang Hyun whispering, "It's nothing." A piercing scream echoed throughout the silent forest. At the Jungjin Guild headquarters, Guildmaster Hong Chaeyon stared in shock at the returning members, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" Her assistant explained that these people, after being stationed at the Village of the Dead, had experienced something so horrific that they lost their minds and were unable to communicate. Hong Chaeyon was skeptical, as it was only an E-rank dungeon. But then she fell silent as the assistant continued speaking. The assistant presented a crumpled, blood-stained letter, saying the survivors insisted on delivering it directly to the guildmaster. Hong Chaeyon irritably opened the letter with the scrawled message, "Your dungeon now belongs to us, the Badass Guild." The letter contained a blatant threat. Surrender Jo Sung-chan and all the monster power, or they would seize all the dungeons. Hong Chaeyon was speechless, completely unable to grasp what was happening. She cursed internally. What kind of damn thugs are these? While outside, the image of someone who appeared to be the Jungjin leader was still being projected. The scene shifted to a quiet forest under the moonlight, signaling a restless night. Meanwhile, at a field camp, Kang Hyun, and Yu Seong, and Shin Sung-ga were leisurely eating and playing games as if they were on vacation. The young man forced to be the driver, and Vice Guildmaster Jo Dongwon could only flinch in terror at their composure. Kang Hyun casually complained that his drink was warm, causing a stressed Jo Dongwon to reply that he would bring a cooler next time. The 2 outsiders could only stare at each other, thinking, these people. They couldn't understand why the Badass Guild showed no tension whatsoever in this situation. "Jo, Dongwon anxiously asked if everything was all right, noting that the more time passed, the more danger his brother was in. But Kang Hyun simply replied that it was fine. Kang Hyun added, I even sent a polite, proper letter. I told you already, didn't I? He concluded confidently, I've done this kind of thing before. While outside the tent, the silent night waited for the prey to fall into the trap. Kang Hyun smiled wickedly, took a sip of water, and muttered, maybe I just can't become a true gentleman. The story began in the past, when a hooded figure suddenly pulled back the tent flap to ambush a man holding a torch. The attacker quickly subdued, gagged, and dragged the victim into the darkness. Suddenly, a blood-soaked, silver-haired man fell from above, terrifying another group of people. One of them desperately yelled, "Brother!" as the silver-haired man lay dying on the ground. Returning to the present, Kang Hyun turned to look at Han Siwon and coldly asked, Hey, did you forget something? What about the medicine? Kang Hyun demanded, and Han Siwon tremblingly replied from the shadows, It's in his pocket. Kang Hyun ordered, Go check, and Han Siwon reluctantly approached to search the corpse in the story. He was astonished to find 3 blister packs of red and white pills in the dead man's jacket pocket. I made it clear that everything must be surrendered. Do you want to die? Kang Hyun growled, causing a panicked Han Siwon to scream, Hey, don't talk nonsense! The memory rushed back. The torchbearer had yelled at the attacker, Do you know how much that medicine costs? Do you know who this person is? The man holding the torch was stunned, unable to believe the betrayal unfolding right before his eyes. The attacker, with a bandage on his face, was revealed to be Woo Jin-hyung, the vice guildmaster of the Jungjin Guild. Returning to reality, Kang Hyun suddenly paused and exclaimed in surprise, Huh? In the past, Kang Hyun had confronted Woo Jin-hyung and asked, We've met before, haven't we? The vice guildmaster merely replied condescendingly, Don't be afraid. A fleeting image showed that Woo Jin-hyung had once intended to strike Kang Hyun while the latter lay motionless. The vice guildmaster clenched his fist, reassuring himself. I am the vice guildmaster of Jungjin. There's nothing to be afraid of. But then sweat poured out, and Woo Jin-hyung realized a horrifying truth. This isn't... He frantically screamed, ordering his entire force. Everyone, eliminate them! A figure fell in freefall, plummeting straight toward the crowd, blocking the path below. Witnessing the scene, Woo Jin-hyung laughed gleefully. Wow, what a cool entrance. Meanwhile, at the Jungjin Guild headquarters, a large poster displayed the image of a high-ranking member. The assistant frantically reported to Guildmaster Hong Chaeyeon, a total of 50 people, including Vice Guildmaster Woo Jin-hyung, have returned in a state of being combat incapable. She continued with a trembling voice. All of them are severely injured, and some are barely clinging to life. Hong Chaeyeon asked in shock, What? Why did they act like that? In the manager's mind, chaotic thoughts about Jo Sung-chan and a certain medicine swirled. Hong Chaeyeon turned to ask for his opinion, but the manager could only stammer in fear. He clenched his teeth, unable to speak as rage began to surge. Finally, the manager let out a maniacal roar, and dark energy erupted from his body. He furiously smashed the desk and screamed, I did everything, didn't I? The rage didn't stop. Objects in the room shattered as he yelled, I did everything, but why? Amidst the chaotic scene, his desperate scream echoed throughout the room. The manager's face contorted in a final, furious roar. Why? The assistant stood amidst the ruins, thinking bitterly. Just as expected, she knew the reason was that after using that drug, everyone became erratic and insane. In a nearby ruined building, the past Kang Hyun muttered, They've all gone mad. Breathing heavily, he concluded a terrifying truth. Everyone is going insane. In his frenzy, the manager called his subordinate, Manager Kim. Kang Hyun coldly ordered, Bring the drugs here. Clear out the guild's warehouse and buy whatever is there. With bloodshot eyes, he repeated through gritted teeth, Buy everything. Because from now on, this will be a real war. The assistant fearfully obeyed, while the Jungjin Guild headquarters still stood tall. Amidst the devastated office, Guildmaster Hong Chayon whispered the name of the one who caused it all, Kang Hyun. Trembling, she wondered what his true objective was. She tried to analyze Kang Hyun's actions, assuming he might want to rescue Jo Sung-chan, but threatening to hand over the drugs and provoking the guild was completely illogical. Hong Chayon narrowed her eyes, believing there must be some hidden purpose behind everything. She silently looked out at the city through the shattered window frame. Elsewhere, a mysterious man started and asked, "What's going on?" A voice echoed, desperately asking if there were any clues. The man wrung his hands, unable to guess Kang Hyun's intentions, and wondered if starting a war like this was wise. Standing amidst the ruins, a terrifying speculation suddenly struck him. Or is this very incident also part of his plan? He gritted his teeth, realizing he had to find out Kang Hyun's objective. Otherwise, they would be the ones devoured. The scene shifted to a modern hospital. A nurse was taking a patient's blood pressure and cheerfully announced, "Your blood pressure is normal now." At the hospital, Jo Dongwon was recovering after a near-fatal beating. His bandaged face stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a thought flashed, and Jo Dongwon inwardly exclaimed, "Now, I understand what Kang Hyun's goal is." In his delirium, he recalled a past brawl where the stronger party mocked the weaker one. That felt great to punch. "You want to pick a fight?" Jo Dongwon burst into maniacal laughter, imagining being praised for picking a fight. Finally, he realized the harsh truth. That bastard just wanted to pick a fight. Kang Hyun's plan was to provoke the Jungjin Guildmaster, Hong Chayon, into a frenzy. If everything went according to plan, she would gather all her forces and declare an all-out war. A great war that could have gone down in the social history of Korea. Never happened. Meanwhile, at the new Badass Guild headquarters, Kang Hyun was working while An Yusong was sprawled on the couch. Kang Hyun curiously picked up and examined a strange egg-shaped item he had just received. The system window appeared. It was a resurrection egg with a difficulty rating of 10-10, which would activate upon destruction. He muttered that it was definitely related to that mysterious administrator. "I'm sure it'll be useful someday," Kang Hyun said, then tossed it to An Yusong, who was curious about the incident that had occurred. Kang Hyun wearily replied that it had been 2 weeks since he disciplined the Jungjin crew. But there had been no movement, and Yusong confidently retorted, "They're probably on the verge of collapse by now." At the same time, at the Ministry of Interior and Safety headquarters, Shin Tae-go wondered about the urgent call he had just received. Facing Kang Hyun's triumphant smile, Shin Tae-go buried his head in his hands in despair. "So you did it." Shin Tae-go buried his head in his hands in despair. "So you did it." Kang Hyun smiled triumphantly, affirming, "Of course." He threw the drug packets onto the table and declared he would provide them to the Alliance for free. Shin Tae-go realized in horror that it was the forbidden drug, monster power. In return, Kang Hyun blocked the other man's hand, preventing him from touching the evidence. "The government has something to do for me." He laid down his condition, leaving Shin Tae-go speechless. Immediately afterward, news reports simultaneously covered a large-scale investigation targeting monster power, a drug that increases violence. At the Badass headquarters, An Yusong watched the news and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, it's real." He scoffed. The government would be fools not to seize this opportunity. An Yusong gleefully called someone, boasting about how a brilliant informant had taken down the bad guys and gathered the evidence. Kang Hyun, however, felt somewhat anticlimactic, wondering what the next step would be. An Yusong gave a mysterious smirk, suggesting that everything could be solved with just one phone call. He stood up and invited, "Buddy, let's go out and have some fun." Kang Hyun looked out the window and was stunned by an unbelievable sight. The golden eyes of a mysterious figure flashed amidst the blinding light. That person calmly sat on the sofa as a gigantic fireball exploded right outside. A terrifying explosion ripped through the nearby skyscraper. Debris and shattered glass rained down from the sky. An entire floor of the building was completely destroyed, leaving only rubble and flames. Amidst the wreckage, a rocket launcher was still smoking after the blast. Kang Hyun strained, using his teeth to bend the metal bar and break the shackles. From afar, a stunned witness exclaimed, "Damn it! What the hell is that?" Meanwhile, An Yuseong had run outside and sighed in relief, despite Kang Hyun being furious about being left alone. Kang Hyun, shirtless and covered in injuries, seriously told An Yuseong that the situation was critical. He sighed, standing on the edge of the completely ruined floor. Below, a curious crowd had gathered, holding up their phones to record the horrific scene. Kang Hyun and An Yuseong stood together on the rubble, looking down at the city. An Yuseong mischievously teased, "Hey buddy, cover up a bit," making Kang Hyun flustered. "It's a good thing no one got hurt, right?" An Yuseong asked, but Kang Hyun snapped, "Can't you see me, you brat?" And Yuseong just laughed and complimented his teammate's monstrous endurance. Elsewhere, the terrorist was tightly bound, lying in a pool of blood and desperately begging for help. Ignored, he screamed in rage, "I said save me, you bastards!" Fortunately, the ambulance crew arrived, urgently taking the severely injured man for emergency treatment. In the ambulance, despite being on oxygen, he gritted his teeth and swore revenge. Returning to the scene, the room where the battle took place was now only silent and devastated. Shin Taegil, a government official, had just arrived and was stunned by the scale of the destruction. He froze when he saw An Yuseong and Kang Hyun amidst the rubble, muttering, "What the hell?" And Yuseong looked at Kang Hyun's ridiculous appearance in a red jacket and yellow pants and mocked him. And Yuseong cheerfully greeted Shin Taegil, blaming Kang Hyun for forcing him to buy the ridiculous outfit. Shin Taegil tiredly asked who was responsible for the attack, and Kang Hyun innocently replied that he was just a bystander caught in the incident. When asked about his enemies, Kang Hyun began to ponder deeply. Seeing Kang Hyun silent for too long, Shin Taegil grew impatient. He thought to himself that even if it was because of Kang Hyun, this whole situation was truly troublesome. Kang Hyun suddenly raised his hand, signaling, and declared that he was counting the number of enemies capable of causing this. He even teased Shin Taegil that his number of enemies was too small to understand the situation. And Yuseong interrupted, telling Kang Hyun to stop fooling around and look up at the scoreboard in the sky. All three looked up in surprise at an approaching helicopter. From the sky, pieces of red cloth began fluttering down onto the ruined scene. Kang Hyun quickly grabbed one of the pieces of cloth. He was surprised to see writing on it. After reading it, Kang Hyun smirked sinisterly, muttering about some bastards. Meanwhile, in a deserted forest, heavy breathing echoed. A woman wearing high heels was walking quickly. She stopped, resting her hands on her knees and panting from exhaustion. A voice rang out from ahead, commenting that she looked very busy. The woman snapped her head up, looking in surprise at the person who had just spoken. A strange man smiled, asking why she had called him out here during such a busy time. Outside the Guild Badass building, the sun was setting, and Yuseong asked Kang Hyun if he was planning to go. Seeing him getting ready, Kang Hyun replied that it was a redundant question. He held up 2 crimson invitation cards. Of course I'm going. I even got an invitation, Kang Hyun confidently declared. Standing nearby, Han Jae-mun sighed wearily, thinking, so it has come to this. He unexpectedly offered assistance, surprising Kang Hyun, as he had always claimed to be too busy before. Han Jae-mun began to explain that the distributors of monster power seemed to be the dungeon terrorists, which made Kang Hyun serious. In a flashback, Han Jae-mun recalled the terrorist Kang Hyun had handed over. While tracking his identity, they found undeniable evidence of a mysterious organization. Han Jae-mun revealed that this organization had at least 50, perhaps even over 100 members, and they had concealed their tracks very thoroughly. Returning to the present, Han Jae-mun pinched Kang Hyun's nose and said that his report was crucial. Kang Hyun suddenly remembered calling the terrorist the harpy fat guy. Han Jae-mun corrected him, stating his name was Jung Young-sik. He explained that since they were close to reaching their leadership, there was no reason not to help, prompting Kang Hyun to ask about Jung Young-sik's testimony. Kang Hyun tried to recall the name of the boss he had confessed to. At the same time elsewhere, Choi Min-ju smiled and asked why he had been summoned here. A man in a brown vest was panting in despair. He collapsed onto the grass, wondering how things had come to this. In a flashback, a man questioned why he had done such a thing. He trembled, realizing there was no turning back now. Everything he had built had been destroyed by his own hands. He thought bitterly, this wasn't why he founded the guild. He just wanted to hunt more monsters, grow the guild, and help humanity. For that reason, he had craved greater power. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he was consumed by regret. But in the end, things turned out like this. The memory shifted to a confrontation with a man in a white vest. The man in the brown vest roared, blaming the bastard Choi Min-jun for everything. Choi Min-ju merely smiled condescendingly. Oh dear. He warned that his opponent was doing something he would regret, while his soldiers lay in ambush around them. What a pity, Choi Min-ju said, with a calm expression. His soldiers charged simultaneously upon command, shouting, "Attack! Kill them!" But Choi Min-ju laughed sinisterly, mocking that these insects didn't know their place. A terrifying surge of blazing red energy erupted from his body. That energy lashed out directly at his own soldiers, causing them to cry out in astonishment. The energy converged into a sphere of destruction. The man in the brown vest was blown away, spitting blood and unable to hold on to his weapon. The final attack struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. A mercenary shouted "Guildmaster" as Choi Min-ju's red energy constricted him. He choked as the energy constriction tightened around his neck. Choi Min-ju coldly used his power to seize his entire mercenary squad. The red energy pierced through a soldier's body, instantly killing him. As the bodies fell, scattered to the ground, Choi Min-ju casually walked away, ignoring the man in the brown vest who was weeping in despair. The exhausted man in the brown vest sat leaning against a tree trunk. Choi Min-ju approached the sole survivor. He stopped right in front of the collapsed man. The man in the brown vest looked up in astonishment as a handful of pills was thrown toward him. With blazing red eyes, Choi Min-ju coldly commanded, "Eat them." "What?" the man in the brown vest asked. Stunned, Choi Min-ju declared that he would turn the man into a test subject so his final moments could be glorious. He finished with a cruel command, "Die nobly for humanity." Scene change. Kang Hyun, along with An Yuseong and Han Siwon, arrived at a new location. They stood before the ruined headquarters and realized it belonged to Guild Jongjin. Han Siwon reported that it seemed Guild Jongjin had erased their tracks and fled after causing a disturbance. Kang Hyun turned to question why Han Siwon was present. Han Siwon grandly declared he was here as the acting guild master of Guild Guardian to protect humanity, but Kang Hyun only responded sarcastically. Stepping inside, Kang Hyun commented on the chaos and wondered if any clues remained. Suddenly, Shin Sunga appeared and called Kang Hyun, pointing ahead. Following Shin Sunga's instructions, the group headed toward the door, believed to be the guild leader's office. Inside the dark room, Woo Jin-young flinched when he heard noise outside. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun delivered a kick that sent the door flying open. He froze at the sight inside. Woo Jin-young was slumped on the floor, coughing up blood. The vice guild leader of Jungjin continued to vomit mouthfuls of blood, his body convulsing in pain. Elsewhere, Choi Minju gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in blood, his purple eyes glowing brightly. A flashback began, revealing Hong Chae-yeon's past as she and a friend fought against the undead skeletons. She told herself that she had enough talent to clear stage 4, but she never truly had ambition. Because previously, she was just an ordinary office worker named Hong Chae-yeon. Meanwhile, her friend, Ji-hee, was completely different. As a firefighter, Ji-hee was always happy with the thought that she could save more people. Tragedy struck when she lost her entire family during a monster attack. A white chrysanthemum fell onto the cold funeral home floor. Hong Chae-yeon sat there, listening to people say that Ji-hee didn't even have a proper grave. Tormenting regret caused her hands to clench until they trembled. She burst into tears, furious at the friend who couldn't save herself. Hong Chae-yeon bitterly concluded that Ji-hee died because she was too weak. Just then, she reached out and picked up the chrysanthemum, a decision already formed. She would carry on the will of her deceased friend. Returning to the present, Woo Jin-young raised his bloodshot eyes to look at Kang Hyun standing in the doorway. In the flashback, Hong Chae-yeon walked away, determined that no matter what, she would become stronger. Back in the present, Woo Jin-young screamed in agony, seemingly reliving the moment of the attack. Kang Hyun looked annoyed, asking why Woo Jin-young was suddenly rambling. Beginning his confession, Woo Jin-young sat down on the floor in front of Kang Hyun and An Yu-seong. He clutched his head in regret, admitting that his actions were unjustifiable. Coughing up blood, he looked at Kang Hyun and apologized, saying he hadn't meant for this to happen. He explained that he had no idea the drug would have such terrible side effects. Kang Hyun simply listened in silence, his expression confused. Suddenly, Woo Jin-young looked up and asked in confusion, "Who are you people? Do I know you?" Kang Hyun was surprised, asking in return if he wasn't a member of the Jungjin Guild. A memory flashed in Woo Jin-young's mind of a panicked man shouting that he was the Jungjin Guild leader. Woo Jin-young burst into maniacal laughter at the irony of the situation. Looking at Kang Hyun's group, he bitterly admitted that he had lost to people like them. Then he muttered to himself, "No, it's precisely because they are people like that I failed." Woo Jin-young seriously called Kang Hyun's name, saying he had something he wanted him to hear. He revealed that the mastermind behind everything was a man named Choi Minjin. Looking at the ruined office, he said that was all he knew. With his last breath, Woo Jin-young issued a warning. He is extremely strong. He asserted that Choi Minjin was so strong that even top figures like Han Se-yeon or Choi Dong-woo couldn't defeat him. Woo Jin-young revealed a shocking piece of information. That person was definitely a tutorial graduate, causing Kang Hyun to fall into deep thought. Kang Hyun mused. So there were tutorial graduates who hadn't reported to the government, and he wondered what Choi Minjin's scheme was. In his agony, Woo Jin-young's eyes suddenly flared with an eerie purple light. His heart beat abnormally, signaling that his body was being consumed by an evil power from within. Sensing his time was running out, the blood-soaked Woo Jin-young looked at Kang Hyun and made one final request. With a crazed smile, he pleaded, "Kill me." Then he growled, stating his remaining wish, "And kill Choi Minjin." As Woo Jin-young spoke his dying wish for revenge, Kang Hyun summoned his massive greatsword and coldly replied, "We'll see about that." Immediately after, Woo Jin-young completely lost control, letting out a savage roar and lunging to attack. Kang Hyun didn't hesitate, swinging his sword in a single strike that sliced the enemy's mutating body in half. The sword strike was powerful and decisive, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. He said to the deceased man, In your next life, be born decent and strong. While Wu Jinyoung's final words echoed, in the end, you really are crazy. After Wu Jinyoung vanished, a pile of loot items dropped onto the ground. Amidst the wreckage, Kang Hyun calmly made a phone call to handle the aftermath. He contacted Shin Taegul, requesting that personnel be sent to the scene. Dawn broke over the city, concluding a long night full of incidents. Kang Hyun let out a huge yawn, seemingly unaffected by the events that had just transpired. Sitting on the rooftop with his teammates, he concluded that everything ultimately pointed back to Choi Minjin. He cheerfully suggested they go back to the office for a beer, then froze when En Yushong reminded him that their office had been destroyed. Nevertheless, Kang Hyun smiled, figuring they still gained a few things. These were valuable items, including the B-rank Camiel's ring, a drop from Wu Jinyoung. Kang Hyun checked the ring and discovered a bizarre ability named Mad Dog. He imagined An Yu Seong and Shin Sunga teasing him that the name suited him perfectly. Annoyed, Kang Hyun internally cursed them as crazy bastards who didn't know social etiquette. Meanwhile, Han Siwan shared the same thought while observing Kang Hyun's group, believing they were all insane, but he couldn't deny one fact. They were unbelievably strong. Han Siwan suddenly realized that what his guardian guild truly needed was neither faith nor justice. What they needed was power, an absolutely overwhelming strength. He had twice witnessed those who craved power beyond their limits ultimately perish. After some thought, Han Siwan concluded that Man Kang Hyun was the answer. He called out, "Mr. Kang Hyun?" Han Siwan decisively stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. He bowed and shouted loudly, "Please take over our Guardian Guild." And Yu Seong and Shin Sunga were stunned by the offer to merge into the badass guild. Kang Hyun turned around, completely taken aback by the sudden request. Han Siwan began explaining the situation of the Guardian Guild. He boasted that they were once ranked second nationwide, only behind the Dagon Guild. But Kang Hyun flatly replied that he wasn't interested. Following him, Han Siwan pleaded that his members were very talented and had only declined due to the absence of a guildmaster. Losing patience, Kang Hyun snapped that he genuinely didn't care. Han Siwan stubbornly kept following. "So, if Badass agrees to take us in," a vein pulsed on Kang Hyun's temple, signaling that his patience had reached its limit. Kang Hyun irritably thought to himself, "This nuisance is damn annoying." He coldly rejected Han Siwan, who was still trying to plead about his guild. "Do you want a beating?" Kang Hyun threatened, clenching his fist. Han Siwan flinched and backed away in fear. He quickly stammered an apology. Stumbling away, Han Siwan muttered about the protectors of humanity, causing An Yu Seong to click his tongue at his delusion. Shin Sunga worriedly suggested they should restrict Han Siwan from the office, but An Yu Seong reminded her that they no longer had an office. Kang Hyun dismissed it, assuming Shin Taegul would handle all the paperwork. He was just about to invite everyone to head back when a piercing scream interrupted them. Han Siwan frantically ran toward them, screaming for help from a pursuing crowd. Kang Hyun froze, unable to understand what was happening. At the same time, emergency news broadcasts began airing about cases of citizens losing control and attacking others. Hundreds of incidents had been reported in just 2 hours, and the government was preparing countermeasures. The transformed citizens appeared immune to bullets, which merely sparked off their skin. A line of soldiers ordered the crowd not to approach, or they would open fire. However, the soldiers hesitated, wondering if they truly had to shoot civilians. Ignoring the warning, the frenzied crowd roared and charged to attack. The soldiers could only scream in horror as they were overwhelmed. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed through the chaos. Kang Hyun had intervened, delivering a thunderous kick that took down an attacker. Kang Hyun turned around and called out loudly amidst the chaotic scene. He asked a soldier trembling from the gunfire, "Are you the commander here?" and received a stammered confirmation. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun grabbed the soldier's collar and ordered, "Snap out of it." He explained that although they looked like monsters, they were actually humans with weak defenses and could be taken down by guns. But the soldier hesitated because they were civilians. So what? Don't you understand the situation yet? Kang Hyun growled, staring at the terrified soldier. He yelled that hundreds, thousands of people like that were rampaging everywhere, then finished bizarrely. I have to go eat beef. I don't have time. Oh. After patting the soldier's shoulder, Kang Hyun received a determined reply. Yes, I will remember that. The mysterious riot plunged the entire country into chaos as Kang Hyun charged into the crowd alone. After a long day, the situation finally began to calm down on the ravaged, blood-strewn streets. 2 days later, somewhere in Seoul, the scene shifted to a modern house. Inside the safe house of the Special Ability User Management Team, Kang Hyun, En Yuseong, and Shin Tae-gil were present. On social media, people were still discussing the curfew that had not yet been lifted. Another hot topic was the video clip documenting Kang Hyun's actions, which sparked mixed opinions. Some praised him as cool, others criticized him as a psychopath. Comments continued to debate his brutality, but some argued that there was no other choice in that situation. One user emphasized that regardless, Kang Hyun's expression at the time looked scary as hell. Reading those comments, Kang Hyun merely muttered, He immediately picked up his phone and typed a comment. I know Kang Hyun in real life, and he's insanely handsome. Just then, En Yuseong suddenly appeared and asked, Hyung, what are you doing? Startled, Kang Hyun yelled, Damn it, you scared me. I wasn't doing anything. While Shin Sunga walked in, looking confused, ignoring their antics, Shin Sunga looked around and commented, Well, it's a nice house. Kang Hyun explained to Shin Sunga that this was just temporary housing arranged by Shin Tae-gil. He decided to call and thank him, causing An Yuseong to mock him, saying that such an action didn't suit him at all. Kang Hyun decided to call anyway, and on the other end, Shin Tae-gil answered in a gruff tone because he was busy. He teased that Shin Tae-gil acted as if he only called out of boredom, and Shin Tae-gil bluntly confirmed it. Elsewhere, Shin Tae-gil sighed in annoyance while working on a complex control panel. Kang Hyun thanked him for lending the safe house, then said he had something else he wanted to discuss. Shin Tae-gil, sitting amidst countless information screens, asked him to be brief because he was extremely busy. Hearing Shin Tae-gil mention the incident involving monster power, Kang Hyun became serious again and agreed to get straight to the point. He abruptly asked if Shin Tae-gil could find him a poison, leaving the other man speechless. Kang Hyun casually described what he needed as a deadly poison capable of rotting internal organs. He reassured him that he had no intention of harming anyone, then asked about a poison-resistant skill book, surprising Shin Tae-gil. Kang Hyun admitted that he was looking for poison specifically to train his poison-resistant skill. Shin Tae-gil agreed to look for it, but warned that it would be very expensive, which Kang Hyun confidently said he could handle. But upon hearing the price could reach tens of billions of won, Kang Hyun immediately hung up and admitted that such money wasn't easy to earn. He turned to the guild members, declaring that they needed to earn a large sum of money. And Yuseong and Shin Sunga looked bewildered as Kang Hyun casually ordered them to figure out how. Shin Sunga timidly raised her hand, saying she had a suggestion. She boldly proposed the idea of producing and selling guild-branded merchandise. Kang Hyun and An Yuseong simply stared at her in silence with indescribable expressions. Just then, Han Jaemin walked in and voiced his approval. That's a good idea. Outside the Badass Guild headquarters, a fierce storm was raging. Inside, a man was diligently typing away in the dark. The computer screen displayed search results on how to assault a superior, while the man silently cursed this damned guild. Wearing a neck brace and sporting dark circles under his eyes, the man resolved that he absolutely had to escape. Kang Hyun smiled slyly and asked, Jaemin, you heard that, right? He assigned Han Jaemin, along with An Yusong and another member with a top knot, the task of creating a merchandise business plan. When Kang Hyun demanded it be finished by tomorrow, Han Jaemin despairingly cursed his guild leader as a devil. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang, catching the attention of Kang Hyun, who was sitting on the sofa. He wondered why no one had scheduled a visit, while An Yusong recognized them as government personnel, and Kang Hyun decided to go check. Kang Hyun looked at the communication screen and began asking the identity of the uninvited guest. Under the pouring rain, Han Siwan of the Guardian Guild appeared with a worried expression and offered a hesitant greeting. He introduced himself, annoying An Yusong due to their persistence, and he wondered how they found this place. Shin Sunga received orders from Kang Hyun, confirming she wouldn't open the door, assuming they were there to ask for a job again. While Han Siwan waited in vain, the badass members secretly discussed that such upright people wouldn't fit in with them. The incessant ringing of the doorbell made Kang Hyun lose patience, and he ordered An Yuseong to go out and smash it. An Yuseong excitedly summoned his mace, but Kang Hyun had to yell that he meant to smash the doorbell, not the person. Shin Sunga interrupted Kang Hyun while he was picking his nose, saying she had something to report. She announced that there were 3 people this time, and outside, Han Siwan stood with 2 other members. After a while, Kang Hyun decided to pour water into cups and said they had nothing to offer guests. He placed 3 cups of barley tea on the table, saying at least they had this to drink. The 3 guests, Han Siwan, Jo Dongwon, and Jo Seongchan, shared the same thought upon tasting the offered drink. It's beer. Kang Hyun sat opposite them, wondering how they managed to find this place, a secret location provided by the government. It turned out the information had been leaked through a chain of events, making Kang Hyun inwardly lament the lax security system. Putting that aside, Kang Hyun got straight to the point, asking what the purpose of their visit was. Han Siwan was about to speak about his guild, but suddenly stopped, yielding the floor to the other man. Kang Hyun looked at the other man, who was hesitating, and offered a greeting first. "It's nice to meet you." The man with silver hair introduced himself as Jo Seongchan of the Haseon Guild, here to formally greet Kang Hyun. Recalling the horrific scene of his captivity, Jo Seongchan bowed deeply, thanking Kang Hyun for saving his younger brother, and thereby saving his own life as well. When Jo Dongwon mentioned that his brother heard Kang Hyun had taken down the Jungjin Guild, Kang Hyun merely confirmed it indifferently and repeated his question about their purpose. Jo Seongchan suddenly made an offer. Please allow their Haseon Guild to merge into the Badass Guild, causing Kang Hyun to groan in exasperation. "You two?" Jo Seongchan insisted that they had useful fighters and management experience, while Kang Hyun secretly wondered how bad the job market must be. To add weight to his offer, Jo Seongchan held out a box of premium Korean beef as a thank you gift. Kang Hyun decisively agreed, shook Jo Seongchan's hand, and welcomed them all to the Badass Guild. Jo Dongwon was overjoyed, profusely thanking him, while Han Siwan stood behind, stunned in disbelief. A thought flashed through Han Siwan's mind. Wait, that's all it takes? He suddenly jumped up, startling Jo Dongwon, and excitedly suggested, "How about we eat Korean beef tonight?" Han Siwan enthusiastically declared he would cover all the costs, shouting for Kang Hyun to please accept his entire guild as an accompanying bonus. Kang Hyun stood there, holding the box of beef, facing the 3 highly expectant guild leaders. He looked at them with an incredulous expression, trying to process what had just happened. Finally, Kang Hyun gave a thumbs up, a simple gesture that served as 1,000 words of agreement. Han Siwan flashed a bright smile, unable to hide his joy that his guild's merger had been approved. Kang Hyun instructed the new members to see Han Jaemun for paperwork, causing the exhausted office worker to curse silently in despair. Han Jaemun managed to raise his hand and speak up. "Guildmaster, I have a suggestion." With a tired expression, he proposed, "Can we hire more office staff?" Kang Hyun scratched his head in thought, then casually assigned the recruitment task directly to Han Jaemun. Immediately after, Kang Hyun announced Han Jaemun's promotion to team leader amid everyone's congratulatory applause. Han Jaemun was stunned, Speechless at the new burden he had just been handed, in extreme panic, he frantically searched online for how to hire an assassin and a resignation form template. After settling everything, Kang Hyun sat down and asked about the levels of the new guildmasters. They replied with 46, 36, and 42 respectively, which surprised Kang Hyun. He questioned their low levels, then revealed that An Yuseong was level 53, and he himself had reached level 58. Shin Sunga shyly mentioned she was level 46, but noted that it was already a huge step forward. Kang Hyun deduced that if the guildmasters were that weak, the members must be even weaker, while the other three secretly thought that the badass group was the one that was abnormally strong. Suddenly, Kang Hyun slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed that this situation was actually great. He asked Han Siwan to gather all the guild members tomorrow, and the latter confusedly agreed. Kang Hyun crossed his arms and explained that the gathering wasn't for registration, then hinted at the true purpose of awakened individuals when they assemble. He flatly declared that they would be going on a dungeon raid, stunning the new guild masters due to the suddenness. When someone suggested practicing coordination first, Kang Hyun sneered. He dismissed the idea and presented his training philosophy. If you fight until you are near death, coordination will naturally follow. Kang Hyun casually concluded that becoming strong was no big deal, leaving the three new guild masters sitting in horrified silence. The narration indicated that in that moment, they felt something was terribly wrong. However, a scene of a thunderstorm appeared, showing that it was already too late to turn back. The next day, under a clear sky, a voice rang out, gathering everyone together. Kang Hyun, along with the core members, welcomed the new recruits to the Badass Guild. He began to lay out the guild's simple rules, the first being not to start meaningless fights. The second rule was that debts must be clearly settled, returning exactly what was received. And the third was to become stronger than anyone else. Kang Hyun clasped his hands together and asked if everyone understood. Then, with a maniacal grin, he announced the start of the orientation in front of a dungeon gate. The scene flashed back to the previous conversation, where Kang Hyun asked about the number of members they would bring. Han Siwan sadly explained that since their center was gone, only about 10 people remained. Han Siwan sadly explained that since their center was gone, only about 10 people remained. Han Siwan sadly explained that since their center was gone, only about 10 people remained. He confidently asserted that those 10 people were all elite teammates, while Jo Seongchan nervously admitted that his guild only had 2 people left. Jo Seongchan quickly promised to try contacting his former teammates, and Kang Hyun approved. Kang Hyun muttered that with about 10 people, they probably wouldn't die, causing Han Siwan to jump and question him. Han Siwan frantically asked what he had just said, but Kang Hyun casually replied that he said, "Welcome." When asked about the lineup, Han Siwan confirmed they had 1 healer. Kang Hyun smiled meaningfully, saying that was very good, and told them they would find out tomorrow. Returning to the present, the new members looked confusedly at the dungeon gate, wondering why the orientation was being held there. Ignoring the question, Kang Hyun flashed a bright smile and asked everyone to pay attention. Kang Hyun informed the new members that from now on, they would have to fight inside a dungeon. He reassured them not to worry, as experienced safety personnel were accompanying them. With a terrifying smile and glowing red eyes, Kang Hyun declared that the entire team would proceed inside. They entered the D-rank dungeon named Golem's Tomb. Inside was an ancient stone ruin situated amidst rugged mountains. The ancient stone gate led deeper into the tomb complex. Immediately upon entering, the team was attacked unexpectedly. 2 new members hurriedly raised their shields to block the blow in astonishment. Another person, unable to react in time, was severely wounded and coughed up blood. That person collapsed onto the ground right in front of their horrified teammates. Kang Hyun coldly yelled, demanding that the injured person stand up and keep fighting. He roared, criticizing their weakness and questioning how they could protect humanity with that mindset. Han Siwan anxiously said that everyone had reached their limit, but Kang Hyun brushed him off and told him to quietly observe. Han Siwan frantically shouted, wondering why the healer wasn't acting to help their teammate get up. He desperately called Kang Hyun's name, trying to stop his cruelty. Han Siwan explained that even the healer Yona was exhausted, bleeding from the nose due to mana depletion. A close-up showed Yona's pained face as she struggled to her absolute limit. She couldn't take any more and vomited a pool of blood onto the stone floor. Han Siwan desperately stated that Yona was only level 21, but Kang Hyun indifferently asked if he had ever run out of mana. Kang Hyun's sudden question stunned Han Siwan, leaving him unsure how to respond. Kang Hyun coldly asked again, "I asked if you have ever completely exhausted your mana." Han Siwan frantically countered that the body always has warning signs to prevent that. Kang Hyun began explaining the symptoms of complete mana depletion, starting with narrowed vision. He continued describing it. The scene before your eyes will darken completely. All the muscles in your body will start convulsing. Your heart races and you start struggling to breathe, he said, causing Han Siwan to ask in horror what he meant. With a maniacal grin, Kang Hyun declared that this was actually the most perfect state. A stunned, gray-haired new member exclaimed that he had never heard of such a thing, while Kang Hyun explained that this is when stats increase without needing to level up. The new member tried to argue that this might be true for strength or stamina, but Kang Hyun cut him off, saying it was simply because no one dared to do it. Kang Hyun pointed out that healers level up very slowly because they don't fight directly. Therefore, he concluded, they need to force their stats to increase. While Han Siwan looked anxiously toward Yona, he emphasized that the fastest way to become stronger is always through desperate battles, pushing oneself right to the brink of death. Kang Hyun smiled contentedly after sharing his philosophy. The gray-haired member frantically shouted that they only had one life, but just as Kang Hyun was about to explain, a loud noise echoed. A giant stone hand suddenly slammed down onto the ground right in front of them. A massive stone golem loomed into view, its eyes glowing menacingly. Another new member holding a shield could only stare in horror at the giant monster. A crack sound rang out as the stone golem shattered into pieces, astonishing everyone. Kang Hyun's cold voice echoed as a hand grabbed the monster's core. "I told you not to worry." He smirked at the stunned new member behind him. "I told you guys." Kang Hyun's bloody hand raised the green core crystal. "You won't die," he said, then crushed the crystal in his hand. Han Siwan exclaimed in shock, "Kang Hyun!" Just then, An Yu-seong cheerfully ran over. He cheered, "I brought them here." Following him and Shin Sung-ga were not just one, but two more giant stone golems. The new members completely collapsed, one shouting in despair, "Again?" while another screamed, "Just kill me already!" Kang Hyun ordered decisively, "All right, everyone prepare for battle. You absolutely cannot die, so fight as if you're ready to die." He smiled contentedly as he watched the recruits rush into the life or death battle, because, as he had promised, he would resurrect all of them. Sometime later, a post appeared on a community forum. "Hey, have you seen the photo the Badass Guild posted?" People were discussing how the Badass Guild seemed to have recruited a lot of new members. Another thread questioned the merger between the Guardian Guild and Badass, wondering if they truly belonged in the top 10. A user commented on the photo, "They look like they've been fighting or tortured in a dungeon for a whole month." Others chimed in, finding the expressions of the new members ridiculous. The posted photo showed all the new members, looking haggard, taking a group photo with the caption, "Live righteously." Looking closer, one could see Han Siwan's weary smile next to An Yu-seong's smug expression, amidst a sea of faces so exhausted they looked darkened. After the training session, the new members' graduation photo was heavily criticized by the online community because they looked more like murderers than heroes. During the guild dinner, the atmosphere was extremely tense as meat sizzled on the grill. Han Siwan and Yona, along with the former members of the Guardian Guild, sat in silence with uncomfortable expressions. One member spoke up, stating that this was wrong. That person continued complaining to Han Siwan, calling Kang Hyun a lunatic devoid of any sense of justice. He emphasized that this was not why they decided to switch guilds. Han Siwan calmly picked up food, warning him to watch his words and clarifying that he was now only a squad leader. Meanwhile, Yona burst into sobs, fearing that a tragedy was bound to happen if things continued this way. Han Siwan glanced at the dissatisfied and frightened faces around him. The other members still didn't give up, suggesting they leave and re-establish the Guardian Guild. Han Siwan slammed his chopsticks down on the table, drawing everyone's attention. The other person continued his attack, saying that Kang Hyun's personality was the worst and completely unpredictable. But Han Siwan abruptly cut in. He admitted, "He is strong. Stronger than any ability user I have ever seen. Much stronger." An image of Kang Hyun with a maniacal smile flashed through his mind, and Han Siwan continued, saying not to expect lofty ideals from him. He asserted that under Kang Hyun there would be no place for the Guardian Guild's ideals. However, he continued, Han Siwan Xian slammed the table and stated firmly, "We can become strong. That much is certain." He recalled the feeling of utter helplessness during the last C-rank dungeon raid. Reflecting on that tragic scene, Han Siwan realized a harsh truth. The most necessary thing to protect humanity is not a strong heart. Han Siwan clenched his fist, concluding that what was needed was strength, because justice without strength holds no weight. He looked at his former teammates and said that he wouldn't force them. But then, he placed his hands on the table, preparing for one final plea. Han Siwan bowed deeply and formally, much to everyone's astonishment. He earnestly asked if they could trust and follow him one more time. The former members of the Guardian Guild silently watched him with conflicted expressions. The dinner ended with a heavy sigh outside the restaurant. Finally, one of them decided they would try to endure it for just one more week. A week later, in the E-rank dungeon, Goblin Swamp, two adventurers were entering, one complaining about the humidity. The other explained that this was the safest place to farm magic stones because the monsters, though numerous, were weak. While setting their direction, the gray-haired man suddenly froze. They were astonished to find an open area littered with the corpses of goblins, he muttered, assuming that another party had passed through here. The sight of intact magic stones scattered everywhere caught both their attention. The gray-haired man was annoyed that the other group hadn't marked their path. But then, he noticed something strange. His teammate cheered when he saw that the magic stones were still intact on the monster corpses. The gray-haired man pulled out his knife, confirmed it was true, and declared that they had hit the jackpot today. His teammate happily calculated how much this loot was worth. Both couldn't believe their luck, seeing this as a godsend bargain. As they began collecting, the gray-haired man silently thanked the kind stranger. Suddenly, the sound of clashing metal echoed from afar. The two trainees flinched, worried that the people who had fought here were about to return to collect the spoils. The gray-haired man hastily scooped the magic stones into his bag and urged his teammate to quickly escape. As they were running away, a loud noise rapidly approaching forced them to look back. A fierce horde of goblins with glowing eyes burst out of the forest, roaring and charging towards them. The two were utterly terrified, realizing the enemy numbers were too vast to resist. Just then, a flash of light appeared, signaling the intervention of another force. A goblin suddenly exploded into a shower of blood, stunning the two trainees, followed by a burst of maniacal laughter. Two new members of the Badass Guild, Yona and another man, appeared with bloodthirsty expressions, enjoying the sight of the slaughter. Another muscular member roared, searching for the next prey, while the two trainees fled in panic behind them. Cheered on by Kang Hyun, the new members plunged into the battle with terrifying fervor. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Kang Hyun laughed loudly and decided that such a warm-up was too easy. He announced that he would increase the training intensity with a D-rank dungeon. While a goblin was crushed underfoot, the two trainees stood frozen in the forest, still reeling from shock. They wondered in amazement what spectacle they had just witnessed. While in the distance, the Badass Guild army was marching. A week after the Badass Guild expanded its scale, a rumor began circulating among the awakened community. It was said that the Badass Guild was essentially a giant version of Kang Hyun. The rumor was confirmed when the new members noisily celebrated in a tavern, declaring that the food tasted much better after fighting. A member tried to remind everyone that a week had passed since their last conversation. Han Siwon hesitantly suggested that perhaps they had enough foundation to become stronger. Immediately, a former Guardian member slammed the table in protest, shouting that they were still far from strong enough. He flushed crimson, asserting that this was exactly what they wanted and that they were protecting with all their might. Overwhelmed, Han Siwon could only manage a forced smile and almost corrected the way he was addressed, but stopped himself. He quietly pulled out a black credit card to pay for the feast. Han Siwon said he had business to attend to and left first, leaving his teammates to continue celebrating. Walking alone, the name of his former guild leader, Park Se-hyun, appeared in his mind. He looked up at the night sky, silently wondering if that person was doing well in heaven. He bitterly admitted that even though the Guardian Guild had collapsed, the spirit left behind by the guild leader remained. He thought about how well the guild members were doing. They were moving forward with a conviction stronger than ever, but somehow a feeling of unease crept into his heart. He looked up at the sky with a strained smile, sensing that something was wrong. Amidst the night sky, he realized something was fundamentally wrong. He desperately wondered what he should actually do now. The next day, the new members in their black jacket uniforms were collectively astonished. Before their eyes was a massive building, the new headquarters of the Badass Guild, and Yuseong commented that the building looked cozy, only to be reminded by Kang Hyun not to ruin everyone's mood. Standing before the entire guild, Kang Hyun declared this the new base and ordered them not to vandalize or start fires. Kang Hyun concluded his instructions, simply asking everyone not to destroy the building. Immediately, the excited new members yelled to enter first and rushed inside. A few people laughed, finding the guildmaster's warning strange. As soon as they stepped inside, the entire group gasped in amazement at the luxury of the main lobby. They discovered a member-exclusive cafe right on the first floor. The second floor housed a gym fully equipped with modern facilities. Upon reaching the lounge on the third floor, they noticed something special. The members cheered when they saw a commercial refrigerator and a professional beer tap, and Yuseong exclaimed that it finally felt like a major guild, and Kang Hyun immediately suggested adding a cocktail bar later. Hearing this, Han Jaemin, who was standing nearby, froze in horror. Suddenly, Kang Hyun paused as a thought flashed through his mind. He turned and asked An Yuseong if he was still a minor, and Yuseong casually confirmed it, making Kang Hyun wonder about the time he had drunk canned beer, and Yuseong explained it was non-alcoholic beer, but Kang Hyun remained skeptical about the company dinner party. A flashback showed that An Yuseong had actually been drinking soda, leaving Kang Hyun completely stunned. Kang Hyun realized that due to An Yuseong's appearance, he hadn't noticed the other man only ever drank soft drinks. He silently fumed over An Yuseong's surprisingly clean lifestyle, while the other man looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Just then, a phone rang. Han Jaemin picked up and started the call. Han Jaemin answered the phone, initiating the conversation. He asked Kang Hyun about the decorations for the new guild building. Kang Hyun replied vaguely, making Han Jaemin slightly suspicious. Han Jaemin then changed the subject, asking about that thing. When pressed, he revealed he was talking about the guild's merchandise, and Kang Hyun denied it was his idea. Han Jaemin surprisingly announced that they were already being sold online and were going viral. He specifically emphasized a character figurine, leaving Kang Hyun dumbfounded. Kang Hyun turned back to look at An Yuseong and another member with a stunned expression. He hastily told Han Jaemin that he would call him back later. Han Jaemin was left with silence on the other end of the line. Immediately, another call from Shin Taegil rang on Han Jaemin's phone. Meanwhile, An Yu-seong and Shin Sunga both pretended ignorance when questioned by Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun looked at them skeptically, not believing their words. He decided to check for himself, typing badass merchandise into his phone's search bar. Kang Hyun's eyes widened in horror at the search results. The screen displayed a page selling a shirtless Kang Hyun figurine for 574,000 won, complete with a humorous alternate face part as a bonus gift. Social media posts began to spread, mocking the bizarre item. A flood of netizen comments expressed confusion and teasing. Overwhelmed by anger and embarrassment, Kang Hyun instantly drew his sword. When questioned by Kang Hyun, An Yu-seong casually explained that he found t-shirts and keychains too boring. He argued that Kang Hyun was the face and symbol of the guild, and Yu-seong smirked meaningfully. He cheerfully admitted to making the figurine on his own initiative just for fun, causing Kang Hyun to furiously charge at him. And Yu-seong dodged the attack and mocked that Kang Hyun was cooperating perfectly with him. He was utterly thrilled, while Kang Hyun could only grind his teeth in fury. Kang Hyun's rage seemed about to collapse the entire guild headquarters building. That night, a secret mission was underway. At the request of team leader Shin Taegul, they were conducting an operation in the industrial complex. The mission was to pose as buyers of monster power to approach the sellers. This drug was believed to be linked to the recent riots, forcing the special ability user management team to intervene. The two disguised individuals were discussing the viral figurine merchandise. One asked why it hadn't been taken down, and the other expressed indifference. And Yu-seong, in disguise, revealed that the figurine had already sold 500 pre-orders. Kang Hyun, his face hidden behind a balaclava, grumbled that 6,000 copies of his figurine had been produced. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Kang Hyun's earpiece. The person on the radio called his name to report the situation. A vehicle was approaching their location. Kang Hyun focused on sensing the magic power, estimating about 10 people were approaching. A screeching sound was heard as the door opened. From the darkness, Kang Hyun and An Yu-seong watched a group led by a woman approaching them from Gate 2. An Yu-seong quietly called out, "Hyung." Kang Hyun whispered, "Have I ever told you that my special ability is sixth sense?" And Yu-seong replied that he had never heard it directly. Kang Hyun commanded, "Look at that woman's face." Looking closer, he wondered who the woman was, and Yu-seong suddenly remembered. "We sparred at the ability training school, remember? She's the one whose arm I broke when we fought." Kang Hyun was stunned as memories of his school days flooded back. He realized in shock. That person became a monster power dealer? While An Yu-seong regretted not listening to his instincts back then. And Yu-seong gritted his teeth, his face filled with murderous intent. He cursed internally. I should have smashed her head, not just her arm. Shaking off those thoughts, Kang Hyun started the transaction. "Where's the merchandise?" The woman replied coldly, demanding to see the money first. Kang Hyun signaled, and An Yu-seong brought over a black briefcase. Inside the briefcase were stacks of glittering 50,000 won bills. Kang Hyun thought about their plan, intending to find the opponent's base using a tracking device hidden in the money bag. The woman questioned the amount again, but Kang Hyun dismissed it, saying they would count it later, while a distant observer commented on the government's audacity. "Now it's your turn to show the goods," Kang Hyun demanded, and another briefcase was presented. When the briefcase was opened, a blinding blue energy stream erupted, leaving Kang Hyun completely astonished. Inside the briefcase was a high-tech device emitting a brilliant energy flow. Suddenly, the briefcase containing the money that Kang Hyun had presented exploded violently. In the smoke, the female dealer thought about the recent troubles. She looked at the scorched briefcase containing the magic stones, pondering the cooperation with the skull guy. "The downside is that it's single use," she commented coolly about the bomb. With a smug smile, she mocked, "Did you people think we wouldn't notice anything suspicious?" She was confident that she had anticipated the tracking trap and ordered her subordinates to retreat. Amidst the chaos, a member of her group screamed, calling out Lee Yuri's name in horror. Right then, a massive aura exploded as Kang Hyun rose from the rubble. "We've been exposed!" Kang Hyun roared, realizing the plan had been discovered. Hearing Kang Hyun mentioned the name Shin Taegel. The female dealer turned pale with shock. Kang Hyun? You're part of the management team too? She screamed, recognizing his identity. Kang Hyun smirked, while the female dealer summoned a massive scythe to meet the challenge. Enveloped in a purple aura, she warned her subordinates that their opponent was no ordinary person. She continued to scream bizarrely that they were perverts who made models of themselves to sell, leaving Kang Hyun dumbfounded. Wait a minute. If this person is Kang Hyun? The female dealer suddenly froze as a thought flashed through her mind. Her horrified gaze darted toward his partner, who was still disguised. Suddenly, An Yu Seong appeared beside her, shedding his disguise and gripping her shoulder tightly. Long time no see, An Yu Seong grinned, leaving the female dealer speechless as she recognized her old enemy. The female dealer was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Terrifying memories of An Yu Seong flooded back, causing her to stammer. Meanwhile, An Yu Seong was hiding behind Kang Hyun, causing Kang Hyun to yell angrily. An Yu Seong, what the hell are you doing? And Yu Seong explained that he was just looking for the most solid cover, further irritating Kang Hyun. While the female dealer had regained her composure and taken a fighting stance, Kang Hyun smiled excitedly, saying, "Anyway, I guess we have to fight." And Yu Seong enthusiastically replied, "Sounds great." Realizing the situation was unsalvageable, the female dealer gritted her teeth in fury. She decisively ordered her subordinates, "Kill them all!" Immediately, the vest-clad bodyguards simultaneously drew their swords and charged. A leading bodyguard rushed forward with a determined expression. He swung a gleaming sword straight at his opponent. Kang Hyun calmly used his bare forearm to block the sharp blade. Immediately after, he delivered a thunderous kick to the bodyguard's chest. The tremendous force of the kick sent the bodyguard flying backward, shattering a pillar. At the same time, An Yu Seong also plunged into the battle, targeting another bodyguard. His movements were so fast that they only left a blur. Another bodyguard swung his sword, attacking from a different direction, but his eyes suddenly flashed with extreme horror. And Yu Seong had appeared and swung his energy-infused mace. A bodyguard was brutally struck down, blood splattering everywhere. Kang Hyun yelled angrily at the sight. He scolded An Yu Seong for killing the man instead of capturing him alive. But An Yu Seong casually replied that one life didn't matter. Suddenly, the female dealer raised her staff, and the magic stone on it shone brightly. She shouted, "Blizzard!" unleashing a massive wave of cold air that enveloped the entire battlefield. The ground and weapons were quickly covered by a thick layer of ice. Kang Hyun shivered from the cold, surprised that the bodyguards were still able to resist. The female dealer poured all her strength, roaring "Freeze!" to end the fight. She sighed in relief upon seeing Kang Hyun completely trapped inside a massive block of ice. However, the price was the magic stone, her trump card, which had cracked. She told herself that she had heard of Kang Hyun and wouldn't be foolish enough to hold back her trump card only to be ambushed. Just as she finished speaking, she was horrified to realize that An Yu Seong had silently appeared right behind her. And Yu Seong leaned close to her ear, mocking that they wouldn't die so easily. It turned out that during the blizzard, he had single-handedly taken down all the bodyguards. The merchant woman couldn't believe that her entire force had been wiped out in such a short amount of time. And Yu Seong approached the block of ice, raised his mace, and said he would help Kang Hyun. A powerful strike came down, causing the ice block to crack. The block of ice imprisoning Kang Hyun shattered into pieces. Amidst the scattered ice shards and bloodstains, Kang Hyun let out an exclamation of admiration. Kang Hyun broke free from the icy prison, exclaiming with delight that this was amazing. Witnessing the scene, Yuri was utterly terrified, stammering and calling him a monster. In a panic, a commanding bodyguard yelled, ordering everyone to use the new drug. The commander roared furiously, forcing his subordinates to drink it immediately if they didn't want them all to die. 2 red pills emitted an ominous purple energy. The sound of the pills being swallowed rang out decisively. One bodyguard's arm began to swell, muscles coiling unnaturally. The commander gritted his teeth, his face contorting in pain as the transformation process began. The two bodyguards transformed into muscular giants, their entire bodies enveloped in a red aura. They stood towering, ready to face Kang Hyun and An Yuseong in combat. Their bodies continued to swell, their skin stretched so taut it looked ready to burst. The painful transformation showed no signs of stopping, and Yuseong calmly stopped Kang Hyun, advising him not to intervene right now. Kang Hyun confusedly asked why, while Yuseong had already turned his back to face the enemies alone. With an excited smile, Yuseong said that they would be stronger after the transformation was complete, and that would only make the fight more fun. Kang Hyun brushed him off, yelling, "Get lost!" and charging straight ahead. He leaped into the air, raising his weapon high to unleash a devastating attack. The two transformed bodyguards immediately looked up. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the target. Kang Hyun's attack struck, creating a terrifying explosion that engulfed the entire area. Kang Hyun launched a freezing attack at the bodyguards. However, one transformed bodyguard blocked the attack and shattered his sword. Kang Hyun was astonished, admitting he didn't expect them to be so tough. The monster roared, clenching its fist in preparation for a counterattack. It unleashed a punch with terrifying force. The force of the impact shattered the ground into pieces. When the dust settled, Kang Hyun had been knocked down, and the bodyguard let out a savage laugh. He pointed toward An Yusong and declared that he would be next. Surrounded by a horde of monsters, An Yuseong merely smiled with amusement. A transformed bodyguard roared and lunged to attack him. An Yuseong easily blocked its attack. With his eyes flashing red, he showed complete mastery of the fight. He moved like a ghost among the monsters, sending them flying everywhere. A bodyguard looked up in terror as An Yuseong descended from the air. He landed using his entire body to crush the monster. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, and Yuseong quickly locked down another one, causing it to spit blood. From the ground, Kang Hyun saw An Yuseong throw something toward him. The dagger plunged straight into the eye of the bodyguard, pinning him down. An Yuseong moved like a ghost, dodging the blow of a transformed bodyguard. He finished off another one with a crushing blow from his spiked mace to the back of its neck. While one enemy collapsed, the remaining one frantically charged to attack An Yuseong. With sharp eyes, An Yuseong swung his weapon, ready for the next confrontation. The transformed bodyguard roared, swinging its massive fist toward him. He yelled loudly, believing this would be the end of An Yuseong. Suddenly, a blazing arrow flew in from an unexpected direction. The magic arrow lodged straight into the bodyguard's chest, surprising even An Yuseong. From above, Shin Sunga hung upside down, still holding her bow after the perfect shot. Yuri was stunned to realize the enemy side still had allies, while An Yuseong cheerfully complimented Shin Sunga. An Yuseong declared that now only Yuri and the last two bodyguards remained. In a panic, Yuri ordered a subordinate to deal with Shin Sunga. Clenching her staff, Yuri's face clearly showed extreme anxiety. The charging bodyguard suddenly froze when he saw Kang Hyun stagger up from the ground. Kang Hyun activated his skill, his bulging muscles swelling as he grumbled in pain. With his newfound strength, he charged like a storm, throwing everything toward the two remaining enemies. Kang Hyun challenged her, causing Yuri to retreat in fear and beg him not to approach. Ignoring her pleas, Kang Hyun roared in anger and lunged to attack. Witnessing the scene, An Yuseong excitedly asked if he could now fight at full power, while Yuri screamed in despair. After the battle, a scene of devastation emerged, with the factory completely leveled. Shin Tae-gil arrived at the scene and questioned Kang Hyun's group about the extent of the destruction, to which An Yuseong casually replied that the enemies had resisted more fiercely than expected. An Yuseong further joked that they didn't look like they wanted to resist at all, forcing Shin Tae-gil to change the subject. He asked Kang Hyun if he had left any survivors, and Kang Hyun simply replied with two words, "Survivor." Kang Hyun casually pointed to one side and said he had buried them there. Shin Tae-gil was horrified to see Seon Yuri, the enemy group's leader, buried alive with only her head sticking out, growling furiously. Kang Hyun explained that she was today's boss, leaving Shin Tae-gil helpless and forcing him to offer a perfunctory compliment. Shin Tae-gil promised to contact them soon regarding the reward. Kang Hyun demanded a hefty sum, while An Yu-seong was simply happy to have fought. The scene shifted to the building of the Ministry of Interior and Safety. Inside, government agents stood guard in a silent corridor. They stood before a door with a sign reading Interrogation Room. Inside the room, Seon Yuri was tied to a chair, and Shin Tae-gil began the interrogation by confirming her identity. Faced with Seon Yuri's silence, Shin Tae-gil decided to proceed with his questions. He asked if she knew the name Choi Min-jun, who was believed to be the head of her organization. Shin Tae-gil listed the crimes, ranging from dungeon terrorism to drug trafficking, and questioned their motives. Seon Yuri still did not answer the question of whether it was all for money, causing Shin Tae-gil to sigh in exasperation. He gradually lost patience, saying that her silence was only wasting both their time. Suddenly, Seon Yuri lifted her head with a sneer and countered by asking if he would even understand if she told him. She clenched her fist, contemptuously calling Shin Tae-gil a government lapdog and asserting that he would never understand. With a fanatical expression, Seon Yuri declared that only one person could save this world. Shin Tae-gil coldly asked directly if the person she was referring to was Choi Min-jun. He questioned Seon Yuri about whether she was a member of some cult, but received only silence in return. Losing patience, Shin Tae-gil sighed, his hand tightening around a baton. He walked toward the tool table, causing Seon Yuri to wonder why things had come to this. Suddenly, Shin Tae-gil shoved a gag into the astonished Seon Yuri's mouth. He growled, asking why she insisted on making things difficult. Stating that things would be easier if she just answered, Shin Tae-gil picked up a pair of pliers. He placed the pliers on Seon Yuri's fingernail and declared that he would only take one first. Seon Yuri's eyes widened in horror as a crack sound echoed. Outside the interrogation room, the government agents remained on guard, despite the muffled screams echoing from within. A few drops of blood stained the floor, while Shin Tae-gil muttered to himself that there were still 9 more. As Seon Yuri writhed on the floor in extreme pain, he simply told her she should answer before things went further. Shin Tae-gil leaned down, demanding her answer. His eyes flashed red as he sternly asked what her goal was. In another luxurious room, a mysterious man received the news and asked skeptically, "They were defeated?" Sitting on the sofa, Choi Min-ju listened to the report that all subordinates were dead, despite using the new drug. A female assistant continued reporting that team leader Seon Yuri had been captured and was missing. Choi Min-ju mused, thinking that Seon Yuri was actually quite useful. Choi Min-ju wondered why his subordinates had failed, questioning if it was due to the intervention of strong individuals like Han Se-yeon or Choi Dong-woo. His assistant reported that the person responsible was Kang Hyun. Hearing that name, Choi Min-ju was stunned, while the assistant confirmed that both Kang Hyun and the Badass Guild were present at the scene. He narrowed his eyes, muttering the name Kang Hyun thoughtfully. Choi Min-ju recalled that Kang Hyun was the one who had stopped the dungeon break he meticulously planned, and had even captured Jung Young-sik. Annoyance rising, he slammed his wine glass onto the table. Leaning back on the sofa, Choi Min-ju admitted that things were becoming troublesome. He crushed the glass in his hand and ordered that the priority target now was dealing with Kang Hyun. The assistant fearfully rushed to comply. Choi Min-ju stood up, deciding that they would relocate the base immediately. He explained that since Seon Yuri knew the location, they would soon be discovered. In a cold tone, he told the assistant to bring good news next time. With his hands in his pockets, Choi Min-ju continued to think about Kang Hyun. He walked up the stairs, considering what to do, when his opponent was both strong and backed by a non-trivial guild. Suddenly, he stopped, as an idea flashed through his mind. A sinister smile appeared on Choi Min-ju's face. He thought to himself that he could take advantage of someone. At the same time, the magnificent new headquarters of the Badass Guild appeared under the sunlight. Inside, Kang Hyun was leisurely drinking a can of beverage. Kang Hyun cheered refreshingly as he chugged the can dry. Immediately, he coughed up blood from his mouth and eyes while Shin Sung-ga frantically asked what was wrong. As Shin Sung-ga handed tissues to the violently coughing Kang Hyun, An Yu-seong casually commented on his severe internal bleeding, and Yu-seong picked his nose while asking Kang Hyun about the crazy stunt of putting poison into his own beer. Kang Hyun explained that he was experimenting with something he had requested from team leader Shin Tae-gil to build up poison resistance. He confidently declared that everything was going perfectly, despite his messy appearance. Indeed, he revealed that he had even acquired the F-rank poison resistance skill yesterday. Even so, Kang Hyun admitted that the poison was very strong, still leaving his body with a tingling sensation. And Yu-seong realized it was poison from an instantly lethal D-rank boss, causing Shin Sunga to marvel at the management team's resources. Kang Hyun smirked, revealing that he had exploited one of their mistakes to squeeze out valuable items. Immediately afterward, a notification popped up, showing that his poison resistance skill had leveled up to E rank. Excited, Kang Hyun called Shin Sunga over like a bartender and ordered another drink, while in the background, Han Jae-moon was working diligently. Han Jae-moon tried to concentrate while listening to his teammates' chatter, a murderous aura beginning to emanate from him. The carefree dialogue about mixing drinks continued to ring out, increasing Han Jae-moon's frustration. He gritted his teeth in endurance, trying to finish his work amidst the incessant noise. He thought to himself that while having fun was good, his patience had its limits. Finally, Han Jae-moon couldn't take it anymore and yelled, asking why everyone was slacking off here instead of going to the private lounge. But Kang Hyun just casually enjoyed his drink. Kang Hyun even teased, thinking that the drink tasted better with the sound of Han Jae-moon's typing as background music. Utterly helpless, Han Jae-moon could only let out a mournful sigh, while the others continued to relax. A mournful sigh echoed through the office. The sigh came from a badass member who was sitting around playing. He continued to sigh dramatically while Han Jae-moon was still engrossed in his work. Han Jae-moon desperately thought that even though he had hired more staff, his workload had nearly doubled. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun received a call, completely ignoring the furious Han Jae-moon, who was secretly planning to quit after a year. He picked up the phone, and on the other end, a man introduced himself as Seon Yeon-ho from the Awakened Association. Kang Hyun asked if he was Choi Dong-woo's man, and Seon Yeon-ho confirmed they had met before. Seon Yeon-ho added that he wasn't sure if Kang Hyun still remembered him. Kang Hyun thoughtfully placed his drink can on the desk, trying to search his memory. He suddenly realized that Seon Yeon-ho was the one who had given him a business card. When asked about the purpose of the call, Seon Yeon-ho suggested discussing association matters and asked if Kang Hyun was free today. Looking at the battlefield left after the training session, Kang Hyun made an excuse about being busy and intended to refuse. But the offer, "I'll buy you beef," made Kang Hyun jump up and immediately ask for the location. At the meeting spot on the street, Seon Yeon-ho happily waved when he saw Kang Hyun arrive. Kang Hyun greeted him back, nearly mistaking "long time no see" beef for "long time no see." He couldn't hide his eager expression as he thought about the lavish meal ahead. Seon Yeon-ho led the way, saying they would have to walk a little way down an alley. After walking a short distance, Kang Hyun suddenly called Seon Yeon-ho's name seriously. He wondered why someone who seemed to hold a high position in the association hadn't appeared during the last raid. Kang Hyun directly asked Seon Yeon-ho if he was someone who didn't participate in combat. Seon Yeon-ho awkwardly admitted that he was only level 3 and didn't like killing, which greatly surprised Kang Hyun. He explained that his job mainly involved miscellaneous tasks, then invited Kang Hyun inside. Seon Yeon-ho led Kang Hyun to a beef restaurant, saying it was a good place to talk. A fresh, delicious piece of beef was placed on the hot grill. As the two sat down at the table, a restaurant employee approached and said they would handle the grilling. While Seon Yeon-ho mentioned important matters that needed discussion, Kang Hyun was completely captivated by the beef. Seon Yeon-ho asked Kang Hyun if he drank alcohol, and he enthusiastically ordered a draft beer. 2 large mugs of beer were brought out, much to Kang Hyun's delight. Raising his mug, Kang Hyun praised Seon Yeon Ho's grilling skills and asked about the association's business. He muttered that it must be an issue important enough to require a face-to-face meeting. Suddenly, Kang Hyun felt something was wrong. His eyes widened from a sudden pain. He let out a gasp and dropped his beer mug to the floor, where it shattered. Kang Hyun clutched his throat, convulsing violently as the poison took effect, blood and tears streaming out. He collapsed onto this table while Seon Yeon Ho calmly sat and watched. Kang Hyun lay motionless on the floor, blood flowing from his mouth, while the two restaurant employees stood watching. The two employees then approached and lifted Kang Hyun's unconscious body. Over the phone, Seon Yeon Ho reported that Kang Hyun had been dealt with. With a wicked smile, he promised to handle everything cleanly and addressed Choi Min-jun.